Liggett of Sugarland Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah. Let's do it.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy Monday to all of you. Nice to be with you. Appreciate you getting up with us. Hope all you moms who are up early this morning had a great day yesterday. Hopefully you got pampered and spoiled, and it was a good weekend. Not a great week.
Their day was yesterday. Enough of them.
What's that?
Their day was yesterday.
Oh, okay.
Enough of them.
you're not even getting acknowledged.
One day out of 365
That's
days,
right. You had your day. Yeah. Hope it was good. Enjoy it, because it's 364 more till you get another one.
364 days of thankful plotting.
Yep.
Okay?
Yep.
Or thankless.
Thankless. Yeah. Yes. How are you?
Criticize me, lady.
How you doing, man?
I'm good. I'm good, except for the fact that I don't. This is where I'm concerned, Sean.
Yeah.
The great evening out has occurred.
Okay.
It's starting to occur with the Astros. The offense is coming back down to earth.
Yeah.
Hey, they're still like 7th or 8th in runs and overall OPS and all that stuff. But remember, when you start off at number 1 and you end up at 8, then it hasn't been all that hot, okay? But meanwhile,
Yeah.
the pitching still sucks, but with a little bit of rays of sunshine here and there.
Yeah.
But by and large, it's not as bad as it was. They're up to, I think they're up to like 3rd or 4th worst ERA in the league.
Oh, really? They're climbing.
Yeah, they're making. They're clawing their way back up.
They've been under 6 for a good week or so now.
Under 6 with their ERA.
The ERA, yeah. Their pitching has had a sub 6 ERA for the entire season. For a good sweet time now, and it was good. The pitching was actually pretty good this weekend for the most part. But I was texting you on Friday. I didn't get to see that game. Yeah, because I was doing a charity event on Friday night. I was emceeing Purse Bingo for Cure Fest on Friday night, so I was following it on my phone. And when we got through the first couple innings. 2-3 innings, and Burrows is in there dealing. I texted you and said, this might be the performance that I've been promising all year long from Mike Burrows.
Yeah.
And it ended up being that. But after that, it was really all downhill for the Astros.
Well, the big one, yesterday is you're waiting to see what can Kai Tang do as an opener / starter as they lengthen him out. And he had 3 really good innings. Went out for a 4th inning, and he said he felt great. He did not look great.
They pushed it.
He allowed 4 straight runs. Bolton comes in and just they're walking anybody and everybody, just giving people free passes to do whatever they want to our dear and beloved Astros.
Yeah, man. Yep. And
I
now,
still love them, Sean.
And now here we sit. The only thing that's keeping the Astros afloat right now is that the rest of the American League, other than the Yankees, literally other than the Yankees and the Rays, is just mediocre, hovering around 500, most of them below 500. Most of the American League is below 500 right now.
Yeah.
Right now, oh my God, I hadn't seen this. Right now, the wild card teams, the 3 wild card teams, would be the Yankees, who have fallen behind the Rays in the American League East, but the Yankees have a good record. They're 26-15. The other 2 wild card teams would be the Rangers and the White Sox. The White Sox, who won like 39 games last year.
Yeah.
And they're 19-21. We would have not 1 but 2 sub-500 playoff teams in the American League right now. That's what's keeping the Astros afloat right now.
The entire AL is the NFC South right now.
Yes, that's
It's a dismal affair.
It is.
Which tell me, weigh in.
Okay.
Payne and Pendergast listeners. Mm-hmm. I do feel there's almost a part of me that feels angry about the AL being so mediocre because it doesn't necessarily send the organization to the team that they need to hear. That, all right, listen, I don't care that you actually have a chance of making the playoffs because the AL is so bad. This is not up to our standards. They know and understand that.
Sure.
But when it comes to potentially making decisions at the trade deadline, sometimes in this era of all sports where you've expanded playoffs, you've made it easier to make the postseason, that I feel like I feel like you can't go by the old days where, oh, wow, good enough to make the playoffs is a swell deal. No, it means that you're not atrocious anymore.
Well,
in all the major league sports, it's like, all right, if you can just be average, you'll make the playoffs.
Yep.
Damn participation medal. And that's what it is.
And that is what will keep Jim Crane from tearing the team down at the trade deadline.
Yeah,
he's not
even if it's it doesn't have to be a tear down completely, but to go into that mode.
Right, It's you're either a buyer or a seller. You're one or the other. And if they're well below 500, but within for whatever they are in the division, I'm just looking at the wild card right now. The Astros have the worst record in the American League. They're tied with the Angels for the worst record in the American League. They're 3.5 games out of a playoff spot right now in the American League. Like, as long as the standings shape up like that, then Jim Crane is going to – it's more likely that they buy than sell at the trade deadline. They're 5.5 back in the division. So they're actually closer to a wild card right now than they are to leading the division. The A's are 21-19 right now.
I think, look, and there's a good chance that they pull themselves up into a respectable record just because the AL is so miserable, and then also because you're going to get Hunter Brown back. Mm-hmm. Lambert and Arrighetti so far have been – really nice for
more
the
than
Astros.
Respectable, yes.
Yeah. But Burrows looks like he might not be atrocious at least.
Yep.
And so the pitching is coming back into at least something that's not deplorable at this point. There's a chance of that.
Yeah.
You've got Altuve is slumping hardcore.
Yes.
Jordan strikes out 4 times yesterday.
Yep.
It's just been kind of a rough stretch. But if you get the first 25 games, they were averaging 5.4 runs when obviously they were awesome. They also went 9-16 in that time.
Yeah, their pitching was bad.
In the last 16 games, they've only been averaging 3.8 runs, and yet they're 7-9 in that stretch, partly because the pitching has come back into some level of competence. Yeah,
it's an interesting. I mean, neither record is good, 9-16 nor 7-9. Like, neither of them are good. Obviously, one is way better than the other. It just goes to show you, like, you can't really slug your way into the playoffs. Like, you gotta have.
It's going to have to be a balanced team out.
You gotta try. But given one or the other, I would say, man, you really need the pitching to come around. Of the two, offense or defense.
And that's what we talked about at the time when the Astros were on such a tear offensively. You figure, look, you can't expect them. I look at the back of the baseball cards and all of that, and you can't necessarily expect them to maintain this.
Right.
But. So if they come back to earth, can you be more of a balanced team? And the pitching does show signs of potential hope there. I guess what I keep trying to do with this Astros team when I try not to just go into a complete depression and funk is say, okay, over these last 16 games, if they had just opened up the season and they were 7-9 and they were playing the guys that they're playing out there,
right?
Pitchers you barely heard of.
Yep.
Opening up with Kaiwei Tang, all of those things, would I be freaking out or panicking at 7-9? No, I wouldn't. And if I also knew that, man, the AL looks very winnable, and maybe you can do something in this year in the AL, I'd feel a little bit differently about it.
I don't think this is an exaggeration or hyperbole to say that this is the biggest week of Joe Espada's career as the manager of the Astros. Because, look, this is not year one where he can get off to a slow start and you write it off. And I know there's a ton of injuries, and those aren't Joe Espada's fault. And the fact that the pitching staff continues to walk guys, that's not Joe Espada's fault. I get all the things that aren't his fault. If you're Jim Crane, the one thing you have, if you're looking to provide a spark for your team in some way, one way to do it would be a trade, but I think it's a little early for that, because we don't know which way the season's going to go. The other thing is to make a change at the top with the manager, and this is a huge week for Joe Espada. You got 4 games at home against the Mariners. You got 3 games at home against the hated Rangers, and I'll say the hated Mariners too. So I think these are your 2 biggest rivals in the division, without question.
Yeah.
All the games are at home, so you've got that. And these are 2 teams that are ahead of you right now in a very, very wonky division. And if they go 1-6 or something like that this week, they got swept by the Mariners in Seattle earlier this year.
Yeah.
They're not playing great baseball right now. Obviously, you have the worst record in the American League. This is a week where they can either climb their way back into this thing, or it's a week where if they're still sitting at the bottom of the American League, having squandered 7 home games against 2 of the teams ahead of you, I could definitely see us coming in on Monday next week and talking about a change being made at manager.
I guess this is where, if I'm Jim Crane, I'm looking at this situation, and there's zero part of me that can blame Espada for the pitching situation. I can't blame him for the extreme scourge of injuries. There's not a manager. Great. Hey, look, Terry Francona looks sitting. He looks so fat and happy in that dugout. Is Terry Francona going to come in here? Theoretically, if you had hired Terry Francona and said, would the pitchers have been pitching magnificently? Would those guys not have gotten injured? I don't think so. But so when it comes to, all right, well, sometimes you change the manager just to shake things up a little bit and see if that's
totally what I'm saying.
Yeah, and I just don't know if, again, because of the injuries and because of the pitching, I don't know if that's the kind of shakeup that actually changes any of those things.
I don't either. There's no guarantee anything changes. And you've got Omar Lopez sitting there on the bench too. I think that can't be understated here. Is you got a guy who has managerial chops, who just won the World Baseball Classic, sitting right there.
You've got him sitting right there, but you also have Espada, who's already demonstrated that he can dig a team out that's in a deep morass out of it and actually be a respectable baseball team.
I agree with everything you're saying. Like, I'm not advocating it. I'm just saying it could happen is all. Like, it's a big week for Espada.
So you're facing the Mariners. This is going to be the rotation this week.
Okay.
Peter Lambert.
Okay.
All right.
So we're 1-0. Let's 1-0. Let's.
A fella named Tatsuya Imai.
Okay, 1-1.
Never heard of him?
Yeah, familiar with his work.
Came over from Japan.
Yeah.
He's been here since January.
Mm-hmm.
So
I am very particular about the time of day at which he eats.
Yes.
Is what I've heard. He's very particular about
so
that.
he came over in January, and 4 months later, he was still adjusting to the American lifestyle, the slippery baseball, the steepness of the mound, the pitch clock. What else am I missing? Dinner time, like you said.
Well, the texture of the mound, too, in Seattle at least. He said it was too hard.
So at least this will be at home.
Right. Yeah, you said
going against an opponent that he's familiar with.
Oh, he doesn't like. That's right. He doesn't like the way they prep him for starts because
that's right. Yeah, he doesn't
here
like
in America we've tried to identify the weaknesses of the opponent, whereas he would like to just say, "Hey, man, here's the slider. Go ahead and try to hit it, bro."
Yeah, pitch the pitches I want to pitch.
Right.
He was a little bit too respectful of major league hitters at first.
So
they've encouraged him to attack the zone more. Hasn't done anything in the minors since hasn't had a promising performance in the minors.
Right. Yeah.
With his rehab starts, but he's back. He's ready.
Back in the
bigs.
Ready to go. Yeah, he's back in the bigs. Okay, so that's Tuesday. Who's pitching on Wednesday?
Oh, I forgot about that.
Yeah.
Lance McCullers. There's a third and a fourth game in this series.
Are we sure he's going to pitch, or is that something that they maybe some intern just pulled out?
That's
the Astros?
what I can't remember how Kawahara.
I've got it right here. Yeah, okay. Lance McCullers. Joe Espada said Lance McCullers on Saturday played catch with quote more intent.
Yeah.
Than he did on Friday. Friday
right.
He was just lackadaisically playing catch, I suppose, and then he played with more intent.
Kawahara had laid out the probable pitchers there, so I can't remember how he phrased it.
Okay.
Theoretically, it might be McCullers because at the end of the day, it's a fingernail injury. I don't know how if they can inject growth factors in there or anything to grow that fingernail back any faster.
You're right about that. Okay, so what about Thursday? I feel like we're coming up on a bullpen game pretty soon here. That's kind of how this goes with the Astros.
Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday is Burrows.
Okay. Yeah. I am starting to feel a little better about the starting pitching, especially once they get Hunter Brown back.
I feel good about 2 of those 4 in the moment right now. I feel good about 2 of those 4.
So no Arrighetti in the Seattle series. It sounds like.
Yeah.
No Arrighetti. Okay. All right. And then the Rangers coming to town after that. So and they it wouldn't be an Astros weekend of baseball if somebody didn't go to the injured list. Bennett Sousa, left elbow inflammation, which always turns out just fine with the Astros. I'm sure it's just just a little tweak. I'm sure it's nothing major at the elbow with the Astros. So he's got inflammation of his elbow and his throwing arm.
I was joking about, have you heard of Imai? Obviously, you've heard of Imai. But there are some Astros fans out there, because I'll see it in comments on various internet message boards that I shouldn't be on because I'm just depressed. And that never heals your depression. But people saying they got to do something with this medical staff. They did it.
They did.
They
wiped everybody out.
They need sweeping changes to their medical staff.
They sure did.
That's not they've tried that.
Yep.
At this point, it just has to come down to something within the structure of the way you're operating as the whole pitching development and analytics staff and coaching and everything else that goes along with it. What's the answer? I don't know.
I don't either, man.
I wish I had a blueprint for exactly how you get yourself out of this years-long mess where everybody gets injured all the time.
Hey, we're gonna hit some of the audio from rookie minicamp with the Texans at 7:00 and that nice long segment that we have. We'll do Acknowledge Me a little later too. Did you see? Was there anything coming out of rookie minicamp that jumped out at you, either like through the press conferences or things that we heard or anything?
The biggest thing, the biggest thing was just the personality difference between Rutledge and Payne and McDonald.
It's wild, isn't it?
Payne and McDonald got up and gave his goals, and it was first team All-Pro.
Yes. Rookie of the year.
Yeah. Mentioned getting his second contract at least once in his press conference.
Mentioned Will Anderson and Daniil Hunter's salaries
Their
twice.
salaries, yeah. And then Rutledge comes in. They ask him what his goals are. It's just show up and compete every day.
I'm grinding every day.
Yeah. Neither one is the correct attitude to have.
No,
I just thought it was
both.
Interesting there was a stark difference between those two.
My big takeaway from Payne and McDonald is that guy would be a good salesperson just based on how he's wired. Like, that's a guy who's already thinking about a second contract, knows exactly what everybody's making, has his goals written down, and by all accounts, it didn't get that mentality didn't get in his way at Ohio State. He was a productive player. He had to earn his way into the starting rotation there. He wasn't a guy who started right away or anything like that. I can't wait to play this audio in the 7:00 hour of Payne and McDonald.
The first team All-Pro as a goal as a rookie is an interesting one. Just because, look, I don't know if look, I'm never going to sit here and say somebody shouldn't set their sights high and everything. Sure. And that's set your goals as high as possible. The whole thing about first team All-Pro is there's a whole lot of it that's out of your control, especially when you're a rookie in a rotation. That like Daniil Hunter. Didn't even make the Pro Bowl last year.
Right.
He was second team All-Pro, but he didn't even make the Pro Bowl. Whenever there's any kind of subjectivity or people voting on something, it's not necessarily anything you can control.
No.
But I like that he's setting his sights high. There's just kind of a knee-jerk, grumpy old veteran to me where I'm kind of like, you're stating your high and lofty goals, but I don't think you understand exactly like what the challenges are or anything. If you understand exactly what the challenges are, I'd rather have the goals be something about, okay, how do you put yourself in position to be first team All-Pro?
Right.
But again, we'll see. Like I'm not going to try to tell anybody that they shouldn't set their sights.
What's a reasonable goal for him? What, making like all rookie, something like that? Like
I don't know. I hate those goals as a specific goal anytime ever.
Yeah.
Just because it's hard for defensive linemen. I mean, okay, how do I get to be a first-team All-Pro? Then, there's certain specific goals that you have to have in terms of just, A, first being a starter, and then, B, you need to impact the game either by...
Got to have numbers, man.
Yeah, you got to have numbers. And for defensive tackles, it's tough because it's not as easy to chase numbers or stats.
Especially when Will Anderson and Daniil Hunter are hogging all the sacks.
I mean, honestly, Payne and McDonald, his first goal, realistically, on his way to being an All-Pro, needs to be to start. Because it's not a given that he's going to step in there and be a starter. And I'll be surprised if he's the player that the Texans say, oh, yeah, you're a starter day one. Yeah. Because they got too much respect for Sheldon Rankins and Tommy Togiai.
Absolutely. All right, we're off and running on a Monday. We'll have that audio for you at 7:00. People already weighing in. The base power text line. We've got at least 3 texts going, why haven't you all talked about Rousini and Vrabel yet? Those are people that listen every day, and we appreciate you for that. But coming up next, schedule nuggets dropping out of the sky already. A reliable source has a very interesting game for the Houston Texans on the schedule this year. So we'll tell you what that is. We'll share our thoughts on that. Schedule, they did announce schedule's coming out Thursday night. So we've got you covered all week long for that, especially on Friday after the schedule does come out. We'll go through all the normal schedule stuff later on this week. But we'll do that, tell you what the schedule nugget is coming up next. But first I want to get
22. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, so the schedule is going to come out this week on Thursday night, and we're going to start to see little trickles come out. This is the first, other than some of the other international, like which teams are hosting international games and the two opening games of the year, the season opener on Wednesday that Seattle's going to host, and then we've got the Australia game is on Thursday, the first week between the Rams and the Niners. So we know a couple of the games that are going to be played.
They've been
already.
officially released.
Yeah. Yep.
But other than that, we're just waiting. The official schedule releases on Thursday, and there'll be little leaks and tidbits here and there.
So So this one involves the Texans, and I'm curious how you feel about this, Seth. NFL schedule leak. This is from @Nerding on NFL, who I guess I saw multiple people say, look, you're going to see a lot of fake news out there about the schedule. Yeah. This particular account is typically accurate with this stuff. And people are running with this. People are running with this as if it is news and it's true. So let's treat it that way. Texans versus Jags at Wembley Stadium in London, Week 6. Sunday, October 18th, 9:30 Eastern Time.
8:30 a.m. Central Time. You get the Texans in London facing the Jaguars, which is technically a home game for them.
For them, yeah.
I got excited about it. I don't know. I think people feel the way they do about the London games, and whether your team has to play in it is either a disadvantage, an advantage, whatever it might be. Look, at some point you're going to be playing an international game every year. Every team's going to play an international game every year. I guess the weird part about it is that just like the Rams playing the 49ers in Sydney or in Melbourne, Australia, it's a divisional game.
It's a big divisional game.
These international games haven't always usually been divisional games or rivalry games. This is a rivalry game in London, which tends to be the sloppiest, most boring version of football played are some of these European games. I don't like that such a potentially important game kind of gets that wild card element thrown into it where, man, sometimes it feels like it evens things out a little too much. Sometimes the better team doesn't have as much of an advantage as they normally would over a lower team. But I like the novelty of going over and playing in England. And it's something. It's the way the NFL is headed. And I don't think if you're worried about the fact that the Jaguars, because they play twice a year in London or they play so frequently in London, that they have some kind of an extreme advantage or something, they don't. Like they do have some advantage in terms of just the understanding how to do it.
Yeah.
You know, they've been through the process as an organization over and over again, but they don't get a home field advantage in terms of crowd noise or anything like that.
Yes.
For one, the crowd is very mixed. There's fans with jerseys from all different teams over there, and they're also not as coordinated and as well trained as American NFL crowds when it comes to when to generate noise and how to make it difficult on the visiting team.
Yeah, that all makes sense. Their record is better in London than it is in terms of winning percentage than it is in Jacksonville.
Well, since 2010 they're 7-7 in London. So you think, okay, well it doesn't sound like they have much of an advantage in home games played in Jacksonville in that time. They're 49-70.
So better.
They've been a better team.
They're not a juggernaut or anything. They're a 500 team in London. So the last time the Texans went over there was against Jacksonville. It was in 2019. The only person left on the Texans, I think, that was on that team is Kaimi Fairbairn, I think. Mm-hmm. So nobody. Well, I don't say nobody on the Texans has traveled overseas. I'm sure Daniel Hunter probably played a Vikings game in London at some point, when he was in Minnesota. I had the same reaction you did, Seth. I'm excited about it. It's different. I'm excited personally because you and I will be done middle of the day in the afternoon and get to see some actual other football on a Sunday instead of, I'm doing post game. You're getting ready for, well, you'll be getting ready for KHOU, but you know what I mean. Like
we'll start our pregame at 5:30 a.m.
Yes, yeah. I'm cool with
everybody
that.
set your alarm clocks on your phone right now. Schedule it in advance.
Get your Jags and Texans fix at 5:30 in the morning for the pregame show, baby.
We might be over there. You don't know. We just got to find a sponsor to take us over there.
Take us over to London. Oh, that would be fun. Payne and
Pendergast. The one thing I'm wondering is whether JJ can bribe a bunch of Burnley fans to take the 4-hour train trip to London.
You MapQuested this already, or Google mapped it? It's 4 hours?
I just searched how long it takes to get from Burnley to London. It's a 4-hour train ride, apparently.
Okay, well, he's got a lot of sway with those people.
They
love him.
Yeah. Load them all up, give them some Texans gear and a bunch of beer and liquor, sponsor to be named later, and get them in there. And any hooligans that he might have.
Yep.
I don't know if Burnley has hooligans or not, but we need those hooligans too.
Don't all the teams over there have hooligans? Or I
don't know.
Have they been weeded out of the international soccer game? I thought they all had hooligans.
You don't hear about them as much.
No, that's true.
It used to be kind of a big deal, right?
Yeah.
Maybe after, I don't know, maybe they've tamped down on the hooliganism.
Yep. They're going to love Cam Little over there. They probably already do.
Cam Little, I was trying to remember.
The kicker for the Jags who kicks 70-yard field goals.
I think because Cam Little went through a rough stretch. I didn't look up his stats in London last year, but he had gone through a rough stretch. But he's also got he kicks He kicked a 68-yard field goal last year.
Yeah.
And they love the specialists over there.
They do.
So, I'm guessing amongst the Euros, they really, even non-Jaguars fans probably like Cam Little. But it's not like that all of a sudden gives you a big crowd noise advantage or anything.
Big Cam Little people over there. Do you think they like Travis Hunter over in Europe?
I think they probably look at Travis Hunter as the answer to their question of why are all these soft Americans, why do they platoon so much? Why are guys coming on and off the field? Because in soccer and rugby, you don't leave the field. Everybody stays on. If you leave the field, you're done.
Oh, you're soft.
And they're like, why do they need so many players to play with to find 11 guys to put on the football field? Yeah, they probably love Travis Hunter being a two-way player.
Your original point with all this is a good one, which is this is a huge game they're exporting over to London. I mean, this is the biggest game, along with the home game for the Texans against the Jags. Those are the two biggest games in the AFC South this year. This is a 13-4 and a 12-5 team from this year, and the game's getting shot over to London.
You know what I was worried about initially? My first knee-jerk reaction was, man, wait. Don't the Texans sometimes have a hard time getting things going? Especially on big road games. That was more of a 2024 issue.
Yeah.
Remember, they would come out and they would just kind of, the defense specifically, because the defense was good in 2024.
Right.
The defense would come out and just not look like themselves sometimes, especially on the road.
Yeah.
Or they'd get these slow starts. They cured that last year.
Did they ever?
Yeah, the offense generally it was more okay. Are they ever going to get going?
They were slow
at various
for 4
times.
quarters.
Yeah, they weren't slow. Yeah, they were. They got off to a nice and reasonable pace right from the beginning.
Yeah.
Sometimes they caught up and sometimes they didn't.
Yeah.
So I think that honestly, the style of play. My first thought in terms of the actual matchup and why I guess maybe it doesn't bother me as much that a lot of these London games tend to be slogs. Is that the Texans' specific goal in the offseason was to become a more physical, run-capable offense.
Yeah.
And that if those things take hold, then that's an advantage in a game where it might be a 10-9 outcome or whatever the hell it was in the Jets game last year with the Jaguars.
Yeah, 13-11.
13-11.
It was Jets and Broncos, actually.
It was Jets and Broncos. That's right. That was the most miserable football game I've ever watched in my entire football watching experience.
It was during the bye week because I remember Amy and I were watching it outside the Baltimore stadium there because we were up there for the Ravens game. I guess that's the other thing, too, that we can safely assume is that Week 7 will be the Texans' bye week. Right?
Yeah.
When they get, they're not going to play a game.
That's what a lot of teams have done. If they request it, if you're playing internationally and you request the bye week after that game, you get it.
Yeah, most teams do that. I would imagine how do you feel about a Week 7 bye week?
That seems perfect.
I know. Yeah, I think so too.
Just
Late
before,
October.
If injuries have been an issue or something early in the season, you kind of, do you think the Astros would love a 1-week bye week right now? Of course they would. Yes. Just get everybody
The whole
healthy.
bullpen would.
Yeah.
All right. So there you go. So it looks like we're going to get an international game for the Texans this year, if we are to believe Nerding on NFL on Twitter.
The one little quick tidbit is that this game will be played at Wembley, which used to have atrocious field conditions, but they revamped it. And I remember watching last year, and I think the whichever game I watched in Wembley, I remember them talking about it, and it didn't seem like the field conditions were nearly the issue that they used to be.
Yeah. I think Shad Khan owns it now, right? Didn't he buy Wembley Stadium or something like that? I think he did. I think he did. And
he's got his soccer club over there, but I don't know. Is that where they play? Do they play at Wembley?
I don't know. I just remember. I'll look it up during the break. I just remember seeing news about Shad Khan and Wembley Stadium at some point the last few years. So that may be that may have coincided with new ownership of the stadium.
He does not own Wembley.
He does not. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, if he did own, we'll do headlines.
Oh, he started to.
Okay.
But then he withdrew his bid.
Gotcha. Okay. I knew there was something. We'll do headlines coming up next. We'll circle back to the Astros. There is some Texans news that we'll get to as well, NBA playoffs. We'll get to all that in headlines. If he did own Wembley Stadium, I'm not sure if Ownwell operates internationally or not, Seth. I don't know.
I'm guessing they don't.
Yeah, if you wanted to protest your property taxes owning Wembley Stadium. Now, Shad Khan owns plenty of property in the United States of America, and all of our counties here, Harris, Montgomery, Brazoria, etc., are all part of America, and thus you get charged property taxes. And Seth, our listeners may be getting charged too much right now.
Yeah, it's a really good chance because 88% of people who sign up with Ownwell find out, because Ownwell does their work, that I need to pay lower property taxes, and that's what Ownwell does for them. And all it takes from you is 3 minutes. You go, you sign up, you don't pay a penny, and then they get to work, and you only pay if they save you money on your property taxes. And it could be hundreds or thousands of dollars that you save, and then you get those savings every single year. And all it takes is 3 minutes of your time. It's the easiest decision you'll make that could potentially yield you hundreds and thousands of dollars right now.
3 minutes, and you're handing the work off to Ownwell to protest your property taxes. Don't do it on your own. It stinks when you do it on your own. Let Ownwell do it for you. 3 minutes to sign up, like Seth said, and the deadline is coming up later this week in most counties. We're coming down to the final stretch here, May 15th. That's Friday of this week. Save money on your property taxes with Ownwell. Sign up in less than 3 minutes at Ownwell.com. That's Ownwell.com. Let them know you heard about it here on Payne and Pendergast when you sign up at Ownwell.com.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I would like for them to move on from Şengün, but we got to get something in return. We ain't just getting out of the business.
Yeah.
I think you can win with Şengün with the right system, with the right people around him. I think Şengün's a good player, but I don't look at it and go, yeah, this is what we're going. This is.
Sports Radio 610 text line is energized by Base Power. Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610. Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines powered by Men's Tea Clinic.
All right, we will hear from D'Amico Ryans and the top two rookies on the Texans, Keelan Rutledge and Payne McDonald at the top of the hour. Our sounds from rookie minicamp this past weekend. We'll do that at the top of the hour. The sounds from Cincinnati this past weekend was very little, at least on Saturday and Sunday, very little of the bat hitting the baseball. It was a really promising start for the Astros this weekend. They won 10-0 on Friday. They hit 4 home runs in that game. Mike Burrows was awesome, 7 shutout innings. That was great. And then it stunk the rest of the weekend. 3-1 on Saturday, and then shutout, 5-0 yesterday. So the Astros lose 2 out of 3. And we got a text earlier from somebody, Seth. They're like, just sitting here talking about the playoff race, and they're only this many games out, and they get back into it. How about winning a series, somebody said. And he said, you know what, that's a good, that is a good, solid goal to have, I think.
There's something about, that stadium, there's something unsettling about watching baseball in that stadium because they got that short right field, and there's every fly ball looks like it might be a home run.
Yeah.
But then I always, you know what it is? I guess you have a bunch of hits that don't even necessarily aren't impressive hits, but it teases you. It feels like, oh, okay, there's something big about that. There's something about Terry Francona sitting in the dugout that was annoying the hell out of me. You remember when Altuve got tagged, picked off at first, and Francona barely moved a centimeter and challenging, and he looked so damn cocky. He looked so cocky.
He won the challenge, though.
Oh, yeah, and there was never a doubt in his mind, and I was
had a right to be cocky.
I was so angry with Francona in that moment. I forgot to ask you during the weekend about you're a notorious Francona hater, aren't you? He's always annoyed you a little bit.
No, I don't. Not that I can think of, because the Red Sox team. He was the manager of that Red Sox team that broke the curse of the Bambino. That was back when I was still a Red Sox fan. So no, no, you must be confusing him with somebody else.
I'm thinking of somebody else.
Yeah. I'll get mad about him if you want me to. If you want me to join you.
I felt so weird all weekend. Why? I can't put my finger on what it was. Maybe it was the continued losing, I suppose. Maybe it was Kaiwei Tang looking great for 3 innings yesterday, and then coming in and letting up 4 straight hits, and Bolton starts walking anybody and everybody.
Yep. I was surprised.
Maybe it was Jordan striking out 4 times.
That'll do it for me. I was surprised that stadium was as empty as it was yesterday. The Reds are a decent baseball team this year.
Yeah, maybe that's what it was.
Ellie De La Cruz is a guy who I would think people would pay money to see, and it was really empty yesterday. I was a little surprised by that.
There's something about all the pink gear that weirds me out too. I don't know.
A lot of pink yesterday.
There's something. You know what it is? It's because they wear the pink for breast cancer awareness at various times, but then they also wear the exact same stuff for Mother's Day.
Yeah,
which feels cruelly ironic somehow. Like almost you're wishing breast cancer on your mother.
Yep. That's which would be very mean. Payne McDonald, Seth, signed his rookie deal over the weekend.
Oh, that's right.
Of course.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought this up.
Of course, it was fully guaranteed, baby. Yeah.
So last year, Nick Caserio kind of threw everything in terms of salary negotiation into turmoil around the league because he fully guaranteed Jaden Higgins' contract, which that was the first time anybody had done it for a second rounder, correct?
Yeah, the first time. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
And he was the second pick in the second round. So it set a precedent. Now you go with Payne McDonald, who's the third pick in the second round.
Fourth pick.
Fourth pick in the second round. And it just Nick basically explained at the time, look, this is the way it was headed, so we're just going to do it and not worry about it, and off we go.
Well, and the trickle down in last year's draft was it ended up like the next 5 guys after Jaden Higgins ended up getting fully guaranteed, including Tyler Shuck, the quarterback, who I think was picked 40th by the Saints. So anyways, we kind of say it tongue-in-cheek.
Shuck was dragged on forever.
Yes, because of that.
People are starting to get angry at Nick Caserio.
Of course, yeah. Because he's just out there, here you go, here's the full guarantee. So we'll hear from Payne McDonald, who already, in the 7 o'clock hour, who already has his eyes on his second contract. He mentioned it a couple of times at his press conference.
He mentioned Daniil and Will Anderson. You know what it was about Payne McDonald? We'll talk about it. It's just he's done a lot of interviews already where he feels different than the other defensive players feel in interviews.
Yes.
There's just something a little bit different, which can be good. Sometimes you gotta throw a different personality type.
Absolutely.
But he doesn't necessarily seem to operate the same way, at least in interviews, like other Texans defenders do.
I think that's a fair assessment.
Yeah.
NFL news from over the weekend. The schedule release is going to be on Thursday night, so we will be schedule heavy on Friday on the show. The one nugget that has come out that involves the Texans, it seems to be coming from good sources. I haven't seen anybody out there refuting it yet, is that the Texans are going to be traveling to London to face the Jacksonville Jaguars in Week 6 at Wembley Stadium. First time since 2019 that the Texans will play in an international game.
And they walloped the Jacksonville Jaguars in that game.
26-3, if I remember correctly.
26-3, they took on the Jacksonville football laddies.
Are you looking at the box score right now?
And walloped them. No, I was looking at the exact date of this game, if the report is correct, for the game this in Week 6.
That was that game in London was a Carlos Hyde joint. Carlos Hyde had like $160 in that game.
You usually know this stuff off the top of your head. What's the date of this reported game this
October
year?
18th.
October 18th.
Yep,
Thank you.
October 18th.
So I guess, and usually a lot of times teams will choose, if they choose to, they can take their bye after that game, and that seems like a really good time to have a bye, whether you're coming off of whether you're coming off a European game or not. So maybe the Texans did that. So you might want to start you could start making preliminary plans for what you want to do at the end of October if you're going to have a weekend off from watching.
Well, that's, I mean, you know, what Amy and I travel to other NFL cities, so we're anxiously awaiting the bye-week schedule to go see some games. NBA playoffs, probably among the things that fans here in Houston care about with the NBA playoffs. Spurs and Timbies are tied at 2 in their series now. Victor Wembanyama got ejected from the game last night.
Vicious elbow he threw.
Yep, and probably a sharp one, too. I bet he's got super pointy elbows.
Ooh, yeah.
You know what I mean?
He's a bony bird.
Yeah. The Cavaliers won Game 3 of their series with the Pistons, so they avoided going down 3-0 in that series. They blew a 17-point lead in that game. Pistons came back and took a lead in the fourth quarter. And James Harden, of all people, took over in the final minute of the game. He scored he scored 7 straight points in the final 2 minutes of the game. Kind of releasing the entire repertoire on them. He had a nice drive to the bucket. He had a nice floater in the lane, and then he did a little step-back three. Yeah. Tried to draw the foul, too, by flopping after the three, and he did not. But
for Cleveland fans who are acting like he just won the series for them, look, people can tell you, it's not like he never has really good playoff games.
Correct.
He does it. It's just a matter of closing them out.
He has more really good games than he has really bad games. The problem is the really bad games come at the worst possible time. There's never a good time for it, but I'm just watching. Some of the Cleveland folks are still cautious about, because James has been largely bad throughout this entire postseason.
Yeah.
So a lot of Cavs fans are still very cautious. It's not even Cavs people that are coming out of the woodwork. It's all these Harden. Harden has a very loyal fan base. I don't know how big it is, but they. Who's going to apologize to the beard now? Nobody, okay? None of us are apologizing.
Nobody. Going to apologize for his entire playoff career?
You walked into the wrong room, man.
No.
All right, so there you go. NBA playoff action. James Harden got a win this weekend. All right, coming up next, rookie minicamp audio. D'Amico Ryan, some good stuff on what they're trying to accomplish with this rookie group and some thoughts on that group. And then the difference between the first-round pick and the second-round pick when it comes to what their individual goals and aspirations are for this year is very stark, and neither one is bad. It's just very interesting how different they are, and we'll get to that coming up next. This show is sponsored by BetterHelp, proudly so. And if you're looking to get that help that you need, that support that you need, online therapy is a great way to do it.
West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, welcome back. Payne and Pendergast, Sports Radio 610. Good to be with you on a Monday. Hope you had a great weekend. Texans had the rookies in town doing some workouts, getting some drills in at rookie minicamp. Here was D'Amico Ryans following practice on Friday on integrating the rookies into the team's culture.
Yeah, our culture here is set, so I don't have to say much on it, but I still have to make sure I teach our rookies what that looks like. A lot of guys coming from a lot of different places all over the country, a lot of different schools who do things a lot of different ways, so we just have to let them know how we do it here in Houston. Maybe a little different, but we believe in what we do here. We think it works. We build it around the people. And that's what you'll notice about the draft class and the guys, and when you talk to them, like it's built on really high character guys. Starting, with Rutledge, he's just a really great guy, loves football, right? He's ready to put on pass today, so I had to slow him down. But it's exciting to work with these guys, exciting to see them. And my main message for these guys is not about coming out and being perfect today. I just want to see how they progress the next day.
All right, so there you go, integrating the rookies into the culture, doing things our way. So.
Yeah, and I think by and large, Nick and D'Amico have done a good job of getting guys that absorb into the culture pretty well. And I think the last couple of years especially, you've seen more of it on the offensive side of the ball. Previously it had been like, okay, wow, boy, they know exactly what they're looking for on defense. On offense, it's been just kind of a hodgepodge. Until starting last year, it felt like they've got a much better feel of identifying the right kinds of guys that are going to fit in and assimilate into the culture pretty well. And if they don't, then they're not going to be around.
Yep. Here is D'Amico Ryans on what he wants the rookies to learn at this rookie minicamp.
Yeah, the main thing I want to see our rookies come away with is the sense of urgency that we have here. Like, they're behind. Unfortunately, it's great. You get drafted, you got a lot of parties, a lot of hoopla, but you're behind. Our vets have already begun working out, and you have to catch up. You got to play catch up, and there's going to be a lot of catching up to do. So I want them to feel that sense of urgency, and I want them to just also understand and learn the guys that they're working with. So, ask them to sit with someone different each day, communicate with someone different, learn something about, their teammates. The quicker we can earn that connection and get that connection and buy in, I think it helps them along this process of a long rookie season. He's
big, Seth. D'Amico is into the interpersonal part of a team.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's normal or not in the NFL.
No. Well, you know what it is the old Kansas State coach Bill Snyder. That was one of his strategies for team building and leadership building. Was just you start off getting to know everybody in your position group. You spend time after practice every day with a different guy and get to know them, and then you expand your circle outward to the defense or the offense, and then the entire team. And I don't know if I don't know if that's something that D'Amico specifically looked at and thought about as a leadership training strategy, or if that's just the way he's always operated.
Did any of the head coaches you played for ever do stuff like that?
No. We never sat around in a circle, with our sergeant. What's his name from Stripes?
Sergeant Hulka.
Sergeant Hulka.
Yeah.
Let's have a rap session.
Yeah.
No, but I think that it's like by and large the thing that's worked really well on defense is you can just tell how much those guys all love each other, and you'll always do more. You always do more for somebody else than you would do for yourself when you're tired or fatigued or feeling depressed about something. And I think he does I think D'Amico's just got a really good natural knack for understanding that dynamic in a way that I think a lot of NFL coaches, especially in this day and age of just people hiring whiz kid coordinators, hoping that they can bring their offense to their team. They hire a lot of guys that are just emotionally stupid, just idiots, and D'Amico's the opposite of that.
Yep. Last one from D'Amico for now. We'll get to more D'Amico a little later in the show, but he likes the enthusiasm of this rookie class.
Yeah, for our rookies, you talk about the excitement. Yesterday's walking through the halls, the first guy I saw was Fabechi, and just seeing him, big smile on his face, gave me a big hug, strong guy, stronger than I thought. He almost knocked me down, but it was, you feel that excitement. He's excited to be here. We're excited to have the guys here. The cool part about these rookie meetings, everybody in my meetings, everybody's sitting on the front row to start the meetings. Everybody sitting on the front row, notebook out, eyes up, attentive. And I always remember that picture, and I tell the guys, man, remember where you're sitting, remember how locked in you are. That's how you should always be throughout your entire career. That helps you to become a really good pro. So I'm just excited to see these guys not only show up with that kind of enthusiasm, but understand that here in Houston, that's what our culture is built around, enthusiasm. So let's continue to have that enthusiasm through those hot days of training camp that are coming as well.
The heat, that's the first thing I thought of. We talked about the enthusiasm was the last thing he said right there, Seth. I'm like, let's see how enthusiastic they are when it's 98 degrees outside. In July.
Who are the guys we have to worry about that have spent most of their time up north or in moderate climates?
Payne and McDonald for sure, right?
Yeah.
Caden, of the rookies you're talking about?
Well, but Payne McDonald's from Georgia, though, at least.
Yeah.
So he knows.
Blood might have thickened, though, or thinned out a little bit.
But he's at least felt it and experienced it before. He's played in, he's played in that miserable environment.
He has. You're right. I'm trying to think.
Sean, the first time I went to the first time I felt real heat in my rookie year in Jacksonville, I almost had a panic attack. And I've never had a panic attack in my life, but I think that was the closest I've ever come to it. I didn't know. I was looking around like this isn't normal, is it? Like I think they're gonna make us go inside. And this was like in an off-season workout.
With Tom Coughlin as your coach.
We had an ice machine in the corner of the practice field, and I just started having these fantasies as we were running half-gassers of just going and running over and jumping into the ice machine.
Just cramming your head right into the ice machine.
I'd never felt heat like that in my entire life when I was trying to exercise, and it was terrifying.
Marlon Klein, Germany.
Oh, yeah, Germany
to Michigan.
To Michigan.
Yeah,
he's never felt anything like this.
Well, where did he go to high school, though? He went to
he's Georgia. He went to that academy in Georgia.
So he's had that.
He's felt it.
Okay, he's felt it at least, but I feel like McDonald and Klein have been in, cooler climates the last few years. So they'd be the most likely. Woodaz, Clemson, no. The kid from Indiana, probably, Aiden Fisher. I think he'll be all right.
Bond went to BC, and he's from Chicago, so it'll be a. But he's a smaller guy, so it won't affect him as much.
Yep.
It's the lineman you worry about,
right?
I never know. I thought salt tablets were just some joke from something they used to do in the 1950s.
A real thing.
So I got addicted to them. I had a salt pill addiction my rookie year. I never. I didn't know a man. Sean. I would lose like 20 pounds in a practice until I figured out how to handle the heat.
I don't get the salt pill thing. Well, how do those help?
It's electrolytes. Because you lose electrolytes, so you take in the electrolytes.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay. I just feels like something in the heat would be miserable to pop down your throat. Would be a
no. It keeps you from cramping.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I don't know these things. I've never been part of an NFL training camp before. Although I've attended NFL training camps. We should bring some salt pills next year for when we're covering the Texans.
You can. There are some times you might benefit from it.
You think?
You're probably just from drinking some electrolyte solution for you. But there's they make Gatorade that's extra heavy with electrolytes.
Yes.
And it tastes salty as hell if you drink it normal. That's how you know that you really need electrolytes replenished. Is that when you're working out in the heat and you taste one of those electrolyte heavy Gatorades.
Yeah.
It just tastes like normal. You don't even think.
You don't even notice the salt.
Your body just knows.
Yeah.
Like it doesn't taste too salty. If you try to drink it just sitting in an office building in the air conditioning, it tastes way too salty.
Yep.
When you drink it out in the heat, it doesn't taste salty at all.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. This is the part I really wanted to get to with this stuff. Keelan Rutledge and Caden McDonald both met with the media on Friday after rookie practice. And they were each asked the same question about goals. Do you have any goals? What are your goals for the coming season? Here was Keelan Rutledge when he was asked about his goals.
Yeah, I mean, rookie years just come up first and soak it all in, soak all these vets in, and then obviously go out there and compete. Don't want to put no goals on myself. Just say I'm going to go out there and perform, get better every day, attack the grass the same way every day with his head down, hard-working mindset, and them goals and aspirations, they'll come.
Okay, I mean, just the perfect answer right out of
just blue-collar offensive lineman, not trying to, which is fine.
Come in every day, improve a little bit, hit that grass, attack it with great fervor.
Yeah.
Here was Payne and McDonald on his individual goals.
Like I said, win a Super Bowl, Rookie of the Year, All-Pro first year. These are realistic for me. I wrote this down, and I'm blessed to be here, and I got a chance.
Look, there's the thing about that. The Rookie of the Year and the first team All-Pro is Rookie Year. That's the other one. That's the one that's really, really tough. First team All-Pro.
Well, he just said All-Pro, so he said All-Pro first year.
Okay, All-Pro first year, so that could include second team also.
Sure.
And it's something, if he has to settle for what Danielle Hunter got last year. The only thing, I think that's one of those goals that I don't know if he understands exactly how hard it is to get that, no matter how good you are.
He might have meant
very, very rare.
He honestly might have meant Pro Bowl. Like he may have just been shooting from the hip.
I'm not bagging on the kid for having high goals.
No.
I would like J.J. Watt, his rookie year, wouldn't surprise me if he had something as lofty as that.
Right.
But it's always with Payne McDonald. I just have watched enough of his interviews now that I think he's really young. There's kind of like an innocence about him that he's just. I think there's a part of him where I think Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter and Sheldon Rankins and those guys are it takes a village sometimes, and I think that he's really young.
Yeah.
There's a part of him that just feels a little bit different than the other guys on defense in terms of his personality. And we don't know him all that well yet or anything. I'm not saying it's good or bad.
No.
It's good to have a guy that's a little bit different sometimes.
I think it's harmless. I'm pretty sure. I think it's harmless.
Yeah.
But he is very in tune with things like contracts and statistics and accolades, and very different from Keelan Rutledge, who is just like his accolade is to show up for practice and take somebody's head off at practice and then do it again and again and again and again.
It was like if they, when on Texans All Access, they asked Kamari Lassiter what his goals are for this year. And I think he said something about being a better leader or something like that.
He definitely did.
So usually the guys on the defense, we'll focus on the defense because they're actually good.
Right.
That usually with those guys, they've kind of got this ethos of when they're asked questions like that, they always come back to leadership or anything, and it doesn't feel forced like the way that Bill O'Brien would make guys say certain things.
Yeah.
So it's kind of jarring when you hear one of the guys from the defense talk a lot about earning that second contract, just bringing it up. He wasn't asked about his second contract.
No.
He talked about bringing it, earning that second contract.
We've got it right here. You want to hear some more Payne McDonald? Here we go. This was the very first question he was asked at his press conference, was about working with Rod Wright, the defensive line coach.
Coach Rod Wright, he's one of the best in the league. Like I said, he want everything his way, and, we got to follow that. And you got to stay on that $50 million line, $40 million line. You got Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter, those two all-pro guys. And like I said, if you just follow that plan, all things going to work out.
Yeah. I mean, that's exactly what they both make, average annual value.
Where he also mentioned his second
I've got that one. I've got it. There's more. I got more. Yeah, here's another one from Payne McDonald on what he's learned so far. Don't worry. We've got it right here. Yeah.
I'll just say, like I said, that $50 and $40 million line, Will Anderson, Danielle Hunter, you got Tommy, you got Sheldon. Those guys, they follow that track. And if I stay on that track, I'll get to that second contract.
Okay.
That's where, you got the.
And again, I said this earlier. I can't remember if I said it on the air or off the air. I think it was on the air in our opening segment. I think Payne McDonald would be a really good salesperson. He seems very motivated by all the things that motivate salespeople, which is accolades, income, money.
Yeah.
He seems motivated by that. I don't think that's a bad thing as long as you don't let it affect your, especially on this defense, your selflessness.
Well, that's where,
being part of the team.
I remember my freshman year, there was a senior on our team. His name was Bob Garvey. And at one point he told me, Seth, you just, sometimes I think you don't realize how young you are. And, there's nothing worse for a young person than somebody telling you that you're young and act like it.
Right.
And I didn't know what the hell he was talking about. And thought he was a stupid old man, to be honest. And by the time I was a senior in college, I looked back on my freshman year and I thought, God, what What an immature piece of crap I was. Yeah, I was young. I was just young and stupid. And I think right now, Payne McDonald he just strikes me as a guy who's kind of young.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Was
he's with all the right kind of energy and everything.
Yeah.
But it's going to be. I'd love to be a fly on the wall in that defensive line room.
Me too. Me too.
They got a lot of super veteran dudes in there.
Do you mind if I ask you what exactly you did to make Bob Garvey remind you of your youth when you were a freshman? Like, was there anything?
No, I think I was just didn't get things.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
I think I said I was cocky and kind of just, plus it was tough because I was starting. There were like a couple of defensive linemen that were supposed to start that year, and by the second week of the season, I was starting in front of them.
Yeah.
And I don't know if I handled that all that well. I wasn't a jerk or anything, but
Right.
I didn't necessarily understand the dynamics of everything.
You got to respect the older guys on the team. somewhat.
Yeah. I wasn't disrespectful. I don't know. I was just young and stupid.
Yeah.
I didn't know what to say in various situations.
Okay.
Sean.
Okay. Now
I was probably way too I was probably selfish, or self-absorbed.
Yeah.
Like a lot of young people tend to be.
Did you talk about wanting to get to your second contract in front of them at Cornell? Like, were you talking about? There's probably no second contract. There was probably no NIL money back then. There were no bags getting dropped on your front stoop.
I was hoping that I'd get a bigger school loan than
right.
That was my deal.
Yeah, back then.
I had to borrow money to go play football.
Yes, you did, but you paid it back. It was a good investment. You paid it back. Here's one more. This is D'Amico Ryans on Caden McDonald. Speaking of Caden McDonald, this is what he saw out of Caden.
Yeah, what I liked about Caden from his tape at Ohio State was the physicality. It shows up, right? When he's across the line from an offensive lineman, no matter who it was, he was knocking those guys back in the backfield. That translates to Houston Texans defense. We want to knock guys back. He does that, and he's still a very young player who has so much room to grow, so much room to ascend, but it starts right here today. You see him in his individual drills. He has the power. We can win with that type of power.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he, for a lot of people on the football side of things that were wondering or concerned about the Texans draft and a guy like him with his profile of more of a big space-eating guy, I think, for one, they don't really have to change anything schematically. There's things that they were doing last year with their defensive tackles where it would have been better at times to have a Caden McDonald type guy in there. And beyond that, I do think that if you want to think of the ideal guy that fits this profile, Vince Wilfork is a guy that people would look at him and think, well, he's a nose tackle in a 3-4 defense. But he was a lot more than that, and he never had more than 3.5 sacks in a season. Mm-hmm. But he was a really valuable part of the pass rush of a lot of those old Patriots teams because he got such great push up the middle. And I think that's what – I'm not saying that Caden McDonald is going to be Vince Wilfork, but I think he's that kind of body size and type and strength that he's more versatile than you expect. Mm-hmm. And it doesn't have to be that he's – got 10 sacks in a season or anything. It's just that can you get push in the pocket while also stopping the run?
A couple texts on the base power text line. The stuff Caden McDonald's talking about, same stuff I'm trying to teach my 11-year-old. When you come from nothing, you can put in the work and get paid, or you can go to work for pennies. I think the motivation, if his motivation is a second contract, I think that's great.
No. There's no problem with any of that. I guess it's just the
it's
thing
just
you always
different.
And it's different than kind of the way the other guys on defense talk, but also it's rookies are sometimes annoying because they don't know what they don't know.
Yeah.
And it's cool if guys have goals like that. It's just that they've got to also then work their butts off to attain those goals.
Right.
So the question is always, there's lots of guys that come in as rookies and say, yeah, I want to be all pro my rookie year. And you're like, all right, cool. Let's see you go to work, and then you got to prove it and show that you're going to go to work and do it. So it's all in the eye of the beholder how it works out. There's nothing wrong with having those goals, but there's always a little skepticism of like, all right, look, man, you got lofty plans, but you were late to meetings 3 times this week.
Yep.
I'm not saying that's what Caden McDonald did. It's a lot of talk before you've actually done a damn thing, including being a starter in the NFL. Because you got to beat out Tommy Togiai and Sheldon Rankins first. And it's not so simple as to start before you've even gone against NFL players.
Well, and nobody's complaining about Sheldon Rankins nor Tommy Togiai either. They both had good seasons last year.
Yeah.
So it's not like you're coming into a position group where, well, they're just starting these two guys because they need two defensive tackles out there. Tommy Togiai and Sheldon Rankins had good years in 2025.
This is what I worry about with rookies sometimes is when they look like they're playing out what they think a movie version of an NFL player is. When you're just talking about to make it here after where I came from, but without any story about how it was all that particularly rough.
Right. Like Aziz Al-Shire did that at his press conference last week.
Yeah.
He's allowed to do that.
Yeah, talking about your second contract and everything.
Homeless, undrafted, injured.
But so when people start talking about their second contract and all the other accolades and everything, we're like, all right, let's put one foot in front of the other, okay?
Yeah.
You're not trying to live out and be the movie version of a football player.
That's
you
right.
You want to just prove that you belong here, okay? Let's get that taken care of first.
One more from D'Amico before we get to Acknowledge Me and acknowledge some of the big performances from the weekend. This is D'Amico Ryans. I think Landry asked this question. This was a good one, talking about kind of going from day one to day two of the draft with McDonald on the board. What's the plan? How's that whole process kind of go when you're looking at having a high pick in day two of the draft?
Yeah, each day as we go throughout the draft process, Nick and myself, we get together and we set our game plan for the day. And it helped by having a pick high in the second round where we can position ourselves in a spot to where we see a player that we value, that we had really high on our board, and he's still sitting there on day two. So let's find a way to get the guy on our team. We like Caden. We visited with him on a 30 visit. We really like the tape. We like the visit. So, man, if we added this guy to our team, we knew he would be an impact player for us. So we found a way to do that, and that starts with Nick and his preparation and knowing, the needs of other teams, knowing how the board is probably going to fall, and him making the moves that we need to make to go get guys that we really want.
Yeah, and the move they had to make there was a pretty obvious one. The Giants were picking 37th. The Texans were picking 38th. The Giants had just traded Dexter Lawrence to the Cincinnati Bengals the week of the draft or a week before, whatever. It was in the days leading up to the draft they made that deal. The Giants had a huge need at defensive tackle. I think it's probably a pretty safe assumption that if the Texans had stood pat at 38 and let Payne and McDonald fall to the Giants, they probably would have taken him there, I'm guessing. If I had to, it's the draft, so you never know. Giants board may have looked different.
The Giants, and they signed DJ Reader after the draft.
Yeah.
So there's a real good chance that's exactly what
they had
were
to jump them
for.
to get him.
Yeah.
All right, we'll hear from the rookies themselves. I know we heard a little bit in this segment. We got some more later from some of these guys. Keelan Rutledge on playing center. On Cole Popovich, we've got more from Caden McDonald, who I think is going to get asked about falling to day two of the draft for at least his entire rookie year and maybe longer. He got asked multiple times about it on Friday. But let's do Acknowledge Me here. We acknowledge big performances from the weekend, noteworthy things happening around the world of sports. I will say a name, Byron, who is in for Ben this week. Byron Matthews, our producer for the week of May 11th, will play the Roman Reigns sounder.
Acknowledge me.
And then we will acknowledge. Let's start with Mike Burrows.
Acknowledge.
Finally get to acknowledge my guy, Mike Burrows, Seth. He was
everything's coming together.
One of the few bright spots this weekend for the Astros. I would say probably the brightest spot. I would have said the offense on Friday if it had carried over to Saturday and Sunday. It just didn't.
And if they had, or even if they had just won the series.
Yep.
Can we win a series? As one of our listeners said early on, as you and I were trying to put lipstick on this pick, said, you know what? Can we just win a series? Can we win a series before we just start planning out the glorious future?
It's a good goal, man. It's a good goal. But Burrows was great on Friday night. 7 innings, 3 hits, 1 walk. No runs. That was a big thing. Shut him out. 6 strikeouts. Just a very workmanlike performance. Mike Burrows has been one of the more unlucky pitchers in baseball. It's not as though his ERA is now under 6. So it's not like his ERA would have been 3 if he didn't have bad luck. Like there was plenty of damage that Mike Burrows himself was doing. But this was good to see. This is the type of performance. It's the type of performance he had against the Astros last year. I think this is one of the performances that led Dana Brown to saying, let's go get Mike Burrows, was he pitched well against the Astros, and he pitched well on Friday night against the Reds.
Well, and at the very least, I mean, we've lowered our standards so much, but we get excited when a guy goes 5 innings or more anymore and gives some kind of relief to the bullpen. He's gone 5 or more innings in his last 3 starts, 6 innings in his previous start, and then 7 innings here. And yeah, that's if that and Lambert can work out and Hunter Brown comes back, there are signs of life on the pitching side of things. The reliever's ERA is still the worst in the league, but if we can just get some longer outings out of these guys and keep this weekend, they were in pretty good shape with the relievers.
Yep.
You know, it wasn't like you were just trying to figure out who the hell are we going to pitch if somebody needs to come in. Now Kai Tang. We know he's good for 3 innings. He's not quite stretched out.
They tried to stretch him out for one more inning, and it didn't work out. Look, they're 3 games into a stretch of 13 straight days of baseball, so they're going to need more outings like Burrows had. They're going to need a couple of them in this Mariners series for sure. So we acknowledge Mike Burrows. Speaking of pitchers, Tatsuya Imai.
Acknowledge me.
Why are we acknowledging him? Why, Sean? Why? He was terrible in his 2 minor league starts. He's going to start tomorrow against the Mariners. That's not why we're acknowledging him. We're acknowledging him because it was his birthday this weekend. Happy birthday, Tatsuya Imai, on May 9th, which was on Saturday. It was his birthday. So they posted that on Twitter.
Oh, no.
And as happens on Twitter, as Jared Wayne found out with the Texans, when they post happy birthday to you on Twitter, I guess the one good thing is they didn't tag him on this at least, so he got to see all the replies. Here are the replies, some of them, a sampling, a smattering, if you will. Not sure he could find his birthday on a calendar, even if you pointed at it. They're alluding to his lack of control. Even on his birthday, I'm sure he could come up with another excuse on why he can't throw strikes. Fake pitcher, all talk, no arm.
He's not even all talk. I think all talk would indicate he was cocky or something. I guess. I don't think it. Maybe now you might be saying all talk in terms of just him always having an explanation for each successive horrible performance. But
is your arm still tired after just 8 innings this season? Somebody said. In celebration, he's going to walk 4 runs in the first inning on Tuesday. That's the replies.
I don't know if this has happened to you, but on X now, I'm getting a lot more posts on my timeline from Japanese people, translated from Japanese.
Oh, I haven't noticed.
It started off with just I might have been looking at some Imai posts or something, or about Imai, and there would be, Japanese baseball fans weighing in. But now it's filtered over into non-baseball stuff.
Oh, really?
And I've got,
Japanese news and stuff like that?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm going to become one of those people that's obsessed with Japanese culture.
Yeah.
And I'm going to tell you all about how they're superior.
The algorithms suck you in.
I'm going to be a super annoying guy. Yeah.
Okay, great. I look forward to it. Victor Wembanyama.
Acknowledge me.
We'll acknowledge Wemby in Game 3 of their series with the Minnesota Timberwolves. He became the 4th player to get at least 35 points, 15 rebounds, and 5 blocked shots in a playoff game, joining Hakeem Olajuwon, who did it 3 times, Shaquille O'Neal, who did it 3 times, and Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, who did it twice. The thing I don't like about this story is it reminded us, because the story itself said he joins his mentor, Hakeem Olajuwon. I'm like, oh, yeah, that's right. Hakeem Olajuwon's been helping Victor Wembanyama become this unstoppable force that he's now become. Now, Wemby also got ejected from last night's game. I'll acknowledge him for that. Elbowed some dude on the Timbies and got ejected early in the game. Had only 5 points. The Spurs are now 0-7 in games where Wembanyama scores in single digits in his career.
Hakeem. I guess Hakeem works with lots of big men in the NBA, but there's something about just if he's taking this guy to levels.
Thanks, Hakeem.
Just those rarefied air of a big man who can operate the way Wemby does.
Yeah, man. Not cool. Not cool at all.
I don't think Şengün's got it in him necessarily to do the things that Wemby can do.
Or Hakeem for that matter. Yes.
Oh, definitely not Hakeem.
Yeah. I want to acknowledge the Rockets announce team on TV.
Acknowledge
Craig
me.
Ackerman, Ryan Hollins, Vanessa Richardson. Awful Announcing did their report cards on all 30 local announce teams for the NBA. Finished 11th, which is up 6 big notches from last year, which was 17th, which that was up 6 big notches from the year before. So they've gone from 23rd up to 11th. And how do they rate this? Well, they have fans basically fill out report cards for their various announce teams. So nice move up the charts for the three of them. The quote in Awful Announcing, the Rockets broadcast continues to rocket up the rankings with a six-spot jump for the second straight season. Growth was reflected in the comments and how they've been one of the most improved teams. I agree with this. I think Craig Ackerman and Ryan Hollins as a duo have gotten better over the last couple years. Hollins in particular, he felt like kind of an outsider his first year here. I don't think he ever played for the Rockets, and he's not from here. He went to UCLA. But he's all Rocket now. And Vanessa, they said some nice things about Vanessa in here, too. Quote, widely considered the best sideline reporter in the game. She's excellent at her job. The best. There can only be one best. It's Vanessa Richardson.
That's an awesome comment.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. So good job.
I think the part that's changed in terms of perception about that broadcast from, say, years gone by was the people talking about how they call games without losing their objectivity. Which that's always big in a hometown broadcast. There's always going to be, you're allowed to be kind of a homer when you're doing the hometown broadcast. But at some level, you can't be whining about every foul call or acting like everything is a miscarriage of justice. And I think they do a great job.
I think the other thing I think they do a great job of, that team, is conveying the frustration this season with the team when they were playing just horrifically sloppy basketball. Not that they would go 45-degree angle in on the team or anything, but they wouldn't. I don't think they pulled punches when the team was playing sloppy. Craig and Ryan called it what it was, and so I like that too. All right, last one here. I'm acknowledging a woman named Callie. She goes by Callie Overseas on TikTok. I saw this story. This is in my multi-time per day newsletter I get from People Magazine, Seth.
Yeah.
This Callie and her family, she's been posting on TikTok. Her family lives in a house in rural Montana. Her husband is a ranch hand, and the house is part of his compensation. They have a snake issue in this house.
Yeah.
The house is basically a den of snakes. They first noticed one in the house all the way back almost 6 years ago in December of 2020. There's a snake. Now, these are garter snakes. These aren't boa constrictors or anything.
Yeah.
But they're popping up in the. That would be funny if it was a boa constrictor. They're popping up in the living room. They've had as many as 4 show up inside the house at any given time. Now, they've sealed off the front door, so it happens less and less in the house. But apparently, the foundation of this house is all cinder blocks, so the snakes have pretty easy access to get into the basement. Mm-hmm. And she said that they see up to 4, or I should say up to 5 or 6 a day, just drop into the basement from the cinder blocks.
Yeah.
And they're not vicious. Their neighbors are trying to explain to them, hey, these garter snakes actually eat insects.
And rodents too.
Do they eat rodents also?
Yeah,
okay,
so
yes.
It's good to keep your listen, this is where she lost me.
Yeah.
She wants to raise $75,000 so they can move.
So they can move out. Yeah.
All right. How about you raise $1,000 to hire an exterminator or something? Or $2,500 to maybe make some repairs or to seal up your foundation.
So
I don't know.
I'm a sucker for that $1,000 I gave her over the weekend.
$75,000 to move because you've got a rectifiable snake issue.
Do we know?
You're a sucker.
Do we
for
know
garter snakes? Is that poisonous snakes?
Is it rectifiable? I mean, you can exterminate the first wave of them, but they live on a ranch that's right near a water source, supposedly.
No, I would imagine just you do something to just seal up your
the foundation
entry spots from underneath.
Yeah.
I don't know. Anything you do, any kind of repairs are going to be more than $2,500
for sure. Well,
she's trying to get a new house out of this.
Yeah,
because she's got some garter snakes.
So
I'm not buying it.
You don't like that I'm acknowledging the courageousness of this family for living with these snakes in their house. I'm freaked out by this. Amy and I are going to Montana as part of our road trip this summer, and we're staying in an Airbnb. And now I got to check and make sure that I'm not going to have garter snakes slithering around the living room that we're in.
I used to live, at one point, my dad had a trailer in North Carolina that was missing about a third of its floor.
I remember you've talked about this
North
trailer.
Carolina.
Yeah.
You know, you think I slept well at night? Knowing what might be crawling up from underneath?
No.
No, it sucked.
No.
So, no. I will not be donating any money to this lady's
to Cali overseas? Okay.
Could be old garter snakes. Yeah.
We had when we first moved to Connecticut, I was in 4th grade, and our house was being built, so we stayed in this rental home the next town over from where we eventually moved to. And it was this old, guest home of this couple that lived in the main home. And this house was really old, and it had a major mouse problem.
Yeah.
Like the mice, we would be eating breakfast in the morning, getting ready to go to school, and there would be mice running along the edge of the counter in the kitchen, running over. They had those jars of sugar, flour, and the increasing size jars of different ingredients or condiments or whatever. And the mice would just be running along those jars, licking up sugar and things like that. I'm like, this is no way to live. I was freaked out by that. Huh?
Why don't you get a cat?
I don't know. I think we eventually just got exterminators to come in, but that was freaky, man. Watching mice run along the counter while I'm eating breakfast.
I don't mind the mice as much as the mice poop.
The mice poop was on the counter too. Yeah, not sanitary.
When you open your drawer up and there's just a little,
not good, man. Not good. All right, that was Acknowledge Me. We acknowledge big performances, including Callie overseas. Callie, I'm with you. Seth is just a big meanie right now to you.
She's scamming you. I said, the garter snakes. I need $75,000 to put a down payment on somewhere else. That stupid woman and her stupid husband they probably go buy a house that's on a sinkhole, and then they dupe you again.
She's the hero we need. I don't know what you're talking about. All right, the new Vrabel and Rousini audio from over the weekend. Those of you saying, you haven't talked about Vrabel and Rousini yet. Well, we will. There's more audio coming from Barstool Feud.
Of course there is.
Coming up next.
Area 45 with Bijani and Creighton. Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios, here.
All right, so the latest audio to pop back up with Diana Rossini and Mike Vrabel. Let's reset. Actually, let's play the audio from Friday. And just to set the scene, the two of them were on a Barstool presentation called Barstool Feud, where there's about 7 or 8 people in a Zoom type setting, and they're playing the Family Feud board game version, the home game of Family Feud, and asking questions of people on that Zoom. Vrabel and Rossini are both on this thing. Vrabel, in both clips you're about to hear, you're just kind of laying back and observing. Rossini's getting asked the questions. This came back into our lives late last week. This was Diana Rossini being asked, name an activity where you close your eyes.
Okay, Diana, what is something you might close your eyes to do?
When you have sex with your husband or wife.
Again, this is from Family Feud Kids, but yes.
She answered it. Yep. She answered it. It's done. That's the
it's
one.
Done.
No,
you have to take the answer.
Came out. No.
Sorry, Seth. I saw you talking. Byron had your mic turned down, so I didn't.
That's cool.
Yeah.
When was the actual? When was this originally put out there?
That's a good question. I'm not sure. I'm not certain what the date on this was. So yeah. Well, we'll go find it. It's some point in the last few years, obviously. Yeah. So you heard the answer right there. Yet another shot from Rossini. At what seems like her husband. It seems like a shot at her husband again. She's made several of these.
You and I disagreed with this a little bit, just in that. Okay, well, no, we didn't disagree. It was that at the time, like if this is like so many of those other Rossini quotes where, if you heard it at the time. If I had heard that at the time, I wouldn't necessarily thought it was shot at her husband. It just might be just the way you close your eyes to kiss somebody or something. Like I wouldn't have thought much of it.
Yeah.
But now going back and seeing that, she was with her paramour on there.
Yes.
It's impossible not to read into, closing your eyes so you can imagine being with Big Braves.
Think about Vrabel. Yeah. So that was the first one. This is actually from the same session, the same Barstool Feud, and another question gets asked.
Diana, tell me something a man might do to get a woman in the mood.
Kiss her.
Kiss her. Do we have kiss her on the board?
Good answer.
Not sure how she knew.
Best answer.
Not sure how we knew. It's a little bit lopsided. It seems a little unfair to me, but okay.
We're gonna play.
You're gonna play. Who's up? Football?
I feel like this is good advice for you guys too.
I think I'm up first.
I'm paying very close attention.
All right, PFT.
So excited.
Okay, so that the voice you heard at the very end, I should have set this up better because it's a pretty innocuous question, right? Like name something to get somebody in the mood. You kiss them. It's a good answer. Good answer. The last voice you heard there was Vrabel, basically saying he's taking notes on this
paying
thing.
Close attention.
Paying close attention. Yeah, which if you didn't know anything was going on, means nothing, but has a lot more context now.
It's believed to have originated this little clip was April of 2020, which was in the middle of when the lockdowns and everything were going on,
and just weeks after the pictures that were taken of them kissing at that bar.
Yeah. So I don't know. It seems like it feels like at the very least we know the relationship was in its. But it might have just been in the kindling stages in 2020.
Yeah.
But definitely some hardcore flirting at the very least.
Yes. Yeah. My biggest question coming out of this is, what the hell is Vrabel doing playing Barstool Feud? The head coach of an NFL team.
He was, at the time, he would always just say he was trying to help out Taylor Lewan and Will Compton. Just, he knew that they were doing this podcast.
Were they doing it 6 years ago? This was.
Yeah, they were doing. I know that was when. Yeah, Taylor Lewan and Will Compton. It seems to be like that's about when they had started their podcast.
Really? Okay, that feels like a long time ago. They didn't pop up on my radar until the last couple of years. But I'm not saying you're wrong.
Bussin' with the Boys was. They started off, and it wasn't Barstool, I don't think. I'm not sure. I mean, it might got picked up by Barstool, but, I don't know. That's always – at least that's always been the connection in my mind between whenever Vrabel does anything on Barstool.
Yeah, and I don't even know. Were Taylor Lewan and Will Compton on that Zoom call with Rousini and Vrabel also? I have no idea. I hadn't even thought about that angle. I'm just wondering, like, it's a Barstool thing.
Yeah.
And so I posed that question on Twitter. I'm like, what the hell is Vrabel doing on this? You're an NFL coach. What are you doing on here playing Barstool Feud? And I get it. It's fun, and it's and I guess maybe I'm wondering that now that we know all the backstory with him and Rousini, I'm a little more inquisitive about why he's even on there.
Yeah.
And someone responded like he's gone on Barstool many, many times through the years. And I said, no, I know that. That doesn't answer my question, is why is he on there playing Barstool Feud? Seems like there's very little for Vrabel to gain from going on and playing Barstool Feud. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. Other than he just
likes to have fun.
Yeah. I think that whatever relationship he had with those guys, like Barstool does a really good job of getting a lot of NFL coaches to do stuff
they do.
You wouldn't necessarily expect them to do.
Yep.
But obviously, I don't know. This he probably should have turned, even with or without Diana Rousini. It just seems like one of those situations. It's like way too ripe for a coach to end up saying something that he regrets later on.
Well, it's just so funny because I think it kind of fits under the category of a lot of this stuff with these two, Vrabel and Rousini, which is that it's incredible to see how just sloppy and careless they were with a lot of this stuff.
Yeah.
In retrospect, because if it's April of 2020 when that clip took place, if your research is accurate, then they were already, according to the pictures from page 6 from that bar in March of 2020, they were already into the early stages of a relationship, of some sort.
First episode of Bussin' with the Boys was in May of 2019.
Wow, okay, so it's been going for a while.
They've been on your radar since before you realize it. You just don't realize how long they've been a part of your life. Because they were having, I remember their first interview was with Delaney Walker, and I can remember them having some clips that we may or may not have played just because it was a really good interview with Delaney Walker. He ended up saying something about the Texans or something like that.
Okay.
So I think that's how that relationship started. Was Vrabel wanted to help out Lewan and Compton with the podcast a couple times, so he would go on. And
that makes sense.
And from there, everything else.
That makes sense. And I'm sure at the time he wasn't thinking, boy, this will come back to bite me in 6 years when everybody finds out about my alleged affair with Diana Rousini.
He didn't. Yeah, when Taylor Lewan asked him to come on the podcast, he probably didn't have the foresight to say, "Hey guys, just in case I ever have an illicit affair with a journalist,
could you make sure this doesn't see the internet, please?"
Yeah, could you scrub all of this from the internet?
Right.
I don't know if Vrabel ultimately, Sean. You asked how does Vrabel end up on all these all these Barstool things? I don't think Vrabel really understands how the internet works. I mean, just him.
Probably.
I think he is stuck in that world where he thought he had more anonymity in life than is actually possible these days when you're of moderate celebrity like an NFL head coach is.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. We head into the 8 o'clock hour. We had another schedule nugget drop. It's not a Texans schedule nugget, but we will share that with you. It's a week 1 nugget. And also, Keelan Rutledge. Let's hear from the Texans' first-round pick. How are things coming along at center? What are his first impressions of Cole Popovich? He's got some good stuff on the difference between college and the pros as well. We'll hear from Keelan Rutledge coming up next.
Hey, Mocaram Injury Lawyers wants to hear from you. If you have been injured in an accident that was not your fault, call
PacePowerCompany.com/610. From the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
Payne and Pendergast.
Welcome back in. 8 o'clock hours here. We'll get to Keelan Rutledge in just a second. Couple texts on the Base Power text line. This goes back to the lady who had she and her family had garter snakes in their home in Montana. They've had a garter snake issue for years now, and she's trying to raise $75,000 so that they can move out of this home, this pit, this den of snakes, and move in somewhere else. And I jokingly said I donated $1,000 to her. I think some people thought I was serious. Hey, Sean, I've got a couple of ant mounds that brush up against my house, and can you give me a little donation as well so I can move out? No, I've emptied my pockets for Callie Overseas. That's her name on TikTok.
There's one thing I've noticed about my house, Sean, is that this grass. I've got a real grass problem. It keeps growing. I'm basically a grass farmer at this point.
Yeah.
Well, I don't want to move, but I'd like to raise a GoFundMe for people to help me with my grass.
To get the grass cut?
Yeah, it turns out like all this nature.
Send me the link.
It keeps trying to nature all the time, and I don't know what to do about it. So yeah, $75,000.
Do you have a QR code? Do you have a QR code you can send me? I'd be happy to donate to such a great cause. Let's see. Someone said, I'd love to play with the garter snakes. Someone also says that it's not as easy as you think just to get rid of these snakes. The house is on site of their den, and you on the site of the snake's den, and you will never get rid of the snakes. Even baby snakes will make their way there. I watched a documentary on a family that this happened to a while back.
Especially, it's an old house and everything, so to seal it up, you'd basically have to spray foam the whole thing probably.
Ooh.
And then, but then you got to get a ventilation system.
Yeah.
So it ends up being more than $75,000. And spray foam, she ain't cheap, Sean.
Mm-mm.
I'll tell you that much. I've learned.
Nope. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Let's get to Keelan Rutledge. How are things coming along? This is important here. How are things coming along with you possibly playing center this year for the Texans, Keelan?
Yes, sir. I mean, anything coming to the NFL is going to be more challenging, right? I mean, better players, scheme's going to be more. It's going to be different. It's going to be more. But I mean, Coach Key prepared me well. Always knowing conceptually what everybody was doing up front at Georgia Tech, and obviously got snaps there at practice and did it at the Senior Bowl. So I'm very confident in playing anywhere up there, just wherever they need me to play, I'll play.
Okay.
Yeah. Go ahead.
No,
I was
just
talking about Brent Key there, the Georgia Tech coach.
Yep,
who absolutely loves Keelan Rutledge.
Well, and thinks he could be a really good center in the NFL, too. That's the other thing that Key had said recently. I think it was Aaron Wilson who had an interview with the Georgia Tech head coach, Brent Key, and he said, I think he can be an all-pro at center if he wants to be.
Yeah, and I think that's one of those things where Nick, when asked about it after the draft, was pretty careful not to say, oh, yeah, hell yeah, he's going to play center. Everybody's just, you got to actually see guys in that position, and just taking a few snaps at center at the Senior Bowl isn't the same as actually playing center. They do have now, I mean, on the offensive line, they've got so many guys that have played center either in the NFL or in college that potentially could be in competition for that spot. And, I mean, starting with Keelan Rutledge, obviously, but Jake Andrews, Jarrett Patterson, Fabechi Wiwu, Eli Cox, Evan Brown. Those are at least 6 guys that have played in the NFL or in college at center.
Yep.
And I think Keelan Rutledge is probably – I would, if I had to look at where the competition at center is right now, I would say it's probably between Jake Andrews and Keelan Rutledge. Mm-hmm. That's the most realistic competition.
Yeah. I think Keelan Rutledge is going to find his way onto the field somehow with this team in Week 1. I just feel
they love their dynamic of best 5 guys out there.
Yep.
And in terms of just absolute physicality in the run game, Keelan Rutledge looks like he might have that. A much higher ceiling than Jake Andrews in the run game. The biggest thing that I always get nervous about with centers is the snapping the ball when the QB is under center and run blocking. All right, no big deal. Pass protection when you're in the gun and actually just getting it seems like no big deal, but man, snapping the football while you're also adjusting to 340-pound defensive linemen, NFL-caliber defensive linemen who are lined up right opposite you, it's not a small thing.
No.
There's a lot of muscle memory that goes into that. So then you add on top of that the calls and the checks you have to make at the line of scrimmage, sorting things out. It's a really big mental and physical challenge, and it's just a guy might have potential to play center, but I really, really hesitate to say, oh, yeah, that you can just slide him down to center and he'll be fine.
Yep.
Maybe he does end up playing center and he ends up being an all-pro center. It's still it's a lot of adjustment early on if you've never played the position before.
Here he is. He's talking about that very thing here, Keelan Rutledge, on the mental versus the physical.
Yeah, I mean, I think you weigh them the same, right? Because, you could block the guy, but if you don't go the right way, it don't matter, right? And then if you know to go the right way, but you don't block the guy, what is it doing for you, right? So I think they're equal. That's any position up front. I think, a good offensive lineman knows what everybody's doing. So I think that's the way I kind of look at it.
Yeah, that part of it, I think the one thing that I might take away from Rutledge so far is I have zero concern about him taking his job seriously or not. He is very the one thing I said on my live stream this weekend is the thing I like most about him is that he seems to lack a complete lack of a sense of humor. And based on only his interviews, he showed a more playful side on the Iron Sharpens Iron video.
Oh, he was good on there. Yeah.
No, he is just, he does not have any illusions about how serious he needs to take it. I don't worry that he's going to be some first rounder that's just happy to have a paycheck and here we go. He seems very much in the mold of a lot of other guys where you can tell that they get it, that he understands that there's a lot of work to be done still, and it's awesome to get drafted, but you really haven't actually accomplished anything. That's where I get that's where I get annoyed this portion of year, Sean. I don't like looking around and seeing the draft picks who really feel like they accomplished something by getting drafted.
Yeah.
They annoy me so much.
Yeah.
You haven't done anything. You got a nice paycheck.
Right.
Good job.
You got hired.
You haven't done anything yet.
You got hired. That's it.
Yeah. The guys that understand that they haven't done anything yet, I really respect those guys.
Well, that's a Rutledge thing for sure. The best part about that Iron Sharpens Iron is, and if you haven't seen it yet, it's about a 6-minute YouTube video of Keelan Rutledge's first day in Houston, where he had his press conference and everything. The funniest part is the beginning of that video where he's getting driven to the stadium, and they've got the cameras inside the whatever vehicle they're in, is that he's wearing just some regular golf shirt, and by the time the press conference rolls around, he's wearing a Texans shirt that I think he bought at the team store.
Yeah, because he didn't bring a suit or anything.
No.
He doesn't own a suit.
Yeah.
He got married in jeans.
Yep. I think that's half the reason they traded up for him is he doesn't own a suit. I think they got tired of fashionista tackles and guards.
The days of our Instagram OTs, back when the Texans offensive line might not have been able to actually do anything, but man, they could kill it with their fits on social media. I feel like they're over. I don't know if there's a fashion plate amongst them.
Nope.
I don't. Just the best thing too is I really want to see all of them looking pretty unkempt by October. No lines, just awful mussed up hair. Just slovenly football-obsessed dudes.
Mm-hmm.
Wyatt Teller would be the most popular person in Houston offensive line history if he gets those guys on a hunting trip somewhere. All he needs is a photo of all those guys wearing camouflage.
Camouflage, holding a buck by the antlers right there. Early impressions of offensive line coach Cole Popovich. Here's Rutledge.
Yeah, he's all ball, all nonsense kind of guy. Just the way I like it. I mean, I want him to coach me hard. I want him to hold me accountable, and I want to work together to go win some football games.
I mean, he is giving
nonsense all the time. I think he meant to say no nonsense. We'll give him that. He said all ball, all nonsense.
All nonsense. Yeah, Cole Popovich. When I look at Cole Popovich, he's all about the nonsense. Yeah. My favorite Cole Popovich was when he got asked about the improvement of the offensive line when he reluctantly, seemingly did Texans all access for one time last year and got asked about the improvement. He's like, he just kind of grunted. Last one from Keelan Rutledge, and then we've got a schedule nugget for you. The difference between blocking in college and blocking in the NFL.
I think just, leverage. I think that's a lot of things. Like in college, you can get your hands up high and you're probably bigger and stronger, and you can get the job done. In this league, you get your hands high, you're going to put on your back, right? So I think that's the biggest adjustment. And that technique and those details, that's what makes the good players the good players.
Yeah, and again, I think most guys get that and understand that and realize that. But one thing I always say is that I don't care how good you are as an offensive lineman or how good you end up becoming. Those first couple weeks of training camp, you're not a good NFL offensive lineman until you figure some things out. Quentin Nelson, he was all pro his rookie year, but if you go back and watch his first couple of weeks of training camp, I guarantee you he wasn't as good as he ended up being that season. So for offensive linemen especially, one of the biggest things is just you learn, even if you know it, you learn real quick that, man, I've got to be that much better with my hands, because these guys like Daniil Hunter are just kung fu artists, and they take all of your best laid plans and punches and everything else and tear them apart. So yep. I like hearing when guys understand the assignment and the challenge.
Yep, for sure. Schedule nugget that just dropped is Week 1, Sunday Night Football, the first game of the John Harbaugh era in New York as the Giants host the Dallas Cowboys.
Ooh.
Week 1, Sunday Night Football. So Jackson Dart and Dak Prescott going at it on Sunday Night Football in Week 1.
People are excited in New York. I'm going to do a little bit more of a deep dive into learning about all the Texans' opponents. So I'm going to spend a few days this week with the Giants. And the one thing that seems to be a theme with the Giants this year is they're getting back to the 90s era of that type of player. On defense, they want to. Vrabell-Rousini is a guy that can be that. They're playing him off ball. They're not using him as an edge rusher immediately. And a lot of their front seven reminds you a lot of some of those great defenses from back then. And I'm cool with that because it's John Harbaugh. If it was Joe Shane saying that, their GM, I'd be like, all right, whatever. But I feel like Joe Shane working with John Harbaugh, kind of like with the Texans and wanting to have a certain type of player for their offensive line now. Okay, if you actually have a theme and you've identified your type of player, then you might have a chance. You might have a shot at doing this.
I wonder how long Joe Shane is for that world in New York. It's John Harbaugh's running the show there right
I think
now.
John Harbaugh's running the show, but as long as Joe Shane is a guy that actually knows how to go out and get the guys that fit that mold, then he might be all right.
Maybe.
It's never just the GM or just the head coach. It's how do they work together. And I think with Joe Shane, especially with Brian, from what we saw in that Hard Knocks offseason, it seemed like Brian Daboll didn't really have much of an appetite for the personnel side of things. I feel like it seemed like he just wanted to let Joe Shane do his thing, and sometimes that's really cool, but they might not have been on the same page as to what types of players they really want and they need.
Yep.
Where I think John Harbaugh is way more specific about it. So because I hear all these people at the Giants talking about, well, yeah, Vrabell-Rousini, he can be like a Pepper Johnson, He can be a off-ball linebacker, but that can also rush the passer, and they'll bring up all these names from the past. And you're right, it's a lot harder to actually get all that done. But I think that they've kind of stuck to a theme.
Yep.
And then it just becomes, can Jackson Dart not go to the concussion tent every other day?
Yeah, that's a big deal. Text message to the Base Power text line. Why did Diana Rossini lose her job and Mike Vrabel didn't lose his job? They have two different jobs. That's why.
Yeah, because she had a clear violation of journalistic ethics, whereas Mike Vrabel had a clear violation of the moral code of
marital
folks.
vows.
Yeah, and it's and that's pretty much the sum total of it.
Yeah,
it's just they're held to different standards.
Yes, yeah, that's what it is. That's what it is.
Like if Vrabel had given team secrets to a divisional opponent or something, he'd lose his job.
Yeah,
unless they were still winning football games and he had a reason for it or whatever. But or if Mike Vrabel lost a bunch of football games, then he'd lose his job.
Well, and I think too, it feels like with every new bit of archived audio or video that comes out, it does chip away at Vrabel's job security, I guess. I don't know if Kraft would ever fire him, but we brought up this possibility last week as we were playing that one of the Barstool clips that Vrabel and Rousini were on, which is, if this stuff just keeps coming out, eventually Vrabel might view himself as a distraction.
That's the only thing that at this point, you got to expect that there's going to be more things released. And that's the part where plenty of people have, had marital infidelity and then moved on from it and, continued their public life or whatever it might be. But this is kind of a unique situation just because of our day and age that it might just keep coming.
Yeah.
And what kind of toll does that take on your family and your life when you're Mike Vrabel and your wife has to every 2 weeks your wife has to get some new revelation.
That's right.
It's almost like if you sometimes somebody does something to you in a relationship and you'd prefer just not to know all the details. And you definitely don't want to get an update on all the details every 2 weeks for the rest of your life. And it feels like that's what it might be. If it continues on like this, where something gets released, we've been on a pace of about every 2 or 3 days, right?
Oh, yeah. It's slowed down a little bit, but not much.
That at some point it might just be too much for Vrabel in his personal life for him to just continue on.
Yep.
The only thing, I saw somebody putting this out there that, okay, what could Vrabel himself do at this point to keep it from being such a spectacle? And their theory was that Vrabel needs to come out and just completely actually confess to what he did, because he still hasn't really done that.
Nope.
I feel like that's a little bit of a naive understanding of the way the public works.
Yeah.
That also, okay, well, now he's apologized, so now people won't be intrigued by the scintillating details of some sordid tale.
I can tell you, as somebody who likes the scintillating details in the video and audio that comes out, that will not stop me from having my morbid enjoyment of that. It will not stop.
Yeah.
The other category of person in this whole Vrabel-Rousini thing, when it comes to people in our line of work in media that give commentary on it, is the people that within the same actual clip will say, oh, Vrabel was a liar, he called it laughable, he's lying about it, and yet in the same soundbite say that he went on to throw Rousini under the bus by sort of tacitly admitting to it. Like, okay, you're mad at him for lying about it, and then when he kind of admits to it, he's throwing her under the bus.
Yeah, there's no right way to handle this.
No.
The right way to handle this is to go back in time and not have the affair. That's the only way to handle it.
By the way, making her out to be some sort of victim in this thing, is a little silly too. Like the truth comes out, but she's getting thrown under the bus. Like, well, no, he's exposing her lie. It's
right.
Thrown under the bus. What are you talking about? And I would say just, one other thing, this Roger Sherman, just for those of you out there that are, looking for a quick pull of cash maybe for pictures or videos you have. This is a tweet from this Roger Sherman guy late last week. At this point, everyone needs to review their photos and videos in their camera, because there's like a 7% chance you captured footage of Vrabel and Rousini in public by accident.
Yeah.
So there you go. Check your cameras and videos. That's the PSA. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. All right, speaking of the schedule, Florio had a suggestion on the potential 18-game schedule. It's something we've suggested before. It gets shot down by a former NFL player. What would an 18-game schedule look like? Do you like this wrinkle that Florio throws into the mix here for that? We'll hit that coming up next.
The Texans' schedule is coming. We know who they'll be playing and where. Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents, live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
There's somebody on the text page, on the Base Power text line, Seth, that's upset at the NBA for throwing Victor Wembanyama out of that game last night in the first quarter, which kind of doomed the Spurs in that game. Yeah. I just saw the elbow for the first time on TV in the studio here. No, he
was a
walloped
vicious
him.
elbow.
Yeah, he hit
it
Reed
wasn't
right in the
like
face.
it was underneath the rim or anything like that.
He knew what he was
pretty
doing.
Blatant. Yeah. And there was no at first. The first one I saw of it was a pretty funny edited version, like set to music and everything. And at first I thought, oh wait a second, did Klein there? It was a flop. No, it was not a flop. Mm-mm. It was definitely elbow to face.
He got walloped. Yep. Okay, so we've talked a little bit about the schedule. Schedule comes out. Full schedule comes out Thursday. Texans, it sounds like, are going to be playing a London game in Week 6 if some of the rumors are true. Confirmed, the Cowboys will open the season on Sunday Night Football against the Giants. We just mentioned that. And I think the other thing we know that's coming down the road at some point here is an 18-game regular season. And so, we'll see how that goes. It feels like there's already a lot of guys getting hurt with 17 games. Adding one more game may add to the carnage, but it'll also add to the revenue totals for the league. So this feels like something that's inevitable, that we're going to go to an 18-game regular season, and as insignificant as these preseason games have become, a 2-game preseason. A lot of the good work in the preseason gets done in joint practices now, as opposed to the games. So Mike Florio was talking to former Patriot Devin McCourty of the McCourty Twins about the 18-game season and floated the idea of 18-game season in which guys only play 17 games. So you
have 18 games, but you got to sit one of them.
Yeah.
You got to sit your players in at least one game.
In at least one,
each guy has to sit at least one game.
Yeah, and for a lot of guys, they'll miss a game because of injury at some point. But yeah, like we had a lot of guys.
But it's a lot. That gets complicated. Because, you sit a guy early in the year, and then he ends up missing 6 more games anyway.
Yeah.
Do you hope and cross your fingers and hope he gets hurt early in the season?
And do you do it, do you pick certain, are there certain matchups where you go, okay, well, we just don't need Will Anderson today. Yeah. We can win this game. That kind of thing. So there's a lot that goes into it. Devin McCourty, I thought this was interesting because he kind of comes at it from a player's perspective on why he does not like the idea of an 18-game season where players are required to sit one game.
No, because what are the 17 games that you're going to play? Like, how do you choose the game that you don't play? Like, what player, once you get in a season, who wants to miss a game? I think that would be the hard thing for me is now that I'm in it, and I think all players see that once it gets competitive, you don't really pay attention to how many games. Like, that's for the off season. You're going to do whatever you need to do to get your body right. But once game day shows up, there's no like, hey, let's treat this like a preseason game. For a few of you, you're going to wear a hat and a hoodie on the sideline and just watch the game. I can't see that happen. I can't see players. I think that's more of someone outside of the game thinking that would be a fix. If I was in the PA, I would be like, absolutely not. We're not going to agree on that because you're going to have a problem telling guys not to play. Like, if I'm healthy, you imagine Tom Brady, you telling him in week 16, 17, 8, like, hey, I think we're pretty good in this game. We're going to sit you this game because we're in a close battle for first place. And then, the last week of the season, we have a team who's also close. So we think sitting you this game, we've done the math. We think this is the game to sit you. I don't think that's happening.
Okay, this is where he lost me. I 100% agree that guys aren't going to want to sit that game. But the fact of the matter is, it doesn't come down to whether or not the guy is happy about it. It's that you've got to sit him. So yeah, it would create a messier situation. I don't like it either. I agree with most of what he just said right there, but I think he's doing a little too much of an exercise he's still stuck in a world where he's thinking that somehow the player has to voluntarily sit this game or that game or whatever. It's a tough decision that if the rule is what the rule is, you're going to have to sit these games. And yeah, then it becomes a whole lot of strategic forecasting and odds making and everything else about figuring out when guys are going to play. So he loses me in basically, he almost makes it sound like it's not going to work because guys are going to refuse to sit.
Right.
They don't really have a choice in the matter. At some point, they're going to have to sit a game.
Well, of course, yeah. If it's the rules, it's the rules. What I heard in listening to him there, Seth, and this is where you can confirm or deny what I'm saying here about, it sounds to me like there is a certain mojo that goes into preparing week to week during the season, and that if all of a sudden you're asked to sit a game, that there's this interruption of just this routine that you're in, and there's probably a lot of psychological that goes into it as well.
Yeah, no, it's a lot of stuff that, people aren't going to like.
You're right.
But that's not necessarily a barrier to, okay, what are we going to do? We're going to look at the almighty dollar versus people's feelings.
Yeah.
What tends to happen in the NFL is that the NFLPA is gutless and lacks testicles, and the almighty dollar is going to win out. And the players get to participate in that too. Increase revenues, and the share of the pie goes up. But everything that he says about, there's a lot of reasons not to like it, including just you want to play every game out there when you're healthy. It's a point of pride. And you don't want to have to be told to sit a game for any reason. But that's, if they change the rule, that's what's going to happen. I don't think players are going to like it when they get into negotiations about this. I think if the NFL says, well, what if we just say that players are only going to play 17 games, that might not necessarily be the thing that bridges the gap between the two sides.
Yeah, if Devin McCourty's indicative of, and you're indicative of how players feel about it, they're not going to like it at all.
No, but how the players feel about it didn't stop it from going to 17 games.
Sure.
Like, it just, there's nothing that's going to stop, as long as the NFLPA is as ridiculously weak as it is, there's nothing that's going to stop the owners from going to 18 games. My argument against it, in terms of realistically what would actually sway the decision making, is that the NFL is in danger at this point of, like, they're really pushing the envelope in terms of just, hey, people like our widgets, let's just produce more widgets. You start to dilute the more and more you spread the game and just add time windows and everything, that you take away some of the things that actually make the game special.
Part of it is the scarcity of games is actually a thing the NFL has going for it, right?
Yeah.
And I'd rather they go back to 16, if I'm being honest, than 7. I hate 17. I hate an odd number like that. Like, it's a weird number. I'd rather they go back to 16.
The biggest thing too with the whole, and the players aren't going to like the idea of being forced to take a game off because you can't plan it and you don't know. You take a game off in the first half of the season, but then you end up being injured later in the season. Then you're going to feel like you've wasted it. But there's lots of things people don't like in sports. It doesn't mean that it doesn't happen.
Right.
It's the fact of the matter is too that you have to look at it philosophically. What are you doing here? Other leagues are trying to figure out a way to reduce the load management. The NBA is trying like hell to be sure guys aren't load managing too much. And the NFL is going to come in and say, hey, here's what we've got. Legislated load management. We're going to be sure that your favorite players are definitely going to be playing a fewer percentage of the games than they were before.
Yeah, I mean, look, most players end up missing at least a game for injury somewhere along the way. I think the point you brought up is a really interesting one, which is, okay, I mean, I wouldn't sit any of my guys for the first, for load management reasons, like voluntarily sit them until midway through the season.
Right.
Because chances are they're going to miss a game anyways somewhere.
And that's where it's fascinating. It would be fascinating because some of it's just going to end up being dumb luck. The problem is if you don't sit a few of your guys in the first half of the season, and then all of a sudden in the second half of the season, when every game really, really, really matters, all of a sudden you're like the little league coach that has to play your 3 worst guys because you didn't rotate guys properly.
Yeah, think about
get guys on the field.
Think about that for a second. You know, like, what would that have looked like if last season were an 18-game season and we're getting into December? And what would that have looked like for the Texans? If I had to guess, they probably would have, if there were guys that hadn't sat a game yet.
Yeah.
A lot of them, some of them probably would have sat that Raiders game at the end of the year. which they were in serious danger of losing with all their guys. The game at home against the Raiders. They won that game. They barely won that game.
I would say, I agree with Devin McCourty about players wouldn't like that.
Yeah.
And everything. I agree with 90% of what he said there. Where he loses me a little bit is he takes it forward to almost like, yeah, but what's going to happen in the season when players are going to be upset when they have to sit them? They're going to be upset, right, and they're going to get sat. That's because that's what the rule will be. That's where I think the people that have no say in the matter, but the people that would probably hate it the most are the coaches, because it puts them in a ridiculously tough spot.
Well, what I wrote down on my piece of paper here as I was listening to Devin McCourty talk about that is I wrote analytics department becomes more important because they're the ones that are probably. They're probably analyzing the medicals that come with it. Like, this is probably a good week to sit this guy. He could use the rest, whatever the biometrics
groups are the healthiest.
The
matchups and everything.
Yeah. All of a sudden, you're probably leaning very heavily on analytits to make those decisions.
And that's where fans, I think. It's one thing when you're going to lose players to injury regardless, but at least that feels like chance and circumstance.
And it feels normal. It's football.
Versus, okay, wait a second, we're sitting the starting quarterback this week, and fans will hate it too. I don't think it's a good solution because I don't think anybody actually likes it. I don't think players, coaches, or fans would like it.
I think the strategy is really intriguing. That part of it is really interesting to me. I don't know if I'd like it or not until I see it in practice. But
what if they do? What if they did it for every player except the starting quarterback?
Well, I think that's what I was just going to say. I would bet that the quarterbacks and specialists would probably be exempt. Yeah,
that's too big of a swing.
Yeah.
Based on having,
and you got to carry two kickers. Like, what are you doing? Yeah,
quarterbacks and specialists, but then everybody else has to play. Yeah,
it's sad a game. I don't
want it to go to 18 games.
I don't either. That's what I'm saying. I'd rather it go back to 16, and that guys are theoretically healthier going into the postseason.
Yeah.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Seth found some audio that he said is going to stir up pettiness in me, so I feel like this would be a good precursor to tomorrow's Pettycast.
I have no memory of this. I'm excited to find out what it is.
Yeah. It has something to do with one of the most annoying quarterbacks in football, but there is a C.J. Stroud angle to this as well. C.J.'s not the annoying one in this particular thing. We'll get to that coming up next, but I want to tell you about the Men's Tea Clinic right now. Men's Tea Clinic, mensteaclinic.com. They're
sportsradio.com/610. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
We'll circle back to D'Amico Ryans at rookie minicamp at the top of the hour. He was as excited about a 7th-round pick as I've ever seen any head coach when he was asked about Aiden Fisher.
Oh, yeah.
Got that audio.
I feel like Aiden Fisher is almost going to be D'Amico's little mascot.
I think he might too, man. I think he might make the team. We'll see. But we'll do that at the top of the hour. So this, I'm looking at this, Seth. We didn't get to this last week.
Oh, yeah.
But specifically, you wrote on this clip right here in the rundown, to stir up Pendergast pettiness. Is J.J. McCarthy a leader of men?
That's right. Brian O'Neill.
I hate J.J. McCarthy, for those who don't know. I hate him and his little faces that he makes.
Yeah, I had completely forgotten that I had sent this to you.
Yeah.
I remember looking at it and I was like, well, there's no real place for this in our show tomorrow, but I'm going to send it to Sean just because I know it's going to make him petty.
Yeah.
And we'll do it in a slow sports day, which we have it. Till the Astros liven some things up around
That's
here.
it, man. Every day is
Bastards.
Every day is a day where we just do what we want. Like play
Every
this.
day is a slow day until Tatsuya Imai has a good Major League Baseball game.
Okay, we're going to be some
All
slow
right.
days. So
Brian O'Neill, offensive lineman for the Vikings.
Okay.
He's played his entire career with the Vikings.
Yeah.
And he was on. Who was he on with? Which podcast was he on? Oh, for the life of me, I can't remember. But he was just gushing about J.J. McCarthy, your favorite quarterback.
Oh, okay.
And what a leader of men he is.
Okay.
It's fun and it's refreshing. And we were 4-8 at one point last year. And we rattled off 5 straight. Like, guys believe in him. The whole locker room was like super tight, like through the whole entire process of growing and getting better and going through growing pains. We love him. Like, we were all at the Minnesota Wild playoff game with him. He got a box for everybody last week, and like, we're always at his house. I love that kid, and like, it's still so fresh. If you hear the term like lose the locker room, like, he had the locker room more than anybody I'd seen ever.
Ever, Sean?
Ever?
Chris Long was who he was talking to.
Okay.
Yeah.
On the Green Light
J.J.
podcast.
McCarthy, we might scoff at his alter ego and his
I forgot
mean
about
face.
9.
He's 9, Sean. He's 9.
9.
Yeah, he's not J.J. McCarthy. He's 9.
He's 9. He flips a switch and he becomes 9, like the Incredible Hulk.
And then I went to they showed a clip of him at the Minnesota hockey game, the Wild game.
Yeah.
And J.J. McCarthy is just in full freaking out
full
hockey
JJ mode,
yelling like after a goal or something. He was just he was flexing and he was yelling and his face looked all intense.
Yeah. On the Mount Rushmore of punchable faces, he is George Washington, man. Like,
so immediately, Brian O'Neill, he played at Pitt, and he played at and he's played for the Vikings. That's it.
Okay.
So it's pretty easy to go back through and see who are the quarterbacks who never had the locker room the way J.J. McCarthy had the locker room.
Okay.
And first and foremost, it's one. Kirk Cousins. That's a that's a bold thing to say about a rookie or a young quarterback when you did spend the majority of your year with Kirk Cousins for 5 or 6 years.
Kind of a slap in the face.
It's a slap in the face. It might be true. I could totally see J.J. McCarthy being more about the fellas than Kirk Cousins.
100%.
Yeah.
Yes.
Way 100%. I could see that.
Yep.
A little bit of a slap in the face at Sam Darnold, too.
Darnold was there in 2024. That's right. Yeah. Okay.
I had to go back through at Pitt, and it was, I don't think Chad Wojcik's going to be too offended. I think Nathan Peterman's probably cool with it. I think the combination in 2017 of Max Brown, Ben DiNucci, and Kenny Pickett, probably they get it. Yeah. Okay, I can see how J.J. McCarthy, guy that takes his team to a national championship game and everything. Okay, all right. He's got something to him.
Oh my God, yeah, that's a rough stretch of quarterbacks to play with at Pitt in college.
Not all that emotionally inspiring when you add Kirk Cousins to it. Kirk Cousins is like everything else Kirk Cousins does. He's like, he's just fine. He's fine. He's fine.
Yep. You said there's a C.J. Stroud angle to this. And I'm curious what it is. Well, I'm looking at.
John, I had no memory of even sending you this. I'm looking at the notes that I wrote down. I put in parentheses. There's a C.J. Stroud angle here.
Well, I'll propose one. Do you think C.J. Stroud?
I'd love to hear it.
Do you think C.J. Stroud has the locker room the way Brian O'Neill describes J.J. McCarthy right now?
That was the angle that I was remembering. I'm remembering it now. It's just that part of it. I think there's zero concern I have right now that guys on the offense or the defensive side of the ball doubt C.J. Stroud. I think he's fully still got the locker room. Yeah. I think we get people that'll say, that'll argue that Davis Mills was just as good as C.J. Stroud when he came in last year, which I feel like you have to ignore a few things to think that Davis was as good as C.J. when Davis came in, including you have to ignore a whole bunch of the throws that Davis attempted to make.
Yeah.
Davis did a really good job for what he needed to do. He had an awesome fourth quarter against Titans and Jags. I don't mean to take that away from him. But as far as the players in the locker room, I mean, the all-time examples of QB controversies from this century would be what Doug Flutie and Rob Johnson was a big one.
That was a big one.
I know guys who played on that team. Told me, it was a divided locker room.
That was on Buffalo back in the day.
Yeah, there were guys that were full bore in on Doug Flutie. There were other guys that thought, no, we gotta support Rob Johnson.
Yeah,
like there was a lot of, and I think there were more guys on the Doug Flutie side.
That was a Wade Phillips coached Buffalo team, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
Yep.
So but I have zero concern right now that guys, whether they end up being right or wrong about it.
Yeah.
For you don't want your football players to be, making the cold-hearted analytical decision about who actually should be the quarterback. But I think guys on that offense and guys on the defense still 100% believe in CJ.
What would some Texans ones be if you gave truth serum to guys? What would Texans quarterbacks be like of quarterbacks that matter?
Controversies, or what do you mean?
Not controversies. No, that might have lost the locker room at some point.
Oh,
okay. They would have lost the locker room. Like Brock Osweiler strikes me as somebody who probably lost the locker room during that season, if I had to guess. Even though the team was decent and they made the playoffs and whatnot.
No, I don't think any of them ever believed in Brock Osweiler.
Well, what about
there was never any reason to.
Right. So what about Matt Schaub in the year he started?
Matt Schaub, he just had a complete inability to drive the ball at all that year. And whether it was injuries or whatever it might have been, it looked like in at least one game that year, it looked like Andre Johnson had
Raiders game.
Yeah,
he walked off the field.
Yeah. So it's not like they lost trust in him as a person or anything.
No.
But I think in terms of we got to figure something out. Like this isn't just this in the. Like, people would try to write off those pick sixes as if it was just random dumb luck or something.
Yeah.
I remember Bill Barnwell was big on that. The pick sixes are largely a product of probability and circumstance. And like, no, watch them.
Yeah.
Watch the decisions being made. Like in the Seattle game, that was a game where all Schaub had to do was take a sack.
Yep.
And he ends up making a throw that he 100% completely forecast, and there was no luck about that.
No.
Whether it goes for 6, I guess, is a little bit of luck, except that people were waiting on they were waiting and sitting knowing they could pounce on some of those throws.
That's the thing.
And taking it back for 6. It wasn't, you can say what you want about in general, pick sixes are a little bit of just freak luck. Not that year. It was different, man.
And when it's a pick six, it's a decision you're making to throw it into a really dangerous part of the field. You know, typically, you're throwing it to the outside and a guy gets it and he picks it off and he's got grass in front of him, green grass in front of him. I could see Schaub in 2013 being a guy that lost the locker room for sure. Hey, real quick, Breece Hall got paid over the weekend. He was on the franchise tag with the Jets, running back Breece Hall, who was, I think a lot of Texan fans wanted the Texans to go after Breece Hall at the trade deadline last year.
Yeah.
But he was in the last year of his rookie deal, and if you really wanted to make the trade worth it, you probably needed to get a contract extension done with him. He gets 3 years, $43.5 million. Seth, would you rather have Breece Hall for 3 years, $43.5 million, or David Montgomery for 2 years and about $16 million? Breece Hall's a better football player. I think a more dynamic football player.
Yeah, I'm just thinking realistically. Yeah, I would say I'd prefer to have Breece Hall if they had traded for him. and we're now just in a situation where they had to give him an extension or something. I would have been really cool with this turn of events.
Yeah.
So that's what
you'd pay more for Breece Hall than David Montgomery. I think David Montgomery's going to end up being a nice bargain this year for the Texans. We'll see.
The biggest Breece Hall's 24 years old, I believe.
Okay.
I don't know if he turns 25 or not. But he's 24 years old and going into his second contract.
Yeah.
You're further down the line with David Montgomery. And I hate that we have to talk about running backs this way, because then we end up sounding like Joe Shane. But there is the cold hard reality of it is, running backs age really, really quickly. I liked the Joe Mixon deal. Hey.
I did too.
Came in.
Yep.
That was just fine. He's an older running back, but whatever.
Yep.
Now I don't even know if he's alive.
I don't either. I don't
know if he's in the United States.
If anybody from Joe Mixon's camp is listening, can they update us on Joe Mixon's whereabouts and if he's alive?
He was tweeting about the Vengeance Tour that he and CJ were going to have, or at least Instagramming about the Vengeance Tour. Right up to a week or two before
maybe
he requested his release.
Maybe the two of them are a musical act that we're not aware of, and they're getting ready to literally go on the Vengeance Tour. That's their first album.
A little bluegrass thing going or something.
Yeah,
they're going to be up there with CJ playing the banjo.
Yes, their first album, Vengeance, and they're going on the Vengeance Tour. All right, 9 o'clock hour is upon us here. Let's circle back to Texans rookie camp. D'Amico Ryans gives us the thumbnail sketch on Payne and McDonald. Marlon Klein, the second rounder, why'd they take him where they did? And I don't know if I've ever heard a coach get as excited about a seventh-round pick as D'Amico did at rookie minicamp last week. We'll do that coming up next. But first, AI, artificial intelligence, buzzword alert, right? If you're a decision maker for a company of 50 or more people, I want you to take this name down, Bridgehead IT, because they know that you can't turn on a TV or scroll through your feed without hearing about AI. It's the new big thing. And if you're running a business, you probably feel like you're on the shot clock right now. You got to do something. The pressure to do it is massive. Here's what you can't do. Sprint into implementing AI without a game.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Oh, Joel Embiid, I'm looking online right now, Seth. The Knicks beat the Sixers yesterday. They swept them.
Yeah.
And the Knicks have been playing really good basketball lately. I think they have the highest point differential of a 10-game stretch in playoff history is what I saw. Joel Embiid, though, in the post-game press conference after the Sixers season ended with a thud.
Oh, I know where you're going with this.
Pet peeve, brought his kid to the press conference.
He brought his human shield to the press conference.
Yes, sat him down on his lap and held him in front of him and peeked over his shoulder as they peppered him with questions. That's what I saw.
Go answer the phone, kid. That's what he did.
That.
Yep.
And win or lose, I don't like it. To me, it's not bring your kid to work day.
This is the one show in America, online, terrestrial radio, anywhere else, that's willing to call out these stupid kids in press conferences, even the cute ones. We don't want to see your cute kids.
Yes.
We don't want to see your ugly kids.
We blame the kids.
We don't want to see your well-behaved kids.
The hell out of here, kid.
Daddy's got to show that he can stand up there without using a human shield of some sort.
I hate that.
Okay?
I hate that so much.
Let's make a habit of this. Let's be sure that we won't make fun of the children themselves.
Mm-hmm.
Even though we could,
but
totally no, we're just going to make fun of the parents.
I think it's lame. It's weak. I think it's just weak. I don't know. Am I out of line? Tell me. Base power text line.
No,
I don't think I am.
Where are places that it's inappropriate to bring your children? I would say Vrabel, a lot of days at work where he shouldn't have brought his kids to work.
Probably not.
That is an inappropriate time to bring your children to work.
Say if you work at a strip club, not a great thing to just sit your kid in the corner and hand him an iPad or something like that. Probably.
Yeah.
Not great. Text in 713-572-4610. Here was D'Amico Ryans on Friday after rookie minicamp talking about second-round pick Payne and McDonald.
Yeah, what I liked about Creighton from his tape at Ohio State was the physicality. It shows up, right? When he's across the line from an offensive lineman, no matter who it was, he was knocking those guys back in the backfield. That translates to Houston Texans defense. We want to knock guys back. He does that, and he's still a very young player who has so much room to grow, so much room to ascend. But it starts right here today. You see him in his individual drills. He has the power. We can win with that type of power.
Yeah, and I think that part does translate. I think for people that thought that they weren't going to take a guy like Payne McDonald because he's a bigger guy and D'Amico hasn't necessarily had guys like that, there's a certain level of foot speed you lose compared to some of the lighter guys that the Texans have had playing defensive tackle. But it doesn't matter for a variety of reasons, but one of them is that, like, Payne McDonald gets upfield. He might not get upfield as quickly as other guys, but he does it with a whole lot of power and a whole lot of disruption, so that an offensive lineman might be able to get a little bit more of an angle on him than one of the lighter defensive tackles. But as long as you're blowing that guy up and knocking him off his track, the Texans defense still works. And then the other thing is that the Texans defense over the last couple of years, they've had elements where they ask their defensive tackles to do some space eater type of stuff, some two-gapping type of stuff, or more gap control. And he's physically the more of the prototype guy to do that type of stuff that they're already doing in their defense. So I don't worry about them having to change their scheme up or whether he's a scheme fit or anything. It's just he hopefully is a guy that can be more of the best guy to do some of the roles they've already been asking guys to do.
Yeah.
And then beyond that, it's all just like it is with any of these other young guys. Let's get them out there on the field and see if they suck or not.
Yep. That's what we're finding out. Okay, I think if there's a player that Texan fans are most curious about in this draft class, I would guess that it's Marlon Klein, the tight end out of Michigan, based largely on where he was drafted, 59th overall.
By far the biggest, either the polarizing draft pick in terms of whether people thought the Texans were reaching extremely. There's an unknown element there just because he was only a starter for 1 year at Michigan State. The fact that he's born in Germany and didn't come here until he was in high school. There's a lot that's really, people have either raised their eyebrows or gotten angry or said, "In Nick we trust." You know, it's people are either blindly trusting Nick or people are furious with Nick for taking such a reach on a guy that they're convinced would have been available later.
He definitely pops on video. Like, he's a big dude. Like, he looks the role.
Yeah,
sure.
there's all those guys this year. There are a lot of big, strong tight ends in the draft this year. These 6'6", 250+ pound guys.
They all went within like 30 picks of each other.
Yeah, and some of that is just there's more of an appetite now for a guy that's can be an old school inline tight end that can block, but also is a receiving threat.
Yeah, here's D'Amico on Marlon Klein.
Yeah, what I liked about Marlon is you see a big guy. Marlon's, of course, everyone knows his story, right? Kid's from Germany, right? Came here at 15, and he's been through a lot, and he's overcome a lot, right? And to see this kid grow into the football player that he's become at the University of Michigan, strong at the edge of the line of scrimmage, does a good job of blocking, sustaining blocks, running his feet, and it didn't show up a ton, but when you see it, I feel like he can be a dynamic player in the passing game. Big, tall target, good hands to catch the ball. So we just want to continue to work with him to develop him. He's still a young player, and our coaches done a great job already. Right, Kaylee and James done a great job working with him today in his individual drills.
Okay. The catching the football part is interesting to me because he was playing with a freshman quarterback last year. He finally gets his shot to be the tight end there. He's played behind Colston Loveland and a couple other guys who've gone on to the NFL. And he gets his shot last year, and he's got, granted, a very talented freshman quarterback, the kid they stole from LSU, the Bryce Underwood, but still a freshman quarterback. So he's playing in an offense it's limited. He's playing on a team that now in retrospect was probably a rudderless ship, given who their head coach was.
Yeah, no kidding. I think the part about him that's intriguing with the blocking is that he's got there's some real nice evidence that he could be a blocker in the NFL. The one thing that he really has to work on is just cleaning up his technique with his hands, because a lot of the good blocks in college would be 100% slam dunk. They're throwing a flag in the NFL on that. But that's very, very correctable. Doesn't mean that it definitely gets corrected, but it's something that you can work on. The way he gets after it and running his legs, like D'Amico had mentioned there, that part of it you can definitely see he has the physical ability and the right mindset to do. And then with the receiving element, athletically he doesn't flash or jump off the screen at you to a point where, you think that he's, the next George Kittle or anything like that. I think the part that probably intrigues them is it's the combination of his size, is just his catch radius, and the fact that he did reel in some tough catches. His drop rate or his catch rate wasn't all that impressive, but that quarterback was not giving him a lot to work with frequently. I've gone back and watched a few of his complete games, and he's just really intriguing. The debate about whether they should have waited because they could have gotten him later and everything, I think that's where tight ends this year, I think it's impossible to know exactly what most teams were thinking about these tight ends, as evidenced by what the Jaguars did right before the Texans. They took what's perceived to be an extreme reach on a tight end. Then the Texans do the same thing. And it might be that as the NFL moves back more into this trend of playing three tight ends on the field at the same time with their 13 personnel, running the ball more often, I think there's probably a lot of teams that are evaluating tight ends differently.
Yeah.
And Nick, I think, probably had a feel for that and just figured that this is an instance where the consensus on where this guy would have gone might have been off, because there's at least a few teams that are operating the way the Jaguars and the Texans are.
Well, and I think the other thing to remember, too, is that I believe at that point in the draft, they had moved out of the third round completely. They'd moved back from 69 to 90. I think they moved back from 69 to 91 with that first trade, the Rutledge trade, and then I think they moved from 91 all the way out of the third round. So unless they made another trade back into the third round, they weren't going to be picking for a while. And if they were hell-bent on coming out of this draft with one of those tight ends that you're talking about, if they don't take him at 59, then they've got work to do and have to give something up to probably move back in and get them on that run that those – my guess is if I went back and looked, those tight ends are probably all gone by the next time the Texans were picking at 106, where they took Wee-Woo.
Yeah.
So that's the other thing, too, is like, okay, we want a tight end, and I'm totally spitballing here, but if they wanted to come away with a tight end in that draft, and that happens to be the one they had rated above the other ones on the board, that's why they took him at 59.
Yeah.
We want to come away with a tight end. We want to send the message that we're about the downhill blocking and running the football this year.
So I just you and I haven't talked about this specifically, but I think my overall feel the last couple of years is that they have become more of a drafting for need or preference of position, I guess, however you want to frame it, than they had been in the past.
Mm-hmm.
Do you agree with that?
I totally agree with that, yes. Yeah, I think we saw it last year with the draft when they drafted offensive guys. They draft 4 of their first 5 picks were on the offensive side of the football. They drafted 2 wide receivers, a left tackle, and a running back with 4 of their first 5 picks in that draft last year.
Yeah.
So I 100% agree with that.
Yeah, 4 tight ends went in the 3rd round.
Yeah. So that's if you want to come away with one, they had to take him there. You can't take chances. Last one with D'Amico assessing.
Well, but again, sorry, just before we move on from him, I guess but then that's where the argument, and that's where people get upset, is that if you look at consensus boards and everything, 4 tight ends went after Klein went, but they were all ranked higher than Klein on the consensus board. So I think that's where I think that. When people say, well, why would you take him when you could have taken Roush, later on or whatever it might be, I think it's the answer that people still don't like is they had him ranked higher than
like
those
him
guys.
Better,
Yeah, it's not. I do think there's a disconnect sometimes where people feel almost like they can't get it out of their heads that teams have players rated differently.
Yeah.
So it's taking a tight end there is the fact of the matter is that, they had him ranked a lot higher than those other tight ends, and that's who they preferred having.
Yeah.
I mean, they're right or they're wrong on that, but it's not like they're so stupid that they didn't realize those other tight ends were available.
Not.
It was that they just like him better than Claire and Roush and everybody else.
That's right. Here was D'Amico Ryans on 7th round pick from the captain of the national championship Indiana Hoosier squad, linebacker Aiden Fisher.
Yeah, what I liked about Aiden Fisher, Indiana, you put on the tape and you instantly see a guy who is, a great communicator. You see him pointing, you see him talking, directing traffic. It's something that you don't see a lot, in college football. But you see a guy, he knows the safety rotation. You can see a guy who's very sharp. He understands the entire defense and how the puzzle fits together. So a really smart football player, All-American, made a ton of plays there in Indiana to lead them to a national championship. So I'm excited to add another tough, smart, dependable football player to our team.
It's almost like he was stressing tough, smart, and dependable just to troll Texan fans. Reminding us.
This is the first year. I think we've heard it more liberally. I think I've heard it at least 3 times. Some combination of tough, smart, dependable.
Yeah.
I feel personally responsible for at least changing it from smart, tough, dependable. I was the first person in the history of Belichick acolytes who all love that strong, tough, and dependable to realize that, wait, that's STD.
Right.
And nobody wants STDs.
No. Shuffle it around. We want TDs. TDS.
A lot of times, Bill O'Brien's version of strong, tough, and dependable might as well have been synonymous with STDs.
It may as well.
Because he thought he was getting into something good, and it ended up really, really bad.
Yeah.
And likewise, that's what he just couldn't identify it.
Right.
He thought smart, tough, and dependable was, he had a good GPA in college, and he says, yes, sir, when I ask him questions.
And he steals the weight room equipment during COVID.
Is he actually good as a football player? No. But that's not one of it.
Good guy,
maybe
though.
you don't understand the acronym.
Yeah.
It's smart, tough, dependable.
Right.
Okay? Not dependably good.
Right.
Or necessarily even tough on the football field.
Right.
But you should have seen this guy. He had a hangnail the other day, never heard a word about it.
No.
Tough.
Nope.
Tough.
Yeah, no, dependable for O'Brien was we know what we're going to get out of the guy.
Yeah.
Good or bad. Yeah, we know.
I can overpay this guy, and I'm not going to get anything more than what the mid performance we've already seen.
Right. And he's going to steal all the Nautilus machines and put them in his garage. Here's $11 million, which was a lot of money back then. Couple texts here in the spirit of Joel Embiid bringing his human shield of a son to his press conference. Seth asked the question, what are some other environments you shouldn't bring your kid to work. And a texter points out on the Base Power text line, there is no bring your kid to the steel mill day.
Yeah,
Good point. Good point.
We got that sign up in the steel mill that says we haven't lost a child.
Erasing it.
We haven't melted a child in over 379 days.
Yeah. Jenkins' kid just stuck his hand in the guillotine. This person says 100% agree with you on your Joel Embiid take. Not the place for your kids to be on your lap. Media trying to do their job too. Not that I'm taking up for the media. It's okay to take up for the media. We're media. Yeah. You can take up for us. You don't have to apologize for it. Yeah, man. We're people too.
I do like it. Yeah. The problem with it's just like any group of people anywhere ever. It's like, let's not paint with a broad brush about just every single, everybody in this job or profession is awful and doesn't try. There's not a single good person anywhere.
You can take up for the good media, okay?
Yeah.
All right. Where does the Texans roster stack up compared to an average NFL team? Do we agree? The Athletic ran some numbers. Austin Mock did his simulation computer thingy. Where do the Texans stack up? I'm not sure if I totally agree with this one, but we will have that. We got some schedule nuggets dropping as well that we'll get to. Schedule comes out in full on Thursday later this week, so we'll do that coming up next. But first, let's get you down to Sugar Land with my guy Ruben Mendoza, the general manager. I saw a TV commercial yesterday during one of the games, and there was my guy Ruben, smiling face on there, telling everybody why they should get to West Point, Lincoln, to Sugar Land. So I'm going to do that exact same thing right now. They've got employee pricing going on.
and Pendergast is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents, live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
The texter that was upset with me making fun of J.J. McCarthy's face, and he said,
"Oh no,
Sean, hey, no offense, but you're not exactly a face man yourself."
You were making fun of his looks.
I was his looks.
That's right. You know what? Sean wasn't making fun of his looks, and then you chose to make it about Sean's
You chose
looks.
violence, yeah.
Yeah, that's messed up, bro.
Here's the text. Come on, Sean, no offense, but you shouldn't be talking about anybody's mug.
Yeah. No, he wasn't. He could be the best-looking guy in the world. Like, if it was Brad Pitt making the J.J. McCarthy face, it would annoy Sean.
Absolutely.
He wasn't calling him ugly.
No.
He was talking about his mean mugging.
I said he has a punchable face. I didn't say he was ugly. Yeah, so that's...
Understand the distinction. Make the distinction about what Sean is insulting before you criticize his insults.
Right. No offense, you're ugly is what that text basically says. Hey, Sean, no offense.
Yeah, no offense. Completely unrelated.
Yeah.
You're ugly.
You're ugly.
Because you weren't talking about whether he's an attractive human being or not.
No, he's annoying. That's my point. Now, if you find me annoying also, then that's a different story.
I feel like your accountant being like, hey, Sean, I realize we're talking about your taxes here, but also you're ugly. Yeah. Whoa, where'd that come from, bro?
Whoa.
What the hell's going on here?
Oh. Yeah. So Austin Mock of The Athletic has his, I just picture him sitting next to this like old school like Commodore 64 computer and runs all his simulations of the season. You
got your programs on a cassette tape.
Yeah.
I just remembered that the other day. I was thinking about my old Commodore computer and I forgot that. Oh yeah, I had a tape deck.
Cassette tapes.
I had a cassette tape deck
man, that's where
for my computer.
It's crazy. So,
what the hell?
So that's Austin Mock sitting there with his cassette tapes and his Commodore 64, running all the simulations on the season. And eventually he'll put one out where he's got the win totals for every team. This little exercise, Seth, he figured out the expected margin of victory for each team. So this is how many points a team is expected to win or lose by against an average NFL roster. So the baseline mythical average roster of a 0.0. And you've got a bunch of teams that are positive numbers, and you got half the league thereabouts, which is negative numbers. Those are the bad teams.
It sounds like he basically takes the rosters, and in each one of the players, they have basically like a war type of wins above replacement or something. How much impact does each player on the roster have on wins or losses in a season?
According to this,
and then you factor it out to like how many wins does that add up to?
Right. And in this case, it's how many points would you beat an average team by on a normal Sunday. According to this exercise, the best team in football is the Los Angeles Rams, and they've been number one in a lot of the power rankings. Subjective power rankings I've seen people do. They beat an average NFL roster by 6.3 points. So in other words, they'd be almost a touchdown favorite against an average NFL team. The Rams would. Seattle's next. Boy, what a division, man. Seattle and the Rams, one of those teams, just like last year, is going to be a wild card again this year and have to go on the road. That was the Rams last year. The Seahawks ended up with the number one seed. But Seattle's number 2, 5.3 points. The Bills are number 3, 4.1. And then it gets into a slew of teams that are all within a point of each other, starting with the Chiefs. Do you think the Chiefs are going to be as good as everybody thinks they're going to be this year?
No.
I don't either. They were showing on TV in here earlier, Seth. They were on one of the debate shows. They were talking about the AFC West, and they put up the odds, and the odds-on favorite in Vegas to win the AFC West is once again the Kansas City Chiefs. Like plus 160 or something like that. I don't see it.
I think they're going to be a good football team.
Yeah.
But I think that I don't think they've done anything offensively or defensively that makes it feel like, oh, yeah, now they're back on track to where they were. People forget that I think because they've been such a good team, people forget that the offense has been sliding for a few years now, and that it was their defense 2 years ago that was so incredible and so impactful that they were still a really, really good football team. They had to win by narrow margins all the time. Last year they ended up losing by narrow margins a bunch, but that I don't see necessarily where the huge sea change is, other than in bringing in a running back. Oh, great, Andy Reid's got a running back. Okay, cool. Good for you.
Yep.
I don't necessarily get it.
I don't either. But they're at the top of this gaggle of teams that are anywhere from they're 3.1 points better than an average team, all the way down to the Houston Texans, who are 2.2 points better than an average football team, according to this exercise. That may not sound like much, but here's the thing: there's like 10 teams in between the Chiefs and the Texans.
Yeah,
and it just goes to show you the parity that we're probably going to see this year, like we did last year, too.
I think, honestly, without overthinking it, what this all boils down to is exactly what you would expect by the fact of looking at the Texans' offense versus the Texans' defense. They've got a really good defense. They're going to be a little bit limited teams to a few points. When they do win, it's not with a huge outpouring of points.
That's right.
Those teams are at the top. Were all top 10 offenses last year. So I think that's where you're just you can't go into any particular game right now until the offense proves itself thinking, they're just gonna bury you in a deluge of touchdowns.
Texans are below the Cowboys in this exercise. They're right below them. Texans are 15th, ranked 15th in terms of number of points. They are better than an average NFL team in this exercise. Right ahead of them, the Cowboys, the Lions. Boy, the Lions all the way down at 13th. The window, I'm not saying the window's closed on the Lions or anything like that, but boy, it really does go to show you, Seth, that you got a bunch of when you've drafted really well and you got a bunch of those young guys that are on their rookie deals and you got that window open like the Lions did, boy, that NFC title game that they lost to the Niners, I bet still hurts Lions fans to this day, because there was some weird decisions by Dan Campbell in that game and some missed field goals. And now the Lions are a team that didn't even make the playoffs last year. You know, you got to take advantage of these windows.
I think this little chart that you have here, Sean, or that you're using or working off of, I think the thing to remember, though, too, is that, the Texans are that far down, but really it's just there's a few
tenths of a point.
Yeah, if you look at the Rams, the Seahawks, the Bills, and the Chiefs are the ones that are most notably lopsided, and I might not even include the Chiefs in that. It's really the Rams, the Seahawks, and the Bills, and then it all gunks up and we got slight little. It's a 0.1 difference. It's a 0.2 difference here or there in the AFC.
Yeah, are you? I think the Texans season win total is 9.5 again. I think it's been 9.5 the last 3 years.
Yeah, I think as long as the Texans defense is as good as it is, and you return all your starters this year, the one starter you don't return is Tim Settle, but Tommy Togiai played so well. And then you draft a guy that you feel pretty good about in the second round. That I basically, when I go on radio programs in other cities, I just say they're returning all their starters.
Yeah, I think that's the way to look at it for sure.
Hoping that they'll call me out on Tim Settle. Yeah.
Right. That'd be hardcore if
you're going to sit here, talk to the people in New York, and act like Tim Settle isn't a loss.
Is that who you were? Were you on with New York people yesterday?
No, I was on with CBS Radio.
Oh, okay.
On Saturday night.
Oh, gotcha.
He did ask me a question that caught me off guard a little bit. I like going on in other cities and on other shows because they expose blind spots sometimes. You know?
Yeah,
I can't remember what it was. I've already put it back in my blind spot. Whatever it was, I addressed it and put it right back there in my blind spot.
Yeah.
Oh no. He had asked. All right. Well, if they don't extend him this year, what? CJ Stroud. If they don't extend CJ Stroud this year, if the Texans don't extend CJ Stroud this year, and he doesn't play awesome next year, then what's the solution? And I filibustered for a good 45 seconds. But really, there are no good solutions. That's the problem.
No.
But I'm not tied to, wow, you got to extend these guys after 3 years because, oh, no. Always remember, the downside is, oh, no, what if you have to pay a little bit more money to a guy who's proven 100% to be an awesome quarterback? Okay, I'm willing to absorb that a little bit compared to if you give a boatload of money to somebody that hasn't slam dunk proven it yet and it doesn't work out.
If CJ has the exact same season in 2026, including the postseason, that he had in 2025, so they go 12-5, they win a playoff game where he didn't play that well, they lose a playoff game where he plays just an abomination of a game. Is he the quarterback in 2027 for this team? I know he's under contract.
Yeah,
but you're reaching a breaking point here with the fan base, probably too.
That would be the really interesting thing, because when you step back and you try really hard to ignore the playoffs, and it's almost impossible to. But you try to ignore the playoffs and you look at the regular season, but as objectively as possible, just going by various metrics, and there's no good one all-encompassing metric for quarterbacks, but CJ was anywhere from the 10th to 19th best quarterback in the old classic QBRs, passer rating, EPA per dropback, all of that. It's like, okay, he's a mediocre to slightly above average quarterback. If you just look at those stats, that's not something like those guys do get contracts, and you try to figure out a way to make it work with a good. They don't necessarily get top of the market deals,
right?
But you try to make it work. But then if he flamed out in the playoffs, I don't know what you do.
I don't either.
You gotta then. You just can't ignore that. You can't be like, well, some guys just have bad luck every now and then.
Yeah.
If it was exactly the same as this year, I don't know what you would do other than trade for a veteran or do something like that.
And then the interesting thing becomes, what do you do with CJ, which is, I think you'd have to move on from him, and what's his value around the league? He's a former second overall pick. Teams are typically willing to give up something with the idea that, when he gets in our building, there's enough hubris going around in the NFL. We made fun of Cowherd last week, Seth, because of the whole notion that, you got to pay C.J. Stroud because the 7 other teams would give him $50 million if he were out there. Yeah. There is something to that there are QB desperate teams that would look at him through a different prism, probably.
Right.
Steelers,
again, I don't know, though, too, that's where sometimes you find yourself in that mode. You got to be realistic and say, okay, well, if we move on from CJ, what are the other alternatives?
Yeah.
In 2000, if you're having this conversation in 2027, that, for one, it's still not unheard of to just play it out through the first 5 years of Dak Prescott or Lamar Jackson.
Yep.
And those guys are both still with their teams. And was it ideal? Did you end up spending too much money? Sure. But those guys had also, if we're playing this scenario where CJ has the exact same year next year, those guys had accomplished a lot more in their first 5 seasons than in this hypothetical. Yep. But if you manage it properly, you work like hell to try to find some different solution. But if you have to, you run it back again.
All right, schedule nuggets are dropping. We've got the biggest one for the Texans that we'll touch on. If you missed it earlier, we'll hit it again in the final segment. And there's something that took place this weekend that I'm going to go on a quest for audio from over the weekend. We've got one nugget of audio where somebody gets cooked, and I think people will like the person getting cooked in this audio. We'll do that. We'll find out what the question of the day is on In the Loop as well. We'll talk to the fellas. Stay there. You're listening to Payne and Pendergast.
Area 45 with Bijani and Creighton.
We have played one of 6 months of
610 text line is energized by Base Power. Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast. Final segment is here. We will talk to the guys on In the Loop in just a little bit. Before we get into the topic we teased, TMZ, you just sent this to me, Seth. They've done it again. An exclusive picture of Bijani wrapping her arm around Mike Vrabel during a chat at a 2022 Super Bowl party.
Oh, boy.
So the picture, I'll retweet it right now. I'm just going to hit repost. It's definitely Rousini. You can tell. You can see her face. And she's kind of whispering to a large man with his back to the camera that this picture claims is Vrabel. They got that whole TMZ, like, little arrow pointing at him with the font there. It says Mike Vrabel. And so it doesn't look like it's intimate. It looks like she's leaning in and whispering to him.
Well, or they could be even. I mean, this is the hazards of still photos. I mean, they could have just been saying hello or goodbye.
Yes.
You know, like it doesn't. If somebody had sent me this and there was none of the other stuff going on that we knew about, I'd be like, all right, quit trying to stir something up. This is like, all right, this is a guy giving a woman a hug at a party.
Yeah.
Like it could have been the most innocent thing in the world.
He's not even doing anything. He's just standing there and she's got her arm around him.
Well, no, it looks exactly like if you're saying hello or goodbye to somebody. Like a tall guy bending down to hug a girl goodbye or hug a woman goodbye. Yeah, like that's. So I don't know. And yet they'll probably get millions and millions of clicks on this.
Of course they
and
will.
People will talk about it on their various streaming platforms and radio shows.
How much stuff do you think TMZ is still sitting on here? I mean, because they're not going to put it all out there, everything they have.
This one, I feel like this one, especially because it's at a Super Bowl party too.
Right.
So it's not at a casino. It's not at a boat dock or something.
Okay.
I feel like I don't know. And yet it's people are gonna to let their imaginations run wild with this. I feel like this is a little bit of overkill, though.
Maybe. I still think there's probably a folder that they've got, on somebody's computer.
No. I'm not saying they're not going to keep doing this. Yeah. I'm just saying, at a certain point, it just starts to feel like, all right, not every single. You're not trying to build a case or anything. It's just like, nope, this is just piling on.
No, they're just making money off of it. That's all. It's a business they're running. So I get why they're doing it. The point you make about if this were the only thing, if this were the first thing to pop up, the reaction would definitely be, look, guys, stop. Like, you're just trying to stir things up. Now, some of the other things, though, if they were the first thing to pop up, them kissing at a bar in March of 2020, if that were the first thing to pop up, I'd be like, ooh, okay, that's something.
Yeah.
The boat trip, the private boat trip when she's pregnant. 7 months. If that were the first thing to pop up, that's something. This one does feel like it's like, oh, come on, guys, do better.
Okay.
This is like a 3 on a scale of 1 to 10.
It's obviously part of the story and everything, but it's not necessarily the most alarming thing that, okay, we know they were having an affair for 5 years or so, or at least it very much looks like they're having an affair.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, did they casually hug at a party once in front of Ella? It's something that was related to their professions?
Yeah.
Okay, I would imagine that.
We're at that stage now, though, because everybody, because we know what the deal is between the two of them, we think, is that they can post anything now. If the two of them are in the picture, I already bookmarked it so I can read the article with it. I want to find out where it was and all that stuff.
Yeah, it's 100% one of the photos that if this were the first thing that ever had popped up, it would be. You'd say, what the hell? Come on.
Stop.
Is this what life has become?
Right.
You're right, because Vrabel doesn't even have his left hand anywhere. He's just
standing there.
She's just like hugging his neck. It looks like this is the pose of a guy that's double fisting it. And so he's got a drink in each hand.
Yes.
And she's reaching up to hug and say goodbye.
Yeah.
That's what I would think it was.
Yeah.
Until, but now that you're like, oh, is she whispering in his ear?
Right.
What are they planning? What are they plotting?
I left you a room key.
Right. I'm going to make fun of my husband tomorrow, just so you know.
Just
wink,
so you know.
Wink after I make fun of my husband on television.
Yep. So the Texans are off to London, it looks like, for a regular season game this year. For the first time in 7 years, the Texans are headed to an international game. And just as it was, Seth, in 2019, it will be a division game against the Jags in London at Wembley Stadium. in Week 6. I think Texan fans are excited about this. The traveling Texans, I would imagine, are going to flood London. I know a lot of Jags fans like going to London because it's an annual pilgrimage for them as well. But the only thing that surprises me about this is if we take last season to be any sort of indicator as to what this season could look like in the AFC South, this is one of the most important games in the division of the entire year.
That seems to be the thing that's got people most agitated.
Yeah.
Some people, the Texans aren't losing a home game or anything because of this. So it's a Jaguars, technically a home game for them. So you don't have to worry about that. I think the fact that it feels like anytime you go international, it makes things more random. If it ends up just being a sloppy game because both teams are sleep deprived or whatever it might be, I guess what you'd have to hope for is that maybe the Jaguars play their other international game the week before this one, so that maybe the Jaguars are a little bit fatigued from being
not in their
England,
house.
out of but I mean, you could make the same argument that now they're even better adapted to the time zone.
Maybe right. They've gotten over the jet lag and everything else. Yeah, it's a good point.
The other part too is because I did keep saying, I'm guilty of this, I keep seeing people say that Jaguars don't really have that much of an advantage in London because since 2010 they're 7-7 in London. For those of you who don't know, the Jaguars play a lot more games over there. Shad Khan, that's the deal the Jaguars have. But in that same time, since 2010, when they've been 7-7 in London, at home games in Jacksonville, they're 49-70.
Yeah.
So without doing a deep dive into which opponents, et cetera, on the surface level of it, okay, maybe they've been a little bit better team over there than they have been when they're playing at home. So maybe it does give them a little bit of a boost because they're just more familiar as an organization with doing it.
Aaron Raybald, who is one of our engineers up here, and he travels with the Texans. He's their on-site engineer for the radio broadcast of the games. He brought up an interesting point earlier when he poked his head in the studio, Seth. The Commanders play in London the following week, and I guess the promotional materials for that game indicate that the opponent they're going to play has colors of red, white, and blue. And it would be just the only teams that fit that are the Texans and the Giants. Yeah. And I can't imagine the fan base. I can't imagine Washington wanting to play the Giants in London as opposed to playing them in D.C.
Yeah.
And so Aaron brought up an interesting thing. I guess it was last year that the Vikings were actually a team that stayed overseas for 2 weeks to play games. The Texans play a road game against the Commanders this year. They're scheduled to play a road game. And that's a home game. That London game is a Commanders home game. So I guess the Vikings played an Ireland game and then a London game last year. And so he was floating like, hey, it's probably got like a 2% chance of happening. It rarely happens that a non-Jaguar team stays overseas for a couple of weeks. How would you feel about that? 2 London games in a row for the Texans, back-to-back weeks.
Oh, no, they're not going to do that, too. No.
I don't think they will either, but it's happened.
No,
there's a precedent.
Yeah.
It's happened before.
I think it's just I don't know. Yeah, I would not be happy with it.
Yeah, that's the question. Yeah.
Who did it before? The Vikings
had
two. They had 2 international games last year
in a row. Yeah. And they're not. They're the only non-Jags team I think to do that. So
did they give any explanation for that as to why they hosed them by giving them 2 international games?
I don't know. One was in Ireland and one was in London. So I don't know if. I don't know. These teams all have countries that they're, have some sort of ambassadorship with.
Yeah.
I don't know if Minnesota maybe has one with Ireland. I have no idea. I just know that it's happened before, and there's at least some sort of little tea leaves that the Texans could be playing. The Commanders could be playing a red, white, and blue team next year.
I wish he hadn't brought this up. This is going to ruin my whole afternoon thinking about this.
Don't let it. It rarely happens, but it happened last year.
Yeah,
that's all. So
they had now with the Vikings. Apparently, the Wilfs, the Ziggy and Mark Wilf that own it, they have an individual aggressive international strategy.
Okay,
so this is something that I think the Vikings were particularly open to.
They may have pushed for it.
Yeah, whereas I don't think the Texans are right in that mode necessarily.
No.
If anything, plus the Texans. Remember they divvied up all the...
and the Texans got Mexico in what you're about to talk about there, right?
Yeah.
They partnered all the NFL teams with different countries, and the Texans got Mexico. I can't imagine them playing 2 games in London. The Texans will be playing the Jags over there.
Yeah, they allowed the Vikings to swap away games at Pittsburgh and Cleveland.
Yeah.
So they were able to avoid tough road environments to go to those neutral site ones.
Yeah. Yep. And
some
it all
maneuvering for an average football team.
So good that they were 9-8.
Yeah.
All right. Payne and Pendergast with you. Hey, one cut on the way out here. I'm going to go find more audio from this last night. Actually, I'll probably go watch it maybe later today. They roasted Kevin Hart last night on Netflix. And there were a lot of athletes in attendance there, a lot of sports people in attendance there.
Including Draymond Green.
Yeah, who made jokes. I'll go find some of those, and we'll rate them tomorrow. But
they, good.
Jeffrey Ross was, as always, the roast master there. That's his deal. And here was his crack on Draymond Green last night.
Steph Curry couldn't make it tonight, but he did carry Draymond Green all the way here. Love you, buddy. I'm not going to make fun of you because you're violent. You've been ejected more times than a Kevin Hart DVD.
Okay. Shane Gillis said he said he had a joke about Draymond Green being the first guy to make the Hall of Fame for setting picks, and the guy that was a little too of an advanced joke for the mixed crowd in there. You know, I probably got a lot of non-sports fans and everything, so it didn't get as much of a pop as I would have preferred.
I'm
but
excited.
It seemed like Draymond was taking it well. He understands the concept of a roast, and that was all good. Draymond's making such a hard push now for his post-playing career.
Oh, yeah.
I'm notoriously awful at predicting who's going to thrive in media and who isn't. I just don't see it with Draymond. I just don't know if he has enough of a natural personality, like an interesting personality, in the same way a guy like Shaq, obviously. Shaq is a great player, but lots of great players don't end up doing well in the media.
Yeah.
But Shaq also has an incredibly entertaining personality.
I think
Barkley, and on and on and on. Yeah.
I don't know that he's got that entertainment gene in him that those guys do. Yeah. I think he's a really smart basketball player. Like, he may actually provide really good analysis on things. So we'll see.
That's a good point. I feel like producers are going to try to lean into Draymond being the tough guy or being like bringing some kind of humor to it, when really, the actual basketball analysis would be the thing I'd be most interested in with Draymond.
He's got a high basketball IQ, I think. So we'll see what happens. They are going to give him every chance to succeed in media, though. It feels like the league and the networks really want him to be one of those next guys for sure. John Lopez, Reggie Atatula, they are here. Gentlemen, how you doing?
What up, though?
Great. How are you? Good.
This is a thing. Before we finish up with Draymond, and these guys will agree with me, I'm sure. I think with Draymond, the tendency is, because he's so polarizing and everything, people expect him to come up there and make these bold statements and be brash and everything, when in reality, his actual basketball analysis and coming from the team. Great, you can say all you want about he was surrounded by all these great players. Right, he was in that environment, and he can speak with a whole lot of authority on some of the actual basketball things. I think that's where I would really enjoy him as a broadcaster.
Yeah, well, and especially in the postseason, right? I mean, he's played in every type of series. He's been in series where they've blown 3-1 leads. He's been in series where they've come back before. He's been on teams that have Kevin Durant, teams that don't have Kevin Durant, things like that.
That's my message to all those producers that are going to be like, we can put Draymond in this situation where he insults Barkley, and then it'll be awesome television. Don't do it. Don't be a hoe for the producers, Draymond.
That's right. Good advice, Seth.
Are we saying that Draymond does not bring this himself? He has a little bit of an acidic personality. I think really the tough thing about it is he's not nearly as charismatic as Charles Barkley is.
No.
Which, to be fair, I don't know that there are many people who are as charismatic as Charles Barkley.
Yeah.
So he has to find a way to get that over. Like, I think Bomani Jones talks about this a lot as a fairly smart dude. It is your responsibility to make people feel comfortable with you being smart. And I think in that place, like being a little bit acerbic, I guess, for lack of a better way of saying it, like finding a way to make people comfortable with the way that you deliver is going to be on him. But I think he'll find it.
He that was a mistake he made, I think, when he was on the set last week, was he tried to He tried to out Barkley.
Can't do it.
You can't do it. You can't do it.
It's like heckling a comedian.
He's the man. Yeah, absolutely. Did you guys have a nice weekend? Treat the moms okay?
Treated the moms okay.
Okay.
And restained my deck.
Okay. Well, that was nice of you to do for Jan.
Was that a part of treating the wife?
I told her this is your present.
My present to you is I'm restaining the deck.
It didn't go well.
Well, it was really him being outside and away from her.
This is true. This is true.
Yep. So what is the question of the day, fellas?
You think Victor Wembanyama is going to be suspended a game? Because he could.
He could be. Yeah, he could.
He could be.
A little flagrant action. Yeah. And that was. We had a texter earlier be like, "Hey, there were guys hugging him from behind," and
no, that was flagrant.
That was he looked at him and then elbowed him. Like, yeah, it was pretty bad.
So, what's a rule in sports or otherwise?
Okay,
that you're a stickler about.
Okay,
If you're a stickler, he should be suspended.
Yeah. No, by the letter of the law. I don't know if this is a rule. Like, I don't know if this is something like you could get arrested for or whatever. But to me, it's a societal rule. If you're in the left lane on the freeway, you are passing people. You're not sitting there driving slowly. I hate that. I hate when people, and I will tell you this: if I'm not passing somebody, I get in the right lanes, and then if I get up behind somebody, I get in the left lane, and then I pass. I never
100%.
just sit in the left lane. I'm a stickler for that.
I am.
That's a good answer.
I'm not afraid to honk and flip people off when they're doing it.
You get a really uncomfortable feeling if you realize, like, oh man, I'm in the left lane and I'm kind of in a situation where, you get that embarrassment. Yeah,
I gotta move over.
Yep.
Mine is very similar. I'm interested in Seth's. You do not have access to the playlist when driving, unless invited.
When driving,
the driver has the playlist.
Oh, okay. When driving, you own the music in the car.
Unless you invite someone else.
Oh, I got confused by your wording. I thought you were expressing the opposite.
No.
Like,
It's the driver's
basically a chauffeur at that point.
Like when we went to New Orleans a little over a year ago, I had the playlist, and then I said, Reggie, or Figgy, whoever I started with. Said, what do you want to put on? That until that minute happens, I have the playlist.
You do.
Yeah.
Okay. I like that. That's a good rule.
Yeah, that's right.
That's a really good rule. Because I drive most
I
of the
like
time.
the idea that you're a stickler about it. Like, do you get in other people's cars? Like, no, you need to put on music right now.
No, I'm a stickler about I don't say anything unless I'm invited.
I'm a stickler for one thing that's slowly destroying both my marriage and my relationship with my co-host. And it's this. Maybe I'm just a little crazy, but I like it when the person that I'm talking to genuinely understands what I'm saying. And sometimes I can tell that they don't. And then Brandy or Sean will routinely accuse me of repeating myself when it's very, very painfully clear to me that they don't fully understand what I'm saying.
Oh, man.
And then they'll say, yeah, you repeat your point. And I'm like, yeah, because you don't get it. To the point where Sean and Brandy are probably going to be renting a boat together in Tennessee at some point as they commiserate over me being a stickler for people understanding what I'm trying to say.
God bless that woman.
I asked Brandy, hey, what am I a stickler for? This is the first thing she brought up.
Oh, really? Oh, okay.
Show contributor.
Yeah. 100%. 100%. Oh, this will be good. This will be really good. All right, boys. Well, have a great show. But by the way, you're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM HD2 Houston, an Odyssey sports station. Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. And we have a London trip coming up next year.
We do have a
That's
London
right.
trip coming up next
You
year.
going?
Get sponsors. You guys all go to work. That's your project.
Yes.
Bring in one prospective sponsor to send the whole station.
Bring
to
us
London.
all over
The
there.
thought has crossed my mind.
Yeah, man. We get a bungalow somewhere. And
Get there money, do shows from, I guess I'd be doing shows early, right?
Late in the day there.
Late, they're 6 hours ahead.
Oh, perfect. It's like late afternoon right now. It's happy hour. Yeah. All right, boys. Have a great show. Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. Seth, antibodies to you, my friend.
Antibodies, and don't listen to that guy earlier that just for zero reason whatsoever took a shot at your
Called
looks.
me ugly.
You're a beautiful
He's
man.
making fun of J.J. McCarthy's face. And he's like, Sean, no offense, but you're not somebody to be talking about somebody's mug.
Yeah.
Right.
You're beautiful on the inside, Sean. That's all you need to ever remember.
I appreciate that very, very much. Thank you. Especially as I sit here and wonder what the hell Seth's saying half the time, apparently.
That look on your face.
That's right. All right, we're done. We are out of time. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig, they are in the loop, and they start now.
Happy Monday to you. You are indeed in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. That's the OG John Lopez. I'm Reginald Atatula, Figgy Fig on the ones and twos, and you rolling with us as we start a new week.
Yeah.
After a fantastic Mother's Day weekend.
Started at 4 p.m. if we're in London.
I feel like I'd be utterly useless in London.
Oh, you would not be.
You don't think so?
No. The thought has crossed my mind. Maybe get out there Saturday, do shows. God, I love this song. This is such a good song.
London Calling?
Yeah.
This one is playing for a very particular reason that I'll get to in a moment. I want to make sure that I start by inviting people into the program because it is your show as much as it is ours. Make it so by joining on the Base Power text line 713-572-4610. Also, we always want to appreciate the Mo Karen Injury Lawyers for the live stream.
We keep it 100.
The YouTube page is Sports Radio 610. The Twitch chat is 610 Houston. Hop in, chat. And chat about the fact that it seems like, according to Elite, we'll get officially on Thursday some information, but according to Elite, it seems like the Texans are crossing the pond and going to London. Week 6, I think, is the leak to face off
October
against the Jaguars. Don't ask me like I remember what date it is, but I just remember the idea is that the Texans might be playing an international game this coming fall.
Yeah. Look, man, it's exciting. We all kind of thought it would happen this year.
Go ahead and do it. Don't we all thought. Go ahead and take the credit that you want.
We're a team. We are a team. I said
of all the times for Lopez to all of a sudden try and spread credit.
You know, the first thing
take
that comes
the credit, man. You've been saying it for the last 5 years.
Eventually, it's gonna be right.
I'm a humble guy, and so I like.
When does that start?
I like to give credit to the entire team. I like to give credit to the entire team that the Texans were going to be playing here. But yeah, I said it. Anyway,
said it 5 years in a row.
No, look, man, it's exciting. It is exciting, but there are some questions to be.
I was like, is it exciting?
There are some questions to be asked here, and so what is your first initial? All right, they're going. What hits you?
One, I'm a stick in the mud, so please understand that before we get into all this conversation.
I think what you're saying, going to say, hit me too first.
The first thing I thought, and I think I texted in the group chat when we talk about it, is, so they're going to have a bye week early, right? In order to navigate international travel, the NFL, in attempting to appease their member clubs and organizations, knowing that, hey, international games aren't the easiest things in the world to navigate, we'll usually have our bye week around that, usually after it sometimes, to give you an opportunity to kind of, mitigate some of the issues with the time zones and travel and all that.
Yeah.
Which means for yet another year, the Texans, assuming that this is correct, that this is an international game, week 6, and that they will have their bye week around it, we'll have another fairly early bye week, which ultimately, the bye week is when it's going to happen. Football is such that you're going to play a lot of football, be tired at some point, so on and so forth. But in my manner of thinking, I don't really love the idea of an early bye week, right? The opportunities that the bye week stands for, which is an opportunity to get some rest in what is a long season of the car crash sport, that will be taken earlier rather than later, which I imagine it would be more I imagine it'd be more impactful. The opportunity to course correct that happens in the bye week of stopping down and doing some self-reflection, some self-tape watch. That happens earlier in the season rather than later. All those things. I don't love the idea that, hey, you play internationally, your bye week happens earlier, and you kind of just need to go on the stretch run without that opportunity to stop down and take a breather at any point.
No, that's the first thing that I thought of as well. But there's some other things that we need to kind of kick around here. It is always cool for the organization. They get a lot of sponsorship stuff going with their big time sponsors and et cetera. But that is the first thing that hit me. But not, the second one I think is interesting.
Okay.
And that is, this is obviously a really good Texans team, especially defensively, and we'll see about offensively. But of all the big players, so to speak, the Will Andersons, Derek Stingley, just go down the list, C.J. Stroud, whatever. None of them have done this before. None of them. This isn't a veteran-laden team. There are some.
Yeah, there's a good amount of veterans.
There's some, but I'm wondering, for this squad here, I'm wondering, does that impact it? The fact that these young players have never gone through that whole what you just laid out, the gearing up and then the returning and then the off week and all that stuff.
Take it a step further, because I think that's a notable point. I'm glad you brought it up. take it a step further, and I think you get to the meat of the issue. How many people on this staff have done this before?
That too.
D'Amico Ryans hasn't done this before, right? Maybe I could
San Francisco. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe. I guess maybe that's the case, right?
Yeah.
You talk about the possibility of doing this in a coordinator capacity, but how many of them have the experience to be able to help shepherd your team through? Okay, these are the necessary changes that we have to be able to level whatever the difficulties are of going across the pond and finding your best element of the way that you play elsewhere. I think that the one thing that would give me solace, or at least one thing that immediately comes to mind that would give me solace in the idea of an international game for the Texans is, if there's one thing that feels like it should travel is defense. You know what I mean? Like your idea.
Does it travel that far?
I would hope so. Like, I hope that there's no international roaming fees or nothing.
Well, I mean,
on the defense.
but here's the thing, and it ties in with what my thought is here. Not only have all the young players here never done this, the Jags do it every year, twice a year,
right?
And that's a division game against a team that won the division. So I started thinking, like, you know what? This isn't like go to London, beat the Jags.
It could be
like a given. A given. They do it once or twice a year. They're used to it. They have their system down. They have where they practice and all that down. Everything for the Texans is going to be brand new. Every little detail of it is going to be brand new, and a lot of the players are going to be doing it for the very first time.
Yeah, no, that's a fair point that I had not fully reconciled with, and it's a fair point. There's the defense aspect of it. I also would imagine if this team does land the way that Nick Caserio, D'Amico Ryans, and the entire organization has planned it, does it not also feel like running the ball would travel as well?
Yeah, it does. It absolutely does, which may tie in with, and this has gotten better. I don't mean to intimate otherwise, but a lot of times those field conditions in those international stadiums can be a little dicey. So running the ball, stuff.
Sorry about that.
No.
This is where I would be happy that it's London as opposed to Brazil or Australia or Madrid. This one they've done a number of times. You imagine that the field crew there understands the necessary circumstances and the differences between playing FIFA sanctioned, EPL, whatever, of football fields or pitches in that instance, and what the NFL needs for players to be successful. So I imagine that, that it shows up in that way where hopefully the field conditions feel the way that you would want to. From the text line, from the 832, these are grown-ass men. I'm sure going overseas isn't that serious, man. One, you would hope that they are able to navigate these things. Two, the thing that I'd bring up is devil's in the details, man. How many times do we talk about this game being like a matter of inches or, small margins? The difference between, hey, I'm uncomfortable. Hey, I ate something that felt a little different. Now I imagine that's going to be less of an impact.
Yeah.
I have a strong feeling the Texans will have a very, very...
They're taking their cafeteria.
Yeah, pretty much, right? But, there are a lot of things that could throw you out. Y'all ain't never traveled internationally?
But see, I look at it as a routine. Like, their whole routine is thrown off at this point.
Yes.
That's like if you used to working 9 to 5 and they... all out of nowhere, they got you working 12 in the morning. That's going to throw your routine off a little bit.
I know you've had to do that
a bunch of times.
Boy, those what used to whoop my ass, man. Like you just, I got the overnight shift one day. Ruined me for 3 straight days.
Or how about working the night shift and then got to get back up here to be here at 5 in the morning?
That's even worse.
Yeah. My little brother who just started in the food industry recently, I think he had his first clopin this week. And he was telling me ahead of time, and I was trying to not express the utter beatdown that was about to be, but I don't think I helped because I saw it on his face. He was like, "I'm not looking forward to that." In fact, I need to check in with him and see how that went. These changes in your routine, they matter. It's the reason why the NFL has such a routine oriented like this. They wouldn't do it that way if it did not impact.
Right.
And so the change in your routine, even if it's small, is going to be notable in going overseas.
Well, I think it's going to be interesting to see, and D'Amico will be asked about this, so will Nick Caserio. Are they going to be one of those turn and burn teams? In other words, leave, Friday, get there Saturday and play, or are they going to maybe get there a day or two early to try to acclimate? I mean, all these little things, tend to be, impactful, or at least, get some sort of impact on how they perform. And you're right, it's the routine. It'll be 8:30 a.m. start here, 9:30 a.m. start here, something like that.
That's a great point.
You know, everything's going to be different.
Yeah, and that's the thing that was like a secondary, maybe even tertiary thing that I thought about was think about me.
Wake up for the Texans.
Think about me personally. I love the noon slot. Like when it comes to watching a football game, whether it's I guess let's use a road game in this instance, watching it on TV, unless for some reason Odyssey Houston ends up Big Banks sending us to London, right?
Let's go.
The likelihood is we're watching this on television, right? And the idea of watching a noon game, we get used to it. The comfortable, the flow, right? Maybe you go to church in the morning. Maybe you get up, go for a walk, do your tea, whatever. You know, you do that, lead in, get your game ready, and you're ready to go. I'm gonna be honest. Those morning games, they get like one eye most of the time. And the idea of having to lock in on a Texans game that early in the morning is a little different for me. It's a very small thing. It doesn't actually matter.
It is an island game.
But it changes. Yes, it's an island game. That's another thing. Is like, how does it have that same feel is one of the things that I'd be interested to ask some of the people that have gone through that. From that side of it, does it have that same feel of an island game? What does it feel like comparatively? Does it feel like a normal, noontime slate? Does it feel like mid-afternoon, like that slate? Does it feel like a primetime game? What does it feel like when you go into it? Because it's still going to be a division game. It's still going to have that import
against a team that is good.
Yes,
it just hit me slightly different than sort of knowing that you can go over there and take care of business against the Jaguars. The 832 says our Japanese pitcher is a grown man, and he sure thinks travel matters. You don't want to get Imai over there.
Don't get John Lopez started. All of a sudden, Tatsuya Imai is the consultant on, hey, guys, how do you make it happen?
This is what you should do.
Can you imagine him sitting in front of the
Listen, fellas.
Don't laugh too hard. He's starting, tomorrow?
Tomorrow.
Don't laugh too hard.
Tomorrow, Tatsuya. I can't wait. I really hope Tatsuya Imai gets out here and balls out, and we could just be like, okay, so this is just a funny story.
No, it's must-see TV.
Without question.
It is a must-see TV.
I appreciate this thought from the 832 on the text line, the base power text line, mind you. Doesn't J.J. Watt have something to do with an English soccer club, possible practice facility? He does. He is a part owner in Burnley Football Club. Problem is, that is not in the London area.
No.
It's just
how far is that? Like 8-9 hours?
Lancashire. Oh no. It's in the northern part of the country, but it's still not. England really ain't that, or the general United Kingdom in general ain't that big. That's why they don't understand when we be talking about driving places. They be like, oh man, you an hour, 2 hours. No, 7 hours to El Paso. What are you talking about?
No, all these things matter, but it is cool. I know that the traveling Texans are probably going to have a lot of fun with it. I'm not going to lie, it did intrigue me. I started thinking, okay, so if I get there on a Saturday, maybe I can do some games.
I was thinking about going too.
Yeah,
man.
We can do some shows
that's
over there.
That's my birthday month.
That's right.
Making the birthday.
You're going to go regardless is what I'm hearing. Figgy's like, whether or not we go, I will be in London.
Yeah, but you got to call in on Monday.
That's a good excuse to go, though.
It's a great excuse.
Yes.
But I would need somebody else to pay my way. I'm already going to Europe one time, and it is on my dime, and I am feeling it, baby. I'm feeling it. I did say early on that I'd be useless. I want you to understand, I would be. This is probably not a good thing to say on air because that's going to make them less likely to eating all the different cuisines. Not to say that there's the greatest food, but in London with the immersion of cultures where you'll get Caribbean, you'll get Nigeria, you'll get Indian. I'll be eating good. I would be the dude who during the time period is going to all these other soccer matches.
Man, you gotta be disciplined.
Yes.
You've been on the work trip with me. When was the last time I was disciplined?
You were not disciplined.
Yeah, when was the last time? You tell me the last time I was disciplined. When
remember,
they sent us
New Orleans was hilarious. He goes, I'm usually back by about 9 o'clock. We'll just keep it straightforward. Dude was getting home at 2 in the morning.
That's right.
I was like, come on, man.
They pay for me to be here.
So you try to tell these players to be disciplined.
Yeah, don't be like me.
See, it all ties in.
If anybody on the Houston Texans is listening,
they're younger than you.
Hey,
they really are.
Some of these players can't be disciplined in Miami.
Yes.
But this is the thing. Is it some of these players or some NFL players? Because I do think that will be useful to this team.
That's a great point.
This team and the culture that they developed, you imagine that these are the places where you want to see the dividends of it, right? The guys that...
Well, what a great point that is. That's right.
Right. The guys that even if they might be inclined to, hey, let's have a good time, there is not just an obligation to self, there's obligation to team and teammates.
Yeah.
It's so much that, hey, man, we not going to wild out because this isn't just about me. It's about the entirety of this Houston Texans ethos. And so I would imagine that helps mitigate any of those types of things so they don't end up like Reginald Atula 2 days into the trip having a sore voice.
Who is the player on the Texans that will probably you would put your money on that might wild out.
Ooh, that's not an easy answer. They got a lot of real good guys, man. Ooh,
I'm
that's
looking.
tough.
It's a great question.
Who is the wildest of the bunch? Like, it might be some. Because
I can see somebody like Trent Brown going insane a little bit.
Trent Brown, but he's older, man, and maybe that's not to say that dudes that are older can't, but it just feels like they have a little bit of routine. They've seen things, they lived a little bit with some money in their pockets. So they've been places. It's not brand new. I feel like it'd have to be a younger guy, but all the younger guys I'm thinking about are real disciplined. Like, and the first thing that came to mind, and so much as an answer that felt like it might work, is Kamari and Kalen together.
Yeah.
But we listen to Kamari talking about the big thing in year 3 he wants to do is become more of a leader. You know, like he's out here talking like he got.
I can see him tearing the town down, man.
Yeah.
He's talking like he got a 401k somewhere, right? Like that feels a little different to where maybe he doesn't tear the town down. And even if they do, I imagine.
Dude, I can't find anyone.
I don't know.
I'm looking at him
who
right
it is
now.
on the roster.
Like they're all, but that kind of brings it full circle. You know, all these little challenges and little hiccups and scheduling quirk. Maybe just because of who they are, culture is going to win again.
You know what's more likely? Yeah. I think it's more likely that a dude is thrown off because he just don't like England. Like, I could imagine.
Yeah.
Think about your newest first round pick, Keelan Rutledge. The dude who showed up to his first press conference and he ain't had no shirt with no collar on it. Went to London, England, like, man, I just wish I was home. Like, I feel like that's more likely than somebody gets out here and tears it down in London.
I think you said Derek Stingley's name wrong. He is 100% staying in the hotel with his lady.
Yes, he is.
Right.
Yes, he is.
Right. They might not know Derek Stingley made the trip until
peanut
the game
butter
time.
and jelly
Like,
sandwiches.
Hey, Derek, there's no crawfish over here, man.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rock with us on this Monday. Coming up next, the Astros. They did get a win in the series over the weekend, so they have officially won in Cincinnati as an AL team. Which, goodness gracious, they didn't get to win there.
That's it, huh? That's all you got,
buddy? What you want me to do? That's factually all I've got here. And so they have a stretch of their next 7 games that are really important. Is this next week of baseball the most important of the season? 713-572-4610. We discuss it next.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I would like.
Radio 610.
In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
Coming up next, what happened?
Nothing, man.
Continue.
Hey, man. AB conversation.
That's right.
And see your way out of it.
Okay, all right. You know what? I'm ready to be done with the show, and that means that coming up next.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us on this Monday. Hope your Mother's Day weekend went well. Hope you did something nice for your mom or the mother that's in your life.
Did you get it right?
What's up?
Did you get it right?
No. Legitimately, yesterday I called my mom after she went to church. No, quite literally I didn't. I plan on making it up to her, but I called her on like a video call. She happened to be at the store. And so, we were talking as she was going through the store with my little brother. She gets in the car. She's like, all right, so what am I getting for Mother's Day? And I was like, what you mean? You saw all that fun that we had last weekend with all the stuff that I bought? Yeah, that was
kind of it.
We put them together.
Hey, don't put them together,
we put them together. No.
You
This is
gonna be
payback.
that parent?
No, this is payback, man. There was combining of
This is payback.
Instances in years past. Honestly, it might not even be payback for me. My little brother's birthday is December 30th.
Yeah,
you know how many Christmas birthdays he got?
Yeah,
man,
that's the worst,
we
man.
putting these together, baby. We just making this go. So,
After all the things she did for you.
That's right.
All right.
That's right.
The best thing about your kids having kids, Mother's Day. Maybe this should have been a confession. It's kind of like it lessens the pressure. Like
it's somebody else's responsibility.
Yeah, we did coffee and a little get together, hang out with my middle son. Then we did brunch with my daughter and her husband. Then we did pool day and hamburgers with my oldest son. I was like, I'm off the hook, man.
Wait, so what did you do to get right?
I got her flowers and a card, and she was like, didn't even notice them.
That's a good point. It's a lot of pressure on kids to do something for their mama.
Dude,
man.
it was the best Mother's Day for me in a long time because I was like,
and I know you probably experienced this trying to get something for Mother's Day, and I mean because of your kids.
Yes.
Your kids
and you're getting it for them.
Yeah. Now y'all grown as hell.
I'm like, this is the easiest Mother's Day I've ever had.
Man, that's a good point, man.
Yeah. So we got through the weekend. Hope y'all did better than I did. But ultimately, the Astros, how did you evaluate this weekend, John Lopez? I'm interested. A 3-game set in Cincinnati, Great American Ballpark, where they had not won as an AL team. They did handle that, right?
That is a fact.
They got a great not complete game, but a quality start, a very quality start from Mike Burrows.
Like a complete game.
No.
Oh, man.
It felt like a complete game. I was like, 7 innings? Is that allowed? Are the Astros allowed to do that?
Yeah.
But they only get 1 win. They did not space out their runs accordingly because they had 10 in the first game and then 1 in the combined other 2 games. So probably the run production could have went a little bit better. But how'd you look at this weekend series?
And it ties in with exactly what we're going to talk about here. I think it's set up because I've been saying before these last 2 series against the Dodgers and the Reds, those are 2 tough teams. So you need to try to make a little hay there. They did not. They lost 2 or 3 to the Dodgers and 2 or 3 to the Reds, and it's a perfect setup for where we are. So as far as like leaving the weekend, I didn't like the 1 total run in the last 2 games. That. We talk about, the offense is going to, it's inevitable. They're going to hit a lull. I don't like scoring 1 run going into 2 division rival games. That could be a bit of an issue. So, that I didn't like that, and I thought they could have sure used another win. And they had a shot in a couple of these games.
They did, and that's what brings us to my assertion here is not only is this next week of baseball important, that is very evident. Is it the most important week of their season?
Man, what a good
713-572-4610. Let me lay the groundwork here. This is the heart of a 13 games and 13 days schedule for the Astros. And the heart of it is 4 games versus the Seattle Mariners, coming off of a 3-game set over the weekend that we just described. And then 3 games versus your division rival Texas Rangers, both of which teams are obviously ahead of you. You're the fifth team in the AL West, but also you've already played the Mariners and been swept by them.
Mm-hmm.
You haven't played the Rangers yet, but you could end up at the end of the week, if things do not go well, with losing records versus both of these teams, which again, for a team that is trying to claw their way back into any kind of race or contention, that would be another hurdle that is in front of you if you're like, okay, now we also are moving towards or maybe losing entirely the tiebreak that would give us any level of opportunity if we were to make it come back.
No, look, I don't think it's a stretch. And you always hesitate to say, this is the biggest, 7 days or whatever it is.
Most important election of your lifetime.
The most important 7 days of the season. What I will say is it is clearly the most important 7 days to this point. And I think it's easy, not just because of what you said, but remember last week when even Chandler Rome was saying, hey, they're only 3.5 back. Well, they're 5.5 back now. And, hey, they're not in last place anymore. Well, now they are. They're tied for the worst record in the American League. So if you lose any more ground and that 5.5 goes to, say, 7.5 games back in the division because you're playing division teams or worse, then, yeah, you have to make some very tough decisions and probably sooner rather than later.
Right. I think you also have to consider just point blank period. Even if they maintain the pace that they've been playing at just over the entirety of the season, they'd be 10 games below 500 by the end of this week. Right? You're just digging yourself deeper. And to add to the circumstances and the import of this week, what are we talking about? Tati Imai will be coming back. You get to see, hey, what did time away give him? And obviously the rehab starts are such that it's not looking great, but you just need the arm. If he's going to be any level attainable, if you're going to be able to make this stretch work, you need him to come out and give you something tomorrow. Does Peter Lambert continue to look the way that he needs to? Obviously, Mike Burrows had a good game, a great game, in fact, over the weekend. Is that a one-off, or is that going to continue to be the case? Like, these are also questions that will be answered in this coming week. In fact, Imai is slated to pitch twice in this week because he's supposed to have the Sunday game as well, right? Like, these are things that I think also are the backdrop that's happening in this 7-game set.
Yeah, on the other hand, if you do get some of these questions answered, you mentioned Imai. I'm not going to hold my breath on that. He really has a lot to prove. McCullers as well. McCullers is going, I guess he's going Wednesday, right? That horse is about to leave the barn, if things don't get better real soon for those two guys. On the other hand, you mentioned Lambert and Burrows. We'll see on Burrows. Lambert, I think we're pretty confident in him. He's going tonight against George Kirby, by the way, which should be a pretty good pitching matchup if you're into that stuff. But
look at us.
But no,
Peter Lambert, who we have sometimes
all
called,
of a sudden, good pitching matchup.
Yeah. Peter, not Frampton Lambert.
Yes.
And we're like, George Kirby, yeah, he can go toe-to-toe with him.
Well, we'll see.
2.94 ERA, George Kirby.
Yeah, we'll see.
So we got our guy on the mound.
But that speaks to the importance of these 7 games. That speaks directly to the importance of these 7 games. If good things can happen, all of a sudden you're not feeling like the sky is falling. If bad things happen and you don't get it together, you're looking at 7.5 games back going into late May with this roster. All of a sudden then you have to start making some of those big decisions.
No, for sure. And this is the place where I would like to remember that there's positivity in here. Is if you do somehow, some way, have all the things come together and you have a winning 7 days, that does so very much for you.
So much.
It does so much for you, and obviously you're clawing your way back just generally, which you have not done very much. How many series have you won this year? Is it 3?
2 or 3.
2 or 3?
Yeah, 2 or 3.
You have not won enough series this year. No, it's 3.
It's 3 because they just beat the Red Sox.
Yeah, they just beat the Red Sox. Yeah. It's sad. I can name you the series that they've won.
That's very sad.
And I understand it's only been a month, but damn, some teams
they beat the Orioles and the Red Sox twice. Right?
They have the Guardians in there.
Guardians?
They have the Guardians.
No, Orioles, Guardians, and Red Sox.
Yeah.
So
that's that's the type of thing we're talking about. If you could add another series, maybe 2, that you win, that is, 1, clearly significantly upgrades the number of times that you won a series, but 2, that starts clawing your way back in a way that it feels like right now the objective is hold down the fort before you can get your reinforcements. If you can start doing any level of clawing back, that is a huge win. And it's not. It works double because these are division games. These are the dudes that you're competing against to possibly make squeeze your way into the postseason. It's crazy that we're already talking this way this early on, but these are the stakes that are in front of them, and they have to act accordingly.
Yeah, we need to a win against the Mariners, 4-game set, even a split would be a step in the right direction.
No, for sure. What do you make of this Braden Shoemake thing?
As in what?
The weekend
that he's playing?
Had.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, that he's playing. Well, gig him, man. He's an Aggie.
I should have known that. Why did I know that? All right.
Nothing else matters.
Aggies win.
I don't know why. This is not the place that I expect. I expected you to be like, oh, man, look at that. He went from, basically.
He has saved their bacon quite a bit. He has done that.
Oh, yeah. So we'll continue to talk about the Astros. As you mentioned tonight, George Kirby on the mound for the Mariners. It is indeed Peter Lambert that's on the mound for your Astros. We'll see what they do in game one of this 7 games versus AL West competition. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we get to our question of the day. What is a rule, sports or otherwise, that you're a stickler about? Because depending on how the NBA decides to go, their newest superstar might be out for some games. Let's talk about that next.
The Texans' schedule is 610 text line is energized by Base Power. Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us on this
That wasn't
Wednesday.
on the air, was it?
What wasn't on the air?
The word I just used?
No. I don't think so.
Okay.
I mean, look, Figgy does his job well. If it was, then it wouldn't be. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's how things go.
Yeah.
A great point, though, that was brought up in this break. If this rumor is correct about the international game that the Texans would have Week 6 versus Jacksonville in London, that is one fewer trip to Jacksonville, which I imagine.
Hell yeah.
Congratulations to everybody involved. Right? Like, congratulations to everyone involved.
You don't want to go to Jacksonville for vacation?
No.
I don't want to go to Jacksonville for work.
You guys know how I feel about Jacksonville. Yeah, and you think, oh, it's kind of by the water, cool place. Nope. Not.
I do want to visit just to visit because I've never been there.
See if the rumors are true.
Yeah, I just want to see what y'all talking about.
Just make sure it's a couple days rather than a week.
Yeah.
Just going to say that. All right, let's get to the question of the day here, John, because obviously I know that you know that I'm watching basketball. And so last night in watching basketball, something kind of crazy happened.
Yeah, very. Very.
Big Victor Wembanyama turned into Meta World Peace real quick, started swinging. Actually, he's turned into Ron from Queens.
Nah, that was Ron Artest.
Swinging elbows. He gets ejected from that game, and ultimately that really does change in some ways the tenor of that series. He gets ejected from the game for striking, and it's a flagrant foul, right? Where for striking with an elbow with intent. And so he misses the rest of that game. The Timberwolves end up winning in San Antonio, or actually in Minnesota there.
Yeah.
And so that series is even, which I love. Give me 7 games of the series. It's a really fun one. But the possibility on the back end of this is, how does this affect the series? Because Vic could end up being suspended afterwards as well due to some rules. And so it really just depends on how much of a stickler the NBA is about it, which brings us to our question of the day. What's a rule that you're a stickler about, sports or otherwise?
All right, so just real quick on that issue. He lined him up and measured him up and threw the elbow. Any other player gets suspended. Would you disagree with that? No.
Ooh, probably.
Probably not.
Probably not, rather, yes.
Yeah.
I think I probably agree with you on that.
I mean, he measured him up.
But it gets real dicey in the playoffs because the NBA understands what the game is.
Of course.
Ultimately, we are here. We want to see the superstars. We want to see the best versions of each of these teams match up. We've been waiting 82-plus games for that circumstance. So taking players out of there, unless you are absolutely certain that they need not be there, is something that they're real hesitant about. And with his lack of a previous record of aggression, I think that they might try and lean towards the side of, hey, put the alien 7'5" dude that everybody wants to see on the court.
Well, they're not might. I mean, he's not. Do we also agree he's not going to get suspended?
I feel like he's not going. Again, they would need to be sticking.
Yeah, I don't think he gets suspended.
Yeah, I agree. But anyway,
I know Draymond probably like, what the hell, man?
Yeah, but Draymond be out here racking up technicals like they're Tic Tacs, right? Like he's got to know that. Even then, Draymond be getting away with stuff.
Hey, he's recording this podcast right now saying, if I would have did it,
they would
have suspended me the rest of the series.
And I hope that he does, so that on Twitter everybody then responds with all the various videos of the crazy stuff he be doing.
Play his highlight reel of his unnecessary foul,
kicking people in the gonads and stuff.
And the best part of it all was Dylan Harper. He did the figgy. Oh, his mouth agape, and it's just
a reminder that young players, right? He didn't even consider the idea. Man, don't you miss the time in basketball or in sports in general where you just used to see your favorite players actually fight? You would know if your favorite player could take a punch or throw a punch. Now, you watch basketball and you have no idea if this dude got a tough jaw or nothing.
Well, that's the other thing about this particular incident. You're seeing a lot on social media, Twitter and such. Well, back in the day, Jordan did this and Magic did that. It's not back in the day. You're right, but it's not back in the day. So he should. So what are you a stickler about? And not just sports, because my other one is I was talking about earlier the playlist. If you're driving, you're controlling the playlist. Unless you invite the other people or other person in your car to join. That's one that I'm a stickler about.
Hey, man, people are strict already. I'm with this person on the 281, though. This is one of the places where I've realized, okay, you're definitely way older than sometimes you feel. Because the 281, they said traveling and pickup ball. And buddy, I'm a little bit. I'm actually not that much of a stickler in pickup ball, but in games that you're used to, or especially when I'm watching this NBA, man, I'm very much that's a carry.
No,
that's a travel.
Mine is traveling.
And look, there's some instances where you play with somebody that's not that adept. We're not playing for nothing. It's not the NBA, so I'll let you get it. But some of these like in-depth new school travels of I'm taking the gather step. I'm like, hey man, no,
that isn't a gather step.
You walking, big dog. We just take ball up top. Ball up top. We're not gonna argue about it either. Ball up top. But there's people out here doing the 7-1-3. If you don't have an easy tag, get off the beltway. Hold on.
Well, you have to have an easy tag now. There's no more toll booths, are there? Am I missing any?
No, there's not toll booths.
They gonna find they gonna send you that bill.
Oh yeah. Why would you want to be on my thing is the HOV lane. The HOV lane, like
I am strict about that.
I'm like, what? I was looking in the car. Look, there's only one person in there.
Better be a baby in a car seat in there.
Pick up the phone. Start. Hey! I'm just following a car.
I was always scared to be in the HOV lane without an extra person, man.
Right. You should be, because
I'd be terrified.
That's the rule.
And I'd be nervous when somebody else is in the car. Like, am I following the rules?
Some people don't realize that 2 people is an HOV.
Yeah.
People think it's more than 2. No, 2 people's good. You're good on that, and I wouldn't be a stickler about it. But
it's such a low barrier that if you do not cross it, you're being a jerk at this point. You only need one other person
exactly
to make this happen. People who drive against the direction arrow in a parking lot, that's a good answer because you really are being a stickler, but it is annoying.
Yeah. You're supposed to be going the other way. You know what that also leads to? The pickup line at school.
Oh yeah,
the pickup line at school. I've seen people getting dang near fistfights, like moms.
And this is the place where you would imagine that people are maybe the most likely to consider the circumstances and not. Nah, people you break it bad. I just realized what my actual answer is, and of course it's driving related.
Yeah,
it's people that don't know how to work a 4-way stop. It drives me insane, and it's not. It's rarely the actual stop sign.
When the light is blinking.
That's the one thing. When that light goes out, and now it's just a blinking red light. First and foremost, it's about 25% of the people that don't know that this means that now we're at stop signs.
Dude, it was my go. You just got here.
Oh my goodness.
You didn't even stop.
Because it's the easiest place for an accident to happen. I've seen.
Do you know how to use a stop sign?
God. Every time I like feel my blood pressure go up by the time that I actually get, because it's already bad enough. This is an intersection that was not designed for a stop sign. So it takes a long time. But it's really, all right, so that person goes, then it's our turn as a collective. People be jumping into this intersection. I'm like, it can't be this hard.
Yeah.
And then you got the a-hole that just take off.
Oh,
that just take off. You're like, man, it wasn't even your go, man.
But then it ruins everything because now they're accounting for this line based off of the one jerk that took, I'm a stickler about it. Kills me.
This one happened on Mother's Day when we went to brunch. Well, you should, if you're the host or hostess at a restaurant, you should say the actual amount of time you think it is for a wait. Like people say, 15, 20 minutes, and there's 19 people sitting on benches outside in like, this is at least 45 minutes. You know, they try to keep you there. And it's like, 15, 20. No, it ain't. Give me the real number. Give me the actual number of minutes we're going to have to wait.
Agree, because I might actually stay.
Yeah, I might stay.
You tell me it's 35, I'm like, okay, I think I can do that.
Yeah.
If you tell me it's 10 and it becomes 35, now you're ruining this person's tip on the backside of it. Like, what are we doing here? Some ones that come in, 979, this is a great classic one. Smacking and eating food with your mouth open. Classic.
Yep.
Close your mouth, man. Have some decorum. People who litter is one that comes in on the text line.
Yeah. Oh, that drives me nuts.
When I see it, it's one thing just to see the litter on the ground, but when I see somebody throw a McDonald's bag out the window,
that
on the
is
street,
the worst.
That drives me up a wall.
Have y'all confronted anybody behind this before?
My wife has called
that sounds about right.
My wife has called the
Moonwater lady. Yeah, that sounds right.
The Don't Mess with Texas. No, there's a number. There's a number you can call. She's got it. She's got it. In her phone. And you're right. You know, she's normally not like that, pretty laid back. But littering,
I usually do the drive around and just look at them.
Yeah,
you know how you just have to look at somebody. I just look at them.
Like real judgment.
I want to see what this person looks like.
Yeah.
Hey Fig, I didn't come to you. Do you have one that came to mind for you?
Yeah. So this one, it's not a stickler anymore because I've been trying to do better with it. But if she goes to a restaurant or like a takeout spot and order something, place an order, put her name on it. when they call her, I'm usually a stickler about, hey, go get it. They called your name.
Mm-hmm.
They called your name. Like, I don't want to go up there and be like, yeah, order for Christina. Like, no, they called your name. I'm like, I mean, I know that's kind of silly, but I'm like, man, like, I don't want any issues of me going up there. Hey, I'm getting an order for Christina.
Yep.
I'm like, no, they called your name, baby. Go up there.
Go up there.
Go up there. Hurry up.
I just realized the one that I'm the biggest stickler about.
Okay.
Just like you did. So you're going to a gas station, and you're trying to, obviously you're going to get gas, and the car in front of you stops at the first pump, even though both pumps are open, instead of pulling all the way up to the second pump, and you got to go all the way around them or loop around or whatever. Dude, pull up as far as you need to go to leave room behind you. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
That drives me nuts. And Figgy reminded me, because I'm always looking at him, and I get out of the car and look at him like, yeah, I had to go all the way around you because you didn't pull up to the first pump. That's my biggest.
How you feel
thing.
about the people? And I usually see this at Sam's Club. People getting gas where they take the pump all the way to
over
the other side.
No.
I'm not a stickler about it. I'm just like,
I don't know how I feel about
want something to go bad. I just want something to break and be like, see, that's why you look like this right now.
Yeah. Sometimes I'll be looking like, should I respect that a little bit, or that person just being a douche?
Yeah, I think I respect it because the audacity to do it. I'm just like, when something goes wrong, don't look crazy.
Like,
Don't
bro,
come
you
talking
could
to
have
nobody else.
You could have got in the right lane, man.
Yep.
Spiggy said you should just add "she's my wife" to it when you go up there. He's like, we can avoid all this entirely.
Because sometimes the people be looking for a woman to hop up, and I'm coming. Yep, we're here for Christina.
This is a classic one, an oldie buddy goodie. Because someone said when somebody doesn't flush the toilet, people that walk out the bathroom without washing their hands.
Oh boy.
Oh my God.
Oh
man.
yeah.
Oh, it's such a good. That one I might not just completely. Hey, you gonna wash your hands? But I might.
I saw a little kid use the bathroom and walk right out the room. I'm damn near about to go up to his parents. I was about to judge his parents like, man.
I bet you they'd appreciate. Well, most parents would appreciate it.
Yeah, and I know kids.
I know the parent you're thinking about. You can't talk to
Don't
my
tell
child.
my child what to do.
Yeah,
but I'm sure the parent probably encouraged this kid to wash his hands all the time. I know kids be wanting to be nasty, but I was judging the parent.
Yeah.
Along with bowling etiquette, don't throw the ball when the bowler next to you is about to bowl.
Oh, good one. Very much so. I don't bowl a lot, but that was, and then you got to step back. Like, okay, go ahead. You go ahead. No, you were here.
But you can tell they're not even thinking about it. They don't even realize that's a thing.
Are they not?
Yeah, man, there's a lot of them coming in here on the text line. Appreciate you guys getting involved, and of course, the older you get, Sean hit it, driving slow in the fast lane.
Yep.
In Texas, in Houston, Texas, buddy,
that is bad news.
Get out the way, bro.
Yep.
Yeah, move.
That is bad news. I get so paranoid about it. I was telling him earlier, if I'm going, because I go, in the left lane, and I'm going like, 78, 79, or whatever it is, about 5 miles or a little more over the speed limit. If somebody comes up to me, I get nervous. Like, I got to move over.
Yeah.
I got to move.
I think I have a lot of etiquette when it comes to that, because if I'm going, let's say I'm going 80, and somebody going clearly faster than me, and they right behind me, I just get over to the right. I just get over. Go ahead, man. Yeah. I get right back in the left lane.
Yeah.
And my final one, which of course is still a driving one, because it feels like these are the ones that you're the biggest about. Hey, man, if I let you over, you better wave.
Oh, you got to get the wave.
Give me the wave. And I'm going to make sure every time somebody lets me in, you're going to get a wave.
Yeah.
Sometimes I give them the heart.
Oh, that's different.
Man.
Hey, wait.
Figgy with the heart.
You take your hands off the steering wheel to get the heart? Put your hand on that steering wheel, man.
I'm a good driver. I just
that's
how
the
much
big one. And I overdo it.
Yeah,
I do
you
a
gotta
big
make sure
one
they
just
see
to make sure they see it.
It was one time, it was an old lady let me over. I did two ways. I did one of those. I was just like over dramatic with it. And she was laughing.
Now you're just having fun.
You got to do that, man, because people don't be letting you over, man.
Yeah.
Oh, parking on the line, bad parkers.
Oh, that's the worst.
All right. Keep those coming in on the text line, 713-572-4610. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's go around the NFL where this tight end has finally found a spot. Did the contract make you feel the type of way? We talk about that as we go around the NFL next.
All right, let's
Area 45 with Bijani and Creighton.
We have played 1 of 6 months of baseball. 1. And the
Texans play here. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling?
Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adetula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
I usually don't do this, John.
What's that?
I love our interactions on the text line.
Of course.
And I try to make sure that they're largely positive, as much as I can control it. On the text line from the 936. If you do not urinate on your hands, why do you need to wash them? Hey, bro, you being nasty. I just want you to understand that. And I say this, understand, again, I think that this is for your good and the public good. Anybody that thinks similarly.
That sounds like a serious question, too.
We need
it was absolutely a serious question. You know why you wash your hands? Because your urinator is in your crotch.
You know what I mean? Like, also, even if your hands did not particularly get dirty from that, which I'm gonna be honest, I'm doubting it. When was the last time you washed your hands before that? It's just good business to wash your hands.
Sometimes it's good to just wash your hands for the hell of it.
Arbitrarily, yes.
Right?
Yes.
Like, by the time you use the restroom, it's just a good reminder that, hey, been a little while since I washed my hands. Wash your damn hands, man.
Yeah.
Like, why are you fighting to not wash your hands?
Imagine somebody putting their hand down there and then give you dap.
Why is
you
it,
better not. You better not.
Why is it not something? Let me put it this way. Why is it that big a deal?
That's what I'm saying. Like, why are you fighting against it?
Yeah.
Why is it debate?
Yeah.
All right? Right? Just wash your hands as often as possible, honestly. You should be wash your hand for the hell of it. Just, you know what? It's been a while since I washed my hands. So you touching? Yeah, somebody. Okay. I apologize because the 832 came through and said, because that area is moist 90% of the time. I know y'all don't like that word, but that is fair. Like, I mean, especially in Houston, Texas, you in there sweating.
Moist.
You in there sweating and stuff. Yeah, man.
Moist.
All right. Okay. Now we definitely need to move along. Now we singing the word.
Lord, I'm moist. I had to play this video for y'all in the mixtape.
Oh,
now,
no.
so y'all
All
know
right.
what I'm talking about.
See, this is the opposite of a tease. People going to tune out to the mixtape because they don't want to hear that. Somebody said your hands are dirtier than your genitals, so what should really be?
Well,
yes,
wash them then.
Then wash them, please.
Yeah, honestly, I usually wash my hands before I go to the bathroom at times. Like, I just wash them, go to the bathroom, wash them again.
Like, if that's what you feel, that your hands are dirtier than down there, then you should wash twice. Wash before and after. That might be the best way to go about this. Anyways, I've spent too long on this already.
No, we haven't. This is a public service.
That's what I thought. I was like, look, man, I
guess we needed this public service.
I think the FCC requires us to do things that are in the interest of the public at times. This is our
Washing
public
your
service
hands
for the
for
week.
20 seconds.
No, it's actually longer than 20 seconds.
It's supposed to be. You're supposed to say, what's the song the little nursery rhyme supposed to sing?
Oh, see, now we forgot. Just wash your hands for 2 minutes and it won't be a problem, like you're brushing your teeth, which is also supposed to last 2 minutes. Let's go around the NFL, where the Los Angeles Chargers have solidified their interest for me this upcoming season.
How's that?
I will be watching Chargers football. If you're like, hey, what is Reggie watching right now? If there's Chargers football on, the likelihood is that'll be the answer, as they have come to an agreement, a one-year deal up to, remember those words, up to $8 million with tight end David Njoku to join into what is going to be, Black Mike, Mike McDaniel's, rejuvenation.
He's bringing this up just so he can say Black Mike.
No, I'm not. Like, I'm very much curious as to what this offense is going to be, and even more so now that they have Gadsden, the tight end who started off pretty well last year. You add in now David Njoku, who we know is a talented player, even though he is oft injured. I think that this will make them interesting. There's more things at Mike McDaniel's disposal. However, before we even get there, did you get a little bit of a FOMO or anything to the sort when you see a tight end of David Njoku's caliber going for 1 year up to $8 million?
Yeah, a little bit. But I don't know if I'm just drinking the Kool-Aid or whatever. We mentioned Njoku. We've talked about the ability to, and he's not that old. What is he, 29, something like that?
Yeah, he's going to be 30 in this season.
So, yeah, to be honest, I
did. He's been in the league for like 9 years.
Yep, exactly.
I did. And, I guess maybe I'm just like, all right, they thought otherwise, so I'm good with that, but we will reserve judgment on that for sure.
Especially because he can be that.
$8 million is nothing.
It's not that much. He can be that inline blocker. The only thing that I'm concerned about is, the injuries happen often. Like, what has he lost in that time period is going to be a question that is worth asking. But when he was released, remember we had the conversation of, do you want him? I believe that you guys were on the yes and I was on the no. And my no was on the idea of, I think he will want too much. This ain't that much.
No, it's not.
And so seeing that number, I was like, ooh, you could have sold me on it.
Could have done it for that.
For short-term circumstance, everything that they're doing is trying to like filter out into the long-term. Marlon Klein, obviously a long-term proposition. I kind of like the idea of, hey, having just a jump start, although I guess they want to continue to give the opportunity for Cade Stover to maybe progress, for Brevin Jordan to show up and be healthy. But I would have loved to see a David Njoku for that cost.
For that cost, I think it would have been worth kicking the tires. By the way, the song that you need to sing to wash your hands, as long as this nursery rhyme, is Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star.
Okay.
So as long as you wash your hands long enough.
Is that 20 seconds then?
Yeah, something like that. I mean, I guess the whole verse or whatever. So,
okay. All right.
You got some people in there going, Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star.
Sing it like you mean it.
I sung it.
They're not even get to the second twinkle.
Again, if you were coming with the mindset of, I'm trying to scam the system on washing your hands, I feel like you're living life wrong.
Why?
I don't understand.
So here's a helpful hint. You use the little mind play. If you tinkle, twinkle.
I hate that that's good. I really do. I wanted it to be bad so much.
All our listeners, if you tinkle, twinkle. That's how long you wash your hands.
True. That is correct. That is a correct assessment. Am I wrong in my love of what I think the Chargers are doing and how interesting they are going to be, or am I just out here on a boat?
Where has he been the best? He being Mike McDaniel as a coordinator.
Sure.
So you're not wrong. You're not wrong. I mean, that's why he became a head coach. It's probably why he'll become a head coach again.
This might be the year they finally get over the hump.
Yeah. Oh, Justin Herbert. What a story he's going to be if they don't get it done again.
It'll be a big
or even
story.
if they do.
It should be on him if they don't get it done again.
Yeah.
He's been getting a lot of passes.
It's going to be very, very interesting to watch. And this is going to be a dude who's going to be able to tailor an offense there. Some more weapons in there. There's just no excuses, I think. At least by the time the season is over. Maybe you could say early on, finding the level. By the time the season is over, that offense better be humming. Also, it does make me wonder, hey, can we see the Chargers earlier on in the season? Like, can we do that earlier before they really get humming? Because I do think
guess who's falling in line with the schedule release?
I do think that they will get humming. We'll do that. We'll get that later on in the week when the schedule releases on Thursday. If you didn't hear it earlier, we did have a leak though towards that end that involves your Houston Texans. The theory is that the Texans will be playing Week 6 in London, England, versus the Jacksonville Jaguars. And I think that more of us looking at it was, where does that then create your bye week? What does that do in those circumstances? But just the idea of playing overseas, you're excited for this, right?
Oh yeah, I'm excited to see how, obviously the game goes, but how the Texans play it. How they, are they going to be there 2-3 days early? Are they going to turn and burn? How is the reaction of a largely, I guess, the core big time players of this team have never been there before. So how are they going to, react? And I'm not saying they're going to be partying or anything. Just react to the change of routine and everything. And then coming back, you got to adjust. You're going to have the bye week early. How does that affect the entire schedule down the road? They are on the record. I think it was last week D'Amico was asked about it. He would prefer a later bye week. And it's going to be another early. What is it? 3 of the last 4 years they've had a week 7 or before.
I think I turned to our bye week correspondent, one Figgy.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I didn't know I was the correspondent.
What you mean? you the bye week correspondent.
I gotta see what I sent you.
I think it's 3 of the last 4 years they've had week 7 or before, which is relatively early.
Yeah. So week 2023 they had week 7.
Right.
It's a bye week. 2024 they had week 14. And was it last season, 2025, they had week 6.
Yeah, so 3 of the last 4 years now.
Yep.
Presuming. And it's a reputable leak, the person who did it.
We'll see. Yeah. Thursday is when the schedule drops in earnest. Some other things around the NFL. The Vikings are also going to be a watch for me, not in the same way, more in the possibility of a train wreck type of way. They're in a quarterback competition, and according to Kevin O'Connell, it is a true quarterback competition between J.J. McCarthy and Kyler Murray. Quote, they envision it as being a true competition, Kyler Murray versus J.J. McCarthy, according to Tom Pelissero. Both of these guys are going to go into this believing that they're going to win this job. I don't know, frankly, how friendly that quarterback room is going to be. It's going to be very competitive. How How long does it take for him to name a starting quarterback in your mind?
I think it's going to play out, even though what was the term? What was the team last week that said so and so is going to be the inside leader for the starting position? Was it Deshaun Watson?
The Browns, yeah. Mary Kay Cabot.
I think this is. I'll put it this way, Reggie. I think this is more for Kyler Murray than J.J. McCarthy. I think they know Kyler is going to end up probably being the guy. Certainly early is probably going to be the guy. They just don't want to give him anything. They want to see him at his best in this offense. You would think that this is more for the younger guy, right? Like this is more for J.J. McCarthy. Hey, you've got. We want to see you step up. I think it's more for Kyler Murray. Kyler Murray has had some ups and downs here and there. They're just letting him know.
It seems like it's more for JJ a little bit.
Well, you would think. I think it's more for Kyler Murray. I really do.
Yeah, I would imagine that it's supposed to be for JJ, right? That's a dude who you used a first-round pick a few years ago. He had an injury, but last year just wasn't all that pretty. The idea is, hey, we want to give him the most investment and the most opportunity to win this without just completely moving on from, if for no other reason. I know that Kwesi Adofo-Mensah is no longer there, but the idea as an organization is you've invested. If you can get value out of it, cool. If it's, hey, somebody needed to push him to get them there, that's fine. But you don't want a first-round pick to be a bust. Maybe offensive tackle Brian O'Neill is able to see the vision here. He was on the Greenlight podcast recently talking about J.J. McCarthy. This was him talking about J.J. McCarthy and the gravitas he still has in that building.
It's fun and it's refreshing. And we were 4-8 at one point last year. And we rattled off 5 straight. Like, guys believe in him. The whole locker room was like super tight, like through the whole entire process of growing and getting better and going through growing pains. We love him. Like, we were all at the Minnesota Wild playoff game with him. He got a box for everybody last week, and like we're always at his house. I love that kid, and like it's still so fresh. If you hear the term like lose the locker room, like he had the locker room more than anybody I'd seen ever.
Impressive, impressive sounding. But getting back to my other point. In your heart of hearts, who do you think is going to be the starting quarterback?
Kyler Murray. Kyler.
That's why I think this is more for Kyler. They're going to just kind of put up the pressure on Kyler and say, we're not giving you anything.
Yeah, I just feel like they don't want to look like they're punting on JJ already, because it could easily look like an Anthony Richardson situation where there's no coming back.
Yeah.
It seems like they still leaving that door open. Yeah. Even if, let's say, Kyler decides to leave after this year or something, then you still got JJ that's ready to, I guess, possibly take over.
Yeah, but I don't even think it's about like looking. I think that they want J.J. McCarthy to take the job. The problem is Kyler Murray is undoubtedly more talented.
Right.
He is more experienced.
I'd be shocked if he don't win the job.
Yes. Right. And so the idea that J.J. McCarthy has the locker room is interesting, assuming that that's the case, because we've seen enough quotes come out where you go, do they believe in here? You remember Justin Jefferson getting out here talking about how they had Sam Darnold last year, and like it smacked of missing your ex. Like all these. There's been enough that makes me go, how much do they believe? And clearly, there's people in this locker room that still feel attached to him, but that only goes so far if you can't play the game. Right? We are all invested in winning football games. Yes, having a dude that we like matters, but ultimately, can we get these W's on the field? That will matter a lot more. And I imagine that when the training camp gets going or whatever, that we'll see more Kyler Murray than we do J.J. McCarthy. But they're going to give it a good shot. I think that before like the second or third week of training camp,
that's about right.
I think that it'll be Kyler Murray's show.
That sounds about right.
We continue real quick in around the NFL. We have one more game that is announced for the 2026 season in this week, where we'll get leaks and announcements of what the schedule looks like. NFL announced Monday that the Giants will host the Cowboys. Of course, you're used to getting this particular NFC East matchup early every season. September 13th, first Sunday night football game of the season. I am actually a lot more interested in this game than I think you would have been in any other season, right?
Because of Harbaugh.
One of these teams was usually not that good or whatever, and you knew it was going to grind to a halt because that's what the NFC East does. The Cowboys, good offense. Their defense, they have a lot of investment on. The Giants, Harbaugh comes in with an interesting new style of play and building this team. I really want to see what this looks like.
And it's Giants-Cowboys. It's Giants-Cowboys. This is relatively predictable. There are certain rivalries like this that could have and should be on the first one on Sunday Night Football. But you're right. John Harbaugh, Giants hosting the Cowboys, absolutely going to be must watch.
Yeah, I'm all in on this. Who do you like their kind of rebuild more in this moment? Obviously, Cowboys more of a retool, getting some defensive weapons there, but they do end up with Caleb Downs, right? Big time safety that I wonder if they give him the green dot.
Oh,
we don't
think?
We don't often see safeties with the green, but their linebacker room is terrible.
Rookie.
Their linebacker room is awful, the Cowboys. And so I do wonder if they might just go, hey, this dude's really smart, really good. We're just going to let him be the future. Versus the Giants, who did have some interesting things offensively that they're trying to, accentuate and continue to push forward. And then that defense just has all of the dudes.
That's the thing. DJ Reader, all of a sudden, former Texan, going to be there. Obviously, Reese, the first-round pick. Some of these other guys, boy, they have really redone. I'm looking at their roster right now. They have really redone an already good defense. Yeah.
Whew. So who are you more intrigued in?
Giants.
Okay.
Because the Cowboys, it's like every year we're like, hey, maybe they're going to this time we really mean it. I think it's going to be the Giants.
Yeah, fair enough. 8-2. Harbaugh basically has the New York Ravens with all the free agents they signed. He definitely did that.
Yeah.
You always love seeing the dude who just goes, I know you. I'm familiar with you. I will give you money.
Often backfires.
It sure does. So we'll watch that as well. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, this is a question that's been kind of bandied about. It took a second to get to it, but has Kevin Durant played his last game as a Rocket? Let's discuss it next.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. 610. In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
Yeah, you're in the Loop here on Sports Radio 610. Hope your weekend went well. Getting going on we've already been going on this Monday.
We're going, baby.
Yeah, hopefully your Monday is going as well. That's the OG John Lopez. I'm Reginald Atatula, Figgy Fig on the ones and twos. Has Kevin Durant played his last game as a Rocket?
Why are you asking?
There's been a lot of consternation, a lot of conversation about this potential circumstance. Obviously, Kevin Durant is such that if he wants to be somewhere, he can be where he want to be. But the way that this season went, I think, has made people question a lot of things. And this has come up surprisingly a few times in general media space. So I wanted to bring it to you, John. Do you think Kevin Durant has played his last game as Rocket?
I do not. And let me explain this way and see what you guys think. I think his choice is no, and I think his choice ultimately is the decision. Because Kevin Durant, I think, loves Houston, loves what he's doing. Obviously, likes Ime Udoka. I think that he's in the place where he can sort of just dictate, when and where he's playing, and he wants to play here. Now, if it's not his choice, I know there are certain hoops you got to jump through, especially no trade and all that stuff. Maybe he rethinks things. So I would say absolutely not. Would you say absolutely not?
Yeah, I think I would. I think you mentioned he enjoyed being here. I think that this year was a weird one, though, because as much as we talk about Fred VanVleet and Steven Adams not being there from the courtside stuff, I don't know that we've talked enough about like the off-court stuff that those guys are. And when you talk about leader guys on the court, people have asked, well, why wasn't Kevin Durant a better leader? I would quibble with that a little bit, but also Kevin Durant has never been leader guy on his teams, and I don't think that he was brought in here to be leader guy. You know what I mean? And
he's basketball guy.
He has been put into place this past offseason where Steven Adams is the life of the party, right? Steven Adams, funny enough, he was on a really interesting New Zealand podcast recently where there's been a lot of clips coming up, and one of the things he was talking about is just how his sense of humor as a New Zealander, as a Kiwi, is kind of, it's really appreciated over here. So like his presence means something in the locker room. You don't have him all the time. Fred VanVleet and his leadership you did not have. And so I think the organization of a clubhouse, it really is an organism, and you were missing two very important parts of it. And Kevin Durant, I think, had to step up in a larger role there than I think was anticipated of him being some level of leader guy. And maybe that took some tolls. I think that would be fair to point to. But if this team is orchestrated the way that it's supposed to, he does not have those responsibilities, and he can focus more on basketball, which he did really, really well last year.
I think Kevin Durant is a guy that you ask questions of, and he'll give you some great answers. I don't think he's necessarily, sort of rallying the troops or being, presenting that leadership, thing just on a day-to-day basis, because he knows basketball so well, and he knows the players in the game so well. I just don't see it happening. Let me ask you this, though. That doesn't mean that that Şengün hadn't played his last game. I think there are going to be change. I think the whole thing about we're going to run it back and young guys and development. I saw another clip this weekend of Stone talking about some of the things. Number priority is development. I don't buy that. I think there are going to be some changes. I just don't think Kevin Durant is going to be one of them.
Okay, so Kevin Durant, you're throwing up Alperen Şengün. One of the interesting ones is when the exit interview or exit press conference that Ime and Rafael Stone did conjointly last week, they seemed to talk about Ari Eason as if he would be back. Do you think he should? Right? This isn't a whether they will. Do you think he should return? Because Tari Eason is a very interesting player in that he was somewhat of at least he was supposed to serve as somewhat of a catalyst. They really threw him as a defender at one of the best players you were playing against in this series, right? He had the LeBron James assignment a lot of times. But on offense, you saw some up and down with him. Sometimes you can see some decisions that make you kind of scratch your head, right? With him going and attacking the paint and going through defenders at times. Sometimes forcing shots up. He went through that really tough period of missing shots to the point where they had to have a meeting behind it to imbue that confidence. I mean, after February 1st, he shot 38% from the field and 26% from three.
Jeez.
Like that's just not getting the job done. However, he's a restricted free agent. He's, again, part of that young core. Do you think he should return?
Oh, man, that's a tough one. I think it all hinges on which superstar is going to be able to stay, and if they both stay.
You think it's superstar conversation?
Yeah, I think it's a superstar conversation.
None of these
star
moves.
Conversation, however you want to put it. I think some of these other moves are just going to be peripheral and part of those discussions, part of those changes that you make fundamentally. Because you change Durant or Şengün, you are fundamentally changing your team. You are. Because you're going to have to play the game differently. And so I think Tari Eason might be part of that, but he isn't going to be like a big piece that changes how you move into the 2027 season.
Well, that's interesting. I'm very intrigued as to what teams would want him, because the teams that have cap space, which would be necessary, right? He's a restricted free agent, so you end up in this interesting place where you have to probably sign into a deal, especially if you want to definitely get him, that the Rockets would not be willing to match or whatever. The Brooklyn Nets have cap space. The Chicago Bulls have cap space. The Los Angeles Lakers have cap space. Do any of those teams make sense as possible teams? Because, again, we could go to the entirety of the league, but those are the teams that have the most space where you feel like, okay, if they wanted a player like Tari Eason, they could probably make it happen. Would any of those teams make sense if Tari Eason was looking for another place to be?
Probably Lakers, wouldn't it?
It does feel like that would be the case, doesn't it?
Yeah, probably Lakers is what I would say.
And so does that end up being something where if if the Lakers aren't really all in on him and they really play hardball with them, would you be willing to, match somewhat?
No.
So this is like,
I don't think so. Would you?
I don't think so. Like, honestly, watching this series, Spurs Timberwolves that we were talking about earlier, and honestly before that, if I could have Ayo Dosunmu instead of Tari Eason, I would take that. Like, obviously it's not a trade, but if you could guarantee me that that's the way this goes. Now, Ayo Dosunmu has really raised his Q rating, especially now on the playoff stage. He is a great 3-point shooter. He's got more on ball presence to him, almost being like a pseudo creator. I think that would fit in, especially with what this team needs, with more consistent shooting. Because I think Dosunmu shot like 43% from regular.
They talked about shooting.
Like shooting.
Yeah.
Some secondary playmaking. Now, I don't think he's nearly as good like defensively as Tari Eason is, but I think that might be the give and take. Like if I could have that instead. Otherwise, I kind of have a hard time seeing this team parting with Tari Eason. And if you want to keep that core together, maybe that's the case. But it does feel like, if you're talking about shooting, those are the places where you need more consistent shooting.
Yeah, no, I agree. But I think ultimately this is going to be a either or with Şengün and Kevin Durant. And then the other pieces are just going to fall in place, beyond that. And I think Tari, and no, all due respect, but I think Tari falls in there. By the way, Shams Charania just reporting there will be no further discipline for Spurs center Victor Wembanyama after he was ejected for elbowing Naz Reid Sunday night. No suspension, no fine, which is interesting.
Yeah, I thought that the fine would be where they get it. I do love when sports leagues do that. Like, hey, guys, you don't want to watch this game without this player. We understand that we probably need to do something, so let's just put some money on it, right? Like, he makes a lot of money, but we're going to make it seem like he's really paying for his crimes, so to say. The idea of no fines there does make it seem like he was ejected early enough in this game where they felt like him missing a majority of this game was the penalty.
I think that's the angle that they're going to take, right? Like, hey, time served. Time served on that game.
Yeah.
And
because there hadn't been an all-star level player that has been ejected from a game that early since 1997.
Yeah.
Like, we're talking about literally 3 decades. And so, yeah, that it feels like that makes sense with this. And honestly, I would feel some type of way if you end up with a series where you're missing.
It would be so
one of
empty.
the star
It would
players.
feel so empty. And I think even you would take it, but even the Minnesota Timberwolves and fans would be like, people are going to be looking at us a little differently.
This kind of remind me, I think it was last year, remember Jalen Carter the whole Spitgate thing?
Yes, game 1 of the football season.
It wasn't even a play. A play didn't even happen yet.
What was going through his mind?
He hadn't played.
Why was he like this?
A snap wasn't even played. Like an official snap wasn't even played.
What did he do to make him so mad?
Wild,
I don't know.
man. That was a wild.
But yeah,
one.
that's what it kind of reminded me of.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, that's for sure.
Spitgate.
Why did he do that?
That was crazy, man.
Because I feel like in order to spit on someone, you got to be real lathered up.
Mm-hmm.
How do you get lathered up in game 1 of the season before any plays are gone? Like what could have possibly happened? He was like, I got to spit on you.
He's fired up. Man, I'm back to this discussion. I'm looking at the Rockets roster, and it really is going to be an either or, isn't it? Of Şengün and
of the star players
and Durant if they do something.
Yeah, of course. If they make a big, you can just take it from the money of this. Those are the guys that have the big ticket money. And I think the conversation that people are having, if you're talking about star players, the Donovan Mitchell conversation is popping up, right? Donovan Mitchell of the Cleveland Cavaliers. That Cavaliers thing, and they seemingly have not been able to get over the hump. And the way they went out in this series. When you look at James Harden, the move that they made for him does start to make them go, okay, is it time to kind of revamp this again? If they moved on from Donovan Mitchell, is that the type of guy that you want? Because Donovan Mitchell is he's a creator. He in theory is a playmaker, but he's not. He's more of a 2-guard than he is a point guard. In so much as he's not doing as many as much as he needs to assist in his high usage rate. But he can to some degree. Is that a player that moves you if he is available and that's possibly up there for the Rockets to do?
Put the ball in the bucket, right?
He does put the ball in the bucket.
You need to put the ball in the bucket. The answer is yes. Absolutely yes. You?
I might be thinking too hard on this.
Yeah, come on, man.
I know, I'm being honest. You know me. I'm going to be. I might be thinking too hard on this. I saw some statistics, which of course is always my fatal flaw, that were pointing to this playoffs and seeing dudes who led to assists of guys who had at least 150 minutes and drove a good amount. Donovan Mitchell was the lowest when it came to assists per touch that he had. So he's getting touches. He's not turning them a ton into assists. Now, some of that is the role that he serves. He serves as a dude who goes and gets buckets less than a dude who goes and creates assists. But, I mean, that's less than Jalen Green was assisting when he touched the basketball, right? That's less than Jaylen Brown was assisting when he touched the basketball. Guys that are way more geared towards scoring the basketball than passing the basketball. So I do wonder, especially when we're talking about a team where you're like, hey, creation was at a premium. Is that the right kind of foundational piece that you're at pivoting to is the question.
I get your point. I don't think it's an unfair point you're making there, but I might
be thinking too hard about it.
I do think the gist of it is getting the ball in the bucket. And you start looking about, like, imagine Donovan Mitchell on the floor with Reed Shepard, Donovan Mitchell on the floor with Amen Thompson. I think there are options there that you don't have right now.
Yeah, and that's somebody that's kind of like Kevin Durant that could take over when needed.
Yeah, and somebody said, I ain't gonna lie, Reggie, we don't have a 2-guard either. You have a 7-foot 2-guard right now, but obviously it's not a future play there. Yeah, the question that comes up when I get to Donovan Mitchell is the one that I always have with NBA players, which is, how long can you stomach a volume score? Because early on, when a volume scorer comes in, when they're first drafted, you're like, oh, this is great. Look at all the points. And then as they go along, being the same dude, you're like, hey, are you going to become more efficient? Are you going to do other things? And then it's just like, well, I've always been this. This is who I am. He's obviously gotten better in various different places, but he's a volume scorer at heart. And I do wonder, is that what the Rockets need? Well, you do need scoring.
You do need scoring.
But then,
that's where I am.
Do you then on the backside of it end up at a place where you go, well, why aren't you doing these other things, including playmaking, which you kind of
I think the issue is trying to put the whole team on his back type deal. Like, have to depend on him.
Yeah.
You shouldn't have to depend solely on Donovan Mitchell.
Which is why I think
take you there.
As much as we kind of bucked back at this thought process, Stone and Udoka aren't wrong. You're going to need these guys to keep coming along on this court, regardless of what you do.
Absolutely.
They're going to need to be better, no matter what you do.
What I don't have a problem with that. You are going to need it. I have a problem with relying on that, and nothing else.
Right? No, that's a fair point. Yeah. And ultimately, I love this from the 832. He's bringing Coco Jones to Toyota Center. That's an automatic W. I like the way that you're doing that. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get to what's popping, including, hey man, I will say this, but the Dynamo were really good this weekend. We'll talk about that and definitely more next.
The Texans. Base Power. Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610. The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's get into what's popping here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. The big one that's kind of getting some noise is, of course, the Texans and what the schedule might look like. We're getting schedule release this week, various different places. Obviously, Thursday evening is when the full bulk of it comes through. But you were just reminding me that Wednesday there is when international games are fully announced. So that's when we'll get some confirmation on whether or not this rumor, this leak, is correct that the Texans ostensibly would play internationally in London versus the Jaguars in week 6 of the season.
Yeah, and it's always kind of cool just to see what the other teams, are that are going to be internationally and where they're playing, et cetera. But the Texans are what we're concerned about, and I think there's a lot there, and maybe the Texans are going to be in a situation where, I'll put it this way: you got to get used to it because the day is coming when every team is going to play just about every year. Over there.
Yeah, they're creating enough games where it feels like they're just going to export a little bit of everything elsewhere. But yeah, it'll be very interesting to see that. Whether that's the case, we'll get a little bit more confirmation of that later on in the week. Shout out to Boo Weekley, who wins the Insperity Invitational at the Woodlands Country Club. We were out there earlier. He was holding it down through the stretch and ultimately got the victory in his 64th start on the PGA Tours Championship.
That's something. That usually the younger guys are the ones that really start to dominate on these games. But he was on these tournaments, but he was on top of his game. Let me ask you this: the other thing that's popping right now, and I was just thinking about it during the break. Do you think the NBA, because the other thing that's popping is Victor Wembanyama avoids suspension?
Yes. After just a big old swing of the elbow, catching who did he catch in the face again? Was it Champagny?
No, it was Reed.
Nas Reed, that's right. Champagne's on his team. Yeah. Nas Reed, yes, it was Nas Reed. It was Dylan Harper in the background looking appalled that such a thing could happen on a basketball court.
That was the best. But avoids fine as well.
Hey, it's good to be a good player, don't it? Like an actual good person.
We've all been there, right? Like when you're important to the company, you can get away with some stuff.
But here's where I'm going with it. And I was just thinking about it. Does this affect the Timberwolves in any way? Simply because now they clearly have been trying to, and this was talked about after the game, trying to be extremely physical with him before he gets into his move or before he even gets the ball. Do you think this is going to change the way they try to prod him into some of these things? No,
I don't think so. It's funny because Mitch Johnson, the head coach of the Spurs, basically said he was happy that that Victor defended himself. He made sure to be clear.
Mention of what I just talked about.
He was not happy. Obviously he didn't want Nas Reed hurt or anything. That's not but the idea being he feels like Victor Wembanyama being big and everything, that he gets a lot of leniency. Dudes grab on him. And in that play, you can see on the backside, there is a defender grabbing his off arm as he is swinging that elbow. So there is something to that. It just feels like that's the name of the game.
That's the only thing. That's the only option they have.
When you're like, this is the whole Shaq circumstance where Shaq used to get absolutely clobbered all the damn time.
And he was right.
He was right.
Yeah.
But at the same time, like, I think that this is the way that you kind of have to guard him, because I always have people jokingly go, what are you supposed to do against that? And my joking response is a violent one, I recognize, but I'm like, go to the trunk. Right? Like, this is how you stop him. Find a weapon. And obviously, I'm not actually being serious, but it points to the idea that it's really bleeping hard to get to him. And so you have to use physicality. This is where officiating in the league, I think, needs to find a little bit better of a level than it has been, but also I think that this is the NBA's circumstance all the whole way through its existence, is that there's these little discrepancies that show up and we're going to complain about.
It is funny though, because the other part of it that might affect them, and they might send him to the line if the officiating all of a sudden changes. They might send him to the line more.
You think that the officiating?
I'm wondering.
Trends that way?
I think it's going to be very interesting to watch.
Yeah, that is funny, because we do see, as much as we can talk about, oh man, complain, why are you complaining? We do see the effect of getting, alerting referees to something that's happening.
It happens all the time. Every game it happens.
Maybe we see that, if for no other reason than Game 5 headed back to San Antonio, right? Just a more advantageous whistle in your home arena. Maybe that takes it back that way, I don't know. But I would have expected at least a small fine to come through just because of the nature of it was clear that he was throwing that bow.
Yeah, he like I said, he measured him up.
And the NBA, if there's one thing that they want to completely legislate out the game, is that kind of intentional violence.
I actually thought he was going to get a big fine. I thought that's how they were going to handle it. Not suspend him, greater good of the game and all that stuff. But I thought he was going to get a big fine. He got nothing.
And the fine is also important for what this person is talking about from the 713. Does the NBA need their version of hockey goon, somebody you can send in just to vent and get it out of your system? No. That's the thing. They used to have that, and they were like, we can't keep doing that. The reason why you know the name Charles Oakley, not to be disrespectful, because he could hoop, was because he was out here hurting folks. He was like, oh, you think you're going to mess with Michael Jordan, huh? All right, I see you, big dog. we will figure out how much you want to keep messing with my guy. Like, there used to be those. Yeah. They've been legislated out because the league did not want, the league felt like the customers could handle it, right? Right. Seeing all these dudes fighting and scrapping and stuff, right? They legislated that out. And so in order to make good on that, you need to also make it so that when that physicality comes out, that it looks like it's being punished. Right. I do wonder if this maybe does show some level of, acquiescing towards, we're going to let it be more physical. And maybe we overcorrected in trying to sanitize the physicality of the game.
Yeah, we'll have to see on that. But I think we're going to be very interesting to see how Game 5 is going to be officiated.
Somebody said, I've seen less violent elbows and wrestling than what he threw.
No, that was a legit elbow.
Oh, yeah,
in the neck. That was a tough one.
He rotated through that one for sure.
Yeah, that was legit.
Like maybe the contact wasn't as rough, but no, the intent was rough.
Oh, for sure. No, that you can talk about that.
If you was on the playground, you'll be trying to fight.
Yeah, you would.
If somebody did that.
Yeah, you would.
Yeah. The NBA draft lottery happened. The Washington Wizards did indeed get the number 1 overall pick. The Pacers, we'll mention them in winners and losers of the weekend, but they are the ones who feel the most aggrieved in this as they fall out of the top 4, and then their pick goes somewhere else because of it, which really sticks.
That stunk.
Rockets had no real, no real investment here. They have a couple of second-round picks, number 39 overall, number 53 overall. Which, funny enough, being a sicko, I want to look at a mock draft. It would have
for the second round.
That is correct.
Come on, man.
Did I not start with saying I was being a sicko? Why y'all hitting me when I already?
I had to make it clear.
Yes.
Because you ain't talking about the 1 through 15.
No,
you're talking about the second round.
Yeah.
The mock draft had them taking Braden Smith, the point guard from Purdue.
That's who I had him.
So then it would I know you did. We had talked about it, which would mean both Braden Smith would be in Houston, which I think is hilarious.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
But that is the only reason I wanted to bring it up. I thought it'd be funny, but y'all had to get me on looking at mock drafts. Some other things that are indeed popping right now. Shout out to the Astros getting a win over the weekend versus the Reds. It was a 10-0 win in which. What was it? The 10 runs that was more impressive to you, or was it the seven innings no run baseball from Mike Burrows on the bump?
Oh, no question, Mike Burrows. We were sort of unknown, still in that kind of unknown space with him altogether. Man, I just saw the elbow again. How could anybody say that wasn't with intent? Anyway,
down goes Reed.
That was big time. No, absolutely, because he ate up pitches, ate up innings. I mean, it's just perfect for what they needed. And you're thinking, all right, maybe we'll get on to something here. And then, of course, they don't score but 1 run the next 2 games, and actually, still not horrible pitching. End to end, on Saturday and Sunday.
No, but ultimately, the first game you only allowed 3 runs. It was a 3-1 game, and
then you got a bunch of them.
That was Spencer on the mound
yesterday. You just got a bunch in a row.
For sure.
Yeah.
We'll see what happens today as Peter Lambert back out on the bump, and this is at home, right, Dyken Park, which. Only God knows what you're set to see there. But the Seattle Mariners in town for a 4-game set as you continue on a 13 games and 13 day stretch. You get 4 against Seattle, including the one tonight. George Kirby on the bump for the Mariners, and you'll have Peter Lambert on the bump for the Astros. And then you get the Rangers on the other side of this one, too. So this is a very, very important stretch. Tatsuya Imai starts tomorrow, which is also a very big part of the circumstance of what we're talking about.
Yeah, no, that is the one that you're going to be most interested in to see how he reacts. But the other thing is, and you mentioned 13 games, 13 days, this bullpen usage, pitches, how it's going to play out, especially as you get into Game 4, Game 5, Game 6 of this stretch. It could be really, really a lot of pressure on this bullpen. Really, the whole pitching staff, but especially the bullpen.
For sure.
Yeah.
Also, one of the things that's popping is you might have missed some really good combat sports this weekend.
I did.
You missed it?
I did.
Well, I could tell you the heavyweight boxing that we got this weekend was huge. Daniel Dubois really stunned Fabio Wardley. 11th round TKO. Dubois had already been knocked down a couple of times in this fight, so it was like, oh man, this is going the other way. This is heavyweight fighting in the way that you miss the old school. Yeah. Honestly, I'd encourage you, go ahead and fire up the YouTube. Check out Dubois Wardley. Even if you just check out the cut up, even if you just check out the knockout, buddy, they were throwing in the way that you remember heavyweights throwing. It looked really fun.
No, when I saw you mention this earlier, I did go back on Twitter and look at some of the highlights, and you're right, this was old school. This was, get knocked down, get back up, win the fight. That doesn't happen a lot anymore.
No, for sure. And so
11 rounds too.
Yes,
that doesn't happen.
Went pretty deep into this, but there was an actual stoppage, which doesn't always happen either. So I know for you, someone who liked heavyweight boxing of old, a lot of the boxing, especially when we get to the premium fights, are in some of these smaller weight classes. Yeah. Heavyweights, baby, throwing in a way that was really fun. Yeah. I really wish I would have been able to diagnose this on the front end to tell you to be able to watch it live, but definitely worth the rewatch.
No, you were watching WNBA. Remember that Friday, Gip?
I did.
Yeah.
I did.
Yeah.
Who won?
Connecticut lost both games.
That was
it's
so
gonna be a long season for you, buddy.
It's not a good basketball team, gentlemen.
What's the early scouting report?
Not a good Connecticut Sun basketball team. They did add Haley Van Lith doing a little fun stuff, but yeah, man, it's not a great basketball.
How does the tanking in WNBA work?
Well, okay, so this is interesting because you know that the NBA has their new anti-tanking stuff when it comes to the draft. The NBA instituting that you can only get a number one pick every other year. You can't have the number one pick in back-to-back years. Well, the WNBA has something somewhat similar in that the top end of the draft is determined by your 2 years, I believe, your record over the last 2 years. So,
yes, that's right.
So yeah, it does have a little bit of that flair to it. But yeah, I mean the Connecticut Sun were not good last year either. So if they're bad again, come on, Juju.
Yeah, tank for Juju.
Come on, Juju. Come on through.
I did go home Friday and say, you're not going to believe what this guy drafted.
You went and told Jan about this? Yeah. You took this back home? And I'm the weird one?
Yes.
Look at that.
What did she say?
Said, who? Hand to God. Who? You know, Connecticut Sun.
That's right.
Yeah.
No, for sure. And then we don't have time for it. I'll get it. You know what? We'll return to some of this stuff in winners and losers of the weekend when we get to, because there's definitely a loser in Major League Baseball that we'll get to. But that's some of the stuff that is popping.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. But coming up next, let's return to your Houston Texans, where rookie minicamp officially wrapped up. The two biggest, items on the menu here are your two first picks when it comes to Keelan Rutledge and K. McDaniels. There were some really interesting questions that we might have wondered about. They answered them, and so I kind of want to go through that and more. We'll do that next.
Area 45 with In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
That's right. You are in the loop here on Sports Radio 610 on a Monday. Hope you're doing well. I know someone who is doing well on the text line from the 832. They said, Lopez, just washed my hands and sang Twinkle, Twinkle, the Twinkle, Twinkle song is what they called it.
Good for you.
Longest song ever.
Well, don't sing every verse.
No, sing every verse.
You got to sing it at a pace, too.
Sing every verse. Make sure you get underneath your
Twinkle, twinkle, little star.
Uh-huh.
That's it. That's all.
That's all. Okay. Yeah. Make sure you get between the fingers. Make sure you get underneath the fingernails. Get all clean.
I'm sure there's some people tuning in, going to lunch, saying, "What the hell are they talking about?" What we're talking about is the Twinkle Twinkle Little Star song. Is how long you should wash your hands. So when you tinkle, twinkle.
That's right.
Yeah.
Because apparently, not all of our lovely friends and listeners are washing their hands after they use the restroom.
Gross.
And we are just trying to positively influence the people.
Well, they could be washing their hands, but they did question why should we wash our hands after using the bathroom?
Right.
Because peer pressure. I don't care why. Just make sure they washed.
Even if for that reason alone, right?
Yeah, man. Yeah. Because John Lopez and Reginald Atatula are judging you otherwise. That's why, right? If you don't want to talk about the germs or anything like that, just know we are judging you if you don't. And so if that's enough for you to do it, I'm okay with that. Do you ever wonder who would be the person to do that level of enforcing on the team? Do you think Aziz is the dude?
Say, hey, get back in there.
Yeah.
Wash your hands.
Yeah.
Aziz for sure would be one of them. I don't think he'd be the only one.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, he for sure.
For some reason, Nico Collins seems like the dude who's like, hey, man, wash your hands. I don't know why. I don't have a good reason. Like maybe he's a little bit more the pretty boy, so I imagine that hygiene is higher for him. I think that's where my brain works there. Either way, let's talk about these Texans.
Wyatt Teller, but go ahead.
You think Wyatt Teller seemed like he's grimy? I feel like all the offensive linemen.
But that's just on the field. He will tell you what he thinks is what I'm saying.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, if you say so.
I feel like his wife had to tell him, hey, wash your hands, boy.
Yeah. Honestly. Okay, let me not say that. Anyways, let's move on to the rookies who got their rookie mini camp out of the way. Seemed like it went pretty well, all things considered, although I do wonder what it would take for a rookie mini camp to go poorly, to be honest. But they got their work done, and then they talked to the assembled media on Friday. And so there was a couple of things that we were wondering about with these guys that I think we were able to get some answers on. Ain't that right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and do you want to start with Creighton or do you want to start with K-Mac or Keelan Rutledge?
I think Rutledge was they're both interesting to me, which is why we want to talk about him here. But I thought Rutledge, he kind of convinced me, about things, listening to him.
All right, let's start with Big Red and where he started, because this is the big question that we all have for Keelan Rutledge, which is, can he snap? Clearly, big dude, clearly has a lot of praise amongst the scout industrial complex or whatever. But can he snap is ultimately the question. So the question was about his progress that he's making at center.
Yes, sir. I mean, anything coming to the NFL is going to be more challenging, right? I mean, better players, scheme's going to be more. It's going to be different. It's going to be more. But I mean, Coach Key prepared me well. Always knowing conceptually what everybody was doing up front at Georgia Tech, and obviously got snaps there at practice and did it at the Senior Bowl. So I'm very confident in playing anywhere up there, just wherever they need me to play, I'll play.
So here's where it gets interesting. We all know that two things are true about the NFL. The level of planning and the detail with which teams approach an offense are hugely important. The detail, the hand placement, foot placement, knowing what the defense. It's hugely important. But at the same time, we also know this is not a complicated game. This is it's blocking, it's tackling. How many times have you heard that?
I say it all the time. Yeah. It's one of my favorite quotes, mind you.
It really
is.
The
game in its essence is about blocking and tackling.
It's blocking and tackling. So while there are, the devil is in the details, it's really also not that complicated. And I think a guy that comes from a program like that, and how many times have, from Nick Caserio on down to us, said that was a really good program. He was very well coached.
And not just that, it's a good program. It's a good program for that. Brent Key is notoriously an offensive line guy. Yeah. So, and we talk about this all the time in the space of Nick Caley, right? Tight end guy. D'Amico Ryans, like a defense guy, linebacker guy. You see a little bit extra focus in those places when your coach has that as their basis. Brent Key is an offensive line guy.
Right.
He makes sure his offensive line is together, and that's where Keelan Rutledge.
And that's why, I kind of went like, okay, maybe we were just overthinking this a touch, because he still needs to do all those little, minutia, all that little minutia, and understand what, where everybody is lined up and what the call needs to be and all that.
I don't think we are. This is one of the few places where I'm going to be like, no, I think
just in the NFL inherently, I think he's going to have to learn more and do more.
Yeah.
But I feel better because it's blocking. In his case.
Well, it's blocking, but it's less about the blocking portion of it, actually. Yeah. I think the blocking part of that I feel comfortable at. It's one of the reasons why I'm all in on this as an experiment. You go through this offseason and you look, there was not a place to get a center of his physicality, right? We talked about it. All of the actual nominal centers in this draft were fourth rounds because they didn't have as much of the size. It was a smaller center draft. Free agency, who was the dude we were all salivating over?
Right.
Tyler Linderbaum ain't the biggest, most physical dude in the world. Talk less of like Cade Myers or any of the other guys that we were looking at. There aren't the crazy physical imposing centers out there per se. And so with that being the case, this was your opportunity to get a dude who has that if he can do the center stuff. But that's a big portion of it. A lot of centers can be not the most physically imposing because it's more about whether they know their protections, whether they know how to suss out what's happening on the defense, whether they know when to fan, when to slide. These are not easy things. These are things that centers get in and it takes them a while.
But he's also heard some of those things already.
He has.
And practiced some of those things.
He has. But what is that uptake from college to the pro level? In fact, he was asked about that mental and physical challenge that you have when it comes to playing center, particularly at this level.
Yeah, I think you weigh them the same, right? Because, you could block the guy, but if you don't go the right way, it don't matter, right? And then if you know to go the right way, but you don't block the guy, what is it doing for you, right? So I think they're equal. That's any position up front. I think, a good offensive lineman knows what everybody's doing. So I think that's the way I kind of look at it.
I do love, though, right? Regardless of the challenge is still going to be in front of him, and ultimately getting it done is what's going to matter, right? The talking about it is not the actual product. What do you say? I don't care about the labor. Show me the baby. In essence,
don't tell me about the waves. Just bring the ship in.
Okay, that's a different one. You've said different ones before, but okay, I'll allow you to change it in that moment. You see how he did me? He could have just said the one that would have helped me out. He's like, I'm going to tell you the exact different one, so you look like an idiot right now. I don't take it personal. But no, the point being, he's going to need to put it on the field. That's where we care about. If it shows up on the field, all this talking is fine. I do appreciate that he's coming in without any aspersions as to what this is. He's like, no. I need to know what everybody else is doing. And that's half the battle. The other half is the most difficult part. But at least he is in a place where he goes, no, I know. Yeah. I know. I don't need to just know what I need to do. I need to know what Wyatt's doing. I need to know what Ed's doing. I need to know what Ariante's doing. I need to know what Braden's doing. I need to know what all these cats are doing in order for me to do the basis of my job.
And just listening to that and how it seems to be something that he's very much embraced and knows and has experienced already, even at a lower level, doesn't it make you feel just a little bit better about, okay, I think he's going to be the guy there?
I can't lie and say that it. I love that he's there, but ultimately you got
to have to prove it,
and that's the big part of this. Yeah. But I do like that he has that knowledge of this. We take you though to K-Mac, big number 93, from Big Red to big number 93 as I'm pointing to him. McDonald he's obviously in fairly enviable territory. You drop in on one of the best units in the league. You drop in between some of the best players in the game right now, and that is your job. And so. Specifically, it's also very nice that he has a particular skill set. We know he's a run stopper. And so this is McDonald 8, if you don't mind. This is Caden McDonald talking about that specific skill set of stopping the run fitting into this Texans defense.
Like I said at draft night, got to help out the DNs, get them to second and long, get them third and long, let Will and Daniil and all the other guys get off the edge. And like I said, it's going to work out. 3 and out, get off the field, give it back to CJ, go score.
Give back to CJ, go score. He's a guy that you don't even really worry about doing the one thing, the one thing that he's brought in to do. You don't even have to worry about that part. I really feel like this is weird, but the Texans kind of got their, coaches always say this. Well, we got the top 2 guys on our board, for what they need. I really do feel like they did get their top 2 guys, and him being, the little gamble that they played to get him in the second round was a big payoff.
Yeah, no, I think so, 100%. Like, he's the guy who, and we've talked about this, he's the dude who you drop in, you feel instantly good with what's happening, because conversely to what we're talking about with Keelan Rutledge, where it's still a project, and people are asking on the text line, right, is the plan to play him at center, or is he, it feels like that would be definitely something to try, at the very least, and it seems like that's what they're going to do. I think that clearly there's an opportunity for him to play guard. That's still a possible competition that he will have as well, right? Those are things that you have to see as you get him on the field more. But this, you have all of
you
that
know what you're
speculation.
Here.
You know exactly what you're getting here. And I don't even need to get anything outside of what you know and what you've already seen on tape. The Keelan Rutledge you haven't seen on tape. This is all projection. You've seen Payne McDonald get out here. You've seen him two-gap. You've seen him stop the run at a high level. You've seen him, in fact, even get a little bit of push on the offensive line at times. I think that that's ultimately the big deal. And so him being fast, short there in his answer, I think some of that is Payne McDonald to his, the way that he gets down. But some of that is just, it's cut and dry. Man, get in here and do what I'm supposed to do and then allow those guys to do what they do because the skill sets match so nice.
And I don't think he has – it's really going to be a very smooth transition as well. This is another thing I was thinking about. He doesn't have to do more than that right now. Ultimately, you want him to do more than that. But he really has a very particular role. He just talked about it right there. Do that one thing at a very high level, and then we can do the add-on stuff as we move along. I think that's what's really promising with him.
No, for sure.
Just do one thing well.
And you feel good about that happening. We've mentioned this, right? The guys that are around him. But Rod Wright obviously is a big deal here, right? That defensive line coach has been fantastic in helping develop the likes of Tommy Togiai on top of Will Anderson Jr. and all these guys and seeing the work that's together. I love this from Payne McDonald talking about working with Rod Wright.
Coach Rod Wright, he's one of the best in the league. Like I said, he wants everything his way, and we got to follow that. And you got to stay on that $50 million line, $40 million line. You got Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter, those two all-pro guys. And like I said, if you just follow that plan, all things going to work out.
That's a good selling point right there.
Yeah, no.
You want to get paid like those guys?
I love that you can almost hear Rod telling him that.
Yeah.
Like, you can almost hear him like, hey, come in here, you do what you're supposed to do, you're going to make some big money.
Yeah.
Right? This is how, which maybe that goes to, some level of sell on what the idea is with Nick Caserio and the organization in general, the way they go about this.
Yeah.
Does it bother you at all? Because I don't think that I've heard anybody, but I can imagine someone going, this is dude, first day at work in the pros talking about the money of it all, right?
Not at all.
That being
Not in
the
least
motivation
bit.
or the inspiration for him.
I think it's honesty. I think, clearly he's going to get paid well. I don't mind when people talk about that. I mean, ultimately that's what they want. And in order to get there, you're going to have to be a badass, right there doing your job. So why not? Why not use that as motivation?
Well, I mean, people get real finicky around. Do you love football? And I don't know. I don't think that's even the question.
I don't think it's a
here.
question.
But when it's like, hey, you stayed in a pretty short clip there. Some of the motivation, if not a large part of the motivation, is let's play well so we can get this money. Ultimately, getting to play well is part of it. But people worry about does that fade at any point, or does that?
Well, here's the thing. Even if that is the crazy motivation, you know what the first part is that you just said? You're playing well. Even if his motivation is only about the money, and it's not. I don't think there's anybody who would say that knows him and has seen him play. But even if it were, I just want to get paid.
As long as I get you to play well.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Who cares? Again, don't tell me about the waves. I just get the ship in. Yeah. That's right. That's the one I use the most.
The waves and the ship again. Okay. Right,
what'd you say about a baby?
Yeah, what? Don't tell me about the labor, show me the baby. You said that one specifically. Don't get out. You see, Figgy, help me out here.
I have not said
He's
that one.
gaslighting me right now.
I am, but
I ain't gonna lie. I wish I could side with you, Reggie. I don't remember him saying that one.
You're thinking of someone
Maybe
else.
somebody else.
This is unbelievable. I'm being gaslit on my own show.
Figgy, I always say, don't tell me about the waves.
I remember that one.
I don't say anything about don't tell me about labor.
I remember the baby one.
This is unbelievable. I can vividly remember it. I cannot believe that you are leaving me out here like this.
I am, because I'm
this
telling
is a great
truth.
bit if it is a bit.
Maybe it's the Mandela effect or something.
This is a great bit if it's actually a bit.
It might be the Mandela effect. I don't say that.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills. I feel like I'm taking crazy pills right now. There's no way that you've not said that. Text line 713-572-4660. Somebody help me, please. You've heard him say this before.
I think Lopez, you said something about don't tell me how the sausage is made or something like that.
Yeah, that one I do.
He ain't even know.
That one I do. The waves I do.
No.
Never said anything about the labor and the baby.
There's no way this is happening right now. Somebody help me. I need you really badly.
Think about some other Hispanic man that you work with.
Wow. You're the only one. One more thing here from Payne McDonald. This is cut 4 here, if you don't mind. This is him talking about what he's learned, right? Obviously, you go through your first day of work. What'd you learn?
I'll just say, like I said, that $50 and $40 million line, Will Anderson, Danielle Hunter, you got Tommy, you got Sheldon. Those guys, they follow that track. And if I stay on that track, I'll get to that second contract.
Who cares? Who cares? Oh, boy, it's all about the money. Who cares? If he's a 3-time Pro Bowler in his first 3 seasons, are you going to be mad because it was really the motivation was the second contract? I'm not. I don't care. Now, if he does things that are, clearly not that, well, then maybe you can talk about it.
Now, do it scare you a little bit that maybe it could be like a Laramie Tunsil money type situation?
Does it matter to Laramie Tunsil's quarterbacks? Let's not talk about run game and all that stuff, but we know what gets him paid. Does it matter to his quarterbacks?
But once he get paid, he was still
He
good.
got paid again.
Yeah, Laramie was pretty good.
Then he got paid again.
Yeah.
But he definitely worked extra hard when it was that contract year.
Yeah.
Yeah, ultimately, I don't think that this is something worth worrying about. But I did hear that. I'm like, I feel like people, especially when you pair that.
No, you're right.
You pair that with him going, I want to be an All-Pro. I want to be a
Super Bowl,
Rookie of the Year. I want to win the Super Bowl, and he feels like they're all realistic goals as individual goals. It just feels like, hey man, he's got lofty plans, and ultimately, it's all about will he put in the work to get there, right? I think Seth was talking about this morning when you talked about young guys. Is that hey, all right, let's see you do the work. But I do love that there's aspiration there.
If the reason he's putting in the work is money, I don't care. If the reason he's putting in the work is his love for football, I don't care.
Now, if somehow
put in the work.
If somehow he was delusional, thinking he was going to get there without the money, that'd be something else. Or without the work, that's something else. But yeah. Still early. We'll see what it looks like once he gets into more of the work. But we got the first days for the young men in, and those were the big things that I think we were looking at with these young guys. It was cool to get some answers from them, and I'm excited to hear more of them. I'm not gonna lie, more excited to hear more of Big Red than I am.
Me too. Yeah.
K-Mac. Not gonna lie, Big Mac. I feel like it was quick. It was to the point, and he told you that he already said it every time that he got out here. Like I already said, I was like, damn, okay. I get it. He's like, I've said what I need to say already. You can just go back to the first time you heard me. All right. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get our lunchtime confessions.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. The Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I swear I've never said that on the air or anywhere else. But we'll leave that for another time. I looked at you.
I'm not making this up.
You kind of are.
I'm not.
You're confusing me with someone else. That's so funny. That's not the confession.
Maybe you need to start saying that.
832 typed in, I don't want the labor pains, just give me the baby. And I feel like that's
maybe the
them
832 is where you heard it.
No. I know what I know. I know what I heard.
All right, so here's my real confession. It's kind of an almost confession, if that makes any sense whatsoever. Let me explain it then. I'm almost done. Almost.
Okay.
Done with the Mike Vrabel, Vrabell-Rousini stuff.
Oh, I'm done.
I'm. Here's the thing.
Well, that's not true.
The reason I'm there
I'm with you.
Today is because TMZ, our fine folks at TMZ.
Yo fine folks at TMZ.
All caps, exclusive.
You don't even have to. We know. Nobody else is still digging.
Who else is even looking?
Y'all are doing this by yourself.
Here's the thing. Exclusive. Vrabell-Rousini wraps her arm around Mike Vrabel during a chat at a 2022 Super Bowl party. You know how many of us do that at Super Bowl parties or any get-togethers or any? This to me, I was like, all right, that's enough. That's enough. Now, I'm reserving judgment because if there is something really salacious coming out, I'll probably watch it. I'll probably read it and look at the pictures and videos.
Yeah, for me, it's not even the idea of something salacious. Is it something that changes this material? Because materially, this is what I asked last week, right? We got that thing, and it was, here comes signatures of them signing a boat.
That's juicy.
It was juicy, but even then, it didn't materially change. We knew that they've been out here stepping out.
That was, but still, that was juicy.
That's just confirming more cheating.
And I was absolutely rubbernecking on that one. On this one, on this one, Figgy, I was like, you know how many you probably did it this weekend. You're at an event, put your arm around a girl.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, what's going on?
Yeah.
This way, and I know you've seen the picture. It could be any of us doing that exact same thing.
Particularly because it was loud. It's a Super Bowl party. It was a loud party. You could tell you're just trying to hey, I need you to hear this, so I'm getting closer to your ear. It does not to me look like, oh, they're in a relationship. This very much looks to me like they are trying to have a conversation in a loud building.
Yeah, if that picture came out first, if that was the first picture we ever saw, I would have been like, come on, y'all.
That's nothing.
That's nothing. Come on, they ain't cheating. They ain't messing around at all.
They did the eye emoji too. Eye emoji in all caps. Exclusive.
Yeah.
She chatted with a professional football coach at a Super Bowl party, basically is what they're saying. And I'm like, all right, come on. We're doing a lot.
I'm done with this unless unless one of them makes some type of statement on it or some type of big twist. Yeah, I'm kind of over this.
Yeah. Question. Do you think that this, what feels kind of like a nothing burger to at least us, do you think this is a sign of A, TMZ is running out of steam, or B, that they are reloading to hit them again? Because it does feel like they're going to keep draining this. They're going to keep hitting
I think TMZ is on somebody's payroll, man, at this point. I don't know if it's the wife of Vrabel or if it's the husband of Rousini.
Or some secret third party.
Somebody is saying, keep going.
I think it's C. That old line, more of anything, more of everything. They just want more. They just, anything, Rousini, Vrabel, we're posting it if we can verify. Because it's nothing. This is absolutely nothing by itself.
Okay.
These are my confessions.
I actually just saw this a little while ago. Did you see that the Steelers made a big signing?
They did.
They did. Except it was Chris Boswell.
Not Aaron Rodgers.
Not Aaron Rodgers. I believe it was a 4-year, $28 million kicker contract, which let me make sure that I'm correct in this. I believe that is the most money that is going to a kicker.
Kickers are getting paid.
Yes, and I'm kind of surprised that it took this long. When you actually, because at first I was like, damn, kickers are getting all this money. It's like, dude, kickers are scoring the most points of anybody on the team consistently, right? And it sounds absurd because we often look at them as that position over there that don't nobody talk about, right? Or that people don't view as actual players. But frequently, they are putting up the most points of any player on the team. And so it's kind of surprising that it's taking this long for teams for that value to show up with the contracts, even though I understand that maybe you could think kickers are relatively replaceable. Them dudes that do it well, it's kind of amazing that it's taking this long for that money to start showing up for them.
It really is. I mean, I think you're right. And we're talking go back to the 90s even, and kickers were oftentimes, the big scorers. Good point.
Yeah, like Sebastian Janikowski and all this, right? Obviously, Vinatieri. There's a number of kickers who, mattered in a great deal to their time. I mean, Vinatieri, doesn't he have the most points scored on, is it both teams? Is it both the Colts and the Patriots? Like, he means a little something. And so the idea that them dudes was getting paid, I guess, relatively to the other football players on the team, they weren't getting paid commensurate with the amount of points that they put up on the board when the game's about scoring points. I was kind of surprised that it's gotten to this point now that we're here.
Yeah.
These are my confessions.
All right, so this is a sports confession. I got to confess, I'm a little nervous at what the Rockets could do this offseason, man. So I think y'all talked about it last week, I think maybe Friday, about Pat Fertitta, talking about you want to keep the young core and kind of stay young and compete. I'm kind of with him on that, man. I just get a little nervous. To me, I feel I'm very much an anti-man-made the big three type of team. So I get a little nervous every time some reports out there like, oh, could the Rockets be in on Giannis? Could they be on I don't want them to try to make a big three that think that's going to be a way to win a championship, man.
But doesn't it change your mind a little bit that Durant is one of those big three and he's 38? Going on 38?
That's the problem, man. That's the issue, man. Let's not do these old big threes and, KD, Harden, and Kyrie in Brooklyn and all this other stuff. To me, I just feel like that ain't gonna work and it always end bad, man. I kind of want I do want them to make some changes, but I don't want to just shoot for the big old superstars and try to put three superstars on one team and try to win a championship.
Figgy said, replace Jeff Green. Replace Jeff Green and this team will win a championship is what I'm hearing.
Yeah.
I'm nervous about it, man.
No, I understand what you mean.
Yeah, I don't want to look like the Phoenix Suns.
But I also don't want to be there. Hey, let's just be patient with all these young guys. They'll get better. Yeah. You're kind of stuck in a weird place.
No, for sure. But I do understand. I just
don't think Giannis going to be the answer.
Oh, by the way, there's another Giannis update today. Did you see that?
I missed it, actually.
I think it was Shams again.
Of course it was Shams. Shams he's a Giannis merchant. Let's be honest at this point.
And guess what he said?
What did he say?
Bucks are open for business.
Of course they are.
It's like the ninth time.
They've been open for business for 2 years.
Here it is right here.
Man.
I just found it. The Milwaukee Bucks are open for business on trade calls and offers for Giannis
Antetokounmpo?
Yeah, and entering the NBA Combine and over 6 weeks away from the draft. Sources tell ESPN. Dude.
They try to get one of them first-round picks.
I love this guy.
What that is.
I love him. He's so good. But he just regurgitates these every couple weeks.
Yeah, specifically with Giannis.
That one. Yeah,
particularly
that particular one.
I feel like this is when he got to turn in homework every day, and he's like, damn, I ain't do nothing. Put the last one in there. Just change the date on it.
That's right.
You know what I mean? Like, let's just do that, and we'll make it work. That's what it feels like there, for sure.
These are my confessions.
So y'all saw the UFL sideline report with a referee, with an official?
Yeah, in-game interview for UFL officials.
I kind of surprised myself, and that's my confession.
Do you want to hear some of it?
Let's hear it.
This is some of it from a UFL game this weekend.
De Leon have some conversations with Ricky Prohl about a penalty or not a penalty with these contested throws, especially to Hakeem. How do you judge that?
If there's a back shoulder and I'm looking at that and, there's no material restriction, I'm just going to leave it alone, to be honest with you.
So if the throw is not where it should be, if that throw's not there, you're not going to reward a poor throw on something like that?
Yeah, that works. That works for me.
Yeah. How difficult is that call? Is that pass interference versus a contested catch?
Interviewing an official on the field during the game. I thought I would love this. Didn't like it.
Oh, really?
I didn't like it. Figgy, how'd you feel about this?
It makes everything worse.
It feels uncomfortable.
That's kind of like that 2-minute report at the end where you know it was a bad call. And then now you got the referees admitting that they missed the call. And I'm just like, man, I don't even want to hear it from your mouth at this point.
I would have thought I'd like it. And I definitely want the officials accountable, like after the game. Be able to go to a pool reporter or even answer questions from reporters in general. This was it just felt dirty. It felt weird.
Yeah, and you could tell, at least in this particular instance, I don't know if this would always be the case if you're interviewing officials. He just didn't feel like he had the polish to even deliver his idea.
Yeah.
You know what it feels like to me? When you're a kid and you're just like, my parents know everything. Everything they do is right.
Yeah.
And then you grow up and you talk to them about it and you realize, oh, they was just out here
saying
winging
stuff.
It. They was just out here winging it. And it's like the amount of belief that I put into this and thinking that it was rock solid when it was really just paper mache. Like that's what it feels like. It's like you see behind the curtain, you're like, hey, no, this is a regular human being. What is happening here? That's what it felt like
to me.
That's what it felt like. It was like, oh, there is. Well, of course, I'm not to say that they don't have like structures and stuff here, but it felt a lot. The way that it felt was like, oh, he almost talked about like it was just. Can you give me the answer to the second question that he had? It almost sounded like he was like, I mean, if that's the way that you want to say that it was, sure.
I think it cut off right there.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah,
I'll go with that.
Yeah, he was like, yeah, sure. Yeah, I think that sounds about right. That sounds like what he was doing.
Yeah.
So there you go. I wasn't as hyped going in, but I definitely came out with the same feeling where it's like, I don't think I like this as much.
Yeah,
as I thought it would be. So yeah, but we'll see. Maybe this ends up being something though that, over time officials get used to it and they know what the rapport is and they know how to give their answers succinctly for TV, and then this ends up being a benefit where in the midst of a game you can get an idea of what was that call, why was it,
right?
And maybe that ends up because that feels like in theory it could be so helpful for us.
I thought I would love it, but I didn't.
Yeah. Just don't even get in front of a microphone and talk about why that call was so bad.
That's right.
Just keep it to yourself.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get to some winners and losers of the weekend. Who do you think had a great weekend? Who had a bad weekend? And where does this MLB coach fit? Because it feels like he possibly could be the next one fired. We'll talk about it next.
The Texans schedule. Sports Radio 610 text line is energized by Base Power. Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, let's go. Let's continue in the loop here on Sports Radio 610 and get a little winners and losers of the weekend. 713-572-4610 is the text line. Tell us if you have any winners and losers of the weekend as we go through sports and otherwise. And shout out to Ocho on the text line with a pretty good winner here. Sir David Attenborough, who is the voice of pretty much all the best nature documentaries. Blue Planet, what's some other ones that I... Nature rather. Turned 100 this past weekend.
How about that?
Hit the big 100.
Yeah.
Still out here. Still doing docs.
Didn't Dick Van Dyke also have a... I know he was making the rounds.
I think he did turn 100.
Or he was, 99 or 100, something like that. Yeah. That's up.
And he's still out here moving,
he's
too,
still
man.
Frisky, man.
Yeah.
He gets around. Yeah.
No, for sure. That's the thing that always makes me go, huh, all right.
It's a legend right there, too.
No, for sure. 100%. How about this when we come to winners and losers, and I'll allow you to make the decision here. I feel like one of the losers here on the weekend has to be Cam Smith. Dropped a fly ball that would have helped Spencer Arrighetti get a little further on in his outing. Ultimately, Spencer Arrighetti tries to take responsibility himself for not getting out of that. Was at the 5th inning on Saturday. Yeah. But ultimately, I feel like Cam Smith, who has been so good at ranging and playing defense, having a lapse like that, especially in a series where getting 2 wins there instead of one of them would have been hugely, hugely different.
I mean, should have been an error, right?
You tell me, Mr. Unofficial scorer.
I thought it should have been an error.
All right, well, if the unofficial scorer says that that's the case, then I believe you.
Yeah, it was bad. It was bad all the way around. That's a good one. I'd forgotten about that, by the way.
Right. Now, of course, one of the winners is, well, actually, one more loser here, because should I bounce back and forth? Because the winner is definitely Mike Burrows. Yeah. 7 innings of baseball. And Joe Espada went as far as to talk about how he's been much better than what's shown up on the box score. People talked about him being one of the most unlucky pitchers thus far this year. I really do. It's starting to feel very much like that when you see him have the opportunity to. I mean, you don't go 7 innings, no earned runs, especially against a team like the Reds, who definitely have some guys that can punish you without having the capability. It's good to see some of the Mike Burrows that we were hoping to see early on in the season.
Yeah, and it's something that we just haven't seen in general from any starting pitcher. So it's good to see that and sort of fighting through some because he had some moments as well where he needed to make some big pitcher, get some defense behind him or whatever. Fighting through it, it was a good sign. And boy, this whole week is going to be, between Lambert today. Although I think we're pretty confident in Lambert already. But then, see what happens with Imai and then McCullers and obviously Burrows is going to go after that. Just a big week to see if any of these guys, have it going a little bit as a starting pitcher.
Yeah, one more
or
Astros,
can get it going.
Right. One more Astros-related thing that I will get to is it does feel like a loser is length. This is the conversation we've been talking about. It was good to see Burrows go 7, and then you get Arrighetti not able to get through 5.
Right.
And then Kai-Wei Tang. How did you feel about the decision to bring Kai-Wei Tang back out for the 4th? Because that's now one that's being discussed where he was dealing through 3. And then the 4th just held him up, and then you end up giving up runs.
I actually didn't mind it. I don't know how you felt on this. We didn't even talk about this, but I didn't mind it. He's a guy that has started, has been able to do, and even as a reliever has gone multiple innings. So I thought it was well worth the risk.
I thought so as well. Yeah. And look, I'm not going to begrudge Espada too much for trying to stretch in some of these.
And you have to. What's your option? Or what are your options?
Yeah, no, yeah. I'm with you. I 100% felt that way. All right, how about this as a winner on the weekend? Space City Home Network Rockets crew.
What happened?
The Awful Announcing, rather, puts together yearly their NBA local announcer rankings. The Rockets crew, obviously Craig Ackerman, Ryan Hollins, and Vanessa Richardson, they jumped 6 spots from last year's.
Yeah, because we talked about this last year.
Yeah, and they had made a jump that in that instance too. I believe that they jumped to 11th now in the league when it comes to local broadcasters. So we're getting a pretty good call, all things considered, around the league with the crew that we have watching Rockets basketball.
Well, I think Vanessa's fantastic. I think of all the whole, and that's not a slide on the other guys.
That's the one that you know.
No. I know Craig.
My friend is really good.
No, I know Craig. I think.
But do we know you?
Of course, I think they're good.
You don't know Craig. You don't know no Craig.
I think they're good, and I think it's just a matter of sort of finding their groove, so to speak. This is her second full year, right? This was her second full year.
Who, Vanessa?
Yeah, third.
Is that the case? I feel like Vanessa's been a little bit longer than that.
Maybe time
might be third.
Might be
to be
third.
honest,
yeah, finding their feet, so to speak.
And this was the blurb that Awful Announcing had in there talking about it. Ackerman and Hollins, or rather, the growth, that growth of stepping up 6 spots from 17th last year, was reflected in many comments about how they're one of the most improved crews in the league. Ackerman and Hollins have found a great rhythm, which I think is true.
That's kind of what I'm saying.
They're getting more comfortable,
finding that place.
Remember when Ryan Hollins came through, and he didn't have attachment to the Rockets either, or Houston really. So they had to find their rhythm, and they've seemingly done that. And Richardson, quote, is widely considered the best sideline reporter in the game. And you get that feel.
Yeah.
Too. Some graders appreciated that while they are very passionate announcers, they call games without losing their objectivity, which
it's what you want.
It is what you want. I don't know that I fully agree with that. Sometimes they could be a little bit, but again, you want a little bit of Homer on your broadcast, right? You don't want it to be completely feeling national, so I get that to be the case. But shout out to them getting graded just outside of the top 10 in the league. And honestly, the way this is going, I do wonder how much though. How much of this is also because this is tracked with how good better the team has been.
Yeah.
How much does that then help them as well, having a team that has a lot of interest?
Yeah,
in
it helps. As well. It helps more people getting those clips and. Examples of your local work because those are the clips that are played.
No, for sure.
Yeah.
How about this? How about the NCAA softball tournament? I feel like these are winners. Texas A&M, and Texas Tech are all hosting regionals. So shout out to Texas softball showing up here.
I think softball in general, I know we've mentioned this just in passing here and there, really shooting through the roof in terms of viewability and the number of people watching. It's kind of taken. I wonder if this is the best effect. If this is a good example of the effect that Olympic sports has on regular NCAA sports.
Wait, so your hypothesis here is
more and more people get into this particular sport as they watch the Olympics over the course. And it doesn't happen. And it's not a one-off, but just over the course of time of having this as an Olympic sport for so long that maybe it's just really translating, or if it's just the personalities and the fact that it's shown on TV. If it's on the network, we'll watch it.
I think that we're getting more availability here with some of it. I wonder now. You'll have to let me know, combat sports fans out there. Sean Strickland getting a victory at UFC 328. Winner or loser on the weekend here? Because obviously him getting the victory matters, but it sounded like to me, I'm not a big UFC fan, I'll say that up front, but it sounded to me like this was a stinker of a watch. I mean, obviously, this is setting up for, the Freedom, what have you, was a Freedom 250 that UFC is undertaking. But it sounded like the actual fight itself wasn't all that entertaining, which is funny because juxtaposed to the other combat sport that I was talking about, the big heavyweight fight that they had this weekend, that one was really fun to watch. So let me know, combat sports fans on the text line, if that was the way that you took it in or if I just kind of misunderstood what the conversation was around this.
Bad fight is what you're saying. Bad performance.
Yeah, that's what it sounded like. It just maybe it wasn't the most fun watch when we were talking about some of these fights. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I'll let people that are maybe watching it go. Someone mentioned, I want you to understand, this is on the text line. Manchester United, winner, secured Champions League.
Saw that.
Little international footy.
I saw that.
Appreciate that.
Yeah.
Somebody said they want Gene Peterson level homer every time.
Well, that's a bit
on the
much.
broadcast.
God, he was great, legend, but it's a lot of homerism. You remember those days.
Yeah, but I feel like I personally don't like it, but I know that I'm not everybody, and I do wonder if.
Do you have that list up? Who's number one?
Oh, I do have the list, and this is going to be. It's the same
Lakers.
as it always. No, it's not. It's actually the Lakers. Actually, is not as high as you would imagine. It's the New York Knicks broadcast. Mike Breen on it, and then Walt Frazier, who's been doing this forever. They have some more people that rotate in, and I think one
Breen not even homerish either.
No, he's not.
But he's just so good. At this.
It's a really good broadcast.
He's steady on it. If you want, I could give you some more from that one, but yeah, that's the one that I know is at the very top of this. How about this as losers on the weekend? The Indianapolis Pacers.
Loser with a nice little, I guess, win at the end.
You think so? Let me lay this out.
Yeah.
Remember that the Pacers were in the finals last year, or the conference finals, was it?
It hurt.
They was in the finals.
It was the finals last year, and then they lose Tyrese Halliburton due to an Achilles injury.
Mm-hmm.
So they were going to be bad this year. They had what should have been the second best odds, right, to have the number 1 pick, which in theory would have them, if things go chalk, that they'd be the number 2 pick. They fall out of the top 4. And they fall out of protection for their pick. So now the Los Angeles Clippers will have their pick, and they will not be selected in the first round in a year that's supposed to be
a good year at the top.
You lost your star player. You're not as good, so maybe you'll get an opportunity to draft a pick. Nope, man. I feel like that's a loss. What's the bounce back?
No. Here's the thing. It was a loss. It had to hurt. Just killed Pacers fans. The fact that they came out and apologized for it and kind of put a good spin on it in terms of like, hey, we made that trade for a reason. We think it's going to help us. I just like the accountability at the end. They're like, hey, we didn't expect it. We thought we'd have a top 4 pick. I want to apologize to our fans. I thought that was a nice little way to not hide from it, or blame anybody, et cetera.
Yeah. This is from the 281, apparently a fight fan. Kazmat, who Strickland was fighting in the UFC. He was 15-0. People thought nobody could beat him, so the upset of Sean Strickland was worthwhile. So, okay, there you go, win. But they said it was a great fight. That was the thing that I was big looking at because the conversation was supposedly such that it was not a great fight. Ultimately, it was, I guess, according to this fight fan.
And here's the apology in its entirety. I know you saw this, but for those who didn't, yes, just awful, breaks your heart. Kevin Pritchard, president of basketball operations, said, "I'm really sorry to all our fans. I own taking the risk. Surprised it came up 5th after this year. I thought we were due some luck. Please remember this team deserved a starting center to compete with the best teams next year. We have always been resilient." I thought that was nice.
They did trade for Ivica Zubac, and that's where this pick comes up.
Yeah.
But, I mean.
Nevertheless, you'd much
that's
rather
cool.
have
In this draft?
Yeah. How you got to be feeling if you're a Clippers fan?
Yeah.
And the Clippers have got – I thought about that. The Clippers are a winner here because the Clippers – I mean, literally, Pablo Torre won a Pulitzer Prize reporting on the Kawhi Leonard funny money circumstance, right? Yeah. He literally just won a Pulitzer Prize behind this. That's where your franchise is, and you just had to trade away James Harden because it wasn't working, this super team that you were trying to put together. They just got a top 4 pick, or they just not a top 4 pick, rather. They just got
they got 5,
lottery pick in this draft where it feels like there might be 5, 6 like top tier talent.
This is the draft to have it.
Look at these names.
Huge win.
Whew. Top 6 projected. Number 6, Darius Acuff, the guard from Arkansas. Keaton Wagler projected to go to the Clippers from Illinois.
Good player.
Caleb Wilson, 4 to the Bulls projection. Cameron Boozer, 3. Even if any of these guys, Darren Peterson, 2, and then DeBanza.
AJ DeBanza is expected to go number 1 to the Wizards.
Pretty deep at the top.
DeBanza might be a loser here, man, because Washington is a cool place to be, but that is a deeply you remember the last time the Wizards won 50 games?
I do not.
1978.
It's been a while. That was I could probably tell you a couple players on that team.
I bet you could, but only you
Wes
could.
Unseld was on that team.
I bet you the former, the senior.
Yeah. I remember that squad as a youngster myself, which that tells you alone right there. But they've got some players now.
Okay, so here's another fight. Okay, so now I need to figure out who's telling the truth because somebody else said it was a very boring fight and it didn't live up to the billing.
Okay. Take your word for it.
See? Okay. All right. Well, I just don't have an answer there. And then finally, winner on the weekend, the Houston Dynamo, who
how about that?
They smashed LAFC out in LA yesterday 4-1. And
where did this come from?
I don't know, man. Like, they were so good.
All due respect.
They were so good countering. They were pretty good defensively, too. This is an LAFC team that when they played here in the second match week of the season, LA did them kind of dirty. Plus, there was a red card that made it really nasty. They went and avenged it. You remember how mad Ben was about that red card? Seems like their players took it out. So shout out to the Dynamo doing some good stuff.
Good job
out there as well. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's turn our attention back to the Astros because if we get to a place where the Astros are not going to be able to get back into this race, which honestly in the next week we might be there very quickly, how smart is it really to make trading Yordan Alvarez a non-starter? 713-572-4610. Let's discuss it next.
All right, let's talk about.
HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Just now seeing that Jack McGlynn scored 2 goals for Dynamo. He got named to the Team of the Week. And shout out to Joshua Van, who is a MMA champion in the flyweight division, who defended his championship as well at UFC 328. So shout out to him, a Houstonian, putting up the H, getting a victory. And shout out to Shams Charania, not feeling too bold as to not continually
I was just laughing to myself because I just saw it's all over now.
More Giannis news.
Yeah.
More Giannis. The same Giannis
Open
news.
to trade offers.
The same Giannis news over and over.
Giannis is open to looking to play for another team.
Yeah.
And the Bucks might even hear you if you call them up and ask nice. You know, they might think about it. Who
Giannis
knows?
want to play for a winner.
They're just making Shams look bad now.
I mean,
been doing it for a year.
At some point, you got to stand up for yourself, don't you? Like, all right, guys, let me know when something actually come through here.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know. Speaking of trades and the potential of them, whether they will not happen, conversations around them, we're kind of doing this now with Yordan Alvarez, are we not? Or I mean, this has kind of been a back and forth thing, and I know shout out to Area 45, Patrick Creighton.
It's an asimine conversation.
That's the man. That's him right there. That's basically been his take on.
Well, you've
idea.
heard the promo. It's playing right now.
Right, you hear it on the promo with the idea and the conversation. One, he says that even the season like being far gone is out of touch. Talk less of trading Yordan Alvarez, but if you do get to this place and where they are no longer really having the opportunity to get back in the race, which could happen sooner rather than later, unfortunately, how smart is it, John Lopez, to make Yordan Alvarez a complete non-starter of a conversation?
Well, that's where it gets really, really difficult because we were talking earlier about with this team, these next 2 series, 7 games in a row, 13 games in a row altogether. It's so vital, but these next 7 against division opponents, you last week you were 3.5 games back, 3 games back in the division. You're like, all right, well, technically you're playing awful baseball, but technically you're not out of the race. Well, now you're 5.5, and that could be 7.5 or 8.5. And Patrick is not wrong. They have played just the 1 month and now 1 month plus of a season.
And baseball is such that we've seen
this team.
We've seen teams. It's a marathon, not a sprint.
Yeah.
There are ups and downs inevitably in any season. But one of the things that makes it tough on the idea of this season also is they would need to kind of steady the ship and then just have a steady upwards trajectory.
Mm-hmm.
And I was on Sports Extra yesterday, and one of the great points that was made, I think it was by Zach, was the idea of, okay, so they're not going to have no more slip-ups.
Mm-hmm.
My words more than his, right?
Yeah.
But the idea is, okay, from here on out, there's a very narrow path to get back, and that means they would need to walk it perfectly. There would not
just about
no slumps throughout the remaining months of the season as well, because another slump would pretty much put you out of it, would it not?
Right.
Even if you started on the trajectory that guy would get you back towards contention.
Well, and the question that has been raised here, if we're not pretending anymore that the Astros can easily get back into the race, and I get technically they can get back in, but to your point, it would have to be almost a perfect run, and they could even technically get back into the race in if they're still struggling and behind in late June into July, right before the trade deadline. Sure, technically you're right. We're talking about are we pretending though? Are we pretending because this is not the same squad that has done some of these things, and very, very few squads have done this, all together.
I wouldn't say we're pretending, but we are really operating with a level of hope in the way that we do this.
Right.
A real level of optimism in the way and I think that you're advocating in this conversation for, okay, let's take a more realistic or maybe even more pessimistic look at this in order to balance what we're doing. And if that's the way you're looking at it, then is it smart to just go, that is entirely off the table, that being the potential of trading Yordan Alvarez?
And that is where it gets extremely interesting to me, because when you just flat out say, not listening, don't even call, if you're going to talk about Yordan Alvarez, we don't want it, it's not going to happen. I'm with you. I don't want it to happen. I don't think it should happen. I think it would, certainly be a complete rebuild.
Gosh, he's been so good.
And he's been so good. But my question is, are you doing your team a full justice if you don't even listen? Was it Nightingale?
Yes, Bob Nightingale in one of his later dispatches was kind of talking to some various different entities around the league. Mm-hmm. And apparently one general manager said that he believes that if Jordan was actually being shopped, that he could return a Juan Soto-like haul. And if you'll recall, Juan Soto, when he was traded, honestly, both times that he's been traded, has netted a pretty big haul back from those teams, for those teams, whether it was the Nationals or the Padres. I did look back at these trades, though, and what is funny to me, though, is the nature of a big trade, right? Where you're talking about like 5 potential players, actually 7 players the Yankees acquired in the trade with the Padres. How many of those players have panned out to be high-level players is the question that you ask, right? With the Yankees, they received Trent Grisham, and let's see. Let me actually get a different way of the trade because I had it in a different form. But like you go back, you go, okay, did this match up with what you wanted and the value that you would get from the player that you traded? You know what I mean? Like let's look at the Nats trade, right? So Juan Soto, Josh Bell, first baseman Josh Bell, go to the Padres in this trade. Luke Voit, the first baseman, comes back. C.J. Abrams comes back. C.J. Abrams has been good. Mackenzie Gore is a good pitcher. Robert Hassel III, James Wood, Harlan Susana. Right, like, does that feel like that's enough on the backside of what we're talking about to be like, all right, you let go of that caliber of player?
I'm no. Short answer, no. I'm not even really worried about that. What I'm talking about is if you can get a trade that would involve 8 players or picks, and you're not listening, are you even doing your job?
Well, no.
Forget the names. Did they work out? Did they not work out? I'm just saying if you're in a position to where you can get 8 players or draft picks, and you're saying, "Oh no, I'm not even listening," I think you should listen.
But I think that's the idea. Is like you would be preempting kind of what are the players that you're getting back? What are the chances in a trade like this of this scale that you're getting all of the commensurate value that you want in it? Because ultimately that's the idea. Is like you are trading in this value that we have right now on a team where it feels like we can't make the most of it. Would be the premise of the circumstance, and you're getting the value for the future. And that's the question with prospects: is you bring them in, and are they going to make what you want in the players on the backside that matches the value?
Here's where I am. What does this team need? What does this team really, really need
right now? Pitching
in a farm system.
Yeah,
I think you can get pitching in a farm system, and I must emphasize yet again, I don't want this. All I'm saying is to just arbitrarily say, nope, not listening. I would listen. Wouldn't you?
I mean, yeah, I would listen in theory. It wouldn't make me very happy to have to do it.
I mean, at this point, you got to listen. If you're the GM and somebody coming to you with a real offer, you got you got to listen, I feel like.
Yeah.
I think you're at that place where you got to listen.
But the idea of, being able to pick out the right prospects and then also being
that's the issue.
Being able to develop them on the other side. Because the thing that immediately comes up and people have talked about is, do you trust Dana Brown to be the dude who does the trade? Funny enough, I think that these are the trades that are, and maybe I'm just absurd saying this, I think these are the trades that are actually easier just on the idea of you're going to get a whole bunch of prospects back. Right. You're going to get big value back because it's going to be impossible for that to happen. Honestly, if you do it right, unless you're doing a Luka Doncic-like trade where you're doing it in the middle of the night and not giving anybody a chance to counteroffer, just by the nature of putting him up on the block,
this is what we got.
There will be people competing in the market to try and acquire him. The issue is, for me, how strongly do you feel about Dana Brown's ability to identify the talent to be able to pick the prospects that are ultimately coming back?
Well, I think that's where you lean in more to draft picks, because whether it's Dana Brown and you have confidence in him or not, if you get a lot of lower level prospects, you still have to. And then that's the additional. You still have to evaluate them.
How do you feel about the Astros' ability to develop? We have not had to talk about this for a very long time. Really, how the farm system develops players, but that would be a large part of this, right? Because if you're talking about getting a lot of young talent, it becomes incumbent upon you to bring them up to major league level. And that is something where I genuinely have questions on how they do.
I would too, and I don't think that's wrong. So you just sit on your hands and keep Jordan because you're not sure that you can develop them? Then you got a bigger problem. If you're not sure that this is an organization structure and a general manager that can, number one, identify young talent, and number two, develop it, well, then forget about Jordan. You need to look somewhere else. If that's what's holding you up, I don't know about if Dana Brown can do it. Well, then don't trade Jordan and get a new general manager you have confidence in can do it. You know?
And it's worth noting that all the smart baseball people that you could think of, at least the ones that I can think of, right? We talked about Ken Rosenthal on Foul Territory. Bob Nightingale on these very airwaves when he was on Area 45 didn't think that the Astros would be willing to trade Yordan Alvarez.
Yeah.
And I understand why that is. I get where you're coming from is once you get to that place in this season, which it feels unfortunately like it's more of a once you get to than if you get to. I don't know. Yeah, you do have to start looking at trading. I wonder, though, if it isn't more reasonable to look at other guys to trade, like Christian Walker, Isaac Paredes, like one of those guys where
that's the safer thing.
They're not the foundation of what Yordan Alvarez is the foundation of your offense. He is a dude that is hell. I've done this before. I'll do it again. Right? He's Bonds-esque. He's a dude who scares other teams. Like Christian Walker has been really good this year. He ain't the type of scary guy, and it's not easy to find those. And so I'm hesitant because of that nature, like that level of appeal. Christian Walker can bring you back things, prospects back, especially with him playing well, that would still allow you to have that monster in your lineup. That's the portion of this that I don't know how to properly quantify, because it ain't just, hey, you're getting the crazy haul, which matters, but you're losing that level of effect, and I don't know that you can guarantee you get that back.
It is funny, though, because let's say, just to use your example, Christian Walker, you're not going to get nearly as much in return.
Correct.
So what does that really accomplish, for your future and your present? Because Yordan would still be on this team, Altuve would still be on this team, and you're shipping off Christian Walker for maybe a couple of prospects here or there. That isn't helping. That's not helping them.
Who would you be more willing to trade, Jeremy Pena or Yordan Alvarez?
Jeremy Pena. Yeah. Wouldn't you?
Yeah, I think so. And that sounds insane because, again, Jeremy Pena has really developed incredibly well. He had an AL MVP for you, right? Or was it World Series MVP?
Yeah, both.
That's right.
Remember that?
That's a great point.
As a rookie.
Yeah.
And even still, I go, yeah, and I understand the injury concerns are one that you also have to consider in all of this. It feels weird to let go of that level of just behemoth in your lineup. And I start to get uncomfortable when I go, can I do two other pieces elsewhere and then maintain Yordan Alvarez with the hopes that you get? Because I feel like, again, it's going to be easier, not necessarily easy flat out, to have another Jeremy Pena than it is to get another Yordan.
Oh, for sure.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure. It's a quandary. It's a quandary that they're in because you don't want to stand pat, especially as you get into July and you're just not making any ground up, presuming that's going to be the case. But if you get there and you start trading some of these pieces, then you're sending a message to the guys that you really are counting on, like Yordan and others, and you're almost like caught in between. You'll be worse in the short term than if you try to trade a couple of big pieces or a big piece and get a big return, and you know what you're doing. You're rebuilding.
Now, ultimately, none of this is going to happen in the immediate term. Like we've talked about this week of games between the 4 games versus Seattle, the 3 games versus the Rangers. All of that, even still, if it goes as bad as humanly possible, the trade isn't happening now, right? It's still because so few teams are ready to make those decisions this early in the season. It's kind of indicative of how bad your start of the season has been that we're even having any of these thought processes at this point.
It's sad.
But it feels like you're going to have to let this play out. So the way that they continue to play will give us some more, at least more information. I don't think it'll definitively answer this by any means. This is a big decision that for a team to have to make. But it would give you some more insight into what the right decision is to make here or what feels a little bit better to make. As of right now, I think the conversation right now feels bad, but we're setting up for, because you can see it down the road. You can see if they're not able to fix the pitching with duct tape and spit, then they're not going to be able to get there. It feels like duct tape and spit is a hard thing to put your hope in.
It definitely is that. And it actually does speak to your point on these next 7 games. It's not the most important. It's way too early to say, this is the most important.
Most important week of the season.
Must win.
But boy, it's going to tell you a lot. It's going to tell you a lot about the direction you're headed and the direction you probably want to go to once you get into July.
You could put yourself in a hell of a hole.
You'll be in a hell of a hole.
You could put yourself in a hell
or
of a
right
hole
back into it and everybody's like, hey, see there? 2.5 games out.
I would love that. Also because, I'm a hope merchant at times.
Yes.
If they get out here, win 2 or 3 games versus the Mariners, win 2 games versus the Rangers, that does so much.
All of a sudden, you're like, okay, see there? We'll see.
We'll see. It starts tonight. Dyken Park, 7:10, I believe, first pitch. And our guy, Peter, not Pete Lambert.
Not Brady.
Not Brady. Not Frampton. None of those on the mound versus George Kirby. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. It's about that time, as I look at the clock, to hand things over to one Figgy Fig for the mixtape. What you got, man?
Man, got a crazy story about a judge versus a defendant on Zoom, and it didn't end too well for that defendant. Plus, a legendary place in Texas is getting an upgrade.
Oh, okay. I like hearing about legendary places. I like hearing about upgrades. Let's do both of those next.
The Drive with Stoerner and Houston sports leader. Sports Radio 610. In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Monday. Happy Monday to everyone out there. So Zoom meetings are a thing in court, depending on, I guess what you got going on, maybe traffic court and stuff like that.
Man, that was a great sense of provider of comedy, especially once we got back opening stuff up after the pandemic. But people didn't want to go all the. They was like, hey, we could do this over Zoom.
yeah, and some places still do that. So Judge Michael Manali out of Detroit was having a court hearing on Zoom, and somebody decided to let him know how he really felt.
You mother.
What?
Who said that?
I think that's Mr. Bogus, and I think
it's Mr. Bogus. You mother cut me off.
Oh.
Who do you think you are?
Yeah.
Who do you think you are? I want to know what kind of a punk would do that. You are not going to swear on Zoom. With you. You are not going to. I'll tell you what, Mr. Bodges. You're going to come up here now. You're going to come up here in person. You talk to me like that, you'll be in lockup for 30 days. You want to act like a punk? I'm going to treat you like one. You get up to the courthouse now. You got it, Mr. Bogus, Mr. Tough Guy? You must have fought Muhammad Ali and beat him, huh, back in the day? Come on up. You're coming up, Mr. Bodges. You want to talk to me like that? You're going to end up in lockup, Tough Guy. You got it? Oh, sir. No, sir. Good. Good. He's coming up here. He doesn't come up. I'm defaulting him. I'm giving you half an hour to get here.
Damn.
Shut him up. Half hour to get here, Bogus.
Dang.
My favorite part in that whole clip was he mispronounced his name like five
different ways.
Yeah.
Bogus, Mr. Bogus, Mr. Bogus. 5 different ways.
Was this sort of like because it sounded like he was talking to traffic. Was he driving?
No,
he wasn't driving.
No, he wasn't driving. I think he was just on there.
He was literally cursing to the judge like that.
Yeah,
I do love that old girl immediately snitched. She was like, hey, wasn't he? I think it was that dude right there. I think it was him that was cussing on the Zoom.
That judge sounds scary too. Who do you think you are?
You beat Muhammad Ali?
Come up here.
Himself.
Yeah, he did.
Come up here, punk.
I do love these moments, though, because you could tell when that judge has been waiting for somebody, just wishing somebody would. Mm-hmm. He was like, oh, yeah, come up to the courthouse, big dog.
You got 30 minutes.
You got 30 minutes. Meet me in Temecula.
30 minutes.
30 minutes. I don't know, man. That's pushing it. No matter where you are. I know Houston, it's impossible.
Right, because it's Detroit. Detroit's not a small city. It's clearly not going to be the size of. But let's just say, like, inside the loop. If you inside the loop right now and the judge just goes, get down to my courthouse right now in 30 minutes, I don't know if I could do it.
I don't think I could.
Yeah. That got to be a scary feeling.
Park,
a judge
get to the court.
You got to get up here in 30 minutes. I don't care who it is, man. If my wife tell me get home 30 minutes, I'm like, oh, bleep.
That's gonna be tough.
He said, get your butt down here 30 minutes.
Dang.
And say it to my face.
Did you get any information on how it wound up?
I did not.
Yeah.
I'm sure he wasn't keeping that same energy.
I don't think.
He didn't keep the same energy there. Going from bleep you to no sir. That sir. You notice he started talking bad. That sir popped up out of nowhere. He said no sir.
Yeah. What was he thinking, man?
He wasn't. Yeah,
That's
he wasn't.
Crazy.
What was he mad about? Do we know why he started?
It sounded like he said he cut me off. I don't know.
So it was like a traffic thing?
No, I think like the judge they muted him in the Zoom and he started breaking bad.
Yeah, but he hit who do you think you are? You must have fought Muhammad Ali back in the day, huh?
Do we think that the dude just did not like realize or think about the fact that, hey man, this is still court? Because I would never talk anywhere near this in a court.
Yeah.
And I mean, I wonder if the feeling of I'm on Zoom kind of took him away from, hey,
There's got to be an element.
You
of
are
that.
in a court right now.
Yeah,
Probably so.
He's just sitting in his living room or wherever.
Yeah, probably didn't realize, this is like being in a real court.
Right.
Courtroom.
Right. Yeah, there's got to be a part of that.
Yeah. It's the Mixtape in the Loop Sports Radio 610. So, Lopez, you brought this up on the air before. I heard you mention this. You've been to Green Hall, right?
Oh, yeah, down in Bernie?
Yep. So, Green Hall, they are...
Well, in Green, but you get my point, yeah.
Yeah, so they are getting an upgrade.
Green Hall's getting an upgrade?
Yeah, you won't believe what type of update this or upgrade this is. So we're going to go to KENS 5 in San Antonio with this story.
Texas's oldest dance hall in Green is getting AC. For over 148 years, Green Hall has stood as a proving ground for some of the state's best acts. And this year, the historic venue, which is about 40 miles from San Antonio, is adding AC to the oldest operating dance hall in Texas. And people with the hall say that they've received feedback over the years about how hot it can get inside, especially during the summer. So as for the installation process, they say the work is being approached through a carefully designed preservation-focused upgrade. What that means is that the hall's iconic look will remain the same.
There's a lot of magic in the walls in there. You know, seeing a live show at Green Hall is something everybody should be able to experience. And some people, I fear have stayed away over the years due to, maybe they don't like going during the summer because it's a little too warm for them. So hopefully it opens up to new people being able to come and experience it.
There you have it, AC.
I know it smelled crazy in there.
Dude.
What?
Remember a couple of years ago when we went river rafting and I said, yeah, that's the last time I'm going to do that. I had fun. I didn't hurt myself, but I was like, yeah, that's a lot. We went to Green on that trip. And you know what we did? Left early because it was too hot. No, a lot of our listeners, I bet you, are like, not only, very few are saying, what a shame. We got to keep it. Nope. I guarantee you the vast majority are like, thank God.
I understand they trying to keep it how it was.
It was the worst.
But how the hell are you
the worst.
operating a venue like that in Texas with no AC?
Dude, I can't wait to get our text.
That is insanity, man.
Because I truly, as much as, it was a touchstone to my youth. In high school and college, we'd go to Green and, and all that stuff and see some people like Jerry Jeff Walker in there and stuff like that. And last time we went a couple of years ago, I was like, let's go. It's too hot. I can't do it. So good.
That is crazy.
It's nuts.
I can't believe they lasted this long.
I can't either.
Without AC,
Walked in there that day. I was like, are you kidding me? Still no AC?
Goodness gracious.
Yeah, that's unbelievable.
Yeah, salute to them, though. We're finally getting that AC. Maybe you start getting more people to show it. Maybe, Lopez, you'll go back.
I would.
Yeah, you'll go back. You can tolerate that AC.
I would for that.
It's the Mixtape in the Loop Sports Radio 610. So IHOP in the Bronx is adding something new to the menu, which kind of got me thinking about something locally. But
I've heard of this one.
Yeah, let's go to News 12 in the Bronx with this story.
It looks like an AI prank or a joke, but it's real.
Wait, IHOP is serving oxtail?
5 IHOPs in the Bronx have become the first in the country to put oxtail on the menu.
Just squirt a gravy on it. It's IHOP, International House of Pancakes. What are we doing?
The idea came from Chef Corey Lawrence back in December, hoping it would boost business while fitting in with the area. It seems like a hit.
That's really surprised.
We have had customers that purchase one omelet and then they turn back around and take another one to go.
So this kind of got me thinking, man, to localize it. What's that one dish you think IHOP should add to the menu?
Oh, I like where your head is there. Oh, what would it be? Localizing
some Houston?
Yeah.
Crawfish?
And not no Texas toast or nothing like that.
Crawfish?
Yeah, the crawfish is what I thought of, but even then maybe you could say
something
I thought of
brisket.
You know
like what type of omelet would you make to make it more Houston?
Cabrito, man. Get a little cabrito going on there. That would be good, actually. I bet you that would be a big hit.
Yeah, that's weird because I'm trying to think of like specifically something to put in there. Honestly, if they just wanted to do anything on the menu, I'd be like, if IHOP put a banh mi on there, you know what I mean? Like that would feel pretty Houston as well.
Yeah. I felt the one thing I realized once I moved down here, how they make everything Texas. All they doing is just add a jalapeno to it.
Yeah,
Texas.
Yeah, you're right.
You want a Texas omelet, and it's just an omelet with jalapenos.
That's true.
Yeah, I went to Burger King one time, and they're like, "You want the Texas Whopper?"
Yeah.
I'm like, "What's Whopper with jalapenos?"
You want those Texas beans? Throw some cut up some jalapenos in there. You're right. You're 100% right. It's got to be something like that. Crawfish, cabrito, barbacoa, something like that.
How do you put tamales in an omelet?
Or maybe just tamales.
Yeah,
but tamale omelet doesn't sound bad, to be honest.
All right, now
we're getting into late night dining.
I've created a monster for Lopez.
Yeah,
you're now tuning in to Jack in the Box on Sports Radio.
No, really and truly, like these are the type of things that you have when you are inebriated in a particular way.
Yeah, so salute to IHOP. Maybe IHOP in Houston maybe do something like that.
No.
You said what?
No.
You don't want that?
You trust IHOP to make oxtail first and foremost.
IHOP isn't bad, man. I like IHOP.
No, it is. It's good for what it does. Stepping out of your boundaries is not what. Stick to the rivers and lakes that you're used to, as was once said, some profits, right? Like, I think that is ultimately what needs to happen. Somebody said IHOP needs to add chorizo. Ooh.
Now we're talking. Now that's a breakfast food, too.
Okay. Somebody said chicken fried steak. That would be the answer. That's a good answer.
You mean they don't have it?
Well, like in the omelet.
Oh, in the omelet. No, I'm talking about just in general, too, yeah.
I don't think they have chicken fried steak.
They got to have chicken fried steak.
You think so?
Yeah, they got to have
I would be shocked if they didn't.
Yeah.
It's the mixtape in the Loop Sports Radio 610. Shout out to Kate Mara, who is an actress, and she played in a couple TV shows. She played in 24. She played in American Horror Story. And one of the shows I was watching recently on Apple TV, Imperfect Women, on Apple TV. So apparently she come from a family of football. So she was doing an interview with, I think it was Virgin Radio in the UK. And they asked her about her family history when it comes to football.
My great-grandfather on my dad's side founded the New York Giants, and then my great-grandpa on my mom's side founded the Pittsburgh Steelers.
How crazy is that?
It's insane.
Is it true, Kate Mara, that you have a Super Bowl clause in your contract?
No. Okay,
I wish it was.
I mean, I did one year when I was filming 24. The Pittsburgh Steelers were in the Super Bowl, and I was filming the day after the Super Bowl. I was filming 24, and at the time I didn't have a lot of clout, so I wasn't able to convince them to let me off that morning. I wasn't going to be able to make it back in time to film, and so I had to miss the Super Bowl. Right. So then I said, okay, well, anytime moving forward, if it's near the Super Bowl, we have to make sure that if either the New York Giants or the Steelers are in, that I'll be able to go to the Super Bowl. And then someone thought that was, oh, well, now she has it in every contract.
So it's a good story.
It's a good story. My great-grandparents were friends, and then, years later when my parents were teenagers, they met, I believe, for the first time at an owners meeting.
It's crazy, that, isn't it?
Yeah.
I didn't realize there was symmetry to the story.
Yeah.
That's
it's very special because obviously, two of the teams that are the original football teams, it's to have it in the same family is sort of unheard of.
That is unheard of.
Salute to her, man.
I knew about the Giants thing. I didn't know about the Steelers thing.
I did know that. Yeah,
her name is Kate Rooney Mara.
Yeah.
And was it Wellington Mara that was her great-grandfather or one before that?
I did not dig into her family tree, but I did know that there was some conjunction there.
Because I remember Wellington Mara when I was a puppy reporter, so that's wild.
I feel like that's if with the name like Wellington, you can't just say Wellington Mara. You mean Wellington Mara.
Wellington Mara. Get the car, Wellington.
What was his nickname? Well? Did they just call him Well? What was his nickname?
What was?
Or did they just call him Wellington?
Yeah.
I don't know, man. Like I would have a hard time if that was my homeboy, I don't know how I call him Wellington. You got to call him something else.
Yeah.
Hey, Dub. Come here, Dub.
Oh, yeah. His middle name was Timothy. We call him Tim.
Dub.
Yeah, you just
Dub
Tim.
is a good one.
Yeah.
Dub is a good one.
Nah, you Tim Mara. By the way, a number of people have mentioned that they have gotten chicken fried steak at the IHOP.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's been a minute since I've been to
I'm sorry.
IHOP.
All I get is pancakes. Just give me buttermilk pancakes.
I'm here for what y'all make.
Just buttermilk pancakes, eggs, and bacon until I stop breathing.
Yeah. Also, get you out here on this. This is not a shout out, but just kind of throwing this out here. So I'm sure y'all probably seen this, but Greg Ostertag has been elected as mayor of Mount Vernon in Texas.
Really? Mount Vernon, Texas. Greg Ostertag.
Yep.
That is the second basketball player turned mayor that we've talked about on this show today. Because Dave Bing came up earlier. And so now Greg Ostertag.
Yeah. So I guess salute to him. I kind of don't want to salute him because he played for Utah.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah, I just kind of
And he's from Dallas.
Yeah.
That's a double whammy.
And he was coaching up there, right?
I think you think I've been keeping up with Greg Ostertag? Oh, yeah, man. He was coaching at the high school and everything. They get good record. Yeah, I don't know what Greg Ostertag's been up to.
And Kate Mara is Wellington Mara's granddaughter.
All right. Oh, nice. Okay.
Her great-grandfather was Wellington's father. We just like to say Wellington.
Hey,
yeah,
that's a cool flex, though, man.
Steelers and the Giants?
Yeah.
Well, the good news is don't have to worry about getting to the Super Bowl anytime soon. So you don't need that clause.
Wow, the John Harbaugh hate that comes out. Look at that. All right, that's the mixtape here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Every weekday right here at 1:20 p.m. If you see something mixtape worthy, hit Figgy up on social media at the Figgy Fig. All right, coming up next, we get ready to hand things off to the fellas of the drive. We'll do that next.
The Texans' schedule is 610.
Thank you, Figgy.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Appreciate you rocking with us on this Monday here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Getting ready to hand things off to the fellas of the drive here in a moment. Rest in peace to Rene Cardenas, who passed away yesterday at the age of 96. Huge Spanish language broadcaster in a number of places, but Houston, Texas, particularly one of the places where, he made his impact.
Astros.
Yeah, 100%.
Well, not just the Astros.
No, not just the Astros. Also with the Dodgers, and I believe also with the Rangers, if memory serves.
Oh, yeah?
I believe so. But, yeah, passed away at the age of 96. Obviously, a legend in the game of baseball, and especially on the Spanish side of things. So, wanted to make sure that I saluted him, as the National Baseball Hall of Fame did the same earlier today. So I wanted to do that. Notable today, we got a leak that has really caught attention, hasn't it? The idea that the Houston Texans could be playing internationally football this season. Week 6 is what the rumor is, that they'd be facing off against the Jags in London. And we're going to get that confirmed or denied, whatever, on Wednesday when international games are given in full. I believe on Good Morning America is what the release was.
I thought it was one of those.
Yeah, so we'll get that, and then we'll get the full entirety of the schedule come Thursday evening, that is.
And so Jaguars, Week 7, and we've been operating under the assumption.
Week 6, right?
Week 6, October 18th, operating under the assumption that you can pretty much take that to the bank. At Nerding on NFL, I know it sounds funny, is very, very reputable when it comes to schedule links. Doesn't just put stuff out there willy-nilly. So I think that's pretty accurate and reputable. It is something that you talked about, and we discussed this morning. It does change. It does make it the third time in 4 years that the Texans have had a relatively early bye week.
Assuming that what typically would come with a international game, which is a bye week, in order to try and help mitigate the disturbance in your schedule.
Yeah.
That would be a relatively early bye week. How important is that to you, though? Because I know for me last year I was like, dang, I really don't like that. And the bye week ends up landing after after your game in, was that Baltimore Week 5?
Yeah.
You got a big win, and then you come out, and after your bye week, you don't look good at all against probably your hardest test of the season, which was Seattle. They ran you out of the building there at what's the name of the damn building now? It's not CenturyLink anymore, is it? But up at their building, Lumen Field. There it is.
There it is, Lumen Field. Yeah.
But then this team ultimately gets right. So the thing that I also try and be fair of on the other side is, hey man, I make a lot about that bye week. That only matters so much if you're playing good football, and they still have the capability of clearly the pathway to being a very good football team.
Well, no, I think it's something, and especially when DeMeco Ryans himself has talked about, he prefers, as most coaches do, it's something crazy, and prefers them later in the season. But especially when you're, presumed playoff team, and you have that long grind, from week 6, week 7, whatever it ends up being in that particular year, of consecutive weeks. I do think that is somewhat interesting of what's coming of this game in London. I think it's also interesting. They hadn't done it. This is a relatively, when you talk about the main cogs in this team, from Derek Stingley to Will Anderson Jr. to just all down the line. A lot of young players. Kamari offensively, CJ. They haven't done this before. It's going to be an adjustment. It's going to be something that the Texans from the top down are going to have to sort of implement and adjust to. But they do have the right. Maybe this is where culture really matters. They have the right guys in here that are going to be pros about it and just go over there and do their job and come back and it really won't be a big distraction, so to speak.
Yeah, that's what I would sure hope about this. And I do wonder if, especially because we had people earlier on talking about like maybe it doesn't matter all that much, right? There's pros or whatever. I do wonder if last year, in the way in which you go from pretty much all afternoon slate to getting a number of primetime games, like that adjustment is not somewhat informative, or if it doesn't inform them a little bit in this. Obviously, very, very different from just, hey, we're moving from playing more games at noon to playing at 4, or maybe even like 7 or whatever. But, the idea of, hey, not having that same schedule and feeling like it's always going to be in that same place, being more malleable to playing in these different places and still managing to bring your best self to the game, I wonder if that doesn't help them in some way. Because it does. It speaks to the idea that the way that you get to these games and what times you get them and what days you get them does change the impact of what this is,
No, it does. There was also maybe a thought of this. What if this is a team that plays 2 weeks over there? What if that's
the
a
old
possibility?
Vikings streak? Because the Vikings got that. Was that last year where they had they had the Dublin game, if memory serves, and then they come back over to England in the next.
That changes everything, doesn't it? Just in terms of your approach and your feel for going. And I'm not saying they are. Nobody knows because the only one that has been reported is this. But the NFL is starting to do this more often, and ultimately we're going to be talking about having to go to Europe every year, if not every other year.
Yeah, I'm trying to think because it does feel like logically you go, all right, the first week is going to be a disruption no matter what, right? Your normal week of everything, whether it's, Monday day or like Monday kind of do your treatment, Tuesday day off, and then you start your normal Wednesday, Thursday, Friday lead up. Like that's inevitably going to be thrown off because of the travel. If you are there and able to go through your same week, but in Europe, wherever you may be, does it end up feeling the same? Are you able to get into that, or is it still going to feel foreign?
You might be able to get into a rhythm and adjust and still win the game and still be your best, play your best football, but it's not the same. I mean, you're talking about from OTAs, off season, all the way through training camp. You're in here, and then the season starts, and you're doing everything in a routine, manner here. I think whether it's one game or two, it's going to be an adjustment. I mean, it's going to be an adjustment. But we talked about it a little bit during the break. It's not off the table that they're not going to be that team this year.
Yeah, I mean, if the NFL does that again, who knows? We'll see how that goes. I believe, though, in the way that they try and prepare their players. More often than not, I feel like they have their team prepared than, the instances where you go, were these guys ready to play? That doesn't feel like that is more of what the Texans end up in. And so this is a different challenge, assuming that this is what lands, that the Texans are playing in London in Week 6, like this league says. I feel like I would lean towards DeMeco Ryans is going to make sure that his guys are prepared to play no matter where they're playing.
No, absolutely. And this is one of those situations when you do have these distractions and you do go overseas or wherever it may be, Brazil or whatever, where having that right culture, having the right players in the locker room actually can help you win a game. Because, you're I mean, they do anyway, but when you're making that long trip and family is coming, which presumably that's going to be a family trip, and then you're practicing somewhere strange and you're having to do more media availability with people that you don't even know and all this, you have to be able to have that focus. I think this is where the culture of the organization is going to help them tremendously.
We were pondering this earlier on in the show. Who's most likely to get out here and maybe enjoy the
a little too much?
Yeah, maybe so. Because someone did throw up like Marlon Klein is from Europe now. He's from Germany. I wonder if he's even been to London because he came over to the United States 15? When he was 15.
Mm-hmm.
Do we know if he ever made his way over to London or England in general from Germany at any point in his youth?
We don't know. I don't know anyway. I do think we're used to like our family vacations. You get in the car and you drive 3, 4, 5 hours to wherever, and that's your summer vacation, right? In Europe, they go to other countries like that because it's all the proximity is so close.
Yeah.
So he may well have been, to London. Who knows? But it's the proximity is going to make it. I think it lends itself to yes, he's probably been there, but I don't think that's going to be. He's not going to be the wild man. I don't necessarily think he's been mature he's had to be mature since he was 15.
He's also fairly low on the totem pole. I feel like that maybe that keeps things together here. I don't know. I'm excited to see what we ultimately get from this, and interested to see how it plays out. But look, man, it's another game. I think that the expectations aren't going to shift, and maybe that's ultimately why this is going to be what it is, because we know that this is a team that the expectations are getting higher. In fact, Payne and McDonald made mention of this. I think Nico Collins made mention of it to Aaron Wilson. They are talking about Super Bowl.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
They're talking about that within the context of what they're trying to achieve. How much of that is like fair, how much of that needs to be the target, I think can be discussed. But they continue to have that front of mind of what they're doing. And so, like, yeah, the idea of we're playing international, that's cool. And I think that it's interesting to talk about the nuances of it, but it can't be no excuse, right? It can't be no problem. Like, ultimately, they just need to be able to navigate that terrain when they get there, no matter what.
No, and it's just going to be another little fly in the ointment, so to speak. So B. Scott and Show are joining us now.
Yeah, the fellas of the drive for the day.
I don't know how good the rookies are going to be, but I do love the fact that they come in knowing the assignment.
Yeah.
Right? Like, they're not joining the team that drafted Derek Stingley. They're not joining the team that drafted C.J. Stroud and Will Anderson Jr. They're not even joining the team that drafted Kamari Lassiter a couple of years ago. They're joining the team that actually does have Super Bowl aspirations, and they're like, look, man, forget all of this all shucks, I'm just glad to be here stuff. Now, we come here to help them win a Super Bowl. They understand the assignment. I can appreciate that, even though I have no idea how good they're going to be at. No idea.
Which is funny because the dude who said
I like them. I just don't.
And we appreciate D&M Auto for the opportunity to crosstalk. The dude who said it is the dude who I feel like you just drop him in and just be you, big dog. Don't try to be no one else, and it's going to go fine.
Yeah, I agree.
I
agree.
Rutledge.
He may need,
or not Rutledge, McDonald.
Yeah, McDonald.
He may need to pump the brakes a little bit.
On the Super Bowl stuff?
Caden's
he is excited.
Him.
He's excited.
Yeah, he's like all-pro, rookie of the year.
Yeah,
I want all of it.
Second contract.
Okay. Yeah.
40-50 million, he was talking about that a lot.
Second contract.
The last Houston pro sports draft pick that I remember talking about his second draft or his second contract, before he played a game was Jalen Green.
That's right.
That.
So I just wanted to point that
That
out.
was just he's just been. I was listening. I was like,
and Jalen Green did get a second contract. I'm just saying. Technically.
Hey, pump the brakes, big dog. Chill out, man. Yeah, man.
Oh, somebody will talk to him.
That's what I said. Somebody's got to get. Hey, man, I like the confidence. I like it.
He's excited.
Yeah, he's excited. Yeah, man. I got Pro Bowl. I got not Pro Bowl. He didn't even say Pro Bowl. I'm sorry, Super Bowl, All Pro, Rookie of the Year, and they all realistic to me.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, man, he
let me roll
believes
up in that
himself.
second contract, man. They got them two dudes on the outside. And Tommy and Sheldon, and when I get up in there, man, and I get that second contract.
He's a kid, man. I was looking up his date of birth. I'm starting to age.
He still got a baby.
Man,
that's the thing is you don't even have to look at his face. You're like, look at this 14-year-old.
I was at Yates when he was born. I was up to no good at Jack Yates High School when this young man was born. So he's a kid. He'll get there.
And the encouragement one. There's not a shortage of people who could pull him over the side and say, hey, young man.
That's the thing.
Right, on this team. In fact, we were making the joke when we saw the quotes on Friday that even CJ might be like, hey, let me tell you something about saying stuff about how good you're going to be early on in your career. Let me just talk to you about how that could go. Right, but on top of that, the context that he also put in there where he's talking about $40 and $50 million in Will Anderson Jr. and Danielle Hunter, but he's also talking about in the context of, I just got to help them be.
Exactly.
So it's not all like hubris or anything. You know what I mean? He's not just falling over himself.
If Buddy goes in there and collapses pockets and is a run stuffer, we ain't going to give a damn what he's got to say.
Well, that's what I was saying.
Go in there and do that. Like you were saying earlier, Reg. Hey, just go be yourself, and I think it's going to go fine.
Whatever your motivation is. Now, I get it. Somebody's going to talk to him, as we talked about. There's going to be some things said to him. But what I'm saying, from my perspective, whatever that motivation is that gets you to be that dude, I don't care.
Be it.
I don't care if it's the second
exactly
contract.
That dude.
Cool.
Yeah.
If it's I love the game, cool.
Ideally, he is a player worthy of a second contract.
Mm-hmm.
Like say a Will Anderson Jr. Right? Like that would be great.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not saying like, hey man, there's a certain rule you gotta follow.
You're just saying, hey,
he don't know no. He
just a little aggressive.
He's young, man.
He's coming out, man. You gave me about 4 or 5 hitters in maybe a day.
Yeah.
And he also wanted you to know he already, like he said, he did say that.
Sliding that second contract, man.
He turned 21 since the draft. I want to say, right before the draft was the end of April, right?
Yeah.
So like 6 weeks before the draft, he turned 21. That's how young he is.
Yeah. You can blatantly hear just the. I don't know. I don't want to say if it's maturity level or just different personalities from him and Rutledge.
Oh yeah, no, that's personality.
When they speak, I think maybe it's a little personality and a little maturity.
Yeah, it might be, but also Keelan Rutledge.
To Brandon's point,
Keelan Rutledge does sound like a dude who does feel like he has some level of aspiration at leadership. I still remember him, and this is funny because I felt it the other way, right? when he was this draft day or was it soon thereafter where he's like, yeah, man, I'll hold people accountable. I'm like, hey, I don't know if you're in position to hold anybody accountable.
Yeah, that's going the other
low
way.
Man on the totem pole.
I feel like Rutledge has actually been given the talking points and memorized them.
I think he believes them. I think he
lives them. Yeah, no, he might.
Yeah.
He might very well. Whereas McDonald, it feels like just a little bit more of the raw, authentic self.
Hey, for us, that's good.
Yeah, I can't wait till he goes over and holds Ed Ingram accountable. Go ahead.
What did you say?
Yeah.
Go ahead. Hold Trent Brown accountable. I can't wait till he watches.
My thing with McDonald, though, I mean, at least he's being candid. I mean, but every time he's gotten behind a mic, he's being candid.
I believe him.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, if his play backs it up, he's going to be an awesome soundbite. Like we're talking now.
Yeah.
But
no, he ain't.
I do.
He's about to get stopped.
Well, maybe, but just as a personality.
I agree. No, I think he's going to get stopped. But let the play end up matching everything, and it's going to come back out.
Oh, you mean like on the soundbite?
I've seen them hold stop signs for Will Anderson.
Yeah. I mean, he's going to mature. I think that part of that is going to stop some of this what we're talking about. But no, he's going to be ready to go.
They're going to be something like, hey man,
yeah.
Yeah, he ain't gone through the car wash.
There'll be a Patriot.
They've had good quotes before. Jimmy Ward was a good quote before things kind of went south there for a while. Well, they've had some good guys.
Yeah, I think you can come over as a veteran and pull it off.
That's what I'm saying. If he has to actually do the things first.
I think you
right
come
now
over
it's
it, but I think if you start here.
Yeah,
it's ingrained in you.
Yeah, because it's his good quote ain't necessarily he's saying quaint folksy stuff. Like I feel like that's the
no. He's saying stuff that people go, whoa.
Yeah, and I think that's I think to Ron's point. I think that's the part that we're
hey, let's talk this thing.
Draft night, literally. He goes all the night that he was drafted.
Yes,
all the players that were drafted ahead of me ain't none of them better than me.
Yeah.
He said that, like word for word. Yeah. Ain't none of them better than me, and I'm going to show it.
Yeah, good.
I love that he believes it. It shows through. And honestly, if he does it, 50 million, baby.
There you go.
We're going to talk about that later. Yeah. So it all comes together.
Let's walk it how we talk it.
Yeah.
Fellas.
That second contract. Man, bro, you're right, Brandon. That was right. He just got to rolling, right?
Well,
he just got to rolling.
Yeah.
But you remember, it came out when he was asked about Rod Wright. I think that's Rod Wright being like, "Hey, fella, get out here, do what you're supposed to do, play your role,
and you're gonna get.
And you could be like these dudes over here getting 40 and 50 million."
It's actually the underrated goal in sports that we don't talk about nearly as much. We talk more about championships and legacy and the games
it's one
themselves.
Of the most prioritized.
The second contract.
Yeah.
Far less likely to go broke once you get that second one.
You got to worry about that fifth year.
That
fifth year option. You got to pay my ass.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a second round pick. That's that cash.
Yeah. Let's get to it. The clock starts now.
That's right.
On getting that second contract.
He said day one at work.
Man, he don't even look at Tommy.
You ain't gonna get him away. My second contract.
He mentioned Togiai though when he was talking about all the guys in there.
Yeah,
move your big ass out the way and get out the way of my second contract, bro.
Yeah, man. I see you, Tom.
Now step aside.
Get over, man.
Hey, Sheldon Rankins, I'm listening to you, Rank. But don't get in the way of this second contract, dog.
Like he told Tom, he said, "Man, you held it down."
Yeah, thanks.
But they brought the goods in.
Hey, Will, you got your contract already, man. Let me get mine.
Yeah, I feel like it's gonna be big Rankins. Like, hey, you not done yet?
Yeah.
Hey, Daniil, how many contracts you got by now? You got about 7-8 contracts at this point.
Oh man. All right, fellas, we gonna let you get on your way here on a Monday. You're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM, HD2 Houston and Odyssey Sports Station. Catch you tomorrow for a Tuesday show. John Lopez.
Yes, sir.
Appreciation to D&M Auto Lisa for the crosstalk, but right now, the drive is live.
That's right, the drive is live, and as you hear that, B. Scott is in the building. Clint Stoerner is out today. But that's all good. We appreciate you joining us on the text line. You can be a part of the show, 713-572-4610. YouTube and Twitch. We always love to see you. I see you, Brandon. I see you, Rocky. I see you, JB Nice in the building. I see you, Artex, he's a bit of a hater. Got a little bit of a hater, but that's all right. Rob's in the building. Space Age. I got you, man. We all love it. And I see you, Joel, always in business with us on Twitch. So we appreciate you joining us. You see Tyler right there on YouTube with an odd wave. Going with the Rocket shirt today. Just really mailing it in, aren't you? That's it. That's
wait a minute.
No, I'm sorry.
The Rockets have great gear. What are we doing here?
Okay, I'm just saying that is a walk to the closet or the drawer, and he's upset with the Astros, and he's just a mail it in Monday. I'm sorry, it is.
I just like the fit of the shirt. The Rockets suck ass right now, but I like the fit of the shirt. That's all that went into the thinking.
He just said, whatever. The hell with it. He didn't. It was not a lot.
Kind of like the Rockets. Yeah, the hell with it.
Man, not all this loss, man. The Rockets actually won yesterday in the lottery, man. With the Nets losing.
I thought the Wizards won.
Well, the Wizards won the lottery.
The Pacers sure lost.
And the Pacers, and that'll come up again in the show at some point. But, the Rockets were winners because the Nets are not going to be as good, and they have their pick next year. So that's pretty good.
Well, let's stop talking about winners here. Let's talk about guys who have lost and were losers yesterday.
Yeah.
And that is the Houston Astros. They go ahead and lose to the Reds, a Reds team that had come in losing 7 straight to start this series, and the Astros put it on them 10-0 the first game. There you go. And caused their 8-game losing streak, but then lost the final 2, and the Reds take the series, winning the final 2 games. And so we've done this a lot, and I know I've said here, Tyler, all right, this is a big stretch. This is a big stretch coming up. I'll be honest with you. I felt like this was a big stretch in terms of, Joe, how long you going to have this job over the next week and a half or so.
Yeah.
Did not get started off well. They've lost 2 of 3, and I know on this show Clint has really been trying to hang on until the reinforcements come back. The Hunter Browns, the Josh Haders, the Jeremy Peñas, Jake Myers, the guys, the frontline guys get back. Are we all ready? And that's everybody. Are we all ready to admit and accept that this thing is a wrap? And I understand, and I listen, I can hear you, Tyler. You have done this to yourself. You have told yourself, man, this American League is so down. Tyler said that to
me. It's a weird dynamic.
Twice. He's just like, it's so down. I'm just not ready to just give in. And you're right. You're right. There's only 2 teams still as we sit here who are above 500. 3 teams, the A's, have slid into it that are above 500.
Watch out.
But watch out. You got the worst record in the American League.
Oh,
right
yeah.
Now. It's the Astros, and they're 5.5 back of the A's. But are we all just ready to admit that this thing is over? That the 2026 season is a wrap. Like, we're ready. Like, this summer is not about getting to the play. This thing's over. Right?
Yeah, so I was going to say, what is our standard at this point? Because like we've watched them win World Series. So like, are we talking about the World Series? Are we talking about just simply getting to the postseason like they did 2 years ago and didn't win a single game at home? Because they could do that. Right, do I think
you still think that's on the table?
Do I think it's
you think the playoffs is still on the table?
What you just laid out, given the landscape, the American League, and how mid to worse than that it is right now, could I see a world where the Astros back their way into the postseason the way that they've done before, and then still get there and not necessarily do anything? Yeah, that's possible. I think even that is not likely. Like, I wouldn't bet on that, nor would I feel great about it. But no, like, are we talking about World Series? Are we talking about the ALCS? Are we talking about a pennant? Are we talking about the things that we have grown to value here as an Astros community? They're not doing none of that.
Hold on,
they're not doing any of those things.
I know it's early, and I get where but you're watching this team, and obviously they do have some injuries. You're watching this team. You're not ready to take them making the playoffs.
Yeah, they could win a bad American League West. There's not a team in American, and we're about to see them, right? The Mariners are probably the best team in the American League West, but none of them are good. The A's are leading the division, right? And they're going to face the Rangers too. There's not a team in that division that scares me that says, you know what, the Astros can't overcome that. But are the Astros themselves good enough for me to think, hey, once they get past that, they're going to make some noise? And I get it. All you want to do is get in, and then anything can happen.
I'll see you in October.
But based off of watching them on a nightly, daily basis, there's nothing about them that makes you think, hey, this is a team that's about to make a run in October.
Yeah, Tyler, the team that scares me in the division is the Astros, that they will continue to do exactly what they're doing. Play
That's what I'm
bad
saying.
baseball.
The crappiness of the West and the American League in general is adding this weird-ass dynamic to where you can be an ish show like the Astros right now, but you can point at that and say, hey, man, it ain't over. It's a long season. It's a long season.
Are you
It's
still
a
there? Are you not willing to take it off the table? You still got playoffs, making the playoffs on the table?
I mean, I've taken the silverware off the table. All that's left is the plates. But if that makes sense, it's all but over. I guess there's a literal, minute, smallest fraction possible possibility that something happens because of this weird dynamic. But, it's bad. This is all very, very bad.
Real quick, as we go to the text line here, 713-572-4610. You guys are still holding on back to playoffs. Back in the playoffs. I think this thing's a wrap. And I see some people rolling in. Astros are done.
They're most likely right.
Joe Espada's not the guy. Joe and Dana both need to go. Gus and Gady. It's over for the Astros. Sell it all, burn it all. 3 years of 100 losses. Let's start the next golden era. It sucks, but it's not over till it's over. Need pitching. That's some people coming through from the text line. How long? All right. How long? Ballpark in your mind. How long before Hunter Brown is back?
Ooh. I'm gonna give it at least another month.
We're in June. Sorry, another month of trying to cook this thing up without him.
But that doesn't do it for me though. I'm not Clint here with the whole just get the reinforcement. I do not think they are good enough, reinforcements or not. It's not enough.
No,
it's not.
I hear you,
period.
but I'm just simply saying
it's not enough.
They're the worst team in the American League right now, and their pitching is in shambles. But Hunter's not coming back for, as you said, another month. We're talking into June. So then that's that psycho or that nut is going to pitch tomorrow, Imai, and we'll see what that looks like. I don't expect anything. He could not stop walking AA and AAA hitters, so I don't think he's going to come up here and start getting Randy out and start getting Julio out and start getting Cal Raleigh out.
I just hope he's not tired.
I just don't.
Did you remember that he said he was tired?
I'm just looking with the pitching you started thinking about. We'll see. I don't know when Payne is coming back. I don't know when Hader's coming back. I don't even want to see Jake come back.
He pitched well over the weekend in Sugar Land.
Yeah, but he can continue to say he's at the start of spring training. So I don't know when these. I'm just saying the reinforcements. They're going to have to play a lot of baseball without the reinforcements.
It's a long season, y'all.
And that is with the hope that none of these other jokers around here get hurt again, like they have been known to do, and we've shown to do. So I just think right now this thing is over. But with it being over means there are other conversations to come about. I'm not going to lie to you, Tyler. I really did not want to have this conversation. And our pre-show meeting, this conversation is starting to roll, and both of you two got emotional and had some good emotions, which this is about, which means you two are fans, and that means that probably will carry to the people who are listening. I did not want to have this. I don't want to have the is Jordan on the block conversation. But if it is over and over like this, do you think this is a real conversation piece to have?
In my opinion, it sure as hell shouldn't be.
I
think you're freaking off your rocker nuts if you want to trade Jordan Alvarez. This is the best hitter in the sport on the planet. You cannot trade that right now. I don't care what the haul is. He's not just the best hitter on your team. He is the greatest hitter in the sport.
I don't know if I love it. You really you let us know off the rocker nuts. I don't know if you're shutting it down. I don't know if it's off the rocker nuts. I don't agree with it. I don't think you should. I wouldn't want to make the move, but I think it's something that you probably consider if you are potentially shutting this thing down.
I think you're in a off your rocker nutty place right now. I agree with Tyler, but
off top right now anyway.
But unfortunately, I think that the Astros this is like an existential crisis that they got going right now, because as you laid it out, the reinforcements, the things that have Clint optimistic about their possibilities, could they make a run at it? Like, honestly, man, it's not good enough. This is going to be the third straight year where the Astros have not been a serious World Series contender. They have not been a serious World Series contender since 2023, and, of course, they won it in 2022. But no one has thought of them in that way now in 3 seasons. And can you say with confidence right now that 3 seasons from now, or that there's a clear path and road to getting back to that point within the next 3 seasons, which, by the way, is the life of the contract of a Yordan Alvarez, which, by the way, does coincide with, or at least overlap with, these decisions that you got to make with Hunter Brown and Jeremy Pena, who you are probably not going to pay. Like, the good players that you have on this team are almost not useful to you because you do not have a good and competitive team. So they got to make the decision about, like, how close are we to being competitive really? We're not competitive right now.
What kind of competitive you're talking about? Right, because I don't think they're that far from being competitive.
That's what I'm saying. What, Matt, do you want to be the team you were 2 years ago that won the division, went to the playoffs, and didn't win a single game, and nobody really took seriously anyway? Like, you could be that team. They could be that team this year. Like, in the most optimistic view, they could become that team again this year. But, like, what really is that? What standard is that? Like, I think that we've gotten to a place after winning a couple of World Series and the ALCS becoming the Astros Invitational. You have aspirations of being great. You have expectations of being great. Now, can they meet those expectations is his own question. But you're not telling me, hey, let's just put together a team that's good enough to win a lowly AL West and maybe win a game in the playoffs or in the postseason. Like, we're talking about pennants around here. And no, there is no clear road to the Astros becoming a serious pennant contending team anytime soon. I don't see it.
I disagree with that. I disagree with that, and which is why I'm with Tyler. I'm with Tyler in the words of, I would not trade Yordan Alvarez. I don't know if it's off your ass rocker, because I can see the scenario of why it is not, but I don't think that they're that far off from competing for a pennant. I'll explain why I would not, because trading Yordan, right, means tear it down. Yeah. Right? That's what that means.
Yeah. So
because trading Yordan means tear it down. Hunter Brown, you come on down. Jeremy Pena, you come on down. Like anybody, Paredes, you come on down.
Yeah.
That means rip it down.
I might shed a thug tear, to be honest with you. A thug tear, to be honest. Like, I'd be that sad. And I do not want to trade Yordan Alvarez. I do not want to trade Hunter Brown. I honestly would rather just watch them and be bad. But I could understand that being the strategy to get from here to there.
I don't think you have to do that. I'll tell on the other side your thoughts. You can chime in on here as well. Are you ready for the conversation of seriously considering moving Yordan Alvarez? I'll tell you why this team doesn't need to do that, and they're not that far off from being a contender. We'll do that coming up next.
No.
Area 45 with Bijani and Creighton.
We have played 1 of 6 months of
An accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive on a Monday. Clint Stoerner's out today, but Brandon Scott is in the building. You hear him all over this station, so you are very familiar here with this. And Brandon, I don't think B. Scott is saying he would trade Jordan, but you're not opposed to it, and you think we're in a place where it's crazy season, and it's crazy enough to have that conversation.
Yeah, it's sad enough that that's something that they need to start talking about. Or let me put it better, because this is another part of the conversation. Do we trust the people that are in charge of making those decisions or actually executing those trades? This would ultimately be a Jim Crane decision, right? So I think we're singularly talking about Jim Crane here. I want to be clear about that. And I think that's something that Jim Crane himself needs to at least be thinking about, even if it's something that I don't want to see happen. I said this earlier. I'd rather just watch Jordan hit. I'd rather just watch Hunter Brown pitch, even if they're not going to be good, even if the team is not going to be good. But Jim Crane is like his job, and I'm sure he's motivated to not be what they are right now, which is not good enough.
Listen, I'll be honest. I could hear, and I know Tyler does not want to hear this. I could hear and understand, all right, guys, like B. Scott was saying in the last segment, man, how good are we going to be? Was that our ceiling? Going to the first round of the playoffs, not getting a bye, having the three-game wild card series and losing to the Tigers in the fashion that we did. Are we really that much better? Are we really in a space where we can see ourselves as the Blue Jays were last year in the World Series, or the Yankees or Rays or whoever right now? And if not, then let's just start this thing over and let's reel it in and try to go after young talent and bring in the next wave, the next Altuves, the next Alex Bregmans, the next George Springers, the next, guys that
Carlos
they did
Correa
when they were young. Those, the next group, the next Hunter Browns or whatever. But I do think that they have enough good players. Again, I said I think this year is a wrap. But moving forward, I think they have enough good young players. Now, this is a big if they're healthy. And that feels like, even with this new training staff, you have to look at that differently than you do other teams. But if they stay healthy, I think Hunter Brown is shown as a young player entering his prime as one of the best pitchers in the sport. Obviously, I don't have to tell you everything about Yordan Alvarez. If you missed the first segment, Tyler broke it all down about his greatness. He is quite simply the best hitter in baseball right now. I think Jeremy Pena, who was a top 10 MVP finisher last year, a young player at shortstop premium position, is a player above average. I think Isaac Paredes at third base, an all-star last year, is a player above average. I think we see young players that look like they have potential to step up in a secondary role, like a Cam Smith, like a Spencer Arrighetti, the way he is pitching thus far. Some young guys. We'll see the rest of the way. Does Bryce Matthews do anything to change your thought process? Is the Yainer Diaz thing just really dead? Maybe. I just know a year and a half ago he was a Silver Slugger Award finalist as a top 3 hitter in baseball as a catcher. Like you have some pieces in which, to me, if you put that and then add to it, add some real pitching, add maybe another position player that can help this team. And by the way, not have Dana Brown and his staff be the ones in charge of adding these players and making this decision. Instead of spending $18 million on Imai, maybe that goes somewhere else. Instead of some of the stuff, like, to me, I think they have good enough pieces here. Then you add through trade and free agency that they can be a team that can be competitive, especially competitive in their division, and I just don't think the American League has teams running away. If they decided to say, we're not trading Jordan and all those other pieces because we do feel like we have a core that we can add to become competitive again, that is the route to me why I wouldn't trade Jordan. It's not just Jordan by himself. They've got other pieces that they can compete with, especially when you look at the dynamic around the American League. There's not the Dodgers, Padres, Braves. Like, there's not all of the entire National League Central. There's not all of those teams just lurking around in the American League, even in the future. So, to me, I don't think they are down enough with the players they have, if healthy, to just go ahead and punt and just tear this thing all the way down and start over and not be competitive for another 3 or 4 years potentially.
I hear you on the pieces, and I heard you lay it out. I'm just not moved. I am not moved by that roster that you just put together. Like, I've watched everybody that you just mentioned, and they're all respectable players in their own right. But I've watched all of them play baseball. I've watched them mostly play baseball together. Of course, Jordan was hurt for the bulk of last year. I understand that. But, like, that to me, what you just laid out is not good enough. It's not enough. And I think we got to start being real about that. Like, is it enough to do the thing that you're talking about? Sure. Like, because you're weighing it against an American League that is ultimately inferior. And you're saying, hey, you can be the best. You can be the tallest short person. You can be the best of a mid-American league, which is possible. Like, they could get better along the margins, or they could have better injury luck, and things could work in their favor to where they're competitive, more competitive than they are now in the American League. But you mentioned the Dodgers. You mentioned teams that are teams that are obviously a cut above. That's what you're ultimately trying to be. And are you that, I think, is the question. And how are you going to become, or first of all, do you want to be that? Because I think the Astros got to ask themselves that question as well as they.
No, that's the fair part to you, Brandon and Tyler. That's the fair part of, if they want to operate like a mid to small market team, which their payroll doesn't say that, but their actions at times say that. If they want to operate like that, then the adding of the pieces I'm out on. Then they're not going to add proper pieces. They're not going to give themselves a chance.
And then this question about who's in charge and who's making the decisions.
Okay, that's got to be the part.
Well, but that's also a real problem now, though, because look, it's either the people that are in charge now, which we don't think Dana Brown and Joe Espada are going to be around much longer.
No.
Jim Crane, the last time he was left to his own devices,
he went Jeff Bagwell.
He went with Jeff Bagwell and signed Jose Abreu, and then he hired Dana Brown, the guy that they're probably not going to keep. So, like, there's also that part of, okay, look, Jim Crane is the best owner in Houston sports ever. All right, but like it's now been a while. Like, we haven't just been introduced to this era of Astros baseball now. Quietly, this has been building over the last 3 seasons. And then you look at the next 3 seasons, right? This overlap of the remainder of Jordan's contract and the arbitration eligibility of your other stars and Hunter Brown and Jeremy Pena. You've got those guys for another couple of years or so, just like you got Jordan Alvarez for another couple of years or so. How much do you have, right? Like, your best young players are guys that are on the team, right? Like, what can you get for Cam Smith or Bryce Mackey?
You're gonna get them all.
Huh? But that's what I'm saying. It's like the only guys that you would trade are guys that you want to be on the team. But then you got that question of, is the team good enough? That's the problem.
Yep. I'll just say this, Brandon and Tyler. I can't roll with trading Jordan. I got to at least let that decision be to whoever. If I'm Jim Crane, I got to at least let that decision be at least helped made by the person I bring in to run my team. Like, I got to at least, like, don't do what you did before. Just start making major decisions with Jeff Bagwell or Craig Biggio this time. before you bring on a guy, because the Jordan trade thing is obviously that it doesn't. To me, if you're trading Jordan, that means everybody's.
Can I be clear about something though? Just as an Astros fan, I would rather be bad with Jordan Alvarez, right? Like we're talking about wasting Jordan Alvarez years. I would rather do that. Like I would rather waste his time here in Houston than not have him.
Yeah, then watch him set records with some other squad. Me too.
I'd rather do that.
Too.
Hunter Brown as well. I'd rather just waste their time.
Well, no, I mean,
selfishly as a fan,
you would rather see the Astros.
That's what I'm saying.
Again,
no.
As fast as possible.
If I was in charge of doing so, that's why I'm saying. Like, if I'm speaking for Jim Crane, these are things that I would consider. Since I'm just a dude that watches
Even
the Astros.
a fan of you wants to. You'd rather see that.
But also as a fan, I can't guarantee it. I can't strategize it. I have no control, right? And I have no idea who to go get. Like, I'm not a scout, so like. To entertain me, let me just watch Jordan hit bombs. I'd be good with that.
All right, let's see if one of the youngest players, the newest member of the Houston sports scene, if he makes you feel a little bit more comfortable about his position. We'll discuss that coming up next as we continue right here live on The Drive.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Text line is energized by Base Power. Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I hope these boys ain't done, Tyler.
Me either. I'd love to see them live.
If they're sober, I would love to.
Yeah. That is a key element.
Yeah, they had to cancel a couple of shows. He was blitzed.
Which one is this?
Kings of Leon.
Oh, yeah, they're good.
Had to cancel half a tour. He did go to rehab. Just couldn't keep himself afloat on the stage.
It's like if you can just get him to the show upright.
Just get him there. Yeah,
open your eyes, man.
He was just letting them float right there on the stage. But Clint Stoerner out today. Brandon Scott is in. You can hear him right there as you also can hear Tyler Milner in the building. Coming up about an hour from now, weekend's best, weekend's worst, as we do each and every Monday. So having a good time out here with the Astros. Well, people rolling in here, man. Treat Jordan like Trout. At least he's got one World Series. Just keep his ass here.
Well, and he's not made of glass.
Yeah.
Yes, he is.
Not to that level. Not to that level. No, he is not.
He's pretty close.
But to the texture's point,
he's close to.
I don't know about even close. Look at Trout's career.
Hey, look, the only thing I'll say, Tyler, is the way his ankle turned at home plate for no reason at all. Yeah. Like, for just no apparent reason. It was like, well, what the hell is that?
Hey, man. Hey.
And I don't mean no disrespect to Jordan, an Astros legend for sure, but come on, bro.
Every time Jordan hits a ball to the corner somewhere, and it's like, all right, he's gonna
leg it out.
He's gonna leg out this duffel. Woo! I get nervous.
A lot of inertia.
He hit his double this weekend, and I thought, oh hell, here we go. And that guy fumbled it out in the outfield, and he was able to coast in. I was like, shoo.
Do y'all remember early in his career? So before last year, when he has the broken hand, he's out there doing batting practice with a 60% healed broken hand. I'm talking about before that.
Yeah.
Y'all remember when his hands used to just hurt?
Yep.
Like, and when Dusty Baker would say his knees used to bark, and his hands used to just hurt.
Yeah.
I would make it a joke at the time because he wasn't like missing every game. I was like, oh, he hit the ball so hard his hands hurt. And it was funny and cute at the time. It's not funny or cute anymore. But y'all remember that? His hands used to just hurt and his knees used to bark. That was before last year.
Yeah.
So and then he's had COVID like 16 times.
Yeah, he had it.
I swear.
Didn't he? Wasn't the knee injury that kept him out for the full season? Didn't that just happen? Him trying to get out of the box and run?
Sounds familiar. Yeah.
When he had surgery on both. So maybe Trout's had a few more years on him to be able to get himself injured. But I mean, Jordan ain't opposed to missing a game. And then just freak stuff happened to him, man.
That's a great way to say it.
like that time where they could get a handle on him on that cart in New York against the Mets. And they drove off, and he drove off. Almost fell off the back end of the cart after running head first into Jeremy Payne.
So sad. And even with all of this, I would not be opposed to imprisoning Jordan through the Astros rebuild.
Imprisoning him.
Yes.
Yeah.
Metaphorically speaking.
I saw him out the zoo, man. He seems like he really has a good time around the city. So,
yeah.
All right.
Yeah,
Text line coming through.
I'd keep him here.
Ron, you actually watched the Astros this weekend. Yeah, I'm a sports fan. Yeah. And I got a job to do.
And it actually, to be fair to the Astros, it started off pretty good.
It did.
It started off pretty good on Friday.
Yeah. And Spencer pitched pretty well, too.
Yeah. Yeah, he did.
He did.
And then after that, it gets really forgettable. But it was worth just at least seeing maybe they were talking about something.
Tang almost got through that last inning.
It wasn't his. I mean,
till they got to Tang's ass.
I mean, but Colton Gordon, I'm talking about can't find the strike zone. I mean, I lost track of how many times he missed the zone like consecutively. It was like 3 walks in the inning, walked in a run. That's when I kind of checked out. Basketball was coming on too at that point.
You remember how solid Gordon and Alexander were when they came up last year.
Cute stories.
Just absolutely
cute stories.
All right. It was a rookie minicamp over the weekend, and I really don't give a damn what happened in the camp. Nothing.
Come on, man. You didn't want to see how they looked in their stances?
No, nothing happens at the rookie camp. But
come on, man.
I was intrigued by some of the comments that are made. And Keelan Rutledge, the number 1 pick for the Texans, they moved up to get. And it looks like to me they moved up to go get their center. Which is interesting because Keelan Rutledge is a guy over the course of his college career at both Middle Tennessee State. I know you. I see you, Murfreesboro, and Georgia Tech. He played 48 career games and never started or played at center in his college career. Did some in practice and did some at the Senior Bowl, but never played in college. This is him talking about potentially playing the center position and where he would play next year for the Texans. And I wonder if this cools or calms your nerves, because Clint is very nervous, and others, and I've seen on the text line, very nervous about a rookie coming in to a team that has championship aspirations to go start at center, who has never played center in his college career, with C.J. Stroud, who the last time we saw him, he was peeing on himself on the field.
And has also had a turnstile at center,
yes,
for his career too. So that's not great.
Here is the newest Texan, Rutledge.
I mean, anything coming to the NFL is going to be more challenging, right? I mean, better players, scheme's going to be more. It's going to be different. It's going to be more. But I mean, Coach Key prepared me well. Always knowing conceptually what everybody was doing up front at Georgia Tech, and obviously got snaps there at practice and did it at the Senior Bowl. So I'm very confident in playing anywhere up there, just wherever they need me to play, I'll play.
See, listen, fellas, I don't have a fear of a rookie playing center in the NFL. I don't even have a fear of a rookie who predominantly played guard jumping up to play center. I mean, it can happen. I watched Creed Humphrey for the Chiefs get drafted in the second round and finish top 5 in the offensive rookie of the year race from a center.
Yeah, he's been one of the best centers in the league since he got here.
And by year 2, he was an All-Pro.
Yeah.
Like and you could see the improvement immediately when he got there. And we've seen young centers play well. So that doesn't cause me fear. What does give me concern, if I'm a Texans fan, is all of this together. Him never playing the position before in college, him being a rookie in front of a guy in C.J. Stroud that has had a lot of centers, and you feel like, does he have a grasp of what's going on? And the fact of who picked him and who drafted him. I do have concerns about this group and their drafting of offensive linemen. So when you put all of that together, and I look at the track record that this group has had with drafting linemen, hopefully there are more Ursaries than all of the other dudes that they've drafted.
Yeah.
The amount of first and second round draft picks that they have drafted across the offensive line who are not here or dead man walking, Blake Fisher, like is a high volume, too high. And so I can see a rookie coming in and being successful, Brandon. It's just when you combine all of that, this group who has struggled to draft linemen, this group who struggled to find linemen, they went and found a guy to go play center, because he better play center, right? He's not sitting any of the other 2 guys down that they paid that much money to. So he's got to play center. That group, they identified the guy who's never played. You've never seen tape of him playing center, and he's going to come in and play. That makes me nervous.
I think that all of that is very well said and very well put. Like, I cannot argue with any. I think all of what you just laid out makes it reasonable to be concerned about how all of this is going to come together, or if not just is it the right guy, but is it the right guys picking at this exact position? Not just picking, but evaluating this exact position. And I will say, leading up to the draft, we talked to Nick Caserio in the days leading up to the draft. I think it was like the Monday before the draft. And he did talk about some of the nuances of evaluating an offensive lineman to say, hey, what I'm watching him do in college isn't necessarily what I'm going to ask him to do in the pros. And not only can he do it, but might he actually be better for it, better suited? Like, it's very possible that Keelan Rutledge is an even better center than he is a guard, and he just played guard because that's how he had to get on the field, or that's what was required of him, or what they needed of him at Georgia Tech and throughout his college career. Maybe he's perfectly suited to be a center. But to your point, in terms of like their evaluation, them getting it right, they don't have enough equity built up for me to be like optimistic that they're the ones that got it right. Now, could Keelan Rutledge himself, like just as a player in a vacuum, be the outlier and just be like on his own good enough to do this? Very well.
I just said that because
it's very well possible. But based off of what you've seen from the Texans themselves and how they evaluate offensive linemen, I get not really being confident.
Yeah, because like we've had this conversation with Clint. Clint is really concerned of a rookie being in this offense, a rookie being the center for C.J. Stroud. That doesn't concern me. I feel like if you can play, you can play.
Yeah, it's a matter of can he play? Can he play center?
Can he play center? But for me, when you combine rookie, you don't have any tape except for Senior Bowl of him playing center, and the track record of this group drafting linemen.
Yeah.
They're like 1 for 7. It feels like it feels like they're. And not to mention just from drafting, but also the free agents that they look at.
Well, it's why I called, like after they made
all
this pick.
All of that combined is like, whew.
Well, after they made this pick, I called all of it, okay? So taking the pick as the most recent thing and then going all the way to free agency and bringing in Braden Smith and Wyatt Teller and all the guys they brought in off and bringing back Ed Ingram and all of that. To me, this is the summer or the offseason of Nick Caserio's offensive line redemption tour. I called it that exactly. Like, this is your, just like as a thing to call it, the redemption tour. Hey, can you put together a suitable offense? Can you draft offensive linemen? He did it pretty good with Ariante Ursery. This would be his second hit in a row. That's what this season is about, is figuring that out. Am I nervous about it? 100%.
All right. I can't wait for this. Tyler will be invested in this one as well. We had a spirited conversation about C.J. Stroud earlier today that I think we need to bring to the people. And I'm wondering where the people are on this, because it really just starts out with, I think that we are vastly overblowing C.J. Stroud's final 2 performances in terms of how we view him as a quarterback now. I think it has gotten out of whack. I can understand fresh it happened, but it is now May, and I think it is completely being overblown in terms of the type and how good a quarterback he is based off what we've seen of him over 52 games. We'll discuss and have a conversation about that coming up next as we continue right here live on The Drive.
The Texans' schedule is coming. We know who
888-222-2222.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You like saving money, right? We all do. That's why Allstate just lowered the price of car insurance. Not, but wait, there's a catch. Lower. Actually lower. So if you're shopping around or just want to see how much you could save, check Allstate first for a new lower auto rate that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Drive's busting this day open.
Busted what the hell open, ain't it?
And we're telling them to bring it back.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive on a Monday. Clint Stoerner is out, but Brandon Scott is in with us. T. Mill is in as well. And if you're on the text line, 713-572-4610, you can most definitely join the show that way. I see you, Rocco, Jason, and the crew on YouTube and Twitch. You can jump on that way as well and hang out and be a part of the show. All right. B. Scott, we had a spirited conversation earlier today, and I'm not surprised, but I find it very interesting that the final two games of C.J. Stroud, which were bad, I mean, he went into Pittsburgh and New England and I mean, just threw up all over the field.
Set a record
on himself, on his shoes, on his hair. That's maybe why he had to cut it. He threw up all over himself.
Ooh, I've been there.
Oh, man.
When you get it in the hair, oh my God.
When you going down and you didn't have it tied.
And then you think
I ain't never had that.
Or when you think you got all of it and then maybe,
I've got it in the beard.
Maybe a couple of weeks later you realize that you didn't.
A couple of weeks later. It's just been hanging in there.
It's just dried and looks like it's part of the situation.
What do you do at that point?
I mean, if they're long enough, which I've been fortunate,
you just
go ahead and not the whole thing.
Just cut that off.
Yeah, I mean it's just,
that part off.
Yeah,
it's
it's at
like
the
we're
edges.
done here.
Yeah, no, this one's got to go.
This one's got to go.
This one's got to go. Can't have a throw up dread.
Not to clean it real hard. You just cut it.
No puke locks around here, baby. Not if I see them at least. Now if they get past me, that could happen.
But to put that all in and to put a bow on that,
you struck a nerve there with that one. Wait a minute now.
It was bad. But like for me, this isn't about contract, and I see some people on the text line talking about contract. This isn't even about contract to me, Brandon and Tyler. I just find it interesting that after those two performances, which were games 51 and 52 of his career, regular season and playoffs, and we've seen all the other 50 games that he has played, I find it really interesting that those two games have in a way defined what type of quarterback we think he is more than the others. Because you tell me if I'm wrong, Tyler, it feels like people view C.J. Stroud in the Bryce Young, Daniel Jones, Kyler Murray area.
Some fans, yeah.
Absolutely. And I'm not even saying just fans, but like NFL people.
Yeah, the way he's talked about.
The way he's talked about is not like someone just texted in. He's not franchise worthy. That would be those guys. What got me here is I'm watching Get Up, and they got all right, make it or break it. It's a make it or break it year for C.J. Stroud, and they're like, yeah, man, we got to figure out if this guy's a good quarterback or not. Hold on, what? Like, yes, again, he doo-dooed and threw up all over his dreads. So much so, he didn't just have one. Apparently threw up on all of them because he cut all his hair off.
Started over.
It was bad. But, man, he ain't Tua. He's not Daniel Jones. He ain't Kyler. And, yes, sir or ma'am, he is a franchise quarterback. That's what he has shown outside of those 2 games. Those 2 games are a strict outlier. Now, I'm not saying anything about if you should pay him $55 to $60 million, all that. I'm just simply saying I think we as NFL people, B. Scott and Tyler, are overblowing the 2 games in terms of determining what type of quarterback he is. I don't think I walk away from that coming around thinking that he is dropped to that level. I think he is still a really good quarterback in this league that had an awful 2 games, but a sample size of 52 games in which 50 of them he never showed us anything like that before.
So when you first brought this conversation to me earlier in the day, and I gave you my short answer, I did agree with you.
You said it is overblown.
It is overblown. Like I don't think that you're wrong in what I think you're actually correct. I think it is overblown, and I'll give a couple
not the money, but in terms or contract.
No, the way that C.J. Stroud is talked about as a quarterback is there being. Are we giving too much weight to the last 2 games that we saw, the 2 playoff games, which, as you pointed out, were objectively horrible? Okay, are we giving too much weight to that and not enough weight to the totality of his career up to this point? And I agree with you that it is overblown. I'm gonna give a couple of things just to remind people of who C.J. Stroud is exactly. All right, so for quarterbacks that have been drafted as high as C.J. Stroud, 1 or 2, all right. There's only one quarterback that has won more games up until this point in their career that has been drafted that high, and that's Andrew Luck. He passed John Elway, Peyton Manning. He is the most successful, highly drafted quarterback outside of Andrew Luck in the Super Bowl era. All right, so that's how good it's been with C.J. Stroud so far. All right, his record is something like 28-18. And he's got like a 93.5 passer rating. Like that's how good he's been over the totality of all of this. So he's
46 regular season career games.
Yeah.
That 63, almost 64 completion percentage, 62 touchdowns to 25 picks, and like you said, a 93.5 rating.
And then he's got another stat here where all time, there are only 3 quarterbacks all time to throw 50-plus touchdowns and 20 or fewer interceptions in their first 37 career games. Those guys are Patrick Mahomes, Lamar Jackson, and C.J. Stroud. So the start of his career is in really good company. Like, if you want to break it down, micro stats, macro stats, some of these little factoids that I just gave you right there, it's been a really good start to his career, man. But I also pushed back and said these are the breaks when you are a franchise quarterback, or when they're trying to figure out if you're a franchise quarterback, whatever the case may be. When you've been as successful as C.J. Stroud has been up until this point in his career, this is how you are held accountable for the type of performances that we saw in the postseason, to the point to where, now we are questioning, hey, is he closer to this, or is he closer to the larger sample size? And even, I think, more urgent than that, it's like, okay, it's not like he's one of those quarterbacks that's been past this round, right? Like other quarterbacks get the benefit of the doubt, say if they have been to an AFC championship game, say if they have been an MVP, let's say they have won a Super Bowl, they get the benefit of the doubt. This happened to C.J. Stroud in the rounds that are as far as he's ever been. He's never been further than this. And I don't think you can ignore the fact that the Texans had high hopes, especially Texans fans. You're like, hey, the only thing that kept me from getting to my first AFC championship game as a fan, or my first Super Bowl as a fan, was this performance from the quarterback who, I got to step back and reevaluate now. Not is he good at all, but how good is he really? I know you said, hey, this is not about the contract, but I think the contract is just a big part of the conversation, because you do now have to make some serious decisions about his future. It's not this ho-hum, it's a great rookie story type of thing anymore. Like, you got to make serious decisions, and your most recent and valuable information on the guy is not good. So, yes, it's an overreaction, but I also understand and can rationalize the overreaction considering this is kind of what we do when we follow sports.
We're not –
We have a recency bias problem in
what
sports.
we're doing with CJ, though, is different than others. Like I would say –
I think CJ's case is different than others.
I would say when Justin Herbert walked in and threw four interceptions against the Texans last year in the playoffs, and that's coming off of his only other previous playoff performance was him and his team blowing like a 30-point lead to the Jacksonville Jaguars and losing to them. The thought of that was not saying, boy, I wonder if Justin Herbert, we got to see if he's going to be a good quarterback again.
There is also a common complaint that Justin Herbert is not held to a high enough standard for the way he is considered as a player or thought of as a player. Like that's also out there.
Fair, it's out there. But nobody nobody sent him to the Tua space.
Yeah.
Nobody,
right.
And he wasn't good. He ain't been good at any of the playoffs.
I'm one of the guys that you're talking about. Like I'm part of the Justin Herbert propaganda. And I'm part of the Justin Herbert problem. And I have to acknowledge that it's a problem. That he has not lived up to what I said he was.
But so you would say like he's been worse across the board, especially in the playoffs, than CJ, right? Like,
yes,
it's not been.
It's a factual statement.
And both of them have had similar issues of injuries and poor offensive line play and receiver weirdness. So yeah, they both in the similar boat of things. Nobody sent him to Siberia in quarterback play. Nobody was sitting there saying, "Well, we got to wonder if Justin Herbert is a good quarterback." I'm just surprised. I can get it from a recency space. But I am blown away. I'm not blown away that the Texans or people are wondering, boy, I don't know if you want to pay him yet. Let's hold up. Let's use that fifth year up. I can understand that. But like he is a good quarterback and should be talked about to me in the Jordan Love range, in the maybe Jalen Hurts range. He should be talked about, and maybe Jalen. I don't want to disrespect Jalen. This guy's been in 2 Super Bowls and Super Bowl MVP, but I'm just saying, right?
See, I think Jalen Hurts is allowed to have the game that CJ had. I think Jalen Hurts is allowed to have those 2 games that CJ had because he has been to 2 Super Bowls.
Yeah,
Justin Herbert is not. Jordan Love is not. Neither one of those 2 guys. And I understand your point. It kind of is a little bit of whataboutism happening, but the point still is valid. All of those quarterbacks should be treated the same if they have the performance that C.J. Stroud had. So the issue with Justin, to your point, that's a problem. That's more of a, hey, we need to talk about Justin Herbert the way we're talking about C.J. Stroud versus, hey, we should cut C.J. Stroud some slack type of thing. I think the correction needs to be on the other side, and we need to hold all of the quarterbacks to the same standard. But under no circumstances should a quarterback who is up for a contract extension, who has the playoff performances that C.J. Stroud had, be able to go into an offseason or go into the next season saying, all right, y'all, this was the outlier. We're not going to really factor that in. We're going to go, hey, 28-18 over the course of your career and your passer rating. We're just going to focus on the good and pretend like that bad didn't happen, even though it cost us a Super Bowl or an appearance to a Super Bowl. All of that. And to say, hey, now we've got to decide. Everything that you've done already is cool. You've proven that you are a good quarterback. Everything that you say is valid. But now we are projecting, and I said this to you before, have we seen the best of him? Did he peak early? Does it get any better than this? I thought about this back even when he had his rookie season. I thought, hey, would it be good enough for Texans fans if C.J. Stroud never improves, if he's just exactly what he was his rookie year? And I think a lot of us agreed yes at the time. Instead, what's happened is there's been a regression. The circumstances around him have not been ideal. And I think you could even argue that this past year he was neutered based off of the offense that they were running. But all of that factors in to how you view him as a player, both now and in the future.
Tyler, do you have any questions if C.J. Stroud is a franchise quarterback, a good quarterback? By the way, all franchise quarterbacks don't win Super Bowls.
That's fair.
Right?
That's a good point to make.
Phillip Rivers is a franchise quarterback. He didn't win a Super Bowl. Josh Allen's a franchise quarterback, and I'm not trying to compare him. I'm just simply saying all franchise quarterbacks don't win Super Bowls. Do you have any questions that he is a franchise quarterback or a good quarterback?
Well, to that, no, I probably have minimal to zero doubts about CJ being a franchise quarterback, but do I have faith and belief that CJ Stroud can take the Texans where they've never been before? There's some worry there.
No, that's fair.
Yeah.
That's different. That's
franchise
different.
quarterback most likely.
But that's also where the Texans are. Like that's the question that they got to answer. And so, like, whether he's a good quarterback or a franchise quarterback is almost beside the point if you don't think that he's. Well, I think also good and franchise are two totally different things. Tua is a good quarterback. Is he a franchise quarterback? People probably think no.
Well, I think Tua was a good quarterback.
Well, I'm just saying, even when he was a good quarterback, was he a franchise quarterback? I think it's debatable, right? Like there are good quarterbacks and there are franchise quarterbacks. He might be a good one. How much do you want to pay? Do you want simply a good one? And maybe the answer is yes.
I think what Tyler just said is very different than, yeah, man. I think those two games I just watched them. I'm dropping them to the Bryce Young level. Like I'm talking to him like I'm talking at Kyler.
I mean, Bryce Young is like when we do stock up, stock down on this show. Bryce Young stock is up. Like I would say that right now those two guys are trending in the wrong or in opposite directions.
The stock is up. He ain't close to CJ.
No, I agree with that. I agree with that. But I bet you right now Panthers fans feel better about Bryce Young than whatever it is you're seeing on that text line right now. Yeah. People saying about CJ Stroud.
Yes, but I get that because that's the last two games. I just think it is completely overblown, and I'm guessing to get there, we're going to have to see CJ play some games again before there is a reminder. But it is really almost surprising to see where people's mindset have been taken based off those two games to how they view him as a quarterback. All right, coming up, some updates on Carlos Correa and the story that won't ever go away. I'm wondering now, is it starting to get serious on the other side? It's gotten serious on one side. Is it getting serious on the other side? We will discuss that coming up next. But, guys, you know what time it is. You know what season it is. It is the season of pro.
Final out. It's H-Town postgame. Energized by Bay's Power on Houston Sports Leader. Sports Radio 610. The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, a little Astros news for you. Carlos Correa underwent successful season-ending surgery. So he is done. As we knew, had that tendon in his left ankle repaired.
Can the surgery be successful if it is in fact season-ending, though? Like, I get the surgery itself is successful.
Yeah, I think that's.
But the fact that it's season-ending makes any surgery unsuccessful to me. Am I crazy for that? Is that just a fan of me talking?
Yeah, I think you're crazy for that.
There's nothing successful about his surgery.
No, it could be an unsuccessful surgery
so
if they hit a bad, if they messed up.
Yeah, so he didn't die.
or it didn't become worse.
Oh, they're not going to have to amputate his foot. Thank God.
Yeah. They were able to repair everything. It was a success.
I hope so.
They were able to repair everything.
Yeah.
There it is.
I suppose.
See, I could see it, man. I get it from you, Brandon. You're in hurt. You're hurt right now.
It's
a
rough space to be in.
You don't want to hear it. You're done. You want to tear it down, and now you're questioning a successful ankle surgery.
Man, I watched yesterday. The best thing the Astros got going for themselves right now is what? Yordan Alvarez, right? Yeah. Now I watch him go out there and strike out 4 times. I watch him go out there and get back-to-back decent outings from their starters. Yeah. Even Tang up until a point.
He struck out 3 times on the same pitch by that Abbott fella.
Where am I supposed to be at? Watching them on a daily basis. And I'm still committed to it. I'm going to watch it. No matter who's wearing the uniform. But, Tyler, what you feel like when you watch the Astros on a nightly to daily basis?
Sex.
Do you feel good about it?
Depressed, mainly.
It's not a good feeling, man.
No, not used to it around here.
It just ain't.
Well, at least you're not Mr. Diana Rossini or Mrs. Mike Vrabel, and you're watching that.
Mike Vrabel!
Boy. I bet you he wished that was his name.
More today from TMZ. Exclusive. Diana Rossini wraps her arm around Mike Vrabel during a chat at the 2022 Super Bowl party. Now, again, this one, I said it last week. I told Clinton Tyler that I'm uncomfortable with this. I would like for this to stop. I would like for this Rossini and Vrabel thing. I've seen enough. I feel like I'm good. I've seen enough.
It's getting uncomfortable.
I'm beyond uncomfortable. And I'll be honest with you, Tyler and Brandon. I think this is the precursor to whatever video they have. This runs into like last week. Oh, they were on a boat together, and they showed us first they came out with the signatures of both their names on the boat, and then later came the video of her being 7 months pregnant. I feel like
it does feel like a dramatic rollout.
It does, and it feels like over the next 2 days we're going to see video of what shakes out of this here. So it's uncomfortable, but I think there is a real angle, fellas. Have we approached the proceedings of this in which Mike Vrabel is a serious threat to not be the New England Patriots coach? Have we reached that point yet? Because I don't think many people have felt like, oh, he's not going to. This is getting hot and heavy daily.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. We might be, but we shouldn't be, in my opinion. I don't think you can even approach that whenever Robert Kraft's the owner of your team. Cannot approach it, in my opinion.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that.
But very well might be.
But I also think we are. Not just might be. I think that we are. Because, see, I agree with Tyler's point.
Because of the Robert Kraft hypocrisy.
Well yeah, and Tyler's absolutely right. But the reality is that Robert Kraft doesn't have to talk to the media every week, 2 or 3 times a week. He's not really – he's the owner, but he can be as faceless as he wants to be. Whereas Mike Vrabel has to be front-facing, and they buy into all of this nonsense about distractions and not wanting to distract from the team and all this. And this is a team that went to the Super Bowl last year, and this is all anybody's going to talk about for as long as he's around. Like until there's a tell-all or we find some kind of resolution to all of this, and I don't know where that is, but this is all that people are going to talk about. Like, football is out the window with this team now. So if that matters to them, this is something that they're going to have to think about.
See, Tyler, I think we may be approaching the Mike Vrabel might be forced to step down.
That's kind of what I'm saying.
Yeah, I think we may be approaching that, because even from the Bob Kraft situation, this thing is kind of like the Deshaun effect in terms of there's like, if there's one big thing, then we can try to get around it and we can try to maybe wait for this thing to die out. This keeps coming.
Yeah.
Like it's every 2-3 days.
Yeah.
I mean, if you want to pause, this every 2-3 days, this keeps rolling out. Like I think this is a precursor to another video they're going to have out. Like, we moved from, dang, all right, man. Hey, man, my man's out here. They out here doing their thing to, damn, the last one got real creepy on him. Like, dang, man, he with this lady who's 7 months pregnant with somebody else's kid on the boat together.
The Robert Kraft thing we remember and we will always remember, but for the most part, for all intents and purposes, that was a one-day story. Like, it happened. It happened. Yeah. Exactly. And there was no real follow-up. It's kind of a blip, kind of a thing, and we all kind of just awkwardly moved on because it's a story about an old man getting some kind of extra service, right? Like, we just kind of moved on. This is salacious. It's interesting, probably more interesting than it should be to people. So, yeah, like, there's going to be and there is just way more attention on this thing.
And it feels like somebody is out here to try to get to try to continue to make this thing roll. Like for me, I'm almost more to the point. I don't know if he's going to make it to the season. The
rollout is definitely going to have to slow down.
It's got to slow down. I said it to you last week, Tyler. I said, man, I'm getting uncomfortable. Like, you think this is it? Both of y'all said, hell no, this ain't it. And you're right, because here it is Monday. TMZ, who is on the case, they're ready to go. And I'll be damned. This ain't going to be. I promise. I'm waiting to see. They ain't just got no still shot of this. They got a video. Because right now it looks, they're just got their arms around it. They probably got a video that's going to come out of this and keep rolling out with it.
Somebody is out for blood, right? But just point blank. Somebody is out for blood and wants to ruin at least one of, if not both of them. Who that someone is, I don't think we figured out quite just yet. But somebody has it out for them. So whatever is out there, like if we're finding boat videos from 6 years ago and we see how the internet has gone detective on all this, we found everything that she's ever said that's questionable. If there's something as blatant as that, it's on its way.
I'll never forget, Tyler, we sat down in here at like 2:00 to start a show, and there were, 2 accusers of Deshaun. By the time we got up and left that day, there were 8. By the time we got back the next day, there were about 12.
Teens.
Yeah.
Like it just kept
escalated.
It just
man.
kept rolling and kept making it a story and a bigger story and a bigger story. And
with Vrabel and Rousini specifically, it does feel like y'all tell me if y'all feel different, but it does seem like they have been watched way more than they're aware of.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean? Like,
there's a lot of
not to mention anything that might be recorded intentionally.
And she's already said it, where this is going to jump up some more for him. She's already said it. She's going to come out and talk. Good Morning America. All these people are trying to get her on. She's going to come and talk. Then they got to put that. They know they got to put that fire out. Mike.
Let me ask y'all something, just straight up, Show and T Mill. If you're Mike Vrabel, do you change your name? Do you change your name to this?
Mike Vrabel.
Is he better off as Mike Vrabel?
Start over anew.
I mean,
get a new social, get a new ID.
Hey, man, don't I recognize you? Ain't you the one that was in that viral sex scandal with the reporter? Nah, see, that was Mike Vrabel. I'm
Mike Vrabel.
Different guy. Different guy.
New look, new name, new me, baby. That might be the approach.
Start eating a lot of junk food, put some weight on him, really change his appearance.
I'm stepping down from the New England Patriots, and I'm now to be known.
Mike Vrabel.
Coming up next. We do this every single week.
Black market, new identity.
Are you done?
Yeah, sorry.
Coming up next. We do this every weekend, or every week, or every Monday. Weekend's best, weekend's worst. You can send them in on the text line, YouTube, and Twitch. Mike Verbal. You can send them in weekend's best, weekend's worst. I might change my weekend's worst based off what I just heard. We'll do that coming up next, right here live on The Drive.
Mike Vrabel.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I would like for them to move on from Şengün, but we got to get.
First fill up, that's wagon.
Offers vary by user and location. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Clint Stoerner's out today, but B. Scott is in the building. He's been with us. We've had ourselves a good time here. Someone on the text line. I don't know if he's going to get fired, but they definitely have to be discussing it. They have to be. There have to at least be conversations on, like, how long are we going to keep this rolling here with old Mike?
Even if the discussion is orchestrating his resignation.
Yeah.
Like, maybe it's not a straight up firing. Because, again, he is a really good coach. And
or at least the conversation of he may not be the head coach for us next year.
What is the, for lack of a better term, what is the soft landing here with this whole situation? What's the off ramp with all of this?
Yeah, he's about 3 or 4 more away. Hold on. All right, man. Enough is a damn enough. All right, we do this each and every Monday. Weekends best, weekends worst. I see some people rolling in with theirs. Somebody texted in and said their weekend's worst is the Lakers. They're now dead man walking. Baby, they were dead man walking before the series started. I told you that.
They've actually been more competitive than I think. Certainly more competitive than the scores have indicated.
Oh, yeah,
but if
they're
games,
losing the rope. They're
right. Because you're obviously watching the games. They are competitive for anywhere from 2 to 3 quarters, maybe even a little bit more than that.
Third quarter. They've led the last 2 games.
Yeah. Yeah, they've made this.
At the half. They've led the last 2 games.
They've made this series way more competitive than the final score or box score indicates, and way more competitive than I think people thought it was going to be. They just aren't good enough.
No. And OKC can just turn it on whenever they want to with their second best player not playing. And he can close his eyes and just walk down and touch people and say, all right, go in, and if I need 15 from you, go get it.
Yeah. And they can just go to anybody.
Yeah.
Like, it could be Jared McCain. It could be Isaiah Joe. It could be Kason Wallace. It can be, like, it's just anybody. Yeah. Of course, Chet is there.
All right, I'm going to start my weekend's best. My weekend's best is shout out to my daughter and the Sienna Dynamite. They won a 9U championship, Tyler and Brandon. They pulled it through. Now, we had to get up there at 9 o'clock in the morning. Played a day game. They ran through the playoffs. Had a couple of real tight ones. Shout out to the Shock. Pretty good. The Bombers, who they took out in the championship game. 10-8 win. But they got the dub, baby. It was they got a nice little ring in there. They got a little gold ring and everything.
They got jewelry,
they got
hardware.
Jewelry. Yeah, they got a little hardware. Won a championship. Yeah, it was
not mad at that.
It was nice. Shout out to Coach David, Kyle, who was just sending everybody from first base. Just sending everybody. Albert pitched his ass off. Alex, it was great.
You only live once, baby.
Yeah, there you go. Won a championship. Well, Sienna Dynamite. So it was fun watching them. And getting the dub. So my weekend's best is to the old Sienna Dynamite, baby. Low came up big though.
Yeah.
3 for 3, man. She drove in several runs, 2 in that game. Emery, shout out to Emery. Shout out to the whole crew. Shout out Corey out there balling. I see you, all of you. Hell of a job. All
I
right.
love it.
Your weekend's best.
Mine has got to be the New York Knicks, of course. A beleaguered New York Knicks franchise that has not been to the finals since 1999. So they get to party like it's that. They get to actually, because I honestly think that between the flawed Detroit Pistons, who are very good but flawed, and whatever it is the Cavs got going on, the Knicks have all but ensured that they are going to the finals. Now, we'll see what happens when they get there for whoever that Western Conference opponent is.
For Mike Brown's job when they got down to the Hawks in that first round series.
Life comes at you fast, which is why I say this is a major win for them to go. Basically, to be able to finish this series in short order, a sweep, and it looks like that Cavs-Pistons series could be is already longer than this one is and could be even longer. You have done yourself a lot of favors, so I think that the Knicks, for what they're doing right now, and especially like Jalen Brunson, that whole crew doing what they're doing, also without OG Anunoby right now, I think they deserve a lot of credit, a lot of acknowledgement, and respect for it. So I'm going to call them the big winner of the weekend.
All right, I'll let you jump in. Your weekend's worst, by the way, seeing some people come in. Weekend's best, Mauricio Dubon, 3-run double for the Braves on Mother's Day.
That feels like a punch right to the nuts. Thank you, friend.
Yeah, that was another move made there by old Dana. Big shot Dana in the building.
Yeah. But at least you have Nick Allen. Right?
I kept it real as a true professional myself.
Right, everything's good, right? Everything's good.
I think Clint's going to really turn on Nick Allen in a bad way if this continues. They really need Payne to get back soon.
Yeah,
I mean, he's a punching bag for Clint. All right, what's your weekend's worst?
My weekend's worst has to be the lottery losers. I'm gonna cheat here a little bit and go a two-parter because I think two teams really lost. That to me is the Indiana Pacers, of course, because they kind of tanked or made that Zubac trade, not thinking that they, or at least thinking that they would have a top 5 pick, and they do not. And their pick is now going to go, because it was unprotected, is now going to go to the Los Angeles Clippers. And so they basically traded the 5th overall pick in the draft for Zubac.
Yeah.
And that's not exactly ideal.
And this is a draft where you may be able to get a really good A-Cup Jr. could be there at 5.
Could be A-Cup Jr. Could one of those top 4 could fall, right, and be there, whether it's Caleb Wilson or even if it's one of the boozers, if Cam Boozer, obviously.
Maybe Darren Peterson.
Maybe Darren Peterson falls.
Probably not.
Oh yeah, and I doubt it, but all of that is in play, right?
By the way, Tyler, creatine, that was the cramping problem. Too much creatine. Well, what they found in his blood work.
That feels like an easy fix. Hopefully.
Like it would have been.
That'd be nice.
But what is it, 2005?
Yep,
he's taking creatine?
High levels, high dosages, blood work after the year is what it was.
Is he a throwback? But yeah.
Wow, big
fella. So I've got the Pacers, but then I also got to have the Brooklyn Nets. I got to have the Brooklyn Nets as a loser as well because they intentionally tanked over the last couple of years, all right, had one of the worst records in the NBA the last couple of years, and don't have a top 5 pick to show for it, all right? So they fall out of the top 5, and then also next year doesn't really incentivize them to be bad, even though they will be because the Rockets have their pick next year. So those are the losers, ultimate losers for me of the weekend: the Indiana Pacers and the Brooklyn Nets.
All right, my weekend's worst are kind of with your best. What the New York Knicks did to the Philadelphia 76ers and their fans is a sad thing. I mean, I don't know what is getting into the Knicks on these closeout games, but they are going for blood and killing teams. I mean, I looked up again. I shout out. I went and went to a Space Cowboys game. Courtney wanted to go to Space Cowboys game for some reason on Mother's Day, so we went to the Space Cowboys game.
They're fun.
And it was fun. I pulled up my phone and it was halftime. They were up 81 to I think 30 something. I don't know what it was, but it was very similar to what they did to the Hawks in that closeout game. They beat them 144-114. Beat the breaks off of them. And then this is what happened with the Philadelphia fans. After the game, this is where the Knicks sent these fans on Mother's Day.
I ain't gonna lie, this is a Mother's Day massacre. I left my mom, you know what I mean, to spend time thinking that I'm going down with the ship, but I'm going down with the ship, so I gotta make it up to mama.
Sell the team, fire Nick Nurse, everybody gone. Like Kyle Lowry, coach.
We're getting clowned. Yeah, I got nothing.
I think it was game 6 a few years ago when the Knicks beat us here and we walked out and they were chanting like this. It's worse this year.
They gotta play better defense.
And I love Joel and I hope he stays. I love the whole team. They did amazing, but it's just heartbreaking. It really is. It's a wrap.
This is what they do in Philly, though.
That lady is out of it. She needed more than a hug. She needs to get her hold of herself. You got your ass kicked too hard to be at this point, right? Like
she was straight booing.
She is crying.
The waterworks.
My man said he left his mother on Mother's Day to come out here to watch this.
Yeah, sounds about right.
That's
dude. Yeah. If sports fan overreaction like had a face or a voice, it would be somebody from Philly. It'd be a Philly sports fan's face and voice. This is remember what they did several years back to Nelson Aguilar? It was a dude who like saved a child from a burning building, and they were like dropping kids from the building. He's like, But I was catching them, though. Unlike Aguilar, did that like right on the news, and it was like, where did that come from? How are you saving babies from a burning building, but you're still angry about Nelson Aguilar drops?
Yeah.
This is what they do in Philly, man. They're insane.
I'm not going to lie. He had a lot of drops.
He did have a lot of drops. Nobody said the man was wrong. We could just tell he was hurt. He was triggered.
Hey, man, and then Joel Embiid found his inner Imai and just started saying, yeah, I know it looks bad now, but I consider this a success.
Yeah, that's like the
made
thing
it through
now.
the season.
Is that this generation of athlete now?
What are you talking about?
There is no such thing as failure.
Swept in your clock cleaned in the final game, and my man said, I consider this a success.
He's just being consistent with his generation of players. Jaylen Brown said it was his favorite season. And they blew a 3-1 lead, and they didn't have their best player much of it.
He's won a championship.
He won the Finals MVP.
And Eastern Conference Finals MVP of the same.
But this is his favorite.
Oh, Lord. All right, man. That's a damn shame what the Knicks are doing to these teams and sent that lady into tears from Philly. She had to be ashamed of herself. Y'all were down by 40, ma'am. You had enough time to get yourself together.
She's invested.
Good Lord.
She's invested, man.
I don't even think her husband was like that. Good God, he must have been really, if that's where she was. Good God.
Yeah, I don't even want to imagine.
All right, Rafael Stone spoke earlier, and we'll let you hear what he's saying the focal point of the offseason is, and it just pushed me to the thought of the conversation of what is it? We're watching what is happening. We're seeing OKC. We're seeing Minnesota. We're seeing the Spurs. We're seeing the power of the West. We're seeing the Knicks. What do the Rockets need to do to become a true contender? We'll discuss that coming up next.
The Texans' schedule is coming. We know who they'll be playing and where, but Thursday we'll find out when. How will it all shake out? You'll hear it here first on Houston Sports Leader and your home of the Texans. Sports Radio 610.
All right, y'all, look, breathing is one of the most essential parts of living. I tell you.
Houston on Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome in. It's 4 o'clock, a little Dirty's Daily. He's not in the building today, but we'll hold it down for him. B. Scott is in, as Clint is out today, and we appreciate you joining us here on the show. Tyler's in the building as well. By the way, last night, man, that damn Euphoria, boy, it's taking me out now. It is.
Still haven't started the new season. Can't bring myself to do it yet.
My God, I'm completely on caught up. I'm on the week-to-week watch now on Sundays. It is.
So it's good? New season?
It's a different level of intense. It is one of the most intense shows I've ever watched.
Yeah.
It's a different level of intense.
I wouldn't have guessed it could get more intense.
And that's why I had to put it down. It was too much anxiety.
Oh, I know it.
Yeah,
it was too stressful.
It's an easier level, I think, to accept now of anxiety.
Man.
But you got to watch the other parts.
Zendaya was so good.
Realistic.
When she was strung out and the whole thing with her mom.
She still is.
Like, I just could not come back from that. I was like, you know what? This is
heavy.
This is heavy. This is bringing down my mood and my vibe.
And then there's Sydney Sweeney.
Ooh, that's one very good reason to watch that show.
I'll tell you what. That's an artistic show. She is a work of art. And Zendaya's acting is a work of art. The writing in that show is a work of art. But it just gets me in my feels a little bit too
Taking it up
much.
a notch with Sydney Sweeney.
You motorboating son of a bitch.
No, she's talented.
I'm talking about in the new season. We're taking it up a notch.
Yeah.
Yep.
Go for speed or for comfort?
No, they ended it off with a cliffhanger too, boy. To end this episode. Yeah.
You know one thing that bothers me about Sid, like, are they still in high school?
No, not now.
They're in college now?
Yeah, the new season, I knew they were older.
I will say I've not seen anyone step foot in college. I think we're past college.
Yeah. Well, I get that.
Nobody in the season has stepped foot in
their
college.
careers of sorts.
I did because I was like, man, at some point, Sydney Sweeney is just going to be too damn sexy to be playing all these high school roles. Like in White Lotus. I think I want to say she was a high school kid maybe, or maybe an early college. It's like, hey, we need to be very clear about what that is. That's an adult woman because we are all thinking the same things.
Bringing it.
And that is not a high school kid that we're thinking of these things about.
Bringing it.
She is well put together, I tell you.
A woman.
Yes.
All right?
Yes, she is a grown woman.
Let's be clear.
She is fully developed.
Yeah.
She's an adult. She is.
Yes. I might do my little rewatch of the last few episodes of that first season tonight, and then jump into it because I don't have anything to watch right now.
Yeah, it is.
It's phenomenal.
It is. Yeah, you'll roll right through it. It is. It's just you got to stop. You got to.
Yeah. Give yourself a break.
I don't. Yeah, I had to pause a couple of times there. All right.
I know certain scenes I'll be pausing as well.
Yeah, I know you will, Tyler. We all know the scenes you're talking about, Tyler. We've gotten that understood.
Pausing scenes is crazy.
No, I haven't had to pause the scene for what he's pausing. It like
crazy.
I needed to take a smoke break without the cigarette. I mean, there's some times where she's walked me be just like, I need a minute here. Whoa. That episode where she was just running the whole time. Oh, that one.
They know what they be doing.
That was intense, boy.
They know what they be doing.
A lot of bouncing and recoil.
I'm talking about that one when Zendaya was running the entire episode. That one.
That one.
Oh, that one. Whew. I'm like, good God, man, I got to get a hold of myself. This is getting crazy. All right, here's Rafael Stone, the general manager of the Rockets, talking about the offseason and what the focal point will be.
Well, I want to make it better. Yeah. I think, we're not, we're obviously not good enough. And so that reflects on all of us, and we all have to get better at our respective jobs, but especially given the youth of kind of our starters in the playoffs, all five of those guys really need to take big jumps. The good news is I feel like they did that last summer, and I expect it, and they're at an age where that should happen, but we have to get better, and then in terms of the rest of the roster, we'll look at everything, but I think our big focal point going into the summer is those young guys really improving.
Yeah, all five guys taking large steps is what Rafael Stone said. All of them, the ones who started.
Easy as can be.
Yeah. All five of them taking.
He's a dreamer. Dream with him. The guy's a dreamer.
Listen, and everybody can jump in, 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch, and you're watching it. We're watching it, to me, like they're the three teams that are playing competitive basketball for 4 quarters in the Western Conference right now, which is everybody but the Lakers, whose season will end tonight. The Thunder, the Spurs, and obviously the Minnesota Timberwolves. All of those teams, you're watching them like that's the range you got to get to.
I would even throw the Pistons in there. I know it's the East, but in terms of
Pistons,
young teams up and coming.
Yeah, but I'm just thinking contending teams. The Knicks you could throw in there too. Seriously contending teams, that's where the Rockets have to get to. What do you think they need to do? Because he said the focal point is we need all five of them dudes that started to take, he said, big steps. That's Şengün, that's Smith, that's Shepard, that's Eason, that's Amin Thompson. All have to take big jumps. That's to get to that level. All right. That is that's a very lofty goal to me. But in your mind, what do they need to do to get to that level that we've been watching?
Man, I feel real negative today. Because I counted the Astros out earlier in the show. And my answer to your question, as it pertains to what do the Rockets need to do to become a contender, to be more along the lines of the level of San Antonio and OKC, my honest to God answer is that there's nothing they can do. Like I don't think
there's nothing they can do at all.
I don't think I'm not going to say that there's nothing that they can do. I don't think that there's anything that they're realistically doing that's going to put them there. I think that they are better than what we just saw this past year, but not quite above like what the Lakers' ceiling is right now. I think that's ultimately what their ceiling is, something around anywhere from a 2 to a 4 seed, depending on how the season plays out, but somewhere around that second. Could they make it to the second round next year? Yeah, but do I think they're going to be able to?
That's what we're talking about, though. Yeah,
it's second round, sure. But I mean, what is that? Can they make it through that gauntlet though? Of like all of those other teams are ahead of them now, and I think they are going to be ahead of them no matter what it is the Rockets do. Whether they go star hunting, bring in a Giannis, bring in a Kawhi, trade for Donovan Mitchell, they can do any and all of those things, right? And I don't think that they're going to be able to put a good enough team around those guys to be on the same level as OKC or San Antonio or maybe even Minnesota for that matter. So I think that they are just kind of stuck behind. It's the reality of it. Now, what would I do?
Really?
Like, what am I more in favor of? I am in favor of cashing your chips in and going out and getting a star if it's as realistic as it may be, right? Like, if you can pull it off, like I think they should be having all of these conversations about guys, right? I'm not interested in Kawhi, but they should have every conversation about a potential star that could be available because they have the ammunition to go get it. They should have the Giannis conversation. They should have the Kawhi Leonard conversation, even though I don't think they should do that. They should have the Donovan Mitchell conversation. Do I think ultimately doing any of that is going to make them on the level of those teams? No, I do not. Nor do I trust the internal growth of those 5 guys that Rafael Stone is talking about resulting in them being on that level. Could it happen? Sure. I wouldn't bet on it.
Really? So you don't even think there is a move or a trade? Because I'm with you. I definitely don't think their current roster is that. If they've got to make a move, to me, obviously Şengün or Thompson would be the guys to trade for a win-now player of some sort. But you don't even think there is a win-now player like a Giannis, like a whoever, that could come in here and put them in the space where they can compete. Because I look at Minnesota, and obviously they had Edwards, but they had their thought was, we got Towns, we got Rudy, we got Edwards, and then they said, well, this isn't working. We're going to trade Karl Anthony Towns, who's a very talented big, and we're going to go get Julius Randle, who's a different player, probably not on the level as Karl Anthony Towns, but that move kind of changed a lot for them. Now they developed some other guys like McDaniels and stuff, but that move changed a lot for them, and they look like they're competing on the level of a contender. But you don't even think there is a move to be made, even using the chips of either Şengün or Amen Thompson, that can get this team.
I'll put it this way. I don't see a clear path to the Rockets becoming a contender beyond like a second-tier Western Conference team. I think if they run it back and everybody's healthy, they're better than they were this past year. They probably get past the Lakers, as they did not this past year. I think they go from that, because right now they're like a third-tier playoff team. They might as well be the Suns. Well, I mean, if we're just being honest about it.
Yeah.
But I think if they run it back, they could be second-tier. I think if they trade for Giannis, they could also be second-tier. Do I think that any of that is going to make them on the level of those other teams? I don't see a clear path to that. Whatever the path is, it is not a clear and obvious one. It is one that I cannot foresee or predict. That's it. It's either a star. Because here's my thing. I've said this too. And if I haven't, I'll say it now. The guys that I'm really most in favor of trading for are guys that are likely not available. They're the stars, not the Giannis 30 and up type, but like these guys that are under 29 that are superstars. You think about the Cade Cunninghams of the world, the Anthony Edwards of the world, even Jason Tatum, guys like that. Those are the ones that I feel like if you trade for one of those, now we're having a different conversation. I just don't think those
guys aren't available.
I don't think any of those guys that we're talking about are available.
Maybe Brown? Maybe, I don't know.
And he falls right outside of what I'm talking about. He's with Jalen Brunson, of guys that are going to turn 30 this year, and just a little bit beyond what I'm talking about. So like the guys that would change, Cade, Wemby, Anthony Edwards, Luka, right? Jason Tatum, the guys that are under 29 that are bona fide superstars already right now today, those are the guys that I think you could trade for and then start talking about changing the trajectory of your team. The older ones, I'm not quite so sure.
That's crazy to me, because I feel like if they were able to bring in Giannis and put the right pieces around them, now that is a big deal. But
that's the issue.
But put the right pieces around them.
That's not a small piece of this.
It's not. But to me, like, you got to give yourself a chance to do that by bringing in the player.
That's why I feel like they got to have the conversation.
To put the right pieces around them, they could. But for you, it sounds like you think the number one thing is nothing can do it, and you don't even feel confident that a trade of one of those pieces to bring one in could do it. So should they just be ripping this thing apart or starting over or trying to do like what?
No, not at all. No, because they're still perfectly positioned to grow the team. It's very possible that the guy that I'm talking about, their Cade, there's only one Wemby, but you understand what I mean. Their Cade, their Anthony Edwards, their guy is somebody that we have never heard of yet. Yeah. Somebody that they haven't drafted because they got all of these picks. We obsess over, or I would say we overuse the term young core when we talk about these 5 guys, and they are young guys, but we also kind of forget that they could make a whole new young core. Like they could, without starting over, they can try their damnedest. Because what I'm not saying is they shouldn't do nothing, right? That they shouldn't expect this internal growth from their young core, that they shouldn't go down this road about trading for a superstar. They should explore all options and still act as if they are trying to compete for a championship. They should still behave in that manner. I'm just giving you my opinion of what the situation is. But it is also possible that that guy just has not been drafted yet.
Yeah. I don't know, boy. By the way, update out of the NBA playoffs, Victor Wembanyama, who just tried to take out Naz Reid yesterday. I mean, you talk about an elbow. My man looked at him at the corner of his eye and just nailed him. Took him off his feet. He was ejected with a flagrant 2.
Naz Reid can eat a punch, man, or an elbow in this case.
Yeah,
but
he took one.
Yeah, that's not a jaw or chin made of glass.
Sharp-ass elbows he's got. But the NBA has already made the decision, according to Shams, that Victor Wembanyama, he is going to avoid a suspension from Naz Reid in the elbow, and he will play in Game 5. Listen, I think it's good for basketball watchers that he is going to play in Game 5. But gun to my head, heart, or scrotum, I think he should have been suspended. I think what he did, like that can't, like you can't, it is hard for me to look at it and set a precedent that say that that's something that won't get you multiple games. I mean, he looked at him, lined him up.
He did.
And just, I mean, it wasn't just a friendly touch. He lost it. They've been very, very physical with him, and he just laid him out with an elbow that if laid the right place could have been a lot worse than what it ended up being. And I'm not shocked that they didn't suspend him because I don't think they want to. But I think what he did reached the level of he should have been suspended.
Yeah, I think I lean toward. I agree with everything you're saying, but I actually lean toward the greater good of the game versus this idea of being punitive for the sake of being punitive. Like, I think the only reason to really suspend him would have been to send a message or to not set a precedent the way you put it. But I also don't think that just because he didn't get suspended means that now guys just going to be elbowing other guys in the face like that. Like, I think everybody can reasonably look at that. Even Wemby himself has to look back at it and say, hey, can't do that on the court. And I think everybody knows that. So it's not like there's a slippery slope or you're opening up Pandora's box for, now everybody's going to be Karl Malone with their elbows. I don't think that's the case. So I'm good with not, like we were talking about overreaction before, I think suspending him, while justified, also could have been considered an overreaction. Let's just play basketball.
I just think it was.
Don't do that anymore. Let's play basketball.
It was such an unsafe thing.
Don't do it anymore.
That it was that like it. I would have run at them. Someone said suspended. LOL. You soft. Oh, okay. I mean, Ron Artest did the same thing to. I forgot who it was. He did.
It was James Harden.
Like he was celebrating. Yes,
it was James Harden when he was at the Thunder.
His ass on.
Harden looked so young.
Yeah, he did.
It's when he had the mohawk and you could wear those and not look silly.
Yeah, as an adult, man.
Yeah, that was why. But you know what? I watched the Buffalo Sabres and Montreal Canadiens in their game last night with about 7 or 8 fights.
I think they all should get run.
It's about 7 or 8 fights, and nobody's going to suspend none of them.
It's the stupidest thing.
I'm just saying.
I mean, that's part of that sport.
Exactly.
But it is, and it's not in the NBA. I think that's the difference.
But what I'm saying is, I think part of it is a little bit of an overreaction to one and an underreaction to the other. So I would meet in the middle and say, don't do silly stuff like that, and let's play ball.
He should have been gone. All right, coming up, we'll give you the lineups for the Astros as they get ready to take on the Mariners in an important series for them if they want to do anything. This 4-game set against the Mariners. And, really I don't know how much it matters, but I feel like there is a countdown in order with the Astros. We'll discuss that coming up next.
Area 45 with Bijani and
281-222-2222.
The best sports talk around, anytime, anywhere. Hear your favorite Sports Radio 610 hosts wherever you go. Live, podcasts, video. It's all at your fingertips 24/7 on the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio app, TuneIn, and wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Text line coming through, fellas. Astros will win the next 2 series and be in second place in the AL West by Monday.
Let's go.
That'd be nice because they haven't won many series lately, like at all.
Let's go, baby. Winning track. Let's turn it around. This is when it begins, baby. I'm with it. Let's go. Positive energy.
There we go. Here's the lineup for today. Altuve at second base. He threw his bat at another pitch that was far outside the other day and grounded out. Yordan Alvarez, behind him is the DH tonight. Paredes at third, Walker at first, and Zach Cole's your 5-hole hitter in left field.
You knew you was going to get one of them Zachs.
Cam Smith is in right field, and Bryce Matthews is in center field. Oh, Shoemake went deep over the weekend,
man,
baby.
That homer was the only bright spot on, what was that, Saturday?
That was Saturday, yep. He went deep.
Gig him.
There you go. He's at short, and then Vasquez is catching tonight. That is the lineup for the Astros. Pete Lambert has been a bright spot, baby. He gets the ball with that lineup.
Hey, man, it's your shot, Pete. Shoot your shot. Hey, y'all remember and how fleeting it was. Y'all remember how Jose Altuve's newfound plate discipline was like a storyline in the beginning of the year?
It was like the first series.
Are y'all like old enough or I don't know how old y'all are. Are y'all old enough to remember that?
I think so.
Feels like so many moons ago.
It was fun while it lasted.
I ain't gonna dog Altuve though. I mean,
that's a stroke up.
We got the few good things we got going for ourselves is a franchise legend still holding on. And one of the, if not the best hitter in baseball, as Tyler put it earlier. So at least there is that. Even though he struck out 4 times the other night. Or what was that, just yesterday? Actually.
Yeah, that was yesterday.
Yeah, that was
that got away from him yesterday.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was bad, too. Like I said, man, he got him on that curveball away every single, like 3 straight at bats.
He just didn't have it. Didn't have it that day.
He did. But speaking of that, man, my man here said they're going to win in the next 2 series and be in second place. Forgive me, ma'am or sir, if I don't believe that's going to be the case.
Come on, man. You got to have faith of a mustard seed, baby.
For me, I've officially gotten to the space, fellas, where I am going to do a countdown every day to see how long it takes before they'd make the decision to move on from Joe Espada. And I don't think it's all Joe's fault. I really don't. I think some of the stuff's out of his control. The injuries, it's somebody's fault. But the injuries is an issue. I think Dana Brown should be up out of here just as fast as he is. But sometimes, as we see, they don't like to just get rid of complete general managers and their staffs for the day-to-day. But I think we've reached the point where Joe's got to go. And one, I think they need a shift and a change. They're not playing for him. It looks like at times they're going through the motions right now, and they're just not responding to him in a way that they had before. And again, as I said, fellas, it's not their fault. It's not all his fault. But to go along with them having the worst record in the American League, to go along with them struggling through the injuries, they also do a lot of things that it appears in which they're not prepared. It appears that there's some lacks in attention to detail, which generally you point towards the person leading the ship. Like Saturday. Now, I don't want to put this all on Joe because, as Tyler will let you know, this guy's been doing this long before Joe was here. But we open up the game, and we need these games. You're all everything. Franchise player, Jose Altuve leads the game off with a hit. Bam! All right, here we go. Jordan coming up. He immediately gets picked off at first base.
Yeah, it's their thing.
And they do that a lot. Bryce got picked off when he was the go-ahead run in like the 8th in one of these games this year. They get themselves picked off. Just do things because they're not paying attention to detail that bad, poorly managed coach teams do.
Astros ain't low.
Later on in that game, Cam Smith, here we go, gotta have it. There's a fly ball as routine as it can get. I believe there are girls on my daughter's softball team who pulled out and won the 9U championship that would have caught, I know Emory would have, that would have caught that ball that Cam Smith missed and dropped and allowed ultimately the Reds to take over that game.
Cam Smith and Bryce Matthews, by the way, who you mentioned, also supposed to be the faces of the rebuild right now, or of the next era of Astros baseball, I'll call it.
Yep, the intention to detail, and then I'm gonna tell you what put me over the top yesterday. Like this is so poor. De La Cruz is a top 5 base stealer in the National League. He loves to run. He loves to. By the way, Shoemake, hell of a tag the day before where he threw him out, caught it on that delayed steal, but he loves to run. Salazar is back there catching. Throw a pitch, Salazar comes up because De La Cruz is going. He throws it down there to no one. Yeah. Paredes is just chilling.
Yeah,
in his sense, didn't even move, never moved.
Was not covering that
ball. Luckily, that ball wasn't thrown down the line. But it's like, what the hell? Like, yes, all this ain't Joe, but they do stupid stuff like that all the time. Like their attention to detail is not there, and I just think overall, man, he's got to go. I'm serious. I'm going to do a check-in every day, Tyler, on Joe's got to go.
I like it.
And I don't know how many days you think we get up to, because this is day one. This is day one of Joe's got to go.
Yeah, it's an interesting question because, like, what do you think, Tyler? How many days?
These weird factors we discussed earlier in the show have me. I really have no idea. This could go on for months.
You think I'm past day 15? Joe's got
very well could be as it stands right now. Really? Yeah, I mean it could be. That's what's weird. It could be tomorrow.
Yeah, it could be
because
one.
that's how bad things are.
Could be 1. Could be 30.
I could not believe when he threw that ball that there was nobody down there to cover that that base, and he threw it. And he threw it anyway.
I don't think that Joe is the problem as much as he is just so obviously not the solution, which sometimes is just the same thing. Like it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, that's fair. But then he also is a part of.
Yeah. So like he's not a part. He's not the solution. He's lame duck anyway. My question to y'all would be like, what do you think needs to happen for it to happen? Like as bad as they are now, what do they need to get worse? You know what I mean? Like what
a real meltdown somewhere? I don't. Yeah.
What is the thing? What needs to be kind of that flashpoint?
Stop sucking.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the A's they've become one of the teams now that are above 500 in the American League. Maybe they go on a run. I don't know.
Or at some point does it become clear to the Astros? And when I say the Astros, I'm really just talking about Jim Crane. Does at some point it just become clear to Jim Crane that this is a lost season
and just let him go?
And he's got these guys under contract no longer than through the remainder of the season, and then you just start over, I should say, in the offseason.
Yeah, you got old Lopez down there, the manager who won the WBC. Do you want to see what?
Yeah,
look,
that part makes sense, even just in terms of salvaging this year. That's the part that makes sense.
What he is, so I don't know. I'm doing it. It's official. It's day one. Day one of Joe's got to go.
Yeah. I mean, you can't
How many days do you think we're going to get?
You can't shed a tear for Joe. So, I mean, it could be today. It could be 15 days. It could be 30, 40 days. Can we agree on this? Any day would justify it?
It could happen any point.
Any day?
Any day.
Yeah.
They've got to.
I'm trying to do the best I can.
I know you are, man. I think he wants to be taken out of his misery.
Yeah, I mean, I think he thought he was going to be managing a World Series contending team, and he ain't.
No, he's not. Yeah.
And he himself is not enough of a riser to make up the difference or really much of any difference, clearly.
All right, coming up, what is your concern? Let's move to the Texans. What's your concern level about a rookie in this offense as a starting center for C.J. Stroud? What's your concerns? If you have some, maybe you want to hear what he's got to say first about it. But what's your concerns about a rookie starting at center in front of C.J. Stroud? We'll discuss that next.
The Drive with Stoerner.
possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Shout out to, I know we can't say the name of the stadium because it's stupid, but shout out to the Space Cowboys, Sugar Land. We went out there and had a good time.
You threw me off. We can't say the name of the stadium where they play.
I got in trouble one time for saying that. We're out there.
Okay.
Yeah. That place right next to Talyard. Shout out to Talyards out there. Took a stop by Talyards afterwards, too. Kids ran their asses off after going to the game.
Yeah, it's a good spot.
Yeah, it's a good pizza there, man. They take care of you. Get there, had a nice little Mother's Day, little frosé. It was good times. Good, nice little evening going Space Cowboys and then hitting up Talyards right afterwards. It was a nice little spot. But fellas, they had the old spiked Italian ice.
Ooh, what a treat!
Two scoops, get a little rum or a little vodka.
See, I ain't gonna do you like Clint and try to shame me for that. I'm on the same type of time.
That was nice right there, boy. Walked over there. Kids got regular. I went there and got me a sugar-free lemon. Got me a little spiked rum with it.
I ain't mad.
That hit the spot right there. Now
I'm not mad at all.
I hadn't seen that on the Italian ice. I'm gonna try that again. And whoever that was took care of me too.
Yeah, I like
really mixed that in. Those first two a little aggressive there.
Yeah, I mean, I like adult beverages and Italian ice separately. You bring them together, and we got a party. I'm with you. Let's do it.
Yeah.
So that sounded like a good time.
No, it was. But shout out to him. Had a good time out there. Ryan Weiss, or Weiss, whatever his name is.
I think it's Weiss.
Yeah, it's been confirmed Weiss, which is.
I just like saying them both now.
He is not necessarily been good enough to care one way or the other.
Yeah, he got the start yesterday. He opened up the first pitch, home run. He gave up. He settled in a little bit.
Wait, yesterday was Tang.
No, he started the
Space Cowboys. You're talking about Space Cowboys.
Yeah, he got first pitch, let off, banged him out, home run.
I'm back.
Home run, right off the bat. Yeah, he was okay. He was okay. Gavin Biggio got a little Biggio action last night. So
good for that. Good for Biggio, man, keeping that legacy alive.
All right, I want you all to hear Keelan Rutledge first because he spoke at rookie minicamp on Friday, and the thought is that he is going to play center, and I just want to say he better play center.
Yeah,
he better play center.
Damn right.
Yeah, because you got too much money tied in.
Hold on, show.
To veterans at guards. Jake Andrews better be the odd man out. Is what needs to happen.
Yeah.
Or you're going to have somebody that is really expensive or a first-round pick that you moved up into the draft. I wonder if you needed to, but you moved up in the draft to get that like he has to be starting at center.
Yeah.
But he is a rookie that does not have very much experience except for in the Senior Bowl playing center. This was him talking about the potential move in the NFL with the Texans at playing center.
I mean, anything coming to the NFL is going to be more challenging, right? I mean, better players, scheme's going to be more. It's going to be different. It's going to be more. But I mean, Coach Key prepared me well. Always knowing conceptually what everybody was doing up front at Georgia Tech, and obviously got snaps there at practice and did it at the Senior Bowl. So I'm very confident in playing anywhere up there, just wherever they need me to play, I'll play.
All right. Let me get your thoughts, B. Scott. 713-572-4610. YouTube and Twitch can jump in. I see some people here. Fernando said, my concern with the rookie at center is how unneedingly complicated this Patriot system is and the reads he will have to make. CJ will also have to make them as well. I have zero problem from the text line with a rookie starting at center for the Texans. My only concern is with the offense for this 2026 season is the play calling. Your issues or concerns, your thoughts about them bringing in Keelan Rutledge as a rookie as your starting center.
Yeah, I think it's a fair concern. I think it's fair to question it. It's fair to be skeptical about it. Now, as it pertains to Keelan Rutledge himself, I like the tape that's been shown. Like, I like what I see from him, and I like what I hear from him, right? So everything about Keelan Rutledge in a vacuum, I'm completely okay with. Now, the question is, okay, the folks that are evaluating him and what they're asking him to do these things marry up perfectly? And that's the part that I'm uneasy about and don't have a clear answer for. Like, I cannot tell you, let's say that Keelan Rutledge is basically just a blank canvas. Can I tell you for a fact that I trust the Texans to have done the proper evaluation to say that this guy can go from guard to center? No. Does that mean that it's not possible that he can't do it? No, it doesn't mean that. But I can't just be confident in it. I can't go into it without at least a healthy level of skepticism. That's how I would describe it. I think there is healthy skepticism, but still like this level of hope in Keelan Rutledge being able to make that transition. But based off of the Texans' track record and the fact that he has not done it before and that he might be a blank canvas, yeah, no, it's got to be concerning, I think.
Yeah, see, to me, it's all the elements coming together, right? Like I know there's some people who believe in certain systems, and I'm not going to say that there's no validity to that, as Fernando said about everything that this system entails that maybe a center needs to know as opposed to others. But like I don't have a fear of a rookie center coming in and playing. Because if you can play, man, you can play. Like, you can go. If you can go, you can go.
Yeah.
I don't have an issue with that. And now, I won't lie. I don't love the fact that he has never played the position in real game settings before and only in the Senior Bowl. I don't love that because you're not rebuilding. You are in a team when he starts on that first week, wherever they play or whoever they play, that this is a team that's trying to get past the level that they have been, which is the second round, and get to the AFC Championship game, that you have a guy in center who's potentially starting and never has played the position before arriving there. Don't love that, but even that doesn't get me. But when you combine all of it, a rookie playing center, a rookie who's never played the center position in college, and that the Texans and Nick Caserio and his staff are the ones who eyeballed him, saw him, looked at him, and said,
"Yeah,
that's the guy
discovered
who we
it.
could do."
The Texans discovered it.
That's when you combine all of that. And listen, he had a hit on Ursery. It appears right now. That he feels a lot better than you felt about Kenyon Green or Juice Scruggs or Blake Fisher, who they've all drafted in the first or second round in the last several years. You feel a lot better about him where he is right now. They've had it, but they have struggled both in the draft and in free agency and bringing guys in to hit on the offensive line. And so when you combine all of that, it does concern me of what he will be at that important position.
Yeah, so I think all of that is fair. I would echo everything you just said, but also, like, I think the fair pushback to what we're saying here is that the thing that concerns us most doesn't really have much to do with Keelan Rutledge. Like, obviously he hasn't played center, and that's about him, but like it's more of a Texans thing than it is. Like, it could very well be that Keelan Rutledge is just a good football player, and his trajectory and his development just don't have nothing to do with the track record that we're talking about that the Texans have. But it's hard not to separate the two when all of it comes together, like you said. So I think all of that is reasonable, even though Keelan Rutledge has a chance to kind of buck the narrative. That's why I call it the potential Nick Caserio offensive line redemption tour. Because if you take that pick and go all the way back to what he did to start the offseason, bringing in Braden Smith, bringing in Wyatt Teller, even adding some depth with the Evan Brown move, and like so now you even got like depth pieces and some starters. Like, this is the opportunity to change that whole idea and narrative that they don't know how to draft offensive linemen, because that's the fair assessment right now. Like, I don't know how you could think anything else, think anything else or anything other than that based off of what you've seen from them.
I'm sorry, Brandon. And I'm sorry, Tyler. They've done it again. This place just really frustrates the hell out of me. I know I've lost it on these airwaves about this multiple times.
The text line or the chat? Who did it?
The television. They're doing it again, Tyler.
Oh.
Arby's. Oh. I just looked up
They
there.
have the meats.
They've got now a barbecue.
Arby's, man?
They've got now a barbecue pulled pork and a barbecue brisket sandwich. They have now added to the 193 different things that they have on their menu.
You're right. What are we doing?
Come on, guys.
They trying to give you variety options. They saying don't pick them in a box.
What?
Don't put them in a box.
No, we know. They're grabbing every box from every other style of food anywhere.
Hey, man, multiple streams of income. Got to have your hands in multiple baskets.
They tried these damn steak bites. They've tried the Euros. God. They got Euros.
Gotta be cleaning money, man.
Scared money don't make money.
They've got so much stuff in that freezer that nobody's using. Who's ordering Euros? They've got Subway in there. They've got burgers. It is roast beef, curly fries, honey mustard. It's a good lane. Stay in it.
What are we doing?
I love a beef and cheddar.
But it's not
triple.
like are they not offering those things still?
They do, but
they still have all the things that you want.
They got chicken wings and tenders on there.
They trying to spread their wings, man.
Stop it. No, stop. Close them.
You don't see how all the restaurants is closing around town and around the country?
You're just wasting
Restaurants are fighting to stay alive,
roast
man.
Beef sandwich. It is just stop.
Something fishy's going on.
They got a fish sandwich. They got fish too. Go pull up.
Well done.
Go pull up Arby's, man. They have thrown that time. They got chicken tenders and wings and pulled pork and brisket sandwiches.
I'm just saying, you can't be mad at a man for trying to reinvent himself.
Ridiculous.
No, rebrand yourself as food of the world.
Yes, please. Don't kiss my ass with the meats. I promise you, I'm watching this. They got the pulled pork sandwich, the brisket sandwich, and then they got tucked to the side some macaroni and cheese that they got no business making with your choice of roast of pulled pork or brisket on top of it.
But they don't know that they ain't got no business making it until they make it.
It's an identity crisis. They don't know who they are.
Nobody raised their hand and said, "Hey guys, man, we gotta cut it at Euros."
As hell nobody raised their hand and said, "We need some steak bites," whatever the hell those nasty ass things are.
Man, look, Arby's basically
is out of control.
They're the Astros, they're the Rockets. They could continue to do what they've been doing, or they can try to change course. They can try to change direction.
Unbelievable.
And everything should be on the table.
It's a smorgasbord. Everything is on the table.
That's what I'm saying.
Everything. It's ridiculous. Come on, man.
Now, I ain't never been to Arby's and wanted anything more than their chicken bacon Swiss. And that might not be a thing that you associate.
I can slide that. that.
They got a mean chicken bacon Swiss sandwich, and I'm going to get that thing every time. I don't need nothing else on their menu.
Oh, man.
But that don't mean they ain't got to have it.
This is ridiculous, man.
Go in there with your order already made up. Don't be like my kids. I need to look at the menu for 15 minutes before I decide.
Man, they got
Go in there with what you want and order it.
Tyler, did you know they had peach cobbler?
Oh, come on, man. Peach cobbler.
What?
Now I feel like they have gotten out of their skins.
All I have ever had from that place is the curly fries, which I will admit were good.
They are really good curly fries.
Never had an urge to try a singular thing else on that.
You want a corned beef Reuben? They got it. Hey. Coming up next, 5 o'clock fire. Come on, a corned beef Reuben. 5 o'clock fire coming up next. We'll get you ready for the Astros. They've got news on Carlos Correa as well, NBA playoffs, and much, much more. All of that as we continue right here live on The Draft.
The Texans' schedule is... West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, B-Skeezy Show and Psycho T, a.k.a. T-Mill, have the latest. By the way, those are the same people. Clint Stoerner, he is out. That is the latest today, but B. Scott is in the building for him. We've had a fun time here, and we can get back to it. Jack in the Box has a lot. I think Jack in the Box is a little different. I think they came out the gates letting you know, hey, man, you come through here late night, baby. We give you burgers. We give you tacos right off the jump. I don't know why they have those egg rolls on there, but, yeah, they come right out the gate.
Munchie's food.
Arby's went for 30 years of just being roast beef and curly fries, and then they just said to hell with it.
But what you got against late life reinventions, man? What you got against changing it up late in life?
I just think you
got to be the same forever?
I want to go through and do inventory at an Arby's to see how much they're wasting. All right, let's head to NRG. Let's head to the Daikin, as the Astros will take on the Mariners in what feels like a big series. Before that, news out today, Carlos Correa had successful surgery today. If we remember, he had that left ankle tendon that they had to repair. It happened. He is obviously out for the season after this surgery, and the hope is he'll be back next season for the Astros to roll with. By the way, B. Scott, is it a given that Carlos Correa next year is a starter for this team?
Nah, not at all.
Even and I'm wondering about that because I talked about it coming in
he's under contract, obviously.
Paredes is the one rolling to the bench. Paredes rolling to the bench. And we knew Carlos wasn't, but you don't think he is? It's a guarantee that he comes back and he gets a spot.
Yeah, I don't think that there are many guarantees with the Astros right now. He is, if he's healthy and they're still doing the thing that they're doing right now, then yeah, it's probably a guarantee. I think he's healthy, still your best option at third base, probably your best overall infielder, not named Jeremy Pena. So, yeah, I think he's got a good shot there, but so there's so much uncertainty with the Astros overall that I would say it's not a guarantee that he's in there. The closest thing to a guarantee that they got is Jordan, and we was just having that conversation earlier in the day.
Yeah.
I think most things are on the table, including possibly moving Carlos Correa or going in a completely different direction in terms of how they're building the team.
Yeah, so Carlos Correa, we'll have to check in to see what's rolling there, but he is out for the season, obviously, and we'll see what he does coming up when the season goes. But successful surgery on that left ankle.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, let's look at the Astros tonight as really one of their best starters. I'd say you'd say Pete Lambert's probably been their second best starter this year, with Hunter Brown only having 2 starts. He's going to get the ball tonight as they take on the Mariners. Altuve, Alvarez, who's the DH tonight, Paredes, and Walker. That's the top 4, followed by Zach Cole, Cam Smith, Bryce Matthews in center. Shoemake is at short with Vasquez catching the ball for Peter Lambert. As they will take on the Mariners. The Mariners have won 7 in a row against the Astros, including that sweep they had in April.
I don't think I realized that. 7 in a row?
Yeah. Well,
God.
We feel like we're getting into they got to do something before they start making moves territory here with the Astros, or at least making decisions on this season. What are you looking for out of this series and tonight?
So the big thing for the series, tonight is another Peter Lambert night, right? And so you're hoping that they can do the thing. You're hoping that they don't do the thing that they did in the Cincinnati series, which was waste decent pitching performances, namely the Spencer Arrighetti performance that they got on Saturday. But even yesterday, the pitching wasn't Like, it was bad. It got bad eventually, but, you let go 5 runs. You should be able to do something, and they weren't able to do that. So I want to see if they can make the most of whatever Peter Lambert's able to give them. They're going up against a really good pitcher in George Kirby.
Yep.
So, what do they have for that? So that's tonight. Overall, for the series, for the Mariners series, I think the biggest story by far is Tatsuya Imai making his return on Tuesday night and finding out, okay, and again, we understand his rehab assignments were not very good. They were actually pretty bad. Can this guy actually pitch? Can he pitch? That is the question. Can this guy pitch? Can he contribute? Is he worth the $18-some-odd million a year that you're giving him? Is he worth the parade that it felt like we threw for him when they signed him? Is it all worth it? What's it all really mean? That's what I want to see.
Yeah, that'll be big tomorrow.
Is he not tired? You know what I'm saying?
What time's he gonna eat?
Can they get my man a to-go plate or an early plate, whatever kind of plate he needs?
Maybe they should Tyler, open up the roof no matter what the temperature is.
No, I don't want them to do that because he might say something about that.
You think it might be too hot?
It was too cold nasty outside.
He could say something like, man, I didn't got just as I was getting used to pitching with the roof closed. Just when I thought the roof was going to be closed, they shocked me and opened that bad boy. Like, I don't want to change too much for this guy.
Feel like something.
I think everything. Well, whatever he say, I'd ask him. What you think? What you think? When do you want to eat?
What uniform you want to wear?
How you want this mound to feel within the regulations? And should we open up this roof or not? Are you tired? Can you go?
We need to see some signs. This lineup doesn't scream it for you, and I think, to me, the Lambert thing is really the story. Like, is this a hidden gem they're going to find? Can this guy be a 4th or 5th starter on a team that's competitive? Is that a hidden gem they're going to find, or is this going to come back?
It's just rough when you have a pitcher that goes on the IL and you say, well, what's wrong with him? What's the matter with him? Oh, no, I think he needs to lift some weights or something like that. It's like, okay, what?
That's a deal. Well, Astros tonight, they got the Mariners at the Daikin. We'll see if they can get off this 2-game losing streak.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, NBA playoffs tonight. B. Scott, Pistons, Cavs. This has been, at least Game 3 was an entertaining game, but this has been an entertaining series. I promise you, and maybe it's by name, B. Scott, but I look out there and I believe the Cavs have more talent overall than the Pistons, but the Pistons have, to me, clearly the best player out there and the most impactful player in Cade Cunningham. By the way, I thought he would be good. I did not think he would be this good. I'll be honest with you. I didn't know
he was that guy, man.
He was.
I mean, he made Oklahoma State relevant.
I think he made him relevant because he was the number 1 player there, but he didn't affect winning over like he affects winning now. The way he does, his ability to just control the game, like he is a superstar. Like, just because you're drafted number 1 don't mean that you're going to do that.
But I mean, when they drafted him, I thought, this is a game changer. Now, it didn't look like that early because he got hurt.
Yeah,
but this tracks to me.
I didn't think he would be potentially one of the 10 best players in the league, and can impact winning and drag teams that because Jalen Duren has not played anywhere near the way he played in the regular season.
Tobias Harris has been their second best player,
and
which is
dragging
not
them
good
in every way. But this has been an interesting series. Cleveland's a 3.5-point favorite. You may see that in best bets coming up in a bit. But Detroit can take a commanding 3-1 lead tonight. Your thoughts on that series? James Harden.
Yeah.
James Harden went. He went off 9 points in the 4th. Hit all the big shots down the stretch in Game 3. We'll see if they can even this thing up.
Yeah, the question is, did James Harden and Donovan Mitchell beat the allegations in Game 3? Because I mean, the talk, the chatter was loud. It was out there, man. These guys can't get it done. Neither of them, they had gone like something like 7 games straight without the two of them, like between the two of them having a great game, right? Maybe one has a good game, but for the most part, both of them were really struggling from the field. So they bounced back. But to your point earlier about the Pistons kind of having the best player, I think they got 2 things going for them. They clearly got the best player in the series, and then they have the most complete team because they play the best on both ends. Right? I think the best of the Cavs can be really good on defense, but they don't bring it on both ends, and then their two best players don't really defend all that well at all, talking about James and Donovan Mitchell, whereas Detroit is bringing it on both ends, for the most part. I know they haven't gotten much from Jalen Duren, but they're bringing it on both ends of the floor, and Cade Cunningham is clearly a riser. And honestly, I would say shout out to Tobias Harris, right, for being the guy to kind of pick things up when Jalen Duren is not really showing up.
You think James and Donovan are their two best players?
Yeah, they are their two best players. Who's else even in the running?
To me, I think Evan Mobley.
He should be, but he's not.
Evan Mobley. I would think Evan and
hard stop. He's not.
Evan and Donovan.
You think Evan is better than James Harden? Hard stop. He's not. I hate to break it to you. Newsflash. Spoiler alert.
Reigning defensive player of the year until when we just
good for him. That he at no point, even at the height of that speech when they handed him the trophy, he was not better than James Harden. And
today,
he certainly ain't today. No.
Let me look at Ev. Let me see what Ev did.
There's a reason why the ball is in James Harden's hands and it's not in Evan Mobley's.
He's their ball. He's their.
But I'm talking about period. Whether we talking about passing, dribbling, shooting, or anything otherwise, other than rebounding. He should be better. He ain't.
Yeah, I don't know, man. 18-9, his defense. I don't know. All right, Lakers Thunder coming up.
Please no. I'm telling you, he's not.
I don't know.
You've watched the series, so.
He's not been
that
good
should tell you there.
He's not been good in the series, but neither has James either. So anyway, Lakers. Thunder are going to end this thing tonight. It's come down a little bit, Tyler. They're 11.5-point favorites now, and not the 15 that they have been. They have won. They won all three of these games by 18, or maybe the first two were by 18. The last one maybe they stretched it out a little bit more, but they lead this thing 3-0, and they're going to finish off the Lakers tonight. And really, the crazy thing is, it does not seem like the Thunder have even broken a sweat, or they're even playing well at all, especially SGA, and they're doing it without their second best player, who is an all-league, all-NBA player.
Yeah, that's the thing. They're even able to survive the non-brilliant SGA games. They don't have a weakness. That is the issue when you talk about going up against the Thunder, no matter who you are, and the Lakers certainly aren't good enough. But I think this is going to be a problem no matter who faces the Thunder going forward. Obviously a problem for the Lakers. It's going to be a problem for whoever survives the Spurs-Wolves series. And, if the Thunder make it to the finals, which we all expect them to do, it's going to be a problem for the Knicks or the Pistons or whoever meets them there. Every team has a flaw or a weakness that the other team can try to exploit. This team does not. They don't.
They don't seem to. The Lakers have, in this series, they have played with them. Hell, they've led at the half at least 2 of the 3 games.
Yeah.
And they have been there in the third quarter. Like game 2, they had a 5-point lead in the third quarter when SGA picked up his 4th foul, and he walked off the floor, and they proceeded to go on a 20-4 run with him out of the game.
Yeah.
The Thunder. And then they were leading at the half in game 3, and then they just absolutely destroyed him. So, I don't know. This has been an interesting series that has not felt close, because it just feels like any time that the Thunder want to kick it in gear, they just kick it in gear and run away from it.
Yeah, they're nondescript players. Jared McCain's, Isaiah Joes, and Cason Wallace's of the world. Those guys can go off. They don't have a guy. San Antonio is kind of similar to this, but it's OKC to the umpteenth. They don't have an unplayable guy. They don't have a non-useful guy. Everybody that plays for them can play. It's good. They have no weaknesses. Yeah. It's a tough thing if you're going up against them.
Yeah, tough game. All right, NBA playoffs. By the way, just to throw in an update, Victor Wembanyama, who elbowed the hell out of Naz Reid in Game 4 last night, that got himself ejected from that game. No further action taken to him by the league. He will be playing in Game 5 and not suspended. So Victor just completely looked a guy in the face, elbowed him right in the face, and drilled him and dropped him, and the league was like, oh, probably need Vic out there. Probably need Wemby out there.
I mean, Silver's going to look out for his fellow alien. You know?
Yeah.
Especially with all the news coming out of the Pentagon.
They are both skinny.
Or we don't have to act like he got shot. You know, it's not the end of the world.
No,
Everybody will be
just
okay.
hit him in the right spot.
And he got ejected.
He caught him in the right spot.
Got it. They had to go home. Didn't know it apparently. Didn't know how flagrant twos work.
Yeah,
but he learned today.
He did.
Sharp ass elbow.
All right, coming up, T Mill's best bets, as he had a really great start to last week. Really great start. Still 9-15 last week as he finished things off. We'll get, great Monday last week. 3 for 3 with a push. See if he can follow things up again. So T Mill's best bets coming up. And how bad is this? Have we really reached the part of the year on May 11th where we're already talking about you got to trade the one person for the Astros that nobody really wants to trade? We'll discuss that coming up next.
Ain't nobody in here acting like no bitches.
Area 45. is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Suavemente, bésame, que quiero sentir tus labios besándome otra vez. Suavemente, bésame, que quiero sentir tus labios besándome otra vez. Suave, bésame, bésame, suave, bésame otra vez. Yo quiero sentir.
T-Mill's Best Bets coming up here in a matter of moments. Last week, he was 9 of 15. Did go 1 and 3 on Thursday and Friday to push things down a little bit, but he still had a winning week, 9 of 15. That is a moneymaker, 60%. See if he can start things off well again, as T-Mill's Best Bets are coming up here in just a bit. So stay tuned for that. Before we get to Tyler, like, maybe you all aren't here. I think a lot will determine coming up. But it feels like this season is a wrap. Although, by the way, it looked like my man Jeremy Pena. He had participated in all kinds of baseball drills, and looks like that he is going to be expected to make a minor league rehab assignment tomorrow in Double-A Corpus. So that could happen quickly. Jake Myers could also start this week when it comes to a rehab start.
That'll fix it. That's all we've been waiting on, baby.
Well, Jared's the real deal.
Just a little Jake Myers action. Get a little elite shortstop play. That's all the Astros really been needing. They just need a little bit more shortstop. Need the leadoff hitter back. And all of a sudden it'll be great.
Their leadoff hitter, yeah. I'd like to see Bryce at center. But it feels like this season is getting closer to a wrap, which means you start to put a lot of things on the table, which is, what direction are you going? And the big thing in terms of ripping the Band-Aid off to where you would absolutely know what direction they're going is the thing that's starting to be talked about, because the Astros have the worst record in the American League, and that is, are they trying to rebuild this thing and get a bunch of assets, and what will bring them a bunch of assets? And that is 44. Have we reached a point, 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch, have we reached a point, because I haven't, have we reached a point where the Yordan Alvarez potential trade to get as much as you can from him, that's a real, true conversation? Have we reached that point yet?
Conversation, yes. Like, I want to be real clear about this. I do not want to trade Yordan Alvarez. I do not want to trade Hunter Brown. I do not want to trade Jeremy Pena. Those are probably the three guys that I would say, like, put a gun in my head, I'd call those guys untradeable. However, that's me holding on to the idea that they're going to be competitive. That's also me holding on to the idea that I just want to watch some good baseball players, even if my baseball team is not going to be any good. That's what all of that is based off of. If we're basing this off of, hey, what is the path? Because I think every Houston pro sports team right now is trying to figure out that path of how do we get to the next step. We're trying to get to the next level. They're all in kind of different spaces, but they're all trying to get to the next step. And with the Astros, the calculation that they need to be doing is, how do we get from here, which is worst team in the American League, to seriously contending in the American League, at least for a pennant, at least for an appearance in the World Series, which used to be the standard around here. How are we going to do that? And the uncomfortable part about this conversation is there is no clear path to that. There's no clear path. You're not good enough now. Even with your reinforcements, you're probably not good enough to do that. You don't necessarily have the prospect. Your best prospects are Bryce Matthews and your best young players are Bryce Matthews and Cam Smith and guys who are already playing on the roster that's not good enough right now. So how are we going to get there? What is the path? Are we going to spend a bunch of money and go get proven players? They haven't shown much of an appetite to do that. Do we have young players that we can develop that we feel really good about? The answer to that is no. Can we trust growth and development and improvement from within? I think that is probably not as realistic as folks want it to be. So it does feel like the clearest path to restarting this thing, right? Getting your jumper cables out and re-jumping this battery is partnered with the few talented players that you still have. The issue is the only players worth trading are players that you don't want to get rid of. And so they're the Jordans of the world. They're the Hunter Browns of the world. They're the Jeremy Peñas of the world. Because ain't nobody else on this team worth a damn when you talk about a trade that's going to turn your franchise around. So, like, he is really the ticket. He could possibly be the ticket to the future, as much as I hate to say it.
Yeah, I think first where we start is who they have in charge. I don't think I want them to make the decision or the call. So I do think this whole thing starts with, and obviously Jim Creighton is going to be huge in this, but I think this all starts in who is going to be the person you're going to pick to run your organization. Because I don't think it's going to be Dana Brown.
Well, no. Jim Creighton makes the call no matter who the general manager is. I think what you're saying is more so you don't want them to be the one that makes the deal itself.
Yeah.
But that's just going to be a procedural thing. The call is ultimately, and the conversation is going to be a Jim thing.
Yeah, in Jim. But it's always, big stuff has always been a Jim thing. But I think Dana, to me, has clearly been the worst of the guys that Jim has had to make decisions for him. So I think it starts with obviously bringing in the person who you want to run your organization, who I think is a big key anyway with it. But I think this is a part of this is up to Jim, because I do think I do think moving forward this year, as I said, I think is a wrap. I do think moving forward they have pieces here with Jordan and Hunter Brown and Pena and Paredes. And, even some of their older guys who are still productive in Altuve. We'll see about Correa. We'll see about, some of these other guys. And you talked about some of those young dudes. And Spencer Arrighetti looks like he's potentially coming on and it could be a viable starter in a rotation. They've got some pieces. Now, if they want to continue to act and have the mindset of a small market team, which it feels like they do at times, then he'll tear the whole thing down. But I do think with those pieces that you can go out and make trades and make moves to add to this team to where this team is competitive. I'll be honest with you, I think you are a little hurt.
No, I think
you're a little hurt right now.
Hurt or not, I think there is a very, very solid case to be made that the best years of all of these players that we're talking about with the Astros, up and down the entire roster, that the best years with that respective player on the team is already behind us. Not that Jordan's best years are behind him,
or Hunter,
or Hunter's, but the Astros as a team, that their best years with those players on the team, I think you could make a serious and honest case and solid case that those years are already behind us. The World Series that Jordan's that he's already won. Hunter Brown's success up until this point, like they have already played on, I think you could argue, they have already played on their best Astros teams. Like this year's team is not going to be any better than the best one that either of those guys have played on. And over the next couple of years, I don't see the path to where those teams are better than whatever the best is considered to be with those guys so far.
Let's get T-Mill's best bets. Again, if you need to go back and take a look at them, go to @T-Mill-Real-Deal. He will have those puppies posted up there. Let's see if we can have back-to-back Green Mondays. Those Mondays have been hard to come by to get action. Let's see if we can have back-to-back Green Mondays. What you got?
I got 3 picks for the people around these NBA playoffs. And we got a Game 4 tonight, Pistons at the Cavaliers, as the fellas were just talking about there. I'm on the over for Game 4 tonight between the Pistons and Cavs, which is set for me at 211.5. Now, the actual line is a little higher than that, I think 214 or so, but I teased the hell out of that line because I want to win, baby, and I like the odds still at minus 135. Over 211.5 Pistons Cavs. Second bet, Thunder at the Lakers as the Thunder look to sweep LeBron and the Lakers tonight. Under in this one, another tease. I teased the line, but I'm on under 216.5 at minus 150 odds. And then within that Lakers-Thunder game 4, LeBron James, I got under on his assists, under 7.5 assists for LeBron James and the Lakers tonight. Those are your 3 best bets.
It's interesting to see how LeBron approaches coming out tonight. Is there an approach of?
I'm going to be thinking he's going to be one to score.
I'm wondering. Yeah, I just don't know if it's play all around and get people involved and try to, or is he coming out trying to let it rip?
Can I tell you why I really like that bet, Tyler?
Tell me.
Because I don't think it matters what his approach is. I think that if he's trying to score, obviously the assist numbers aren't going to be there because he's going to be focused on scoring.
And he is a hell of a passer, one of the best we've ever seen.
Certainly one of the best we've ever seen. But even if he's trying to assist, if he's trying to pass and get other guys involved, which I don't know why he would do that given the season is on the line, to be honest. The Thunder are just so good defensively, man. Like, I don't love their chances.
You hear B. Scott, take that bet, people.
7.5.
That's my favorite one of the ones that you gave, the last one.
That Pistons Cavs, I can't get a figure on how.
Yeah, I wouldn't bet
those games that are scoring.
Shout out to you because I would not touch that game.
That's my least confident one, to be honest.
Yeah.
All right, go to @T-Mill Real Deal to see those best bets and try to make a little cash to see if we can get another green Monday when we get back in here. All right, coming up as we continue, we had a spirited conversation about C.J. Stroud, and we'll check in. I see a lot of people jumping in. Somebody said B. Scott is smoking something.
I mean, that doesn't have anything to do with the
Or you guys have lost your minds. We had 2 different takes. You stop saying you guys. All right, point us out. Which one of us it is that you think have lost our minds? Damn it, we disagreed.
All right, well, let's go win the World Series then.
Actually,
apparently.
Be honest,
because that's what's happening.
Be honest with you, Brandon did say right off the bat, I don't want to trade. You're not out.
I did,
but we'll do that as we continue right here live on The Drive.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I would like for them to move on from Şengün, but we got to get something in return. We ain't just getting out of the business.
Yeah.
I think you can win with Şengün with the right system, with the right people around him. I think Şengün's a good player.
SportsRadio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Coming up behind us as we roll through here live and local on Sports Radio 610 Texans All Access. Mark Vandermeer, John Harris, they got you tonight as they'll be looking at the potentials of the schedule release this week. And Johnny Harris will give his Texan schedule prediction. So that's coming up right after we get done. And then as we continue live and local, 7 o'clock, Area 45. We'll hold it down, and Sean Bijani and Paul Gallant will be doing the show until 11. They'll have a little post-game and get you caught up with everything you need to know with the Astros and the Mariners game tonight. Maybe we'll see if old Pete Lambert had another good outing coming up and see if they break that 2-game streak they had and can get off to a good start against this Mariners team in this 4-game set. By the way, again, the Mariners have beaten them 7 straight times. If we remember, that thing was coming down the stretch last year, and they had some big series at the end, and the Mariners were able to pull away, which helped them get to the postseason over
that's
the
right.
Astros.
I tried to put that out the memory, but you are correct.
Yep, that is.
They have their number.
They do right now. So that's coming up, Area 45, after Texans All Access. Paul Gallant in for Patrick Creighton. Collins on the in the building as well, doing his thing. All right, as we looked at some things, some people texting in. Beast got, as they said, it's smoking something. You guys have lost your mind. You don't trade Jordan no matter what. No matter how bad the team is, you don't have something. You have to have something to build around. Okay.
Now, to be clear, I did kind of say that. It less of a build around thing and more of a, hey, I just want to have watchable baseball. Like, I want somebody's at bats that I can't turn away from. Like that's you ain't building nothing. Okay. You don't have no farm system. You don't have no GM. I mean, you haven't shown a willingness to pay your in-house talent unless they take a sweetheart Jordan type of discounted deal, which I don't think the Scott Boras led Jeremy Pena's and Hunter Browns of the world are doing. So you can dream about building something around somebody all you want. I just want Jordan around because he hits bombs and I want to watch it, but not because I think that's going to do nothing for him.
Tearing it down is dumb. They have core pieces to build around Cam Smith, Jordan, Pena, Paredes, Brown, Arrighetti. Just try to add some pieces to pair with that. Anything is just dumb. No, I mean, it just depends on what you want to do. If you don't want to add real pieces, now I think they can. If you don't want to add real pieces to that, like the pieces that you can really compete with, which I think the Astros could do, then tearing it down does make sense. And ripping it down does make sense if you just say, hey, we're not going to pay these guys. We might as well get the best we can to start our. I don't agree with that because I think the Astros can keep that core and add pieces to this team because they're not a small market team. I think they have the ability to do that. I just don't know if they got the want to do it, and that is the other piece of it.
3 years in a row of being unserious can really beat you down, and I feel like I'm just beat down by now 3 consecutive seasons of having a non-competitive baseball team. I understand they went to the postseason 2 seasons ago.
Non-competitive. I did.
They were not competitive. I was there. I went to those games.
No, they were both of them. Non-competitive.
They were not competitive.
I'm sorry.
They barely won a bad division and didn't win a single game in the postseason. They were non-competitive. I'm talking about on the standard of an Astros fan.
I just think they didn't meet the standard. Just say that. I've sat through about 1,400 lost seasons. That is non-competitive. Okay.
Losing to A.J. Hinch's Detroit Tigers team that you only probably remember because you actually watch AL Central baseball because you root for an AL Central baseball team, but nobody else remembers that Tigers team, and not winning a single game in the postseason to them and barely making the postseason is not what I consider competitive.
It's not to the standard.
After having won a couple of World Series and gone to the ALCS. That's not competitive.
No.
Did you feel that was a competitive series or a competitive season, Tyler, when they backed their way into the postseason and didn't win a single game in the postseason?
I will look to Mr. Rafael Devers for this answer.
No.
That was not competitive.
Okay, competitive.
They have not
didn't meet the standard.
They have not been competitive,
You're competitive
since Dusty said his goodbyes.
You're competitive if you win the division. Maybe it didn't meet the standard of 7 times. It didn't meet that standard, but you won the division.
Is the NFC South competitive? Somebody has to win it every year.